Crosby and his orchestra for your listening and dancing pleasure. Music sent your way from the Hollywood Palladium, the dining, dancing, and entertainment center of the West, in the heart of Hollywood, California. Lyrics are by Jewel Hopkins and our maestro, Bob Crosby. First on our music list tonight, a tune called Perdido. Yes, indeed, and that, friends, was a tune called Perdido. It featured the clarinet of Gus Bavona and on the trumpets, Claudia Bone. And now, friends, Jewel Hopkins. Lovely Jewel's going to sing for us. She's funny that way.
I'm not much to look at, nothing to see. Just glad I'm living and lucky to be. I've got a man that's so crazy about me. He's funny that way. I can't save a dollar, ain't worth a cent. He wouldn't holler, he'd live in a tent. I've got a man that's so crazy about me. He's funny that way. Even though he'd work and slave for me every day, he'd be so much better off if I went away. But why should I leave him unhappy without me. I know I've got a man that's so crazy about me. He's funny that way. Funny that way. Funny that way. Even though he work and slave for me every day, he'd be so much better off if I went away. And why should I leave him? Why should I go? He's happy without me. I know I've got a man that's so crazy about me. He's funny that way.
Thank you very much, Jewel friends. That was lovely Jewel Hopkins singing She's Funny That Way. And now it's our maestro, Bob Crosby. A brand new tune called Let It Snow, etc., etc.
Outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in that storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, my dear, we're still goodbye. But long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
And now, friends, an arrangement written by our arranger, Tommy Todd. Tommy Todd, a tune called Wonderful.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Information, please. Time to stump the experts. Each question accepted wins you $2. You can win, therefore, as much as $7 per question, if you're lucky and information, please, is not. Our master of ceremonies is Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Good evening, everybody. This is a very special night for Information, Please, because instead of the usual 4, we have 5 experts. Or anyway, we have 4 experts and Harpo Marx. Harpo has practically built his career on being dumb. And what right he has to be here tonight, I can't tell. I assure you I don't know what Harpo is going to say, or whether he is going to say anything. Harpo Marx will be supported by an all-star cast consisting of Franklin P. Adams, columnist of the New York Post, John Kieran, sports expert and philologist, hi Phil, Bernard Jaffe, teacher of science and author, and Oscar Levant, musical authority, composer, and baseball fan. Now, gentlemen, the rules. If you know the answer, raise your hand. Put your hand down, Harpo. A question composed of no more than 2 parts must be answered by one man. If it has more parts than that, the board may cooperate. But if any part is answered wrong, we lose $5. When you hear that cash register ring, that means the questioner is actually getting his $5. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, please remember that Information Please is a spontaneous and completely catch-as-catch-can program. We're off. The first question comes from Woodbury, New Jersey. Mrs. C.H. Waterbury of Woodbury, New Jersey. That sounds like a plant. Wants me to ask each member of the board for a loan of $5. So far, the plot is absolutely improbable. Now, I must be turned down by each of you gentlemen with a typical or appropriate remark. Let's make it $10. Who cares? Now, suppose I asked each of you to lend me $10. What would you reply? Mr. Levant, you have...
I would lend it to you, only it would spoil our friendship.
Oh, come. See if I can get 4 more. Mr. Jaffe.
I never knew there was so much money in the world.
That'll do. That's 2. Mr. Kieran. Quiet, Harpo. Mr. Kieran.
Neither a borrower nor a lender be.
That's very good. Mr. Marx is shaking hands with Mr. Kieran. All right, Harpo. You going to talk?
Oh, I can't give you... I get it.
So are you going to do that for the rest of the evening, Harpo? Don't know any more? All right, now you keep quiet. That'll do. That's 4. Mr. Adams, I have to get one out of you.
No.
All right. Second question from Mr. George Rudolph of New York City. Now, our studio pianist... Boy, listen carefully, boys. Our studio pianist is going to play a special arrangement of a medley of popular songs. And you are required to identify the individual selections as well as the song used as the accompaniment throughout, which later emerges as a melody. I hope that's entirely clear. Are you ready, studio pianist? Go ahead. All right, Mr. Levant. He did that. I want the names of the songs.
Look for the silver lining from Sally.
Look for the silver lining from Sally is correct. Can I have another one?
Do the next part right after. Please.
Mr. Levant?
Shake the Cheek.
Shake the Cheek, yes, from?
Shake the Cheek from, Shake the Cheek. Top Hat.
Yes, Top Hat, Irving Berlin. That's quite right. That's 2. We're doing very well. Let's have a little more.
Waving. No, not the beginning.
Got it now? Mr.
This
Levant?
part. The Song in My Heart, which is the accompaniment late at the beginning.
That is correct. Now let's see if we can get the, there's still another to be named.
Do the last 2 bars. Yeah. The last 4 bars, I mean.
Oh, make it 6. We don't care. We have lots of time.
Can't take that away from me.
You don't have to sing it. Saying it, that's quite correct. And with a song in my heart as the return theme. Pretty good. The next question from Mr. Joe Hunt, again of this city. Mr. Hunt wants you to mention 5 books or plays. You know what a book is, Mr. Mark. Name 5 books or plays whose titles indicate an occupation. Maybe we can get something out of Harpo on this one. 5 books or plays whose titles indicate an occupation. Mr. Adams.
Tinker Tailor.
Tinker Tailor. That's quite correct. Who wrote the book?
A.P. Herbert.
Very good, Mr. Adams. Thank you. Mr. Kieran.
American Doctor's Odyssey.
An American Doctor's Odyssey. Who wrote that book?
Dr. Heisey.
That's correct. Oh, there's Harpo again. Harpo, do you know anything? Oh, the farmer. That's right. The farmer takes a wife. That's quite correct. It was a play. Ran a year or two ago. That's 3. Mr. Jaffe.
The Horse and Buggy Doctor by Hertzler.
Oh, you're sticking to doctors. All right. That's 4.
I need him tonight.
We have to name 5 altogether. All right, Oscar. Mr. Levant.
The Man with a Hoe, Edwin Markham.
He has an occupation? Yes, I suppose it would be a
What do you
farmer.
do
That
with
was
a hoe?
perfectly all right. Can't seem to stick him. Harpo, can I get you to answer? He says no. All right. Harpo, put that banana away.
You're lucky he doesn't eat the microphone.
The next question for Mr. William Stahl of Chicago, Illinois. Finish with that banana. We can't go on to the question, Harpo, until you finish your banana. All right, and keep that orange out, too. Now, the next one. Suppose a man is as lazy as Stepin Fetchit. A man as lazy as Stepin Fetchit, and as thirsty as W.C. Fields. And suppose he looks out of a window, and suppose he observes an open barrel of wine 50 feet below. 50 feet. He has available a narrow rubber tube 55 feet long. How should he go about quenching his thirst? This is the darndest situation. Now, is that all clear, Mr. Jaffe?
Well, I imagine he could throw that pipe out, that rubber tube, rather, into the barrel and draw up the wine. So, that would only go about 34 feet, though.
Yeah, what would he do then? So far, you're all right.
He could walk downstairs.
No, I can't. No elevator. No, I can't.
No elevator.
What's he going to do from that point on? He's got to stay where he is. Now, he's got his wine 34 feet up. Fine situation.
Oh, I know. He could hold on to the end of the rubber tube that he has.
Yeah?
Then lift the tube up and empty the contents of that pipe into any container that he has.
That would be quite correct. Though it seems to me to be a pretty tough job for him to handle 55 feet of tube and 34 feet of wine in an ordinary small room.
Be cheaper for him to dive.
Yeah, much easier. 5th question. From Mr. Dwight Hutchinson of Marblehead, Massachusetts. You have to identify the following 5 persons or literary characters. Literary, Mr. Marks, literary. 1. Who lived on a column? Mr. Marks says the Franklin Theater. Oh, Mr. Kieran got that one, too. There's still another, Mr. Kieran. Do you know who it was?
Yes, besides FPA, there was St. Simon Stylites.
Yes, that's quite correct. Who lived in a tub? Mr. Adams?
Diogenes.
Diogenes, or any one of those 3 gentlemen, Dub, or a Dub, who lived in a tub, remember them? 3 men in a tub? How about the man who lived in a coffin? A coffin, Mr.
I know a very fantastic character in a book that nobody's read, in which there's a man who lives in a coffin
Don't be
called
snobbish.
Solal.
Pardon?
Solal, S-O-L-A-L.
Did he live in a coffin?
Yeah, the grandfather. He gouged his eyes and he lived in a...
You've got me. That's perfectly possible.
That's true.
All right. I'm not denying it. There is perhaps a more famous character, known to anyone who has been to the films recently, who lived in a coffin.
A producer.
Don't know. I'll accept yours, subject to correction. But
true.
It's Dracula. You stick to that, eh? It's Dracula who lived in a coffin. Well, that's 3. Who lived in a gingerbread house? Who lived in a gingerbread house? Mr. Adams?
The Witch.
Yes, in what play or novel?
Hansel and Gretel.
In Hansel and Gretel. And who lived in a tree? Who lived in a tree? Mr. Marks. You know? Come on, talk. Tell me. Maybe we can get him to talk finally. Oh, I get it. Tarzan. Yeah, Tarzan. That's right. Tarzan. No wonder you never learned to talk, Harpo. You do so well without it. Take your hat off. 6. From Mrs. Elspeth Dunn of Hewlett, Long Island. Oh, this is a dandy. Explain why a G-man afflicted with mulierose tendencies. Mulierose, mulierose, might be tempted to resign if assigned to arrest an auricumus moll. Auricumus? A-U-R-I-C-O-M-U-O-U-S, moll, M-O-L-L. My God, they all know it. Mr. Adams.
His wife might object.
I don't get it. Would you mind explaining? You just guessed at that one, Mr. Adams.
Yes, I guess I'm wrong.
I'm not saying. If you can explain your answer.
How far does the tube go?
Oh, you're still there, are you? If you can explain your answer, Mr. Adams.
I think mulierose would be wifely.
No, just almost the opposite at times. A man with mulierose tendency is one who is exceedingly fond of ladies. Not necessarily his wife, though at times, yes.
I'm old-fashioned about that.
All right. Mr. Kieran, the new-fashioned Mr. Kieran.
Well, what was that kind of lady you said?
That was no lady. That was an auriculus moll.
Auriculus, nothing. An auricumus. A-U-R-I-C-O-M-O-U-S. Mrs. Elspeth Dunn is going to get $5.
That's a blonde.
That's right. And what would it mean?
Well,
Harpo. Goodness gracious. That's right. In other words, a man with mulierose tendencies is one who's exceedingly fond of ladies, and
you wouldn't want to arrest a blonde.
Auricumus moll. Perfectly correct. Yes, that's quite correct. Now, the next question is a musical one. Mr. E. Willard Layton of Brooklyn, New York, wants you to play the principal theme in the indicated movement of the following piano concertos. 1, the principal theme from the rondo or third movement of the Beethoven G major concerto number 4. Any of you can do that? Can any of you do it? Harpo can't do it, Mr. Levant. Don't be silly. All right, Mr. Levant, go and try it. The principal theme from the rondo or third movement of the Beethoven G major concerto number 4. That right? That's right. Second. Mr. Levant, do you want to try the second without knowing what's going to be? Take a chance, all right. The second theme of the third movement of Rachmaninoff's C minor concerto number 2.
Everybody knows that.
I don't know it. Harpo doesn't know it. Is that right? Right? Harpo says it's right. Now I'm going to ask you, Mr. Levant, if you can, or Mr. Kieran, or Mr. Adams, Mr. Jaffe, to play the first theme of the first movement of Liszt's E-flat concerto. You can't play it, Harpo. You can play it? Harpo is going up to the piano. Get together, boys. Get together. Is that right? Well, what's Harpo doing? That's Harpo. I can see that. Get away. And finally, the second theme from the second movement of the Gershwin Concerto in F. Don't tell me you know that too, Harpo. He's going over the piano again. Going to spoil my program for me, I know it. One of them is right. One of them is right. Thanks very much. I'm also glad you didn't bring your harp. But so far, we haven't thrown them for a loss at all. See what we can do now. Oh, a chicken bone. Harpo's brought his dinner with him. No, his supper. The next question from Gertrude Craig Roberts of Overbrook, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Give the source or the author of the following quotations about the fair. The fair means the fair sex. 1. Oh, thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 1,000 stars. Who knows that? Mr. Adams, don't you know that?
Shakespeare.
No, that's wrong. Well, that's going to cost us $5 right off the reel, and I'm glad to get them down for a loss of $5. Let's take the next one. Give the, that one, by the way, is from Marlowe's Faustus, Mr. Adams. Remember it?
Not at the moment.
All right. 2. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. All right, Mr. Adams, redeem yourself.
Thomas Hood.
Yes, what poem?
Bridge of Sighs.
That's quite correct. And how about this one? Fat, fair, and 40. Fat, fair, and 40. Don't know that. That's a tough one. What would catch him on that?
Minsky.
No, Mr. Levant, not Minsky.
Sheridan.
Mr. Adams, what'd you say?
Sheridan.
No. No, it comes from a novel called St. Ronan's Well by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 7, if you must. You knew that, Mr. Kieran.
No, but I've heard of St. Ronan's Well.
Well, that's half the battle.
I've heard of Chapter 7.
See if you can get the next one. A maiden fair to see, the pearl of minstrelsy. Mr. Adams?
HMS Pinafore.
That's quite correct. And 5, and last, you're the fairest in the land. You're the fairest in the land. Don't know that, Mr. Kieran, eh?
Yeah, I just heard it.
Not from Harpo, surely. I can't get him to say a word. No?
It's in Snow White.
No, that's wrong. Knew you'd say that. No, it's one of the lines in By Mere Bis du Chien. Harpo knew it all along. We've got that $5 rung up. Going to Miss Roberts at Philadelphia. The next question from C. Hyde of New York City. I'm going to ask you to quote from 4 songs, to quote sentences or phrases mentioning at least 2 colors each, excluding college songs. And excluding There's a Rainbow in the Sky, Mr. Adams. I saw that in your eye. All right, Mr. Levant.
Oh, gray mare.
2 colors. 2 colors.
Brown eyes, why are you blue?
All right. That's 1. Mr. Adams.
The red, white, and blue.
Yes, 3 cheers for the red, white. You know 1, Harpo? Forgot it, eh? That's right. It's on your old gray bonnet with a blue ribbon on it. That's pretty good. We got another one. All right, Harpo, let's have it.
Darling, I'm growing older.
Darling, I'm growing over. Silver threads, I get it. Silver threads among the gold. That's 4. Mr. Levant?
It's not in the title, but in the lyric. Does that count?
It's all right.
Roses red, violets are blue, sugar sweet. Honey,
Is that a
so are
song?
you. By Gershwin.
I thought that's something you're writing an album.
By Gershwin.
Oh, by Gershwin.
Yes,
that's quite
for
good. That's 5. Let's have another one for good luck. Mr. Adams. Oh, Harpo. All right, he cedes his place to Mr. Adams.
The Blue and the Gray by Paul Dresser.
Is it a song?
Yes, sir.
All right with me. Is that all right, Harpo? It's a song. Okay.
One lies dead at Appomattox.
Didn't ask you for that. Next question. What one is that? Whistle's fine. Whistle's fine. Save that for the next question, Harpo. Okay. Next question from Mr. Everett F. Taft of Princeton Junction, New Jersey. I'm going to ask you to name the great man and the scientific principle associated with each of the following. 1, a pea garden. A pea garden. Name the scientific man and principle associated with a pea garden. Mr. Jeffy?
The principle is the principle of genetics, heredity.
Yes.
And I know the man's name. Now, let's see. He was the abbot of Brunn.
Yes. How about his name?
Let's see if I can get his name now.
You're all right so far.
I'll think of it as we go along.
All right. How about trying the next one? Name the great man and scientific principle associated with a right-angled triangle. With a right-angled triangle. Mr. Kieran?
Yes, it was an Italian who was working on the theory of the pendulum,
A right-angled triangle. No, I'm afraid I'll have to call you wrong on that one, Mr. Kieran. A rarity for me and a great pleasure, I assure you. No, the answer is Pythagoras. So in the 6th century proved that the square of the hypotenuse, you remember, is equal to the sum of the squares of the arms. High school students have been worried about that eternal triangle ever since. How about the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Mr.
Galileo.
Galileo, yes. And what's the principle
he
involved?
proved was that objects fall at the same rate of speed no matter what their weights happen to be. That is, a feather and a cannonball will fall at the same rate.
Quite correct. I never believed it, but I know it's true. It's in the book. Mm-hmm. And 4, a milkmaid. A milkmaid. Mr. Jaffe.
Well, you might speak of Dr. Jenner.
Yes.
And
Make up your mind.
smallpox.
Yes. How did he happen to...
Well, he noticed that milkmaids never contracted the smallpox, but they did contract certain warts on their hands.
Yes, from handling cows. That's
from
right.
handling cows, yes.
That's correct.
The principle of vaccination, of course, is a principle involved.
Derived from that. That's
yes.
quite correct. Now, do you remember who the man was involved in the principle of genetics?
I know him as well as my name. I just can't think of him. Just
What's
Jaffe.
your name?
Oh,
Mr. Kieran.
Isn't that the Mendelian
That's
theory?
right, Mendel.
Yes, Gregor Mendel. Well, we got 3 out of 4. That's going to cost us $5. The next question from Mr. A. Solomon of New York City. You're asked to name a musical composition dealing with each of the following objects. I guess you'd call them objects. 1, the bee. A bee. Mr. Levant.
Rimsky-Korsakov, The Flight of the Bumblebee.
Yes. And didn't Bach write something about a bee?
No, Schubert did. I don't know if Bach did or not.
Wasn't there a mass in B minor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, the flea. The flea. Didn't like that one, eh? All right, Mr. Levant, the flea.
Mussorgsky. Shalyapin made that song quite his own and famous.
Yes, Song of the Flea. That's correct. 3, a roach. A roach. A roach. Harper, you don't want to whistle again, do you? Oh, now I get it. That's right. La Cucaracha. That's correct. The famous Mexican folk song, La Cucaracha, is about a roach. 4, a bat. A bat. Oh, Harpo, he knows everything. Don't know that one? Mr. Adams.
The Fledermaus.
Yes, Fledermaus by whom?
Strauss.
That's quite correct. Harpo, do you have enough? I don't get that.
Take me out to the ball
Oh,
game.
yes. Oh, I see. Harpo, if I could only get you to say Casey at the bat. 5, a cuckoo. A cuckoo. Mr. Levant.
I don't know how to pronounce it. D-A-Q-U-I-N.
Daquin. That'll
Thank
do.
you. Thank you, Hank.
That's all right. That's all right, Oscar. And how about the name of the song that Daquin wrote about the cuckoo?
The cuckoo.
Correct. 5 out of 5. Next question. This comes from Miss Eleanor Fitzgerald of Gorham, New York. What methods were used in bringing up each of the following children? What methods were used in bringing up each of the following children? The children of the old woman who lived in a shoe. What methods used? Mr. Adams.
She spanked them roundly and put them to bed.
Soundly, not roundly. That'll do. 2, the baby who changed into a pig from Alice in Wonderland. Baby who changed into a pig. Don't know that one? Don't know that one, eh? Remember, Mr. Adams, you're the Alice in Wonderland expert. Remember, speak harshly to your little boy and beat him when he sneezes? That was the method used in bringing up the baby who changed into a pig in Alice in Wonderland. That's one wrong. 3, the elephant's child in the Kipling story of that name. The elephant's child in the Kipling story of that name. You know that? I'll have to give it to you. His aunt, the ostrich, and his uncle, the giraffe, and his aunt, the hippopotamus, and his uncle, the baboon, and his father and mother spanked him. They all spanked him for his satiable curiosity. It's from Just So Stories by Kipling. Not so good on children, gentlemen. Very well. What methods were used in bringing up Pip, the hero of Dickens's novel Great Expectations? Very simple method. He was brought up by hand. Brought up by hand by his foster parents, the Gargery. And finally, how was Topsy in Uncle Tom's Cabin brought up? Mr. Kieran?
She just grows.
Yes, that's right. Well, we got 3 wrong out of 5 on that. $5 goes to Miss Eleanor Fitzgerald of Durham, New York. How about this one? This from Harriet R. Platt of East Orange, New Jersey. Mention 5 cruelties that occur daily in the kitchen. For example, beating the eggs. Get it? Pretty clever, eh? Mr. Adams.
Whipping the cream.
Whipping the cream is 1. Mr. Levant.
Mine's sentimental. Tearing a herring.
Tearing a herring will do. I'll let that one go. Mr. Jaffe. Mr. Jaffe.
Deviling an egg.
Deviling an egg. Yes, that might be cruelty. Yes, that's
Bedeviling.
correct. Bedeviling would be even better. Mr. Levant.
This is precious now. Pressing a duck. You know, a duck press.
Yes, but I don't think that pressing is necessarily cruel. Sometimes just the opposite, as a matter of fact. I won't accept that one. That's 3 so far. Mr. Kieran.
Mashing potatoes.
Mashing potatoes. Yes, that's 4. Have to get 1 more. 1 more. Oh, I can think of lots of them. Harpo, can I get one out of you? What? Taking the eyes out of potatoes. Oh, yes, taking the eyes out of potatoes. I get it. 5 will do, that's right. And sometimes, in badly regulated kitchens, perhaps, killing the odor will do, yes. Well, that's 5 out of 5. Now, the next one comes all the way from Rochester, New York, from Alexander J. Twisdowski. This is a tough one. A witness testified that as he entered the unlit corridor of the building during late twilight, he noted that the defendant wore a red hat, but he was unable to distinguish the color of her coat, which was known to be blue. Why would you disbelieve the witness's testimony? I'm completely lost by this time. Mr. Kieran, have you followed me?
Well, that probably has to do with the visibility of the comparative visibility of red and blue at that time of day in the setting rays of the sun. And
Yes,
evidently, the man who said that he distinguished something red and could not distinguish something blue was lying, because it would be easier to distinguish blue in that light than red.
That's perfectly correct.
Oh,
How
I
did you
guessed
know
that beautifully.
Did you know that all along? That's pretty good. Mr. Jaffe, do you know the scientific principle involved there?
Yes.
Do you know what it's called? Or who
it's
discovered it?
reflection and absorption of light. The only light in twilight is a blue light, and that's the only light that will be reflected from an object, and therefore all he could see was a blue object. Couldn't see the red. The red would appear as black.
Well, it would disappear. The visibility would disappear more quickly in fading light. Do you know what that effect is called and who discovered it?
Colorblind.
No. I see what you mean. It was a man named Purkinje. Did you ever hear of Purkinje?
Never heard of him.
Wrote just a song at twilight.
I'm afraid that's all we'll have time for tonight, gentlemen and Mr. Marks. Information, please, seems to have lost how much? $15. Next Tuesday evening, the Board of Experts is going to consist of Mr. Adams again, Mr. Kieran again, Mr. Mark Duffield of the New York Herald Tribune, and as our guest of honor, Mr. Oswald Jacoby, who is the #1 ranking bridge expert in the United States for the last 4 years, as I understand it. And now, Mr. Cross, will you take the mic and remind our audience of the rules once more? Information, please, thanks you and asks you to come again.
Thank you, Mr. Fadiman. We meet again next week at 8:30 for another battle of the public versus the experts. Please send us questions, any number of them, with the correct answers. And don't get worried if our editorial staff changes or edits your question slightly. Remember, $2 per question if we use it, and an additional 5 spot if the board flops on it. All questions become the property of Information Please. Send them to Information Please, NBC, Radio City, New York. Until next Tuesday evening at 8:30, good night, all. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
The bakers of Slow Bake Wonder Bread and Hostess Cakes present Pretty Kitty Kelly. Michael Conway, Kitty's former sweetheart, now her lawyer, is working with might and main to prove Kitty innocent of the murder of Mademoiselle Helene Dupin. It is Michael's theory that the two foreign agents, Colonel Oristini and Aristide Leon, are the real culprits. That the murder was only another of their schemes to prevent ratification of the treaty between the United States and the Argentine, which Kitty's fiancé brought to America. Meanwhile, the success or failure of Kitty's defense seems to hinge on the gun with which Mademoiselle Dupin was shot. The police have traced it to a gangster, Fred Lutman. But through Lutman's sweetheart, Irene Egan, Kitty and Michael have learned that Lutman sold the gun to a 6th Avenue pawnbroker named Henry Glicker. Exactly what use Mike will make of the information has yet to be learned. Want to make your children happy? Of course you do. Then listen, I'll tell you one sure way. One of the biggest moments in a child's day is when he opens his lunchbox at noontime. He's hungry, and he's looking forward to good things to eat. So the more delicious, the more appetizing you can make his sandwiches, the more he's going to enjoy them. And now, here's how you can make your sandwiches the best ever. Simply use slow-baked Wonder Bread. For you see, Wonder Bread is better for sandwiches in 4 ways. First of all, Wonder Bread stays fresh. After you make your children's sandwiches, every slice of Wonder Bread will stay moist and tender right up to the moment your hungry children sail into them. Then, Wonder Bread tastes really grand, too. Its fresh-baked goodness will bring out the full flavor of your tempting sandwich fillings. What's more, Wonder Bread's close-knit texture holds your filling in the center of each sandwich, stops it from leaking through onto hands and clothes. And most important of all, Wonder Bread is a splendid energy food for growing children. Besides, because it's slow-baked, Wonder Bread is quickly and more completely digestible. In fact, Wonder Bread is the one best bread you can buy for making sandwiches. And that's why your children will love Wonder Bread sandwiches. So when you prepare their lunches, make their sandwiches with slow-baked Wonder Bread. For better sandwiches tomorrow, get Wonder Bread today. Now back to Kitty's story. Our scene is the living room of our 31st Street apartment. The time is early evening. Kitty's aunt and uncle, the Welbys, are deep in conversation. While curled up in one corner of the couch, deeply engrossed in a book, is 10-year-old Billy Wilson, Bunny's little brother. He is totally oblivious of their discussion.
Well, do you think we should do anything, Edward?
It may have been just an oversight, Phyllis. I rather fancy this week has been something of a problem for Mr. Bowes' tomb.
Well, should we tell Kathleen?
I think Kathleen has enough to worry about. The check may simply have been delayed. We'll wait a day or two before saying anything.
It always arrives today, and I take it to the bank.
Well, as I say, Bowes has his problems, too.
Edward, you don't suppose he's stopped Kathleen's salary, do you?
Well, for all our sakes, I rather hope not, Phyllis. I think he would have told Kathleen, let it go for a day or two. If it hasn't come, we'll look into it then.
Oh, it'd be a terrible blow. I don't know what we'd do.
What's all that clatter about?
Hey, let me in. I'll get it, Mr. Welby. It's funny.
Sit still, Billy. I'll let her in.
Hello, Mr. Welby. Where's Billy?
Oh, he's here.
What do you want, Ronnie? Look at here. We've been subpoenaed.
What?
Yeah, we got to appear as witnesses at Kitty's trial. The fellow left the papers, and I got one for you, too, Billy. Sure, I know, Bunny. Mike told me I was going to be a witness. Oh, but this is the other side. It ain't Mike Conway. These are from the district attorney's office. The fellow that brought them told me. He was just up to my apartment. He left me yours, too, Billy. I told him I might as well take it.
The state? You mean the prosecution wants you to testify? But what about, Bunny?
I don't know, Mr. Welby. I ain't got any idea.
I think as Kathleen's lawyer, Michael should be told about this.
Oh, I'm going to. He's coming up here. He wants to see Billy.
Oh, I'll bet you he wants to find out if I remembered that telephone number. The one that the Padane called that afternoon. And I can't.
Why not? You got the Plaza part of it in 3. Plaza 3. Why can't you remember the rest?
Gee, Bunny, I've been trying to. I've been thinking so hard I'm almost dizzy.
Benny, he'll never remember it that way. It'll just come to him, or he'll never remember it at all.
I'm thinking about it even while I'm reading, Bunny.
Oh, the heck you are. You're thinking about that book. You got your nose glued to it.
Well, one can hardly blame him, Benny. It's one of those sex rumor thrillers. I came across it in a second-hand bookshop today and bought it for him. I'm going to read it myself. What's the name of it, Benny?
Batwing.
Ah, yes, Batwing.
And is it swell? You ought to read it too, Bunny.
Oh, go on and read it.
Oh, sit down, Bunny. Is Michael going to stop in here?
Well, I think so. Oh, jeepers, that could hardly be him already. Oh, hello, Johnson.
Hello, Miss Wilson. Mr. Welby. I'm here, Johnson. What is it? Anything wrong? You busy, Mr. Welby? No. What is it? Well, a fella come just now and he gave me paper. I got it right here. Looks like law business. You tell me what it is, please, sir.
Oh, you got subpoenaed, too.
What you say, Miss Wilson?
You've been subpoenaed. You have to appear in court for Kitty's trial.
Oh, I fancy Miss Wilson's right, Johnson.
Sure, Billy and me got him, too. We got to be there.
Oh, yumpin' Yemeni. I don't want to go get Miss Kelly in more trouble. No, they want me to tell you about that gun.
Oh, no, keep still, Billy. You just be there next Monday at 9:30, Johnson, that's all, or they'll send the paddy wagon after you.
Well, how long I got to stay here?
Oh, I guess till they've heard what you got to say. They got to pick a jury and everything, and it'll probably take a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks? Yumpin' Yemeni. What about my job here?
Well, you better tell your boss that you got to go to court so he lets you off. He has to do it, too. That's the law. Cheapers, it'll be a regular vacation for you.
A vacation? I don't know. I guess I got to get me lawyer fella tell me what to do.
You don't need a lawyer. All you have to do is go to court and testify. It tells you there in the paper where to go.
Miss Wilson's right, Johnson. We're going to court on Monday. You can come along with us if you like.
Well, sure, come with us. We're all in the same boat. Well, maybe that's Mike now.
Well, you got company coming. Hey, go back downstairs. Very well, Johnson.
Oh, Mr. Mack.
Hello, Sally.
Mr. Bowe.
Hello, Miss Wilson.
Oh, Edward, it's Mr. Bowe.
Yes, I heard, but...
You've been a stranger. Where you been?
We want to see Mr. and Mrs. Welby. Are they here?
Yeah, come on in.
Come in. How do you do? Sit down, both of you.
Really get your feet off the couch.
Okay. Well, I suppose you're just as worried about Kathleen as we are, Mr. Bowe.
Yes, Mrs. Welby. I sincerely hope she gets out of this.
Yeah, we were down to the clink trying to see her, but they wouldn't let us in. Now, Artie here figured we'd better tell you folks so that you could tip off Kitty. I'm afraid we got some kind of bad news for Kitty.
Bad news?
Yeah, I made Artie come along so he could tell you his side of it, and then I'll try to tell you what I think.
Yes, Mr. Burns?
Well, I didn't send Kitty her check for this last week.
Yes, we know.
I hate to do this.
Oh, come on now, Artie. It ain't your fault. You can't help it. The whole trouble is, folks, Artie's canceling Kitty's contract.
He's what?
Yeah, now he's perfectly within his rights. There's a clause in it that says that Kitty has to be a good girl, you know.
Mr. Bowes, Kathleen hasn't done anything. You surely don't think she murdered anyone?
Mrs. Welby, I haven't had a chance to do any thinking. Between the show and the police, I don't know where I've been. It's not myself. I'm not doing this. But a show like mine requires a big investment. I've got almost $100,000 tied up in that show, and now it's a dead loss.
Yeah.
This business has ruined Kitty as a personality. We might all just as well admit it.
Oh, no, I don't think that's so, Artie.
What can you do with her, Max? No reputable producer will touch anybody that's been mixed up in a murder case.
Well, if she comes out of this with clean skirts, what's the matter with her? I tell you you're wrong, Artie. I'll sell her again. I'm only sorry that you dropped all that jack. Mr. Burns.
Yes, Mr. Willie.
I want you to know that we think you've been very kind to Kathleen. You've paid her a great deal of money. And I think Kathleen will be the first to admit you've had very little return for it.
Oh, no, Mr. Willie, no. I don't want you to get me wrong. Just having Kitty under contracts had a big publicity value. But I've got a nut of about $100,000 in this show of mine, and I was depending on Kitty to put it over. No, well, it's impossible.
Yes,
I hate to take advantage of Kitty on a technicality, but I've got fellas on my back, too.
Well, there's nothing we can do about the contract, folks, but I don't want you to take Artie seriously about this trouble ruining Kitty's career. She beats this murder rap, and I'll get her work, and I'll sue Artie for the rest of her dough under the contract. Oh, Mr. Max. Oh, Artie knows it. We talked it all over. I didn't know a darn thing about it till Artie telephones me long distance. I was up fishing in the wilderness.
And I grabs me a newspaper, reads the story, and nearly have a hemorrhage. Now, what's the situation? What are you doing for the girl? You got a good lawyer?
Young Conway's defending Kathleen.
Young Conway?
Yes?
I thought she gave him the air and went for that patent leather shake, Ramen Serrano.
Oh, it's too long a story to explain, Mr. Mack.
Nothing's too wrong. That's what I'm here for, to see what I can do. Remember, that little girl is my bread and butter, too. I'm getting 10%, 39 weeks now.
That may be young Conway now.
Oh, I'll be doing that, Mr. Welby.
He's a lawyer, huh? Is he any good? She's got to have a good man, you know.
Hello, Bunny.
Oh, hello, Mike.
Hello, buddy. Hello, Conway.
Why, Maxie Hartshorn.
Yours truly. You know Auntie Bose, too, don't you?
Hello, Mr. Bose.
I just came over to see what I can do for Chitty. We got to get her out of this, you know. We can't spare the horses.
Well, we're going to do our best, anyhow.
Hey, listen, you got to get her off. You got to. Did she really shoot the dame?
Oh, of course not.
Well, then it ought to be a cinch. Now, here's what
You want to see me, Mike?
Huh? Listen, little fella, we got important things to talk about here. You go on back and read.
Wait a minute now, Maxie. Wait a minute. Billy's one of our most important witnesses. He's going to help get Kitty acquitted.
Oh, he is he?
Yeah.
Well, now, listen, little fella. When they ask you if Kitty did it, just say no. Say no, you understand? I'll be in the courtroom, too, see? We'll work out a system. If I hold up my right hand like this, just look at it, see? You say yes. If it's my left hand, the other one, just say no.
Wait a minute, Maxie.
What do you mean, wait? What do you mean, wait? Listen, Conway, you've got to beat this rap. Just let me hear you say once that you will.
Sure, we're going to beat it, Maxie.
Well, that's better, right?
Keep still for a minute, Max.
Okay.
Lansing and the FBI are still trying to run down Oroscini and Leon.
Time's getting short.
I know, but they're doing their best, Mr. Welby.
How about that pawnbroker? Get anything out of him?
No, haven't located him yet, Mr. Welby. They say over at his shop that he's away on his vacation. And I called him at the place he's supposed to be, but they say they can't reach him.
Hey, wait a minute. What is all this? What's it all about?
Oroscini and Leon are a couple of foreign spies.
Uh-huh.
And I think they're responsible for the murder.
I get it.
The government's helping us run them down. Now, this pawnbroker's a new angle.
Yeah?
He sold the gun to whoever shot Mademoiselle Dupin.
Hey, wait a minute. This pawnbroker.
Yeah?
His name ain't Glicker. Is it an old guy?
I don't know what he looks like, but that's his name, all right.
I've been fishing with him for the last week.
You bet.
Yeah, he's up in the Catskill Mountains. And he knows about that gun, too.
What?
He can tell you all about it. He was going to tell me, but I had to catch a train, and I couldn't wait. I'm supposed to call him up. Hey, where's your phone?
Bread's the most familiar food on your table. Make it the best, too. Serve delicious, slow-baked Wonder Bread with every meal. Wonder Bread is the one best bread you can buy, and the bakers of no other bread in the country can offer such convincing proof of this fact. Listen. To date, over 500,000 women have compared all good breads at their food markets. In fair impartial tests, they've looked for the bread with the finest texture, the bread with the most appealing aroma, the bread with the most delicious flavor. And this is what's happened. 9 out of every 10 women have chosen Wonder Bread above all others. So today, see if you don't agree that Wonder Bread is the one best bread you can buy. Try a loaf of slow-baked Wonder Bread.
Mr. Mack's sudden appearance and his knowledge of liquor save Kitty? To whom did the pawnbroker sell the gun that shot Mademoiselle Dupin? Tomorrow, be sure to hear the next episode in the thrilling life story of the beautiful golden-haired Irish girl, Pretty Kitty Kelly. Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later, starting next Monday. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Again, The Romance of Helen Trent. Recently, when Helen spent 2 weeks at Kenton College in the town of Westview looking after Gil Whitney, to whom many people think she is secretly married, she stayed with his across-the-hall neighbor, Cynthia Carter. And in learning to know Cynthia, Helen became as fond of her as Gil is himself. Well, when Helen returned to Hollywood, she told Agatha about Cynthia's charm, friendliness, and sincerity. And she also added,
Poor girl. I feel sorry for her. Do you know, Agatha, she's never once mentioned her husband to me. The big picture of him sits there all the time on Cynthia's dressing table. And yet she never mentions him. Ever since he was killed in action shortly after Pearl Harbor, she doesn't talk about him at all. Not even to Gil. But she's so vivacious and seems to get so much pleasure out of life. And yet, she's a little too vivacious. And you can sense the reason why. Poor Cynthia. She's so brave. I admire her very, very much.
Well, tonight, late in the evening at Faculty House, Cynthia is finally talking of her husband to Gil. She hadn't meant to, but when Gil was only too aware that Cynthia was suddenly avoiding him, he went across the hall in his wheelchair to say,
What's the matter, Cynthia? There's never a day goes by that you and I don't see each other 3 or 4 times. And today you've been steering clear of me. You didn't even phone tonight to say you couldn't play chess. Well, I've been puzzled. I was afraid you were ill or unhappy, and if so, I want to know about it. I want to help.
Cynthia tried very hard to keep her sorrow to herself. She made excuses and tried to send Gil home. But at last, in a great unburdening of tears, she told him that it was 3 years ago today that her husband dive-bombed a Japanese destroyer, an act of valor that cost his life. And several little incidents today have made it an especially hard day for her. Gil sits listening to Cynthia, his heart sick with pity. She leans against the mantelpiece, her back toward him, her face buried against her folded arms. Somehow she looks very small and very young to Gil, almost as though she might be a little girl.
Gil, I'm going away from here. I'm going east and Pete. I'm leaving Westview entirely.
Are you? When, Cynthia?
Soon. As soon as this class of young officers has graduated.
Where are you going in the east?
Oh, that's easy. I can get all the teaching jobs I want. I don't care where, as long as it's not here.
Why?
Because I've got to get away. Because this place is full of him. We went to school together here. We fell in love here. We even married over in the college chapel. And I was so foolish to come back here. I knew I shouldn't. But Robbie and I had an apartment in Philadelphia. He's been branch manager of his firm there. I closed the apartment and came back here. I thought I'd find him again close to me. And I have. Too close.
I see.
It's the ocean out there that gets me. I want to move away from the sea. The sea was his grave. And I mustn't be so close to it all the time. When you moved in here, I was so glad to give up that apartment across the hall and turn it over to you. That little bit of the blue Pacific you can see on a clear day. It was always too close, just outside the window. And that's how I hated it.
And I'm glad you moved, Cynthia.
I think I just have to move far away. War. I believe maybe satire is the best medium for describing war. Stephen Crane once wrote, Mother, whose heart hung humble as a button on the bright, splendid shroud of your son, do not weep. War is kind.
I know.
All I know is you'll never come back. We were just beginning to live, you know. And now my whole life is lonely, sorrow, and child.
Not your whole life, Cynthia. You're still just beginning to live, dear.
Robbie was quite an athlete here at school. He was all-American football, you know. And after the war, the college is going to build a new stadium and call it Carter Field.
I know, the registrar told me. You should be very proud, Cynthia.
Proud? Yes. For all he did, I'm proud of Robbie. And at the end, out there in his place, I'm proud of that, too. In the war, he was doing what he wanted to do. And all I could do was wait. Now I have to wait forever. Someday they'll dedicate the stadium to him, and I'll be there. But Dad won't bring him back. Someday the war will be over, and other men will come home, but none to me. But I like to think this way.
Yes.
Somewhere there are children, safe and well-fed and laughing. Otherwise might have been hurt and sick and starved. It's for the children of the world we fight this war as I see it.
Yes.
And then to give me comfort is the terrible, terrible hope I have that this will be a real peace. It's got to be, Bill. It must not fail. This is the world's last chance to survive. And if the peoples of the earth can't live like brothers from here on in, then Robbie's death was a shameful, sickening waste. A comedy. I think I can demand of those who shape our destinies that this be a lasting peace. I have a right to demand it. And I do demand it. We'll either have a lasting peace or the end of the world. And people have got to realize that. Oh, Bill, I think they will. I feel in my heart that Robbie didn't die for a half measure like the men in the last war.
No, Cynthia. No, he didn't. We'll make it so. Oh, I wish I could say something to you that would really help.
I'm sorry you've gone into this so much.
Oh, no. And Cynthia, I know so well. I know so well myself. Paula died a few weeks after we were married. Matter of fact, we were still on our honeymoon.
Helen told me. I mean, she said you'd been married.
So many years have passed now. And Cynthia, the years are your very best friends. I thought I'd reach the end of my life, too. Like you, I really thought so.
But this I know, Bill. I'll never love anyone again. If I do, it'll be only a poor, second-hand sort of thing.
No, you're wrong there. Believe me, dear, you're wrong. Your second love will be richer because of the first. Helen and I... Well, it's true, Cynthia. I know you can't see it now, but I promise you'll see it someday. Cynthia, don't look backward. You've got to look forward.
You don't have to stay here and think of things to say to me, Bill. Don't let me be any trouble to you.
Trouble? I'm so glad you told me what you have tonight. I've known about your husband ever since I came here to teach.
I knew you'd probably heard of it around the college. And I appreciate your never having asked any questions, Bill. Oh, I feel ashamed.
You do? Of what?
Because you see me now in a very low-pressure area, so to speak. Tomorrow I'll be all right, and I wish I'd never bothered you with all this. So try to forget tonight, will you, Bill? Promise me.
All right.
And when Helen comes tomorrow, don't tell her either. I'll be all right again by the time she gets here tomorrow. I'll be just the same as ever. And if you tell her I was like this tonight, she might feel I want privacy. And she shouldn't stay with me over the weekend. All of which is just silly.
Don't worry. I know when not to talk.
You'd better go along now. It's really midnight and you have an early class tomorrow.
Well, I don't know what good I'll do.
Oh, don't worry about that. Nobody can do me any good but myself. That I know. What am I going to do with the rest of my life, Bill? Go on teaching physics? Just go on and on?
No. No, someday something very lovely is going to happen to you, Cynthia. Someday you're going to love again. Someday you are.
September 20th, the news of Europe. At this time, and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Time, Columbia calls in its correspondents abroad for direct reports from the European capitals. Today we'll hear from Eric Severide in London, our correspondent in Berlin, and a report on developments in the nation's capital by Albert Warner. But while we're waiting for the shortwave report of Mr. Severide, here's the news from other points. In Rome, Germany's Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop will have another talk today with Mussolini. The pair had a first discussion yesterday, but so far there is no information as to what they discussed. Rome newspapers said that in talks between von Ribbentrop and Italy's own Foreign Minister, Count Ciano, southeastern Europe was a chief subject. Meanwhile, a communique in Rome says that British planes have staged intensive raids on major Italian bases in North Africa, but adds that in counterattack, the Italian planes sank a British steamer and a submarine. In Cairo, the British say that no major engagement has yet taken place with the Italians, but that British tanks are causing sharp losses in the ranks of Italian mechanized forces. In the Far East, new tension has cropped up. Japan has made sudden and unexplained demands on French Indochina for bases which geographically have no importance in the war with China. There are reports that the French government will refuse these demands. And now for the report of Eric Severide in the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The sirens have gone only once so far this morning, and I haven't heard yet any bombs or shooting. Some fighters were up over the city for a time, and we've just been informed by the ministry that German raiders were driven back before they reached the city. We had pretty bad weather over London most of the night, so we didn't take as heavy a bombing as we usually get. It was bad weather down on the Channel also, so the invasion ships were idle, while the RAF gave them another very severe punishing with high explosive. Reports from Dover now say the rough weather there shows some signs of getting worse in the next few days. That's about all that can be said of the expected invasion, of which Britishers talk less and less as the days go by. One thing is certain, if the Germans don't come, many British Army officers are going to be very disappointed men. They are sure they could beat it, and fairly sure that if they did, Hitler would go down. The Air Ministry communique just issued reported that RAF bombers successfully attacked communications in Germany, including the Dortmund-Ems Canal, besides several ports and aerodromes in enemy-occupied territory. We haven't got the whole picture yet of last night's raids over London. There were fewer planes and longer intervals between shelling from the ground. But as usual, the all clear did not sound until dawn. I heard about 5 high explosives in my neighborhood, and a number of incendiaries were whooshing past at intervals. They sound like a branch falling to soft ground. One landed on the roof opposite my bedroom window and made no sound at all when it landed. Unless they hit highly inflammable material, they're quite easy to put out. It took just 3 buckets of water for this one with a hand pump and 1 bucket of sand. This bomb was lodged in those sloping roof tiles. When we could pick it up, it turned out to be just a thin cylinder about 1.5 feet long and 2 inches wide. Those bombs, I think, were dropped in clusters. 2 landed in the street, 1 in my courtyard, another on a second apartment house, and 2 or 3 1 street away. And the difficulty about these light fire bombs is that very often people, who are mostly underground anyway, don't hear them fall. And while they may be gazing at one fire across, another is secretly building up behind them. So far as I can see this morning, all fires in London are now out. At least one of the raiders was brought down last night in Surrey, and it crashed on a housetop next to a hospital. As it came screaming down in the darkness, one of the crew bailed out and was immediately captured. An anti-aircraft shell had made a direct hit on the plane. One factory in the East End was set on fire, and that was about the most important damage of the night. In the North End of London, a high-explosive bomb landed squarely on the emergency escape door of a public shelter, and a number of sleeping persons were instantly killed. It's reported this morning that the London raiders last night came in from a new direction, the northwest, and it was obvious that they were flying very low. There was a searchlight barrage from central London, and we're told night fighters went up for a time. One hospital in Essex was set on fire by an incendiary. Another bomb started small fires in the Surrey woods, which were much too wet last night to burn very readily. One report says a raider machine gun streets in a northwest suburb. Every morning now we hear a time bomb going off somewhere around the West End. One exploded 80 yards away from the Duke of Kent yesterday when he was sitting in his car, on which the dirt and rubble descended, but he wasn't hurt. Every day trucks speed through the streets carrying a time bomb to the open country. I know a traffic policeman near my house who stopped one of those trucks on its perilous errand. He's a big policeman who learned how to silence even the toughest truck drivers years ago with a few well-chosen words. But he tells me now that he has lost all confidence in himself after that experience, and if it weren't for the war, he'd think about retiring to the country. I return you now to CBS New York.
That was London. Here in New York, a dispatch from Honolulu. Admiral James O. Richardson, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Fleet, will leave for the United States Monday in the battleship New Mexico, it was understood today. And the battleship Idaho and several other ships were expected to leave also. And next, the report from the German capital. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. Again last night, we had no air raid here. Whether the British bombers attacked other places in Germany last evening has not yet been made known. But they did not visit Berlin, though it was a fairly clear moonlight night, one of those nights when there's nothing you can do to hide a great city from enemy airmen. Everyone I know in Berlin has now caught up with his sleep. For about a fortnight, the British did come over almost every night, and you did lose sleep. But there has been no alarm since Sunday, so everyone is feeling normal again. 2 weeks ago, the chief air warden suggested that the population of Berlin set their alarm clocks for around midnight. Then when the bombers arrived and you had to make for the cellar, you didn't feel as bad as when the screaming siren suddenly awakened you, and you had to hurry, or the British would be over your rooftop. But the last few days, as one evening after another has passed peacefully, most people, I think, have given up the idea of that midnight alarm clock and have simply slept the night through. The German press this morning is still full of indignant headlines and articles against the British for the bombing of the children's hospital at Bethel night before last, when 9 children were killed and 12 injured. The official party newspaper, the Völkische Beobachter, has this banner headline this morning: "We will pay back without pity." The Belgian Mittag carries this front page headline this noon: "It will be mercilessly revenged. Churchill's night of murder at Bethel was carefully planned." This paper, in an editorial, calls the British flyers barbarians and their deed a shameful act of murder, and warns that the reprisal of the German Air Force will be a hard one. The Svalford remarks this morning that it is well known that there are many more important objectives in the West End shopping district of London. It says, quote, "The shopping district of London's West End, in which, as is well known, there are many more important objectives, is being continually hit with bombs. A bomb crashed through several stories of a West London hotel," unquote. The German radio this morning says that H.R. Knickerbocker, whom it calls a notorious German hater, had to report from London that the English were gradually losing their cheerfulness as a result of the German bombings. I guess I'll have to refer you to Rome for concrete news of the results of Herr von Ribbentrop's visit. We have no concrete news of it here. But the Berlin press does lift the veil enough this morning to indicate that 2 subjects were paramount in the talks. The Völkische Beobachter, for instance, tells us that the talks were mainly concerned with discussing the problems which will arise in Europe and Africa after Great Britain is beaten, and also the reconstruction of what it terms the new order, which the Axis powers count on setting up. The Völkische Beobachter also tells us, in connection with Ribbentrop's talks with Mussolini, that the attitude of the Spanish people in the decisive phase of the struggle with England amounts to a Spanish declaration of solidarity with the Axis powers. News of last night's German air attacks is scanty here this morning. We're told that London was again bombed, and that German attacks were also made on armament factories and industrial works in southern and central Britain last night. This is William L. Shirer in Berlin. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was William L. Shirer in Berlin. And now, the report of Albert L. Warner in our nation's capital. We take you now to Washington.
There is now reaching the point of decision within the administration, the transfer of some 40 flying fortresses to Great Britain. The wholesale German bombing of London and the destruction of civilian lives and property have given momentum to the proposal. There's plenty of indication here that War Department opinion already has been sounded out, and that the National Defense Commission has been consulted, and the potential reaction of isolationists in Congress taken into account. At present, the Army has on hand or immediately available 50 to 75 of these huge bombing planes. The flying fortresses can travel some 4,000 miles with a good-sized load. Their speed in the original models was 250 miles per hour. Now it's been brought up to over 300 miles an hour. There's no doubt of their value to the British Air Force. They could leave Newfoundland one evening and be on British soil the next. They could range the whole extent of Germany, striking even at arms factories in Czechoslovakia. But it takes 2 years to build a flying fortress. Some officers in the War Department have raised the question of whether it would be wise from the standpoint of our own defense to send these planes to Britain. The old issue arises, and the same answer which has been made on previous occasions is again set forth. Namely, that the maintenance of British sea and air strength forms the best initial protection to the United States. Several administration senators already have taken the lead in publicly supporting the transfer of flying fortresses. Now the Assistant Republican Leader of the Senate, Warren Austin, indicates his sympathy. He tells me there are 2 questions to be answered. Would those airplanes serve our own objective of self-defense more in Britain's hands than if we kept them here? And can we spare them, taking into consideration the possibility of sudden need? Those are matters of strategy, he said, matters for the General Staff. But, said Senator Austin, we ought to seize upon every opportunity to defend ourselves. We are on the defensive as we have never been before. The emergency is great. To the isolationists in Congress, the proposal seems one more step in what they think is a long series leading to involvement. Yet, the voice of isolationism was weak when American destroyers were transferred to Britain. These flying fortresses may also be connected directly or indirectly with a proposal to let the United States share Britain's naval bases in the Far East. Such American access to Singapore would be another gesture to restrain Japan as it penetrates into French Indochina. But to isolationists, any linking of flying fortresses and Far East bases would merely serve to double the liability. The large-scale preparations for handling conscription continue in Washington, although no selective service director has yet been named. 2 persons have been mentioned for the command of the draft machinery, Major General Gullion and Lieutenant Colonel Hershey. From Republican quarters in Congress, there comes some muttering over the White House silence on a draft administrator. Representative Ditter, chairman of the Republican Congressional Campaign Committee, says, after all the pressure and clamor for speed when the measure was before Congress, it seems strange there should be a delay in selecting a man for the administrative job. There's a copy here of the questionnaire which the registrants in the draft have to fill out. The Census Bureau, by the way, says there are 16,404,000 men in the ages 21 to 35 who will be due to register October 16th. The questionnaire runs 8 pages. Your physical condition, your dependents, all the details of your occupation are required. The Selective Service headquarters is being swamped with questions. They say that although it has been made clear only single men are likely to be taken in the first draft, there are some wives writing in wanting to know how they can keep their husbands out, and others asking how they can get them in.
CBS has brought you reports from its correspondents in London, Berlin, and Washington. This morning, Eric Severide reported from London, William L. Sharer reported from Berlin, while Albert Warner was heard from Washington. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Road of Life, brought to you by Duz, D-U-Z, Duz, the new kind of soap that does everything in your wash.
Dr. Brent, call surgery. Dr. Brent, call surgery. Dr. Brent, call surgery.
Betcha that's Dan, the Duz mailman.
Yep, in person. And just loaded down with Duz letters again, Mr. Collier.
Boy, seems every day is Duz Day for most folks.
You bet. Take this letter from Washington, D.C.
What's that?
Mrs. Bertha Sachs says Duz is swell for her laundry. So when her little niece spilled ink on the living room rug, Mrs. Sachs does the rug. And what do you think?
No ink.
Say, get this one from Wyman Dam, Maine, from Mr. William Baker. He does the goat.
A goat?
Yep, I can hear that goat now.
Dozzing a goat. Brother, that bleats all.
Oh.
And folks, listen to this swell letter from Phoenix, Arizona. Mrs. Raymond Hill writes, "You sounded so convincing about Duz, I finally tried it. Well, I got the surprise of my life. Duz turned everything in my wash out sparkling clean. The white things beautifully white. It's no malarkey when I say Duz beats any wash day soap I ever tried." Well, Mrs. Hill, it's no malarkey when I say no soap gets towels whiter or work clothes clean easier than Duz does. Yet this new kind of soap means extra safety for your colored rayon undies. Why, Duz does everything in your wash. It's the soap that's best. Didn't actual comparisons with 25 different wash day soaps prove it? You betcha. Only Duz gives you this outstanding combination. Unsurpassed whiteness for towels, unbeaten suds for cleaning work clothes, and greater safety for colors. So be a lady who does. Duz does best.
Listen to Dan, the Duz mailman. Duz does everything.
And now we invite you to listen to Road of Life. The turning point in a man's life does not necessarily come at any one given day during a single instance. Rather, the turning point may be a collection of events, one piled on top of another. The time sequence may be anywhere from a few days to a few months. In Jim Brent's case, it's a matter of weeks. The initial event was the decision made by his wife, Carol, to leave for Reno. Lonely because of her absence, hurt because she wanted the divorce, Jim Brent decided to plunge deep into the practice of medicine. But that solitary action, Carol's departure for Reno, is not the only event which is bringing about the turning point in Jim Brent's life. Another action, equally important to his future, will happen today. It's being rushed to him in an ambulance. Yes, Jim Brent's destiny is now going through red lights, weaving in and out of lanes of automobiles, racing at top speed toward him. It stops in the ambulance entrance of City Hospital.
Accident case.
Serious?
I don't know. Ask the doc. Looks pretty well smashed up to me, though.
Nurse,
Coming.
got a cart ready?
Right here.
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah?
Give me a hand lifting him out, will you?
Sure, Doc.
Okay.
Easy. Careful there.
Don't worry. Why don't they have orderlies around here? Steady.
Interning is never pleasant, is it, Doctor?
Oh, smart, eh? Well, don't stand there and let us hold this guy. Swing the cart under him.
Set him down gently.
Okay.
Oh, he is in a bad way, isn't he?
Yes, hit-and-run driver clipped him on the corner of Chicago Avenue and Clark Street.
I'll get it.
He doesn't seem to be moving. You don't think he went out on you while you were bringing him here, do you?
No, he came to while we were picking him up. I gave him enough morphine to send him back again.
Hello?
Shall I get another blanket?
We've got 3 on him already.
I'd better wheel him in, hadn't I?
Michigan Away.
That'll be the first step toward recovery, Miss Regan.
Okay, I got you. All right, Doc, let's go.
Where?
Michigan Avenue and Wacker Drive.
But, Doctor, aren't you going to look after this accident case?
Well, that call from Michigan and Wacker's an accident, too. Truck slammed into a northbound bus.
There you are. Work, work, work. Can't people ever be careful? You'd better get another intern to look after this one, Miss Regan.
But they're all busy. I was hoping that
All of them?
We're short-handed around here these days. Remember?
Hey, coming, Doc?
Yeah, I'll be right with you, Charlie. Listen, Regan, you'd better take him in yourself and find someone else to look after him, will you?
Very well. We'll manage somehow.
Thanks, and snap into it. He's in a bad way.
I can see that.
Good.
Well, come on.
Dr. Stevenson. Dr. Stevenson. Dr. St. Clair. Dr. St. Clair.
Good morning, Dr. Hilliard.
Oh, good morning, Miss Regan. Another nasty case you have there, huh?
Yes, sir. Oh, Dr. Hilliard! Dr. Hilliard! Where's he rushing to? Oh, well.
Morning, Miss Regan.
Good morning, Dr. Fraser. Oh, Doctor.
Sorry, busy.
Dr. Fraser, this ambulance patient was just brought in. I wonder if you could look at him for a moment, please.
I said I was busy, Miss Regan.
I realize that, sir, but this is an accident case in a very bad condition.
I see. Why isn't he in the emergency room?
No one's there, and the ambulance intern had to go right out again. There was another call. I haven't been able to find anyone else. I thought perhaps if you could look at him, Dr. Fraser.
Who is this fellow?
I don't know, sir. He was just brought in.
Charity patient.
I wouldn't know that either, Doctor. All I can tell you is that he was hit by an automobile.
Well, the first thing I want you to do is find out who he is. When you've done that, if he has a family, call them. Have them come down here immediately. Tell them we can't do much for him until they make the necessary arrangements.
But before that, Doctor...
You fail to realize something, Miss Regan. A man brought off the streets fresh from an automobile accident at this hour of the morning may be anyone. Or, and this is more probable, no one. We can operate on him, keep him here a month or two. He can recover and then refuse flatly to pay his bill. It's been known to happen before. You know who bears the brunt of those expenses, Miss Regan? The hospital.
I know that, Doctor.
As chief of staff here, I can't afford to commit anyone without proper authorization. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Now, unfortunately, I have a patient in 146 whom I must prepare for an operation this morning. I suggest you allow this one to rest on the cart here while you make your phone call.
But, Dr. Fraser, you haven't looked at him yet.
Well, he doesn't seem to be hemorrhaging. Just keep him covered and let him lie here.
Yes, sir.
No, don't worry about him, Miss Regan. He'll be all right. He'll pull through. Most of these devils are stronger than we give them credit for.
She watched him as he walked briskly, unconcerned, away from the unconscious, broken body of the man lying on the emergency cart. She watched him and controlled her anger as he opened the door and entered room 146. And then, because it's a nurse's duty to follow the orders given to her by a doctor, she searched through the patient's clothing until she found his wallet and the identification card within it. 5 minutes later, after the phone call had been made, she stood before the slightly open door to room 146. She listened momentarily to the laughter as it floated out of the room into the corridor. And then she knocked, lightly.
Yes?
Miss Regan, Dr. Fraser.
Oh, yes. Excuse me a moment, won't you, Mrs. Herbert?
What did you find out, Miss Regan?
His name is Jensen. He has a wife. I've just spoken with her. She wants everything possible done for him. She'll be down immediately.
Well, that's better.
What treatment do you prescribe, Doctor?
Well, tell you the truth, I just had a look at him.
Oh?
Well, that is another look while you were telephoning. He seems to be doing as well as we can expect. See, I'm quite busy in here, and, well, why don't you keep him in his present condition at least till his wife arrives, and then, well, continue to give him sedatives if he needs them. I'll sign the slip for you later. And, that's all, Miss Regan.
Yes, sir. Then your orders are to leave him where he is?
Yes. I'll be with him as soon as I'm finished in here. This is rather an important patient I have, you know.
I understand, Doctor.
Thank you. I'll be out later.
Nurse.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Brent.
Who left this patient here in this condition?
I did, Doctor.
You did? Well, what's the matter with you, Miss Regan?
Nothing, only...
Go on. This is an accident case, isn't it?
Yes. How did you know, Doctor?
His clothes are still on him. When was he brought in?
About 10 minutes ago. 15, perhaps.
How long has he been lying here?
Since he was brought in.
Treatment? Well, answer me.
Morphine.
How much and when?
I don't know, Dr. Brent. The ambulance intern administered it.
I'd like to see that intern at once.
It isn't his fault. The wagon was called out as soon as it came in.
Do you know what this patient is suffering from?
I'm sorry, Dr. Brent, but I didn't feel that it was my duty to diagnose.
It isn't. It's some other person's duty.
Yes, sir.
This is disgraceful. Allowing an accident case to lie unattended on a cart in the cart. Well, we won't argue about it now. Oh, I see Dr. Parsons standing down at the end of the cart. I'll tell him to come over here, please. I'll meet him. I also want you to get a couple of orderlies to take this man upstairs.
But, Dr. Brent, Dr. Fraser knows about this patient, and he instructed me to stay here with him.
Where is Dr. Fraser?
He's with a private patient at the moment.
All right, since this is an accident case, I'll take over.
But Dr. Fraser says the patient is to remain here.
I don't care what Dr. Fraser says. I'm not going to stand here and let this poor sucker die while we do nothing. This is a hospital. I'm going to take care of him.
But...
Go get 2 orderlies and Dr. Parsons. This man needs surgery.
But...
That's all, Miss Regan.
Yes, sir. Only my orders.
Don't worry about your other orders, Miss Regan. I'll take full responsibility for this.
Although Jim Brent is completely unaware of it, he has, precisely at this moment, taken more than full responsibility for the care of an unknown accident case. He has taken, to be accurate, a new slant, a different approach, a change on the road of life.
That's right. I said I'll take full responsibility for this.
So many men have said that, as they step with unseeing eyes into the unknown. You know, it isn't often you find something that really goes all out for you. But does. Sure, haven't you heard this new kind of soap is best? It does everything in your wash. Well, does even more. It does everything in the dishpan, too.
What do you mean, everything in the dishpan?
Why, I mean does gives you all this. Suds that stand up till the last dish is done, fast action on grease, plus greater kindness to your hands. Now, how does that sound?
Not bad.
Not bad. Say, you ought to see Does go to work on your dishes. Why, this new kind of soap bounces into suds the instant water strikes it. Suds that really last, so you aren't forever adding soap. And you ought to see the way Does cuts grease. Say, there's no hard scouring, and that means full speed ahead on your frying pans.
Sounds pretty good.
Pretty good. Listen to this. Does is kinder to your hands. Kinder than any other leading wash day soap. It leaves your hands beautifully soft and smooth.
Say, I go for that.
Hooray, I knew you would. You'll find does best. In the dishpan, too. Does everything. Be sure to listen tomorrow when DUZ Does will again bring you another absorbing episode on Road of Life. This is Clayton Collier saying good day for the makers of Does, the soap that does everything in your wash. Your grocer's paper bags and cardboard cartons have gone to war, so when you shop, take your own shopping bag or basket with you.
The House of Glass. The House of Glass. Colgate Palmolive Pete, makers of fine products since 1806, bring you this friendly half hour in the interest of Super Suds, the only soap created especially for dishwashing, the soap that protects the beauty of your hands. You remember that Bessie Glass has become very interested in welfare work. Well, this is a big day in her life. There is a luncheon at the Boys' Welfare Club, and Bessie Glass has been delegated to meet the guest of honor, Madame Ernestine Schumann-Heink, at her hotel, and to escort her to the clubhouse. And as we join Bessie this evening, I'm sure we'll observe again that it's hard to predict what Bessie will do next. You know, that's supposed to be true generally of you ladies. You're unpredictable. But one thing I think is certain about you all. You want to look your best all the time. Isn't that true? And isn't it true that you want to keep your hands as smooth and soft and attractive as possible? Then why not use Super Suds, the soap that's made to keep hands lovely in spite of dishwashing? And this is the reason. Tiny hollow beads of Super Suds dissolve completely in your dishwater. No tiny particles of soap are left to irritate your hands, to make them rough, red. Well, you know how ugly hands can be. And you don't want to have that kind. So use Super Suds to wash your dishes. Help your hands to stay young and smooth. Now for the House of Glass. Bessie, accompanied by her husband Barney, is in the lobby of the hotel where Madame Schumann-Heink resides. Let's join them.
Bessie, are you sure this is the hotel where you're supposed to meet Mrs. Marshall?
Right here in the lobby. What time is it? Oh, it's late already. She said if she's not here by this time, I shouldn't wait.
So what must you do, Bessie?
I'll go over to the desk and call up and tell Madame Schumann-Heink that I'm here.
Oh, you'll take the madam over to the luncheon yourself then, Bessie, huh?
Surely. That's for the arrangement of the committee's instructions, Barney. I don't know why I'm so nervous.
Why should you be nervous?
Or maybe nervous is not the word. It's pleasurable excitement, maybe. Of all the ladies on the arrangement committee, I was the one selected to escort the madam to the luncheon. Can't you understand, Barney, why I should feel so nervous, huh? Do you realize the importance of such a privilege, huh, Barney?
Why don't I realize?
Come, I'll go over to the desk, Barney, huh?
I'll wait here for you, Bessie.
No, come over with me. Where's the desk? Oh, this way. How do I do it, Barney?
Just send your name up.
What shall I say, Mrs. Glass is waiting or the reception committee waiting?
Just say Mrs. Glass of the reception committee.
Oh, that's right. You're right, Barney. Yes, come.
Something I can do for you, sir?
Yes, Barney.
Will you please tell Madame Schumann-Heink that Mrs. Glass is downstairs waiting with a car to escort her to the luncheon of the Boys' Club? Mrs. Glass?
Yes, please.
Just a minute, please.
Thank you very much.
Bessie, if we take our hotel back, we'll get Whitey a uniform like that bellboy is wearing.
Barney, please.
Madame Schumann-Heink will be down in just a few minutes. She said, would you mind waiting?
Oh, thank you very much. We'll be waiting right over here if you don't mind.
I'll tell her.
Thank you very much.
Bessie, you want me to wait?
Please, Barney, come. Sit down.
I'll be late for my appointment, Bessie. I have to meet Maya.
Barney, please, I especially asked you not to mention extraneous matters to me today, Barney, please. Don't overshadow my joy for me, please. You realize who I'm meeting? Madame Schumann-Heink? This is a day of days for me, Barney, please. I want complete concentration. I don't want my thoughts to wander for 1 minute to spoil my emotions that I'm experiencing. Moments like these are few in a lifetime, Barney. Please. I'm only sorry that you won't be there, Barney.
I'm sorry, too, but...
Only women, Barney. 500 women. And members of the Young Boys Club. 40 young boys, Barney. Oh, you should have heard. You should have heard the minutes, Barney, of what the organization is doing for these boys. They maintain a social center. They have a scholarship fund, all for these boys.
Wonderful.
Oh, wonderful is still not the word, Barney. And the big surprise will be today when Madame Schumann-Heink walks into the reception hall and the boys welcome her. Barney, for that alone you should be there.
Well, you'll tell me all about it, Bessie.
Oh, in my excitement, Barney, I'm afraid I won't be able to see, hear, or remember. All I'll be able to do is feel.
Mrs. Glass.
Did he say Glass?
I think so.
Mrs. Glass. Oh, boys.
Mrs. Glass?
Yes.
Madame Schumann-Heink wants you to please come up to her apartment.
Oh, up to her apartment?
Yes, please. 384.
384? Oh, thank you very much.
The elevators are to your right, please.
Thank you. Barney, I have to go up to her apartment.
Then go, Bessie.
How easy you say, then go. How do I look, Barney?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Do I have to fix myself a little?
Nothing at all.
No? What apartment?
384. Come. I'll take you over to the elevator. Come.
I wonder why she wants me to come up.
I suppose she don't want to keep you waiting down here too long. Take this elevator, Bessie.
All right.
And I'm leaving now, Bessie, dear.
All right.
Enjoy yourself.
I will. You sure I look all right?
Perfect. Bessie, I'm going to tell Maya you'll give me his answer. When, Bessie?
Bonnie, please. Tomorrow's plenty of time for business discussions.
Is this elevator going up?
Going up.
Goodbye, Bonnie.
Goodbye, Bessie.
Going up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
7, please.
Going up?
Yes, ma'am. Floors, please.
6th floor, please. 384, please. Madam Truman Hank's apartment, please.
3rd floor.
Thank you.
10th, please.
14, please.
3rd floor.
Oh, thank you very much. Which way to 384, right or left?
To your left. The first door to your left, madam.
Oh, thank you very much. Pardon me. I'm Mrs. Glass.
Will you come right in, please, ma'am?
Thank you.
Will you come this way, please, ma'am? Madam will be right in.
Yes, thank you.
Won't you sit down, ma'am?
Thank you. Oh, how beautiful the birds sing. Canaries. I once had canaries, but they wouldn't sing.
Mrs. Glass?
Yes. Are you Madam Truman Hine?
Yes,
I'm very, very pleased.
I am also pleased to meet you.
Thank you.
Please, sit down.
Thank you.
How do you like my little bird? This one is Jack, and this one is Jill.
Oh, Jack and Jill, huh?
Yeah. I hope you don't mind waiting for me, but I can't leave. I've just put in a long-distance call for my children in California.
Oh, I see. No, I won't mind in the slightest.
Maureen, take from Mrs. Glass her coat. You may as well be comfortable.
Thank you very much.
When my call comes in, Maureen, will you connect me immediately? I don't like to keep the ladies waiting more than I have to.
Yes, ma'am.
And Maureen, have my hat and coat ready also.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a little Irish girl, Frau Glass, brought over with me from Ireland.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah.
You lived in Ireland also,
Ja,
huh?
natürlich. Ja, Frau Glass, ja. Ireland, Britain, Poland, Russia, even at the Orient. Been my very good fortune to know the friendship of men and women of many lands, many circles, presidents, the Kaiser, kings, and so on and so forth, prime ministers, leaders, peasants. Yeah, many kind of people.
How much you must have learned.
No, I don't know how much I have learned. It is not always how much you learn. Quantity is never so important. And in learning also it is not. What I have learned, Frau Glass, is this. That the problems of one set of people are the problems of all. And the things that make men alike are finer and stronger than the things which make them different. Yeah, so much I have learned. Maureen, see what is with my phone, please.
Central said 10 minutes, ma'am, and it's not 10 minutes yet.
All right. Only I don't like to keep Frau Glass waiting too long.
That's all right. I'm so happy sitting here like this with you, Madam Schumann-Hine.
Thank you, dear. Are you an active worker in social and welfare work, Mrs. Glass?
No, this is my first experience.
Ah, so?
You see, all my life I've been a businesswoman.
And now?
Well, now I'm temporarily retired.
Oh. Are you happy?
Well,
No, don't be ashamed to say it. You are not. Huh?
How did you know?
Well, I didn't like the way you said, well. Why did you retire? Your health?
No, my children. I thought they needed me, but they're grown up now and they don't need me anymore.
Ach, warum nicht gar? Our children always need us. Maybe not physically, but our inspiration and encouragement. That they need. Although we mothers sometimes expect too much from our children. If we could only remember that our children owe us nothing. Some mothers want medals to be pinned on them because they stayed up nights with the baby when he had colic or when he had the measles. Ah, no. We have children because we wish to have them. Because a life with children seems richer than a life without them. You're my dearest friend. Our children owe us nothing. Not even love and respect, unless we earn it.
You're right.
Maureen, bring it that letter for my boys, please, yeah?
Yes, ma'am. It's right here on your desk.
Let me have it, please.
Would you like your glasses?
No, ich brauche sie nicht. It's all right, thank you. Here, Frau Glass. Please. Yes? Please.
You want me to read the letter?
Please. Can you be all right, Judy?
Yes, thank you very much. Is today your birthday, Madam Schumann? No, ma'am.
Well then, stay here and hear it. Read it loud, Frau Glass. Those words in that letter are sweeter than all the music in the world to me.
I'll read
Go
it
on.
now, huh, Frau
Yeah.
Glass?
Yeah.
I'll read it from the beginning. Dearest Mother, your 4 sons, daughter-in-law, 11 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren wish you a happy birthday. In spite of the fact that grown-ups from the age of 40 on hate to tell their ages, we are taking this birthday of yours as a chance to say that the only difference your age makes to us is that you're sweeter every year, and that it's going to be so sugary that we will all have to suck lemons before we kiss you to counteract the sweetness.
No, I give them the lemons. Just wait. But there is a other paragraph.
Yeah.
Turn over the next page.
If being 75 means that one can be loved and respected as you are, be as attractive as you are, be a mother to the whole world as you are, and be our best girl as you are, then may Father Time do his stuff in making as many people as possible 75 in as short as 75 years as possible. And Mother, darling, you know that all this has been scribbled down because we love you, and we will always give the very best of ourselves for you. Oh, my.
That's my phone. That's my phone. I'll take it. Now.
Hello?
My children. Excuse me. Let me have the phone. Come here. Hello. Hello. George, Mitzi, Henry, Ferdinand. Yeah. Well, what do you mean? Why did I call you? Is this my birthday or not? Well, I had to give myself a birthday present. Well, that's why I called you. Are you all well, beloved? That's all I want to hear. Yes. Take off a whole week and kiss yourself 75 times. This for me. Yeah. Goodbye. 40 other boys are waiting for me now. All boys are my boys. Goodbye. Gott grüß euch alle. Goodbye. And now, come, Frau Glass.
Well, what a unique experience for Bessie Glass. But wait, the thrill of her life is awaiting her when she witnesses the reception which is being staged for Madame Schumann-Heink at the luncheon of the Boys Club. Now, in just a few moments, we shall be with Mrs. Glass and Madame Schumann-Heink. But first, we want you to listen to a brief scene between a little girl and her mother.
Mommy. Oh, Mommy.
Yes, dear?
Mommy, story?
What's that?
Will you read me a story? Please.
Oh, but I can't right now, darling. I'm washing the dishes.
Please. Gee, Mommy, it seems as though you're always washing the dishes.
And no doubt that's just the way it seems to Mother herself, that she's always washing the dishes. Perhaps sometimes you feel that way, as though life consisted chiefly of a mountain of dishes, all of which have to be washed. Since that's the case, don't you think you ought to keep a box of Super Suds in your kitchen, always ready to help you? Super Suds was created especially to make dishwashing an easier, quicker, pleasanter job. It is soap made in the form of tiny, hollow, thin-walled beads, so that it will dissolve instantly and completely in warm water. That means no waiting for suds, no stirring of dishwater. Instead, you get rich, fluffy, foamy suds at once. And because Super Suds dissolves completely, you don't need to dry your dishes with a cloth. No, all you have to do is rinse them and place them in a rack to drain dry. Your dishwashing time is actually cut in half. Your work is made easier. You have more time for yourself and your family. And that in itself is enough reason for using Super Suds, isn't it? Now, back to the House of Glass. Bessie and Madame Schumann-Heink are now about to enter the main hall of the Boys' Welfare Club.
I'll take your coat, Madame Schumann-Heink.
If you please.
Yes.
And now, dear, where do we go?
Right into the main hall. Here comes Mrs. Marshall. Mrs. Marshall is the president of our organization.
Ah, so.
Oh, Madame Schumann-Heink, you don't know how much it means to have you with us today. We have more than 500 mothers to greet you.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm late. Which way do we go?
Will you wait 1 minute, please?
Yeah.
Mrs. Glass, will you 1 minute, please? Yes, surely. Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Just wait here for 1 moment, Mrs. Glass. I want to tell the boys to get ready. The boys are going to sing Madame Schumann-Heink's favorite song. Oh. Will you pardon me just a moment, please, Madame Schumann-Heink?
Why, yes, sure.
Ready, Mrs. Marshall, we're all ready.
Oh, where's the dear Kleine Kerl? Oh, how nice. What are you doing with all those flowers?
They're for you, Madame Schumann-Heink, from all the boys of our club.
Your club?
My big brother's club.
Ach, wie schön. Now, what shall I say to you for that?
I don't know. Anything you want to.
You see, I have no what. Will a tear be all right,
No, a smile.
Well, there you have it.
All right now, Mrs. Glass.
Yes, all right. We can go then. Right this way, please, Madame Schumann.
Ja. Kindchen, wo gehst du denn hin? Where are you going? Ja.
This way.
Magnificent. Your voices have said so much to me. Maybe if I could sing something. Because that is my only way of saying things. But before I sing, I want to say how interested I am in this organization. Because it is intended to bring together young boys. Because it is creating a place for these children where the atmosphere makes great ideals contagious. And as long as such organizations as this one exists, and the heart has the right to fail, then we are truly moving on.
Mrs. Clark, will you please ask Cruzotto, Leo, if he would be so kind and
Yes, I
play
will. I'll
for
tell
me?
him.
Yes.
The old rocking chair is baby's boat, adrift on a dreamland sea. And baby and I are the crew of blood, all cozy and snook are we. We rock and hum a crooning song like the wind in the fields of sea. Of a pirate dream, before very long, no baby on the boat. Come to me. Oh, baby, the chair sometime will be a boat for an out of care. For you, with your baby, will sail the sea within the same rocking chair. And as we rock and hum and sing, so you will go singing too, and pirate dreams with whip and with swing. We'll take baby and boat on
And now, I am sorry.
First I must go. But before I do, I want to wish you all such success as may be best for each of you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my beloved children. Goodbye. God bless
Well, Bessie will have lots to tell Barney when her tears will have run their course. What is in store for Bessie next week? Will she tire of her present existence? Will she seek to regain the winter house of glass at Lakewood, which she rented to Meyer the butcher? We shall learn at this same time next week. Before we go, though, I'd like to close with just a few words about Super Suds. the wonderful soap for dishwashing that brings their adventures to you. Let me suggest to you again to put Super Suds on your shopping list for tomorrow. Get the big red box for 10 cents or the giant size for 20 cents from your grocer. Then wash your dishes with Super Suds. This is what you'll discover. Rich, foamy suds instantly that wash your dishes beautifully and more quickly. You don't need to dry your dishes with a cloth, but merely rinse them and let them drain dry. They'll be sparkling bright because no streaks nor flecks of undissolved soap are left to dull their glistening surface. The time you usually devote to dishwashing is cut in half, and you can be confident that your hands are protected. They'll be smoother, softer, and lovelier if you wash your dishes with Super Suds. Super Suds is approved by the Good Housekeeping Institute. And remember, you always have help with the dishes when you use Super Suds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gene Paul King on behalf of Colgate Palmolive Pete, inviting you to tune in again 1 week from tonight, the same station, for another episode in the House of Glass. Tonight's presentation featured in person Madame Ernestine Schumann-Heint. These dramalogues are written by Gertrude Berg. And so a very, very friendly good night until next week at the House of Glass.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WJZ, New York.
The Jergens Journal, featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Jergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands.
I can think of grand Christmas gifts for men, only they all cost so much.
No, they don't. For just $1 plus tax, you can give a man a grand big bottle of Jergens lotion.
Jergens lotion for a man?
Yes, indeed. While in service, lots of men learn to use Jergens lotion, and they still do. Before and after shaving for a quick, comfortable shave. And for his hands, too. A well-groomed man doesn't want rough and chapped hands. Plenty often a man raids his wife's bottle of Jergens lotion. So give him his own. A small bottle, maybe, in the toe of his stocking, or be generous. Give him the big bottle in its bright Christmas wrapping. He'll be pleased and flattered that you gave him Jergens lotion for Christmas. Now to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South American. All the ships at sea, let's go to press. Flash. Washington. 3 AFL unions have just agreed to call off their scheduled nationwide strike against Western Union. Portland, Oregon. Sam Jackson, the grandson of the founder of the Oregon Journal, was killed tonight in a helicopter owned by that newspaper. Washington. The United States has quietly arranged a loan of $300 million to Canada in an attempt to save the Canadian dollar from doing a ruble. New York. Herschel Johnson, our delegate to the United Nations, is not yet off the critical list at Lenox Hill Hospital, New York, but he is reported doing very well. New York City. Caesar Petrillo, the czar man of the Musicians Union, is now expected to pull every live musician out of radio by February. New York City. Patricia Miles, who lost her paternity case against Johnny Myers, has changed lawyers. Next stop, the appellate division. Wall Street. A merger, I hear, is in the making between the two biggest independent motor car companies, Packard and Nash. Recent secret attempts by Ford to buy out Packard failed. Hollywood. The funeral services for Mark Hellinger will be held on Wednesday next at 11 a.m. at Pierce Brothers, 5959 Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California. Mark and his wife were seeing a new picture in their home last midnight when he was stricken. Gladys rushed him to the hospital. The end came at 2:15 this morning, California time. The Washington ticker. Federal authorities are amazed at the great number of criminal records that have popped up in the loyalty check of American government workers because someone never demanded fingerprints. Their names will eventually be made public. Following the pattern set by Adolf Hitler, Moscow money will be very conspicuous during the 1948 presidential campaign in an effort to defeat the Marshall Plan and Mr. Truman. The Justice Department. A new subversive list is being readied for publication by U.S. Attorney General Tom Clark. Some nationally known political organizations are on this list. The White House. As of tonight, right now, the President's planned message on the State of the Union to the January Congress will be arranged on the principles of FDR's New Deal, a sizzler. New York. The communist newspaper in New York is puckering up its lips for a great big kiss from labor leader John L. Lewis, a very gruesome picture. Intimate friends of John Lewis report that Mr. Lewis is far more ill than people realize. Washington. Some folks just returned from London report that Lord Louis Mountbatten or Sir Oliver Franks may succeed Lord Inverchapel as British ambassador at Washington, and that the Anthony Edens divorce suit may involve the London correspondent of an American news magazine. Washington. Democratic headquarters are deeply concerned about Pennsylvania and New York. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. Next Thursday, Christmas, is the birthday of a man who has answered many thousands of questions over many hundreds of years with a few simple answers. It is a great miracle to multiply 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish into food for 5,000. But it is a greater miracle to turn hate into love. A simple code of ethics doesn't operate by the slide rule. A square deal is measured by the spirit and not by mathematics. Blast furnaces can melt steel, but it still takes a heart to melt a heart. It is a miracle that Christ lived so long ago. It is an even greater miracle that he lives so much today. Cities may fall, machines may rust, and mountains crumble, but his great principles stand through the ages. And of all the great principles for which this man stood, the greatest are these. It is brave to be decent. It is courageous to be considerate. And it is strong to be kind. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Hellinger, with whom I covered the Texas Guinan beat in the early 1920s, is gone. At 44. He was my closest friend until the Hollywood and Broadway coasts separated us. By distance, you see. We had a pact in 1924, away back in the good old Morris Plan days, when Mark would sign as my co-maker and I would sign as his. We promised each other then that whoever survived would write the best obit notice a guy could have written for him. Mark doesn't need any obit notice by me. His life story and the way he lived for the other fella would make it easy, journalistically, if it weren't so very difficult, personally. The lines I just spoke about another man certainly fit Mark Hellinger. It is brave to be decent. It is courageous to be considerate. And it is strong to be kind. Mark was the concrete example of the phrase, great guy. He made an art of friendship. People who hardly knew him liked him, and those who knew him loved him. No man could have a better friend than Mark, and no man had more of them. Mark Hellinger went out in the style in which he lived and in the style in which he wrote. The O. Henry magic. It was a typical Hellinger script, too. A tug at the heart, a lump in the throat, and a sudden surprise ending. New York. In a very few moments, I will announce the name of the person who submitted the best and original definition of a communist. The prize, as you know, is a mink coat, valued at $10,000. The Damon Runyon Cancer Committee thanks all of you in the 48 states for again enriching the Damon Runyon Fund by over $150,000 in $1 donations during this brief contest of skill. Thanks to the donor of the $10,000 mink coat, the Associated Fur Coat and Trimming Manufacturers, who incidentally were never consulted by me about the theme of the contest. Thanks also to the Reuben H. Donnelly Corporation, who handled everything for our committee. This very great Donnelly firm worked 20 hours a day. Thanks also to the anonymous mink coat maker, who picked the straw from a hat which elected him as the maker of the coat. He will, as agreed long ago, receive no publicity. The mink coat will be made to order to the winner's measurements. It should be ready in about 3 weeks, they tell me. Stand by, please. I'll be back in a flash with the name of the winner of the $10,000 mink coat.
A young friend tells us.
This is our first married Christmas, and we're a long way from our families. But there's no gloom where my Bill is. We're having 10 for Christmas dinner, and a gift for each. Gifts for 10. Could have stumped me, but Bill said, let's give 'em all Jergens lotion. Wasn't he smart? The girls will know Jergens lotion as the hand care the Hollywood stars use.
Oh, yes, girls know the stars use Jergens lotion 7-to-1 over any other hand care in the world.
And judging by my Bill, men use plenty of Jergens lotion, too.
They do. It's a smart gift all around. For stocking stuffers or the main gift, 10 cents to $1 plus tax. The dollar bottle comes in a bright special holiday wrapper. They'll think you're a mind reader if you give this favorite Jergens lotion for Christmas. And now back to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
And now for some tips of the papers. INS. Harry Revel is suing Mutual Broadcasting Company for $250,000 tomorrow. Revel and Mac Gordon composed Did You Ever See a Dream Walking, Love Thy Neighbor, and many other great song hits. Revel alleges that he sent Mutual Broadcasting an idea for a new radio program, and that Mutual turned it down and then used it under another name. A dirty trick if true. St. Louis Post-Dispatch. I am saying in the New York Mirror tonight now on the stands that True Davis Jr. and Virginia Mata, both of St. Joe, Missouri, will be married January 24th. New York Journal-American. General Eisenhower's memoirs are 2/3 finished. The price is over $500,000 for newspaper, magazine, film, and radio rights. As a general, Eisenhower prefers an outright sale, as that would give him a capital gains. He'd pay only a 25% tax. Associated Press. Babies are now considered a luxury by the United States Tax Department. Most items for infants in drugstores, baby oil, cream, fluorinated talcum, and bags for diapers now come under the 20% tax list. Huh. To the Miami Herald. A year ago last week, from the Roney Plaza Cabana Club, the Runyon Cancer Fund was launched. On the 29th of December, we will turn over another $100,000 for cancer research in Florida. $1 million, not a penny of which was ever deducted for expenses by our committee. Allocated in the United States in 1 year. United Press. Robert Ruark's new satirical book, Grenadine Etching, has just been barred in Canada, and Canadians could use a good laugh, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Vandenberg tells friends he positively will not run. Even Mr. President's closest friends are sickened at the manner General Eisenhower is being attacked for things he never said. Things, by the way, that some Republicans and Republican commentators keep putting into Eisenhower's mouth. Incidentally, foreign correspondent Cleet Roberts, just returned from Japan, reported to his papers over here that General MacArthur's closest friends doubt that MacArthur's physical condition is good enough to take on a presidential campaign. In sum, here is the situation. Wallace keeps his head in the clouds, Taft keeps his head in the sand, and Eisenhower just keeps his head. Washington, Senator Kenneth McKellar of Tennessee is again reported very ill. He is 78. Any more? Washington, one of the biggest scandals since Teapot Dome will be a proposed sale of synthetic rubber plants, one of our great strategic resources. The proposed sale, insiders tell me, would cripple national defense. Washington, Rocky Graziano, the champion, and some of his influential friends have been trying to get his complete dossier out of the U.S. Army files for what they say public view. The United States Army is doing Graziano a great big favor by refusing. New York, Donald Lamont's Margaret Rice are betrothed. She is the granddaughter of the late president of General Electric. Attention, San Francisco Examiner. Please assign a reporter at once to Mrs. D. Block of El Monte, California. Her husband, a war veteran, sent in the best definition of a communist in the opinion of the Damon Runyon Cancer Committee. Mr. Block gets the Runyon Fund's $10,000 mink coat, and in sunny California, of all places. Congratulations, Mr. Block, and a Merry Christmas to you, Mrs. B. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another edition of the Jergens Journal until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who leaves you with Mr. Block's best definition of a communist. One who would like to divide everything, particularly these United States. Good night.
Have you gone way beyond your Christmas budget? Do you still have several last-minute gifts to buy? Here's Jergens' gift suggestion to you, and it's priced surprisingly low. The Jergens gift set, called Loveliness for You, costs only $1, and here's what it contains. Nestled in a lovely star-sprinkled package are 4 popular Jergens items. A box of Jergens powder, a jar of all-purpose face cream, a bottle of romantically scented cologne, and, of course, Jergens lotion for the hands. Yes, these 4 beauty items all done up in a feminine package for Christmas gift-giving at a thrifty price, only $1. You'll find the Jergens gift set called Loveliness for You at all cosmetic counters. Next week, another edition of the Jergens Journal with Walter Winchell. And now be sure to remain tuned for Luella Parsons' 15-minute program featuring as guest Bing Crosby, which follows immediately. This is Ben Grauer speaking.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America presents When a Girl Marries, a story of young married life dedicated to all those who are in love. Joan and Harry Davis have paid dearly for their part in the divorce suit brought by Eve Stanley, a part in which they were the innocent victims of jealousy. For now it has been discovered that the case was built completely on lies. But all's well that ends well. For Joan, who collapsed after the verdict was reached, has completely recovered and is expected to leave the Cedarville Hospital tomorrow, with all her dreams secure, for her baby has been saved. And today, the last trace of the unhappy divorce suit is erased. For today's special interview, we've invited James F. Wagner, a Prudential agent from Elizabeth, New Jersey. Do you live in Elizabeth, Mr. Wagner?
Up to 8 months ago, Mr. Gallup. Then we moved to Union, New Jersey, quite near Elizabeth.
Now, how many are included in that we of yours?
Mrs. Wagner, 2 boys, and 1 girl.
That sounds like a real family. Now, what else can you tell us about yourself?
I served in the Army during 1918, and after that was in the retail business. I've been with the Prudential for the past 8 years.
Well, Mr. Wagner, each week we ask the Prudential agent appearing on this program to describe an actual case showing how he's been able to serve his policyholders. So
you want one from me?
That's right, sir.
Well, one important way we agents are of service is in recommending the policy that best fits the needs of each policyholder and arranging the best way for a person to leave his life insurance money to his beneficiary.
Now, can you illustrate that point with an actual case?
Certainly. Not long ago, I called on a young man who had a wife and 2 young children. I discovered he carried no life insurance. His prospects for the future were excellent, but he told me he could afford only a relatively small amount right away for the protection his family needed and deserved.
What policy did you recommend, Mr. Wagner?
A modified Life 5 policy for $5,000. As you know, Mr. Gallup, the premium on this policy for the first 5 years is just half what it is after 5 years. But we figured his income 5 years from now would be large enough to stand the premium increase.
The right policy, I'd say. And did you also advise him as to how to leave his life insurance money?
Yes, I did. You see, his wife had had no business experience and knew little about handling money. So we agreed it would be unwise to have the insurance paid in one cash sum.
Well, what did you advise?
We arranged the policy so the Prudential will pay his wife $2,000 in cash for final expenses. The balance will be paid as income, $100 a month for 2 years and 6 months. This will replace part of the husband's salary and will give the family a chance to readjust themselves to new conditions.
Well, thanks, Mr. Wagner. I'm sure you've helped us appreciate how Prudential agents can be of service in recommending the proper policy and beneficiary arrangement for each individual policyholder. And now, When a Girl Marries, the story of Joan and Harry Davis. It's morning, and Harry has walked into Joan's room in the Cedarville Hospital to find her sitting up in a chair. In complete surprise, he says,
Why, Joan, you're out of bed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, golly, it looks good to see you sitting up in that chair.
It feels wonderful to be up. And, oh, darling, the doctor says I can go home tomorrow. There isn't any question about it.
Oh, that's the best news I've heard in a dog's age. And, Joan, what do you think?
What?
Joe Draper came over this morning with his wife.
Joe Draper?
Yes, and he made an affidavit telling the whole story about having lied on the witness stand because of the hold Ed Wild had over
Oh, he
him.
did?
And that's all we needed, Joan, to make the case complete.
Oh, Harry, everything is just too wonderful.
I know it is, darling. And now I want to talk to you about something else.
What is it?
Look, what do you think about accepting your mother's invitation and going with her up to the ridge for a while and taking it easy and living the life of Riley?
Now, don't you dare start in on that, Harry. I just got through telling Mother yesterday that nothing in the world could make me go up there. I'm going home to my own house on Fox Meadow Lane, Harry. That's what I want. I want to be with you. If anybody could be waited on more than Lily waits on me, I'd like to know who it is.
Oh, speaking of Lily, she's outside. She came over with me this morning. She insisted on arriving with some calf's foot jelly or something that she made herself. I don't know what it is. But anyhow, she's dying to see you.
Oh, Harry, please bring her in.
You bet I will. Hey, Lily.
Yes, sir, Mr. Davis?
It's okay. You can come in.
Yes, sir. Here I am.
Hello, Lily.
Oh, Miss Davis, honey child. To think you got out of bed and nothing around again.
Yes, I'm around again, all right. And, Lily, I'm coming home tomorrow.
You hear that, Mr. Davis? She's coming home tomorrow.
I sure did hear it. I tried to get her to say she'd go with her mother for a few days, but...
What for? What she wants to stay with her for? Ain't going to do her no good to stay with nobody except you, Mr. Davis. Ain't going to do her no good to eat nobody's cooking except in Lily.
Don't I know that, Lily? Don't I know that? Oh, you do everything in the world for me. You're the dearest friend I ever had.
Thank you, Miss Davis. You're a very good friend to me, too. And, Miss Davis, I want to tell you something.
Uh-huh.
I didn't wait till you got well to get married. I did get married last night.
Oh, really?
Why, Lily, you never told me.
No, sir, I didn't. I want to tell Miss Davis first off.
Oh.
But last night, my general friend, he couldn't wait no more. He says it was high time I married up with him if I was going to. So I done it, Mr. Davis. Much as I'd like to have him wait, Mrs. Davis, he just couldn't wait no more.
Well, I'm glad you did it, Lily. And I hope you'll be very happy.
Oh, yes, Miss Davis, we're going to be very happy. He's a man of property. Not only that, but he's going to let me work for you all, and nobody else, Mrs. Davis. I ain't going to be allowed to work for nobody else, only you all.
Oh, that's wonderful, Lily. I need you more than ever now.
Yes, I mean, that baby, he's going to need me, too. And I told my husband that no matter how much property he's got, I'm going to work for you all and stay by you. And when that baby comes, I'm going to look after him like no child ever been looked after.
Oh, Lily, it's good to have you. Everything's good. It's really a lovely world. I only wish I could have given you a lovely wedding.
Yes, my thanks, you. Honey, I've got some calf jelly.
Oh, really?
Lily, she can make calf foot jelly better than anybody else in the whole world.
What I like best about you, Lily, is your modesty.
Yes, sir, I'm modest, all right. Here it is, Miss Davis.
Oh, thank you.
You eat this today, and tomorrow when you come home, I'm going to have everything you like best for your supper. And you go out lay there in your own little bed and look out of the window. Mr. Davis, he go out and bring up the tray.
Oh, it sounds wonderful. Oh, I know I'm going to be all right from now on.
Yes, and you're going to be plenty all right from now on. And Lily, she's going to be here to see that everything's going to be all right for you and that child. You know, I've got a feeling about that child, Miss Davis. He's going to be remarkable. He ain't going to be like no other child. He's going to be so beautiful, and he's going to look like you and like his daddy.
Well, I think it's high time you got out of here, Lily, and let Mrs. Davis calm down.
Yes, sir. He's going to be the most beautifulest child ever lived. And Lily, she's going to dress him up and take him out in his little carriage and show him off to the folks and the neighbors.
All right, Lily. It's grand.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, honey child.
Goodbye, Lily, until tomorrow. Oh, she's wonderful.
You bet your life she is. She's one of the nicest persons I ever met in my life.
Oh, Harry, I'm so glad I'm going home tomorrow. Please never let me go away from you again. Not for any reason.
You bet I won't let you go away from me. Oh, darling, I'm so glad you'd rather stay with me than with anybody else.
It is lunch hour, and Tom Davis has stopped by at the bookstore where Lola Farrell is working. He comes in and says,
Lola? Lola?
Oh, yes, Tom.
How about coming out to lunch with me, Lola? I'd like to talk to you about a few things.
Why, all right, Tom. I'd be glad to, I guess. Yes, I can go now.
All right. We can go next door in that lunchroom if you'd like.
All right. How's Joan?
Oh, she's much better this morning. She's going home tomorrow.
Is she really, Tom?
Uh-huh.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? I'm so glad to hear it.
So am I. Gosh, you don't know how worried Mom's been about her. And so have I.
Yes, I know. I know all about it.
Okay, let's go, huh?
All right. Tom, I read in the paper about Aunt Ella.
Yeah. Some story, eh, what?
I'm glad the truth came out. You don't know how glad I am.
I can imagine.
And about Eve.
I know one thing that'll surprise you. Phil and Eve are going back together again.
Together again? Oh, no.
That's right, Lola. And I think it's going to be all okay with them from now on.
How could it be? After the way she brought a suit against him.
Don't ask me. I don't know anything except what Mom's been telling me. She saw Eve and Phil Stanley at the hospital together the other night. And they told her then that they decided to begin all over again. I guess Eve's going to win out after all, Lola.
Yes. Yes, I guess Eve's going to win out.
Lola, does that make you feel so awful bad? I know you're nuts about Phil Stanley.
Yes, I am nuts about Phil Stanley.
That doesn't leave much for me to go on, does it?
No, Tom. But I never did encourage you, did I?
No, you didn't. You've always played square with me, Lola. But maybe someday, now that Phil's out of the picture, maybe...
I don't know, Tom. Let's not talk about that again, please. Let's just be friends.
You know I want to be a great deal more to you than just a friend.
Yes, I know you do, Tom, but right now I don't want to even think about that.
Okay. Only remember, Lola, I'm always here. If you want me, I'm always here. And I'm not so bad, you know.
You're a dear. I love you, Tom, next to Phil.
Well, I'll get what consolation I can out of that one.
When will Joan be back from the hospital?
Tomorrow night.
Tom, do you suppose I could stop in there and see her for a minute and tell her I'm glad she's home?
Why, sure, I'm going over there myself tomorrow night for a while. I don't think it'll hurt her any just to have us drop in. I'll tell you, Lola, I'll come by and get you for dinner, and then we can run over there afterwards. Just long enough to say goodnight to her and tell her we're glad she's home.
I'd love to do that, Tom. I'd love to see her
and tell her I'm sorry for anything I may have done.
Okay, then it's a date. I'll call for you tomorrow night.
All right, Tom, that's a date.
Behind the Prudential Insurance Company of America, there are 65 years of solid growth and experience. This experience has shown many ways to improve Prudential policies, so that today, people can have life insurance plans best suited to their own particular needs and the particular needs of their families. Through the years, it has always been the aim of the Prudential insurance protection at the level consistent with safety. And so Lola learns once and for all that Phil Stanley and Eve are going back together again, and that Tom is there whenever she wants him. Well, there we leave the story of When a Girl Marries until tomorrow at this same time. This program is brought to you by the Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey.
Clement Attlee, the Prime Minister of Britain, remembered a cartoon he'd seen 25 years before in the London Daily Herald. It showed the Big Four of 1919, Wilson and Lloyd George, Clemenceau and Orlando, walking out of the peace conference of 1919, having written the Treaty of Versailles, and Clemenceau had stopped the others. Curious, the old lion was saying. Curious. I seem to hear a child crying. The cartoon, Mr. Attlee remembered, showed a child, a weeping child, labeled in a bitterly wonderful moment of prophecy, Class of 1940. We're very glad that the Prime Minister of Britain had not forgotten the cartoon. We hope he never does. We suggest that a few copies be struck off for distribution among the peacemakers of 1946. Mr. Molotov and Mr. Burns would be well advised to decorate their shaving mirrors with that picture of the weeping child. We cannot think of a better way for them to start their day. Stalin's Yalta promise to democratize Eastern Europe was broken in Bucharest the week after it was made. The Soviet Empire is already reaching from Finland to the borders of Greece, and the grand alliance of the so-called democracies of the West has long since ceased to be a mere diplomatic threat. As the politicos haggle away another summer on such issues as the two-thirds voting procedure, that grand alliance looms over the arguments as a blunt political fact. The United States and the Soviet Union, it turns out, are going to stand together on the broad question of the veto. Borders will be disputed, but the main border is past dispute. The borderline of a divided world shows black enough for the least observant of the observers to spell it out of the headlines. Blocks versus majorities, the big powers versus the small. These are matters for 1,000 editorials today, but most folks who follow the news, even in the most casual sandwich of comic strips, know what time of day it is. And perhaps even the diplomats have taken note that this, in very truth, is the 11th hour. Take me to the Luxembourg Palace, said the newspaper man, according to his own dispatch. To the palace, of course, said the cab driver, where you're all busy preparing for the next war. Collective security, the one world of Roosevelt and Wilkie and Litvinov, are the ashes of dreams. Empires expand and shrink. Borders are pushed back and forth over the hapless heads of the peoples of Europe. The Russian half of our poor little globe is an armed camp. America has defaulted as champion of the freedoms. In foreign policy, Roosevelt's party is playing the Republican game, and Britain's Labour Party is dancing the old dance of death, while the old Tory idea, the Tory ignorance and Tory cowardice, call the tune. Curious. I seem to hear a child crying. No, I'm afraid the Palace of Luxembourg is more likely to be remembered in ages hence as the place where Tom Paine wrote The Age of Reason. Along the Potomac, the dawn rose quiet and cool. Around the floor of the Senate, tired colored men were bent over the worn carpet, picking up the refuse left behind by the 79th Congress of the United States. Among the Senate porters, more than one must have muttered, "Good riddance." And as he swept thoughtfully beneath the seats of Senator Bilbo and Senator Eastland, the gentleman from Mississippi, he must have dreamt a happy little dream of someday putting that broom of his to more effective service in the hygiene of the United States Senate. This Sunday in Washington is as dead a Sunday as was ever known in Zion, Illinois. Even the White House is empty. Mr. Harry Truman's down in Missouri in the hopes of stifling a human roadblock named Roger Slaughter, a congressman in Kansas City. Some people think Mr. Truman ought to stay out of local politics. Others think he never should have left local politics. State Department's like a tomb. Mr. Jimmy Burns is in Paris. Mr. Dean Atchison sits in his Maryland farm today, licking a few wounds. The Undersecretary took a bad beating during the last few hours of the 79th Congress. Well, maybe he didn't take them personally. You and I and the family next door, we're all a little black and blue. For one thing, it was a little matter of a world court. Oregon Senator Morse moved that the Senate vote a treaty accepting jurisdiction of the new world court in all international cases. In other words, the treaty said, we will not only join the court, but will abide by its decisions. We will not hold out a veto power on whether or not we would play ball if we thought the decisions would go against us. This veto power is what Burns is opposing in Paris now, and Baruch is fighting in New York. Of all the opponents of the veto power, the most enthusiastic is that triumvirate of statesmen, Tom Connolly, Arthur Vandenberg, and John Foster Dulles. Mr. Dulles, in his wisdom, has decided that he doesn't like the possible compulsory decision of the World Court. Mr. Dulles, it seems, wants the United States to have a veto power in the court. This, mind you, is the identical Mr. Dulles who writes those nice long articles in Life magazine calling for war on Russia because the Bolsheviks, those unreasoning savages of the East, refuse in their oriental ignorance to give up the veto power. This is the same Mr. Dulles who drafts some reservations to the World Court Bill. Reservations. Do you know what that word means, reservations? Does it ring a bell somewhere in the back of your mind? Does it strike an unpleasantly familiar chord in your memory of other peace conferences? Reservations? That's precisely the word used by the Honorable Mr. Henry Cabot Lodge when he fought the League of Nations in 1920. Reservations. He killed a league with reservations. The reservations of Mr. Dulles were rendered up in legislative form to his favorite senator, Mr. Vandenberg. These reservations were introduced in turn by Mr. Vandenberg to the Senate. Against these reservations, Mr. Morse battled with stubborn persistence and a stout heart, but to no avail. Up stands the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Connolly, and backs up a queer, gray, formless object known as bipartisan foreign policy. And the result, we have approved the World Court Treaty with reservations. What does that mean, Daddy? It means we have the veto power. Isn't that nice, Daddy? Does that mean the other countries have the veto power? Certainly not. The veto power is like the atom bomb. It's very dangerous if anybody else has it. Memo for the U.S. Mint. Put a new motto on the penny. In us we trust. Curious. I seem to hear a child cry. What do you say to sending 1,000 American students to every major country of Europe and sending 1,000 of their students here? All those thousands and thousands of young people multiplied by the friends they're bound to make ought to make it a little more imperative for the governments of the world to get along together in a sensible climate of good fellowship. I don't mean the students could do it all by themselves, but they could do their bit. Well, there was a bill providing for such a worldwide exchange. Tom Connolly allowed that the $10 million it called for was just another case of foolish spending, but the friends of the bill finally got the elder statesmen to see it their way, and it would have been put to a yea or nay if Lister Hill of Alabama hadn't asked the gentleman from Texas if he would yield. Well, Sir Tom yielded, and Lister Hill took off on an hour's oration concerning the defenses of Pearl Harbor. This gave Tom time to talk to some other thinkers and to remember his train reservations home. Tom didn't want to lose those reservations. There goes that word again, reservations. By the time the senator from Alabama finished his address, that fine exchange project was just another matter for the dustbin of the 79th Congress of the United States of America. And yet, you know, out of all this stupid blundering and floundering, this awful mess, more than a few good bills have been born. Congress is a right confusing thing to watch. Fair estimate of any Congress is hard to come by. This 79th Congress is, for example, the same Congress that scuttled full employment, that failed to pass an anti-lynch bill or to destroy the poll tax. Is the Congress that surprised even itself and passed Bretton Woods and the United Nations Charter. Yes, the same Congress that went on that strike-breaking binge of recent and unhappy memory. The same Congress that let the OPA wither and die. Increased appropriations for the sick and needy, and passed a much better than decent bill for the control of atomic energy. Almost its last accomplishment belongs on the credit side of the ledger. The La Follette-Monroney bill, for which we've beaten a couple of drums in this program, is now law. It reorganizes Congress itself. brings the machinery of lawmaking to a point of efficiency that's almost up to date. Because of this bill, the 80th Congress will find itself in many respects a new kind of organization. And the congressmen of the 80th Congress themselves are going to be a little better paid. That ought to mean that fewer of our representatives will suffer in the future from Andy May's kind of heart trouble. All in all, we've had a lot of disappointments this year from Washington, but the good word is that our brand of democracy is still in working order and open for business. Last week, I read you an affidavit from a Negro soldier named Isaac Woodward. You remember that he was taken off a bus in South Carolina by a policeman and beaten until he was blinded in both eyes. I have before me a letter from Mr. H. Odell Weeks, who, it seems, is the mayor of the city of Aiken in the state of South Carolina, where, according to the soldier's affidavit, he was blinded. The mayor encloses affidavits of his own, sworn to by the city recorder, by the city chief of police, and by a couple of patrol officers. Now, these gentlemen deny all knowledge of the incident. It is indeed unfortunate, writes Mr. Weeks, and these are his exact words, quote, that you did not fully verify this story before you broadcasted it, unquote. The mayor goes on to say that since my broadcast went out to the nation, and since according to the affidavit's locale of the story was wholly untrue, he, the mayor, urges that I have the courage and forthrightness to retract the wrong I have done his city, giving to my own retraction the same emphasis I placed upon the original broadcast. Well, Mr. Weeks, I hardly know how to make affidavits of your city recorder and city policeman as emphatic as Mr. Woodward's in the hospital for the blind. If it turns out to be true that the city of Aiken is blameless of this hideous scandal, it is my duty to make that innocence as public as possible, and I hope to be able to. But I must warn you that denials are never dramatic, and if I'm to say something exciting about Aiken, it will have to be something better than that a Negro boy was never blinded in its streets. I look forward to giving the subject of Aiken all the emphasis it deserves, but I'm bound to fail without some affirmative material. There are thousands of cities where Negro soldiers have not been blinded. I hope it will be my privilege to announce that your city is one of these. But since the broadcast is going to go out, as you put it, to the nation, let's spice up the retraction with a little good news. I won't ask you what the city of Aiken has done for Negro soldiers or for Negroes or for the blind. I'll only ask you if you're willing to join with me in a manhunt. A man dressed as a policeman blinded a discharged veteran. The blinded boy swears that his tormentor told him he came from the Aiken police. It is surely a more urgent matter for you to apprehend this impostor before he commits further outrages in your city's name than it is to exact from a commentator the cold comfort of apology. You'll get the apology when the facts are clear. Until then, you must understand why it must be deferred. After all, Mr. Weeks, I have not only the affidavits of your policeman, I have also the affidavit of the blinded soldier. Working on the meager clue that there is also an Aiken County, I've sent investigators there and to your city who should bring out the truth, unless it is too skillfully hidden. The soldier might easily have made a mistake, but there's a man in a policeman's uniform who made a worse mistake. And all the retractions in the world won't cleanse the name of Aiken till we find that man. I assure you, Mr. Weeks, I do not doubt the word of your police chief, your patrol officers, or your city recorder, but neither do I doubt the word of the blinded Negro boy. His suffering gives his oath a special validity, and I would take it against the Supreme Court and the President of the United States. Let us say he misunderstood what was said to him, or let us say he was lied to. But just saying that isn't enough. Your city's honor is certainly more important than my pride, but honor and pride are piddling trifles beside a pair of eyes. If it is your point that the boy was lied to, it is my point that we must all of us refuse to rest till we've unmasked the liar. If you want me to say that this awful thing did not happen in your city, then there's an American soldier who believes that it did happen in your city. And I cannot forget that. It is to him, Mr. Weeks, that you should address your first and most indignant letters. They will, of course, need to be transcribed in Braille. Now I see my time is just about up. That's all I have to say to you for the moment, Mr. Mayor of Aiken. And you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming to this part of your dial at this part of a Sunday. Please let me join you next week at the same time, and let me hear from you. Your letters are much appreciated. We like reading them on this program. Till next week, then, same time, same station. I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
At this time, WGN joins the Mutual Network for the presentation of the All-Star Game, which is in progress at the present time.
Leo DeRocher, who will guide the destinies of the National League All-Star team this year, has for outfielders such game-breaker-uppers as Mel Ott, Joe Medwick, and Pete Reeser. Pete Reeser leading the National League in hitting with an average of .361. And these men are fortified by such stalwarts as Enos Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals, young Willard Marshall, freshman sensation of the New York Giants, making the All-Star team even before he's completed his first year as a major leaguer. Then there's Terry Moore, pretty good with that willow, and considered as one of the finest defensive center fielders in the history of the game. And then there's Danny Litweiler of the Philadelphia Phils. In the infield for the National League, there's Archie Vaughan, who hit 2 home runs in last year's All-Star game, you remember, hit them in succession. And when he had hit his second one, with the National League ahead, it looked as if Archie Vaughan would be the hero of the 1941 All-Star game. It took Ted Williams' ninth-inning home run, which won the game for the American League, to rob Archie Vaughan of being the hero of the 1941 Midsummer Classic. Then there's Jimmy Brown of the St. Louis Cardinals, a switch hitter. That's right or left, depending on whether a right-hander or left-hander is pitching. Always a dangerous little man up to that plate. Eddie Miller at shortstop, who hits a long ball. Frank McCormick of the Cincinnati Reds, another long ball hitter, and a good hitter. And, of course, last but certainly not least, one of the biggest power men in the major leagues, Johnny Mize, who's become very fond, incidentally, of those short right field stands here at the Polo Ground since he's become a member of the New York Giants. The distance from home plate to the right field stands, 294 feet. Not a very long distance, and John has learned how to pull that ball closely, which you have to do to get them into that right field stands, and is very fond of them. There's a 100-foot drop away from that 294-foot sign as the wall out there fades away toward deep right field to the bullpen. It's a 100-foot drop, so that in order to get that ball into the right field stands, you do have to learn how to pull them closely. The men back of that plate for the National Leaguers tonight can hold their own with a bat, too. Walker Cooper, Ernie Lombardi, and Mickey Owen. And as for pitchers, looking at it from a defensive standpoint, what more could you want than such men as Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Claude Passo, Johnny Vandermeer, Bucky Walters, Ray Starr, and Carl Hubble have been added to that list since Cliff Melton, who was originally scheduled to perform for the National Leaguers tonight, came up with a sore arm. Morton Cooper's won 11 games. Whitlow Wyatt has won 8. Claude Passo has won 12 games. Johnny Vandermeer has won 8. Bucky Walters has won 9 games. And Ray Starr, a veteran sensation of the Cincinnati Reds, a veteran from a standpoint of age rather than service, has won 12 games. That group of pitchers, all in all, have won 52 games, while losing only 26 among them, for an average of some 667, and that's pretty good pitching. Morton Cooper, who's scheduled to start for the National Leaguers tonight, has appeared in 16 games for the Cardinals this year, has won 11 of them. He pitched 134 2/3 innings, allowed 88 hits, walked 37 men, and struck out 71, and in his string of 11 wins, there have been 6 shutouts. So if he performs up to par this evening, it's going to be perhaps a little bit too bad for those sluggers in the American League lineup. Of course, that is strictly conjecture. It remains to be seen. Looking at the starting lineup for the National League, Jimmy Brown, who leads off and will play second base, is a switch hitter. And, of course, with a right-hander ready to go against them, Spud Chandler of the Yankees, Jimmy Brown will bat left-handed. Leo DeRocher, as a matter of fact, has, for his first 6 men in the lineup, all left-handed hitters. playing that percentage angle of a left-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher. Brown, Vaughn, Reeser, Mize, Ott, all bat left-handed. The first 5 hitters, I should have said. Jimmy Brown has a batting average of .267 to bring into the ball game with him. Archie Vaughn hitting at .262. Pete Reeser will bring into the ball game an average of .361 on the season. And Johnny Mize has come up over the 300 mark, hitting at .301. Mel Ott hitting at .261. Joe Medwick, who follows, hitting at .344. Walker Cooper, who will catch, hitting at .286. Eddie Miller batting at .270. And these boys are pretty good in the matter of home run production, too, to give you an idea on their slugging propensities. Jimmy Brown has had only 1 homer. Pete Reeser has 6. Johnny Mize, the National League leader in that department, has 14. He'll be followed by Mel Ott, who has 12 home runs. And, of course, Mize and Ott are very, very accustomed to these stands here at the Polo Grounds, this being their home lot. Between them, they've hit 26 home runs this year. Joe Medwick has 3 home runs to his credit. Walker Cooper 4. Eddie Miller 4. So that the first 8 men in the lineup for the National League have accounted for 44 home runs between them this year. In the matter of runs batted in, to give you an idea of the hitting strength of this National League team, which in the past has been noted especially for their defensive propensities, Jimmy Brown has batted in 43 runs, Archie Vaughn 23, Pete Reeser 38, Johnny Mize has driven in 63 runs this year, leading the National League in that respect. Mel Ott has driven in 44, Joe Medwick has driven 55 runs across the plate. Walker Cooper, 26. Eddie Miller, 25. And so with the first 8 men in the lineup, they have accounted in runs batted in this year a total of 317. So all in all, you can see from what Jim Britt has told you and from my brief analysis of the National League lineup, the 2 teams tonight are pretty evenly matched. And one team cannot be said especially to have any advantage over the other one way or another insofar as pitching, defensive strength, or offensive strength is concerned. So what we shall see will be a game in which the cream of the crop of the major leagues, pretty evenly matched, will go to it in this 10th meeting of the National and American League All-Stars. All right, here's Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel. Well, friends, from what my 2 colleagues have told you, Jim Britt and Mel Allen, you can gather that this is going to be quite a ball game. We have 2 evenly matched squads here tonight, and it should really be a swell game. We're going to pause now for station identification. We're happy to say that our mutual stations from coast to coast have set aside their time, canceled programs with the cooperation of sponsors, so that the Mutual Broadcasting System could bring you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics, the All-Star Game. You're listening to the broadcast from the Polo Grounds in New York City. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, friends, here we are back at the Polo Grounds in New York City. One thing we wanted to tell you about was that the ball game tonight cannot run past 9:10 New York time. There's going to be a test blackout in New York tonight at 9:30, so the ball game will not run past 9:10. If because of any circumstances beyond the control of everyone there should be no ball game tonight, this ball game would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and the Cleveland game would be played in Cleveland on Wednesday night. In the event that something should prevent this broadcast tonight or this ball game tonight, it would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and then the Cleveland game would be set back just 1 day. In other words, we're anticipating a game in Cleveland tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, and don't forget that your mutual station will bring you that great game, and boy, that should be a classic. From that huge bowl at big Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, your mutual station will bring you the story of that game tomorrow night at 8:45. Now, I know that someplace across the country there might be some of you fans who are tuning into our mutual broadcast late. The game has not started as yet. There's been a delay of a bit here, and I'm going to run down the batting order and line up again slowly for you. Some of you are perhaps keeping a scorecard on this ball game, and so we'll give it to you slowly in their teams. So those of you who want to keep an actual card, an actual rundown of the ball game, will have plenty of time to get it in. Let's take the home team first, the National League team. Jimmy Brown of St. Louis, second base. Archie Vaughn of Brooklyn, third. Petey Reeser of the Dodgers in center field. Johnny Mize of the Giants at first base. Mel Ott, the manager of the Giants, will start in right field. Medwick of Brooklyn, and by the way, Medwick has really been playing marvelous ball for the Dodgers this year. I think that Joe's comeback, although it wasn't exactly a comeback because he played good ball last year, but the baseball he's played this year has really been something. As you know, he's right up there hitting around 345, has driven in a flock of runs. He hit safely in a long stretch of ball games, and Joe's having another great year. Medwick will start in left field. Walker Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals will catch. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves is going to start at short. And Morton Cooper, the ace of the St. Louis Cardinals staff, who's won 11 ball games and lost 3, is going to start for the National League. By the way, looking over Cooper's record, we see that he won 11 games and lost 3. He pitched 12 complete games. And one thing you notice about Cooper's record is that he pitched 6 shutouts. Morton Cooper has 6 shutouts out of the 11 games he's won. Now turn around on your scorecard, and here is the American League starting lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, the manager of the Indians, will start at shortstop. Boudreau at short. Tommy Henrich of the Yankees will start in right field. Henrich, 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 right field. Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees in center field. As I told you before, little Dominic of the Boston Red Sox is laid up with a bum back, and he's in uniform but will not play in the ball game. So Joe DiMaggio will bat fourth and play center field. Then Rudy York of Detroit will bat fifth and play first base. Gordon of the Yankees, second base. Kenny Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, that's Tebbets, Tebbetts, will catch. And Spurgeon Chandler of the New York Yankees, a right-hander who's won 9 ball games and lost 2, is going to pitch for New York. There were 3 late switches in the rosters today. As you know, Paul Derringer was laid up and could not take part in the ball game. And we also had another late withdrawal from the ball game, and that was Melton of the Giants, their outstanding left-hander who had a sore arm and couldn't come into the ball game. And so there were 2 other pitchers nominated, and they are Carl Hubbell of the Giants, who's down here in uniform for the National League, and also Starr, the great right-hander of the Cincinnati Reds. He was also nominated in place of Paul Derringer. The other nomination concerned the American League squad, and that was that Bill Dickey dropped out of the lineup, and Wagner of the Phillies stepped into his spot. Wagner, as you know, is a catcher, a left-handed batter, and a very good hitter, and he stepped into Bill Dickey's spot. Bill has been ailing for a couple of weeks, hasn't been in the Yankee lineup, I don't think at all, until the Boston series, and he's not well enough to get into the ball game, and Wagner has taken his spot. The umpires, when the ball game gets underway, will be Ballanfant, Ballanfant of the National League, back at the plate. This is the National League game. The National League is the home team. At second base will be Barlick, Barlick of the National League. At first base will be Stewart of the American League. And at third base will be McGowan of the American League. Now, there you have the pitchers. There you have the umpires. There you have the starting lineups and the squads. Al Shack, by the way, is just walking back from center field. He's coming out here toward the infield, and the crowd's giving him a hand. While we have time, let me tell you something about this Polo Grounds layout. It's a complete double-decked affair. Our Mutual Broadcasting booth is in a swell spot here, right back the home plate, where we can see those balls break in over the plate. It's in a great spot to see the ball game. And there's a complete double deck all the way around the park. This has often been referred to as the left-hand hitter's paradise, because it's just a short poke down that right field line. As I look down that line right now, I can see the markers around 290 feet, which isn't very far for a good left-handed pull hitter. It's a little bit farther, however, down the left field line. It's a poke of something like 330 feet, and from there on out into left center field, to deep center field, to right center field, it is a real wallop. In fact, it's one of the longest drives to the center field fence of any ballpark in the majors. It's something from here to the center field wall is something like 483 feet, and that is really a wallop. 483 feet to the center field wall, so you can tell what a poke that is. The only spot where the hitters get a break in this park at all, I really think, are down this right field line. Of course, that is the left-hand hitters, those pull hitters, who can pull that ball into those stands, which are only 290 feet distant here from the home plate in the ground. There's been an unavoidable delay here in the start of the ball game. It hasn't gotten underway as yet. Right below me here is the American League squad. I might tell you, too, that all the American League players are wearing their home team uniform. The American League teams are the visiting teams, so the American League players are wearing their road uniforms. And right below us here, below our mutual booth, a little bit to our left, is the Yankee team, or is the American League team. Joe McCarthy, who just recovered from an unfortunate illness, is back. I talked to him today. He looks in good shape. He said, Bob, we have a great squad this year, and I think we're going to beat the National League again. Joe is all set, right in the pink for this ball game. I also had a chat around noon with the fine manager of the National League squad, Leo Durocher, who's done such a splendid job with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And he said to me, Bob, we've got the best National League team that we've had in years. This year we not only have National League pitching, but we're going to show those guys some hitting, too. And as you can see from the figures that Mel Allen has given you on the National League, the National League team this year does carry a lot of power, and anything is apt to happen in this ball game when it finally gets underway. Friends, there is going to be a delay. Circumstances beyond our control are going to delay the start of this ball game. And so we're going to leave you here, take leave of you now for just a little while. Stand by, however. We'll be standing by in our mutual broadcasting booth here in New York, ready to bring you this ball game, the All-Star game, play-by-play, just as soon as the ball game starts. So just stay right with your mutual station, and just as soon as the All-Star game gets underway, we'll bring it to you. And so for just a while at least, this is Bob Elson saying goodbye to you from the Polo Grounds in New York City and returning you to our New York studios.
Our program service will continue in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago. Stay tuned to WGN for the broadcast of the All-Star game between the American and National Leagues, which will begin shortly from New York City. We rejoin the Mutual Network.
How do you do, baseball fans across the country? This is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York City, and we're all set now for Mutual's exclusive coverage of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. You hear that announcement through your radio? That's the public address announcer here in the Polo Grounds in New York City, calling the official batting order and lineups around here to the people in the stands. He just completed it, and now I'll give you the rundown again for those of you who might be tuning in late. Here's the starting lineup for the National League, and the National League team will very shortly take the field. And then Jim Britt will describe the first three innings for you. Mel Allen of New York will describe the middle three, and I'll describe the last three. The announcer has just called the official batting order and lineup. I repeated it to you before. There's been an unavoidable delay, and the ball game is going to start now any minute. And here's the lineup. For the National League, Brown of St. Louis at second base. Archie Vaughan of Brooklyn at third base. Petey Reeser of Brooklyn in center field. Johnny Mize of New York at first base. Mel Ott of New York in right field. Joe Medwick of Brooklyn in left field. Walker Cooper of St. Louis is the catcher. Eddie Miller of Boston is the shortstop. And Morton Cooper of St. Louis is the pitcher. His record, as we told you before, he's won 11 ball games and lost 3. 11 of his wins have been shutouts, and he's been one of the outstanding pitchers of the year. You stop and figure 11 wins and 6 shutouts, you've got something. Here's the lineup for the American League. Cooper has just come out of the National League dugout, which is down here to the right of our mutual broadcasting booth, and he is going to warm up now with Ernie Lombardi. Ernie Lombardi of the Boston team. He's going to take a few throws, and the rest of the National League team is out on the field just tossing the ball around. Not on the diamond, they're on the field. They haven't got out onto the diamond as yet. And Cooper is going to try a few practice throws from the mound. He's walked out to the center of the diamond now, and here is Big Ernie Lombardi of Boston, who is one of the reserve catchers for the National League, standing just back of the plate taking Cooper's practice throws. Here's Spud Chandler of New York, who's going to start for the American League. He's come out, and he's going to get a few practice throws. Well, let's get on anyway with the American League lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, shortstop. Here's another announcement. Officials contacted Mayor LaGuardia, who gave permission to carry this ball game until 9:30. As you know, if you were listening to the broadcast earlier, there is a practice blackout here in New York tonight at 9:30. They had established a time as a deadline time on the game at 9:10. in the event of a tie at that time, the ball game was to have been played tomorrow. But because of an unavoidable delay, the baseball time has been allowed to run until 9:30. So the ball game will run until 9:30. Now, let's get on, shall we, with that American League team. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland is going to play shortstop, and Lou's really been having a grand year. Spud Chandler is also out there getting in his practice throws. He's standing in one side of the pitcher's mound, and Walker Cooper of St. Louis, or Morton Cooper's on the other side, and both pitchers are warming up from the center of the diamond. The teams are not on the field. The players of both teams are along the playing field on the side of the foul line side, here to our left and to our right. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, I think, is having one of the greatest years of his career. Not only has he done a splendid job with that Cleveland ball club, he's really revitalized that club. He's had them playing great ball. He has the respect of his players, and he has been playing the best ball of his career. I talked to him in Chicago when the Indians played a series there with the Sox last week, and Lou played wonderful ball. And talking to some of the players on the Cleveland ball club, I know that his year so far at Cleveland has been a howling success, even though Cleveland's not in first place. So Boudreau was started short. Tommy Henrich, the dependable right fielder of the New York Yankees, is going to be in right field tonight. The alternate was Dominic DiMaggio, who they had intended starting. But in yesterday's doubleheader, the Boston doubleheader, Dominic hurt his back. And although he's in uniform here tonight, he is not going to start in the ball game. In left field will be Teddy Williams. Yesterday in Chicago, I talked to Eldon Auker, who's won 10 ball games this year for St. Louis, about great hitters. Auker told me that in his judgment, and he's pitched in baseball many a year, Williams will go down in history as one of the 5 greatest hitters that ever lived. I asked him what was it that made Williams such a great hitter. And he said, Bob, the thing that makes Williams the great hitter that he is the fact that he can hit these kind of specialty pitches like knuckleballs, sliders, and sinkers and all that sort of thing, right when they're in their motion. In other words, when a knuckleball comes in and starts its particular motion, Williams can hit that ball right when it's in that particular motion that makes the knuckler famous, and he can drive that kind of a ball out of the ballpark. So those specialty pitches not only don't fool him, but he can time them, and he can hit those specialty pitches, and not only hit them, but he can drive them out of the park. And Auker told me, and he's a pretty good pitcher and a pretty good judge of hitters, that he thought that Williams would go down in history as one of the greatest hitters that ever lived. Now, in center field is Dominic DiMaggio. The great DiMaggio, the famous Yankee Clipper, has gotten off to a rather slow start this year. But he's been coming along. His throwing hasn't been, for one thing, as good this year as it has been in previous years, nor has his hitting been as good. Seeing Joe DiMaggio batting around 270 doesn't look like Joe, because you'd expect to see him up around 350. But Joe just hasn't been able to get going at his regular clip. Of course, Yankee fans and the Yankee bosses figure that Joe will get going. He's been in a slump before. But anyway, he's one of the greatest ball players in the game, and he'll be in center field. At first base will be the big powerhouse of the Detroit Tigers, Rudy York. No, he's not exactly the outstanding fielding first baseman in the American League, but he can knock him down, he can get in front of him, and what is more, he can really powder that baseball. Yes, sir, that big boy can really sock that ball, and his big bat will come in handy in that American League lineup tonight. Now at second base is one of the greatest ball players in the game, Joe Gordon. If there's anything that a great second baseman should do that this fella cannot do, I don't know what it is. I was talking to one of the greatest men in baseball, Connie Mack, last year. Mr. Mack told me that he thought that Gordon was one of the greatest second basemen he'd ever seen, and that was enough for me. At third base will be Kenny Keltner, the outstanding third baseman of the Cleveland Indians. The catcher is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. Here's an announcement. It's about the test blackout. If you couldn't hear the announcement, the public address announcer was telling the fans that the blackout, the test blackout here in New York tonight, is going to start at 9:30, and the ball game had previously planned to end at 9:10, regardless of what stage the game was in. But now, because it's been late getting started, they're going to run it down to the actual blackout time, and the customers and fans here in the stands have been asked to remain in their seats. Gotten as far as the catcher, Bertie Tebbetts, who's going to be back at the plate in place of Bill Dickey, the old workhorse of the Yankees and one of the greatest catchers in the game. Tebbetts is a fine catcher, and he's a good hitter. And the pitcher tonight is going to be Spurgeon Chandler, a very fine right-hander of the New York Yankees, who has had a fine record this year. The pitchers in the American League are Chandler, Bonham, Ruffing, Benton, Newhouser, Hewson, Bagby, Hudson, and Eddie Smith. The pitchers for the National League are Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Carl Hubble, Passaw, Vandermeer, Walters, and Ray Starr of Cincinnati. There's been 2 changes. Melton was dropped off the squad today because of a sore arm, and Carl Hubble was substituted. Derringer was also out because of an injury, and Starr of Cincinnati was substituted. There was 1 substitution on the American League squad today, and that was Bill Dickey dropped off, and Wagner was substituted. And now, fans, we're all set for the All-Star game. The teams are going onto the field. The umpires are coming out. The 10th annual All-Star Ball Game is going to be brought to you exclusively by the Mutual Broadcasting System. The umpires have just walked up to the plate. The National League team has gone out onto the field, and I'm going to turn our microphone over now to my good friend Jim Britt of the Yankee Network, who will talk to you just as soon as you hear our national anthem. Good evening again, everyone. This is Jim Britt about to bring you the first 3 innings, play-by-play, of the 10th All-Star Game. As you know, the previous record is 6 victories for the American League, 3 for the National Leaguers. And at the moment, there goes the official starting ball being given to Morton Cooper. The rosin bag has already been handed him by the Brooklyn Bat Boy, who is the home bat boy for the National Leaguers, just as the Yankee Bat Boy is the host of the evening as far as the visiting American Leaguers are concerned. Walker Cooper is the catcher, and his brother Morton Cooper is on the mound. Recently, on the occasion of an Army-Navy relief game at Braves Field in Boston, attended by more than 25,000 fans, Morton Cooper came within 2 bloopers, 2 accidental base hits, you might say, of pitching a near-perfect ball game. In addition to that, he gave 1 walk. That was his 3rd consecutive shutout. Later, that streak was broken. Here is the starting plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, coming over to talk with manager Joe McCarthy of the New York Yankees about some matter pertaining to the game itself. At first base will be Ernie Stewart of the American League. At second base, the colorful Al Barlick of the National League. And at third base, Bill McGowan of the American League. The first man up will be manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians. He bats right-handed, has a season's batting average of 302. This is his first year as a skipper, the youngest skipper the American League has seen. He has 7 doubles, 7 triples, and a single home run since the start of the season. He is one of the most famous athletes in the history of the University of Illinois. He was a great basketball player. His opponents in the Middle West, especially in the Western Conference, insist to this day that great as he is in the diamond world, he was an even greater All-American cage star. There's the roar as Boudreau, who has quite an unorthodox batting stance, starts his position. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base, and at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators. Boudreau crouches. The outfield is just about straight away. Here's the first pitch, and it is ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to count. The infield is back on the left side. Archie Vaughn is playing just about 5 feet away from third base. The outfield is fairly deep on the left side, with Joe Medwick playing deep in the corner. 1 ball, Morton Cooper winds up, delivers. There goes a long drive towards left field. That ball is given a real ride, and it is up in the stands for a home run, and the American Leaguers lead 1-0. That was the first home run ever hit by Lou Boudreau in an All-Star game. It was a long drive that went to left center field, at around the 400-foot mark. It was a tremendous wallop off right-hander Morton Cooper, and the American Leaguers lead by a score of 1-0. Port-sider Tommy Henrik is up now. Here comes the pitch, and he looks at the ball low and outside. That is the second time Lou Boudreau has driven in a run in All-Star Game competition. The score is 1-0 in favor of the American League as a result of his walloping a tremendous homer to left field on the very second pitch thrown to him. The score 1-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. 1 ball to count on Henrik. Here it is. Too low. 2 balls and no strikes. A tremendous roar came from the throats of the assembled fans here at the Polo Grounds. That would have been a home run in virtually any baseball park in the league, in either league, including Washington's Griffith Stadium. The outfield is just about straight away for Tommy Henrik. Right fielder Mel Ott is fairly deep. Here's the pitch. Called strike. A nice pitch, just buckle high through the heart of the plate. Incidentally, Morton Cooper, like Higbee of the Brooklyn Dodgers and Passeau of the Cubs, is a jinx-defying hurler who wears the numerals 13 on his back. Paced by Boudreau's home run, the American Leaguers have nobody on in the top of the first. Nobody out, and the count is 1-2. Outside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. Cooper is a tall, swarthy, extremely handsome right-hander whom many of the Cardinal rooters believe is another Jerome Dizzy Dean. His record so far this season is 11-3, and his streak of 9 consecutive victories was just broken. He winds up, pitches. There's a foul ball down the third base line, fielded very easily by third base coach Artie Fletcher, who flips it to Archie Vaughn. Vaughn is rubbing up the ball. He takes a few steps over toward the infield grass, and Morton Cooper is standing out on the edge of the mound waiting for it. There's one of the American Leaguers making a slow trek from the giant dressing room here at the Polo Grounds over towards the left field bullpen. The count is 3-2. The big one just about ready to sail up with Tommy Henrik, the New York Yankee right fielder, up. Here it is. There goes a drive that goes solidly into right center field for a hit. Henrik pulls up at first base, rounds the bag, decides to go to second. There's the throw, and he has a double. Center fielder Pete Reeser came in to slow the ball up. It didn't quite have the power to reach him. It was right over the head of second baseman Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals. Henrik rounded first base and very smartly decided that he could take 2. He went all the way to second base, hit the dirt, and the play was not close. That is Henrik's 18th double of the year, by the way, but it doesn't count as far as his .287 batting mark is concerned. Thumping Theodore Williams of the Red Sox is up. That was Henrik's second RBI. Strike 1 called. Williams looked at the first one, which Morton Cooper threw just about chest high, right over the heart of the plate. Williams has a batting average of .348, 18 home runs so far this year, 80 runs driven in. He spread eagles both the major leagues in the power department. The American Leaguers lead 1-0. Henrik on second. Here's the pitch. High and outside, 1-1. Bucky Walters is warming up for the National Leaguers out in the right field bullpen. Morton Cooper has already faced 2 men. Boudreau hit a tremendous home run drive into the left field stands at the 400-foot mark, and Henrik doubled to right center. He hit the dirt with a nice slide going in. 1-1 the count on Williams. Henrik leads off. Here it is. There goes a long drive to left center field. Medwick is going deep for it, waiting, and he takes it. There goes Henrik tagging up. He draws a throw to third base, which is good, and he goes back to second. Williams hit a long fly ball to left center. It was taken by Medwick. And here is Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, whose all-star record is not star-studded. He has a batting average of .268. Many observers believe that this is the night he is destined to break out into full all-stardom. Low and inside, ball 1. Tommy Henrik is on second base with his illustrious Yankee teammate, Jolting Joe DiMaggio, standing in that famous wide base of his at home plate. He's waving his bat in the direction of Cooper. The outfield is deep to the left. Medwick has backed up. He is just about as deep as Ott was in right field for Williams. 1 ball to count. Here it is. Strike called. A good strike through the heart of the plate, buckle high, and the count is 1-1. 1 man out. The American Leaguers 1 run. The National Leaguers nothing. Lou Boudreau hit a home run on the second pitch. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. Henrik is still anchored at second. He takes a lead. Cooper pitches. Inside. Ball 2, strike 1. Joe was all set to tee off on that. Had it appealed to him, he doubtless would have swung from the heels. but he choked his bat and got out of the way. He and his brother Dominic and his other brother Vince stand with their feet probably wider apart than any other trio of batters, certainly any brother combination in the majors. 2-1 the count. There goes a high bouncing ground ball to Archie Vaughan. He holds the runner to second, throws to first. There's the throw to first base for the out. And Henrik, after the throw was made from Vaughan to Mize to retire DiMaggio, took third. Archie Vaughan did his job. He tried to bluff Tommy back to second base. Tommy did not go all the way back, realizing that Vaughan would have to commit himself. And just as soon as the long throw was made from Vaughan to Mize to retire Joe DiMaggio, Henrik took third on the out. 2 men out. Bucky Walters is still warming up, by the way. And big Rudy York, Chief Rudy York of the Detroit Tigers, is up. He is the first baseman. He bats 1 below the cleanup slot, has an average of .278, including 14 home runs. Henrik on third, 2 men out. Ball inside. That one very nearly shaved the letters. Detroit, right off the front of Rudy's chest. He wears the number 4. All these players, you know, are wearing their own uniforms. The National Leaguers, their home uniforms. The American Leaguers, their traveling suits. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 men out. Henrik stands in foul territory, just a little off third. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss. 1-1. Rudy swung from the heels on a handle curveball that came through fast. The infield is back on the left side. Eddie Miller, who has played in 39 errorless games going into this one tonight, which will not count against his National League fielding record, is a deep shortstop. The outfield to the left. There's a drive that goes towards right field. A long drive, and that ball is going in for another home run to make it 3-0. Rudy York is coming home, back of Tommy Henrik. He's being congratulated by Joe Gordon. The American League leads 3-0. And Rudy York, who is a notorious center field and left field hitter, hit a home run straight away into right field for his first All-Star run batted in, his 15th home run of the year. He has 14 through the regular season, and the score is 3-0 as Henrik scored ahead of him from third. Flash Gordon is up. He has an average of .347. A swing and a miss. Flash went up there ready to swing on the first one. The American Leaguers are threatening to turn this into a first-inning rout. 2 mighty home runs, 1 to left by Boudreau, 1 to right with 1 on by Rudy York, each hitting his first round-trip wallop in an All-Star game. 2 men out, none on, Gordon up. The count is 1 strike. Cooper pitches. There's a swing and a miss, and a chest-high curveball outside, and the count is 2 strikes. Morton Cooper so far has been no puzzle for the American Leaguers, but the game is young. With 8 2/3 innings still to be played, it is anyone's ball game. 2 men out in the top of the first, nobody on. Gordon has a mark of .347, bats right, waits, swings and misses for strike 3. That's the first strikeout of the 10th All-Star game. But the American Leaguers pounded Morton Cooper savagely in the first half of the first inning. They collected 3 runs on 3 very solid hits for a total of 10 bases. There were no errors, and of course, there were no runners left on base. Now, in the event you tuned in late, on Mutual's exclusive play-by-play report of the 10th All-Star game from the Polo Grounds in New York, the proceeds of which are to go into the Baseball Equipment Fund and to the Army and Navy Service Relief Societies, here are the lineups again. For the American League, manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians, shortstop. Tommy Henrik of the Yankees, right field. Ted Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees, center field. Rudy York of Detroit, first base. Flash Gordon of New York, second base. Ken Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, catcher. And Spurgeon Spud Chandler, whose record is 9-2, a right-hander, on the mound. For the National League, Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals, second base. Archie Vaughan of Brooklyn, third base. Pete Reeser of Brooklyn, center field. John Mize of the Giants, first base. Manager Mel Ott of the Giants in right field. Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn in left. Walker Cooper of the Cardinals, back of the plate. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves at shortstop. And Morton Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals on the mound. He already has been shelled savagely to the tune of 3 runs. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. Here comes Jimmy Brown, who is a switch batter. He will bat left-handed. With Spud Chandler on the mound, he has a batting average of .263, including 1 home run and 14 doubles. Here's the pitch. That ball hit him right in the small of the back, and he takes first.
Jimmy Brown had no opportunity even to get out of the way of an inside curve ball that broke very sharply, hit him in the small of the back, and he becomes the first National League base runner in the All-Star game of 1942. Archie Vaughan is up. Archie has a batting average of .270. He bats left-handed. One on, nobody out. Chandler pitches. Inside, ball one. Bill McKechnie is coaching at third base for the National Leaguers. Frankie Frisch of the Pittsburgh Pirates is coaching at first. One ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that is hit to second baseman Gordon. Gordon to Boudreau. One out. Boudreau to York. Double play. With a count 1 ball, Archie Vaughan lashed a savage grounder that went straight as an arrow from a bow to Flash Gordon. Gordon wheeled through to Boudreau, who made a magnificent pivot to throw to Rudy York, who made a good stretch to get Vaughan ahead of the relay. 2 men out, nobody on. Pete Reiser, the Major League batting champion of the moment at least, with a batting average of .361. A left-hand batter, 2 men out and none on. It knocked him down. Ball one, close to the head. Pete went down, now he gets up, brushes the dirt off his trousers. Spud Chandler is scraping the dirt together on the mound to make more comfortable that pace of his that he takes towards the plate. He has gotten rid of 2 men. His teammate, Joe Gordon, started a twin kill. Here's the pitch. Low and inside for a second ball. The American Leaguers have a lead of 3 runs to nothing on the strength of a home run by Lou Boudreau and a home run by Rudy York after Tommy Henrik had doubled. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a slowly topped ground ball that goes to Gordon. Gordon flips to York, and the side is retired. Chandler did not retire the side in 1-2-3 order, however. He hit Brown with a pitch. Vaughan smashed into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play, and then Reiser hit an easy roller to Joe Gordon. Gordon came in fast and smothered it on a slow hop and threw to York for the out. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left in the last half of the first inning, and there is a little band music to celebrate the fact that the American Leaguers have been the first to score. They'll show no partiality through the course of the evening, however, because there'll be just as much in the way of celebration on the part of the National League fans here tonight. The National League, by the way, is the host of the evening. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base. He's the celebrated Yankee coach, signal stealer, and third base coach par excellence, who has aided Joe McCarthy and his Yankees to so many World Championships. Coaching at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators, the former boy wonder. The coaches for the National Leaguers are Bill McKechnie and Frankie Frisch. The respective managers, of course, are the 2 men who matched strategies and tactics in the World Series last year at Yankee Stadium and Ebbets Field, Leo Durocher and Joe McCarthy. Defensively, the National Leaguers have Medwick in left, Reiser in center, Ott in right, an infield of Mize, Brown, Miller, and Vaughan, and the Cooper brothers of the battery. Ken Keltner of Cleveland is up. He has an average of .285, and he bats right. He opens the second inning for the American Leaguers. Cooper pitches. Ball one. The first pitch was just about hip high, and it missed the outside corner. The score, American Leaguers 3, National Leaguers nothing. The outfield is a shade to the left. Third baseman Archie Vaughan is playing close to the bag. Miller is deep at short. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball, slowly topped towards Miller, who charges it, makes a quick throw to first baseman John Mize for the out. That was an easy chance, and the Boston Brave shortstop, who has gone through 39 errorless games and has come within 25 or 30 chances of Leo Durocher's all-time National League defensive record, made an easy play. 1 man out, and here is Bertie Tebbetts, the catcher of the Detroit Tigers. He has a batting average of .244. He has 9 doubles so far this year. He is a straightaway hitter. They play him slightly to the left. A crossfire pitch is wide. Ball one. 1 man out in the first half of the second inning. The outfield slightly to the left. Miller playing back on the grass. Jimmy Brown, too, on the right side of second base is deep. And the third baseman and first baseman are playing fairly close. Right fielder Mel Ott is not deep. Cooper winds up, delivers, strike called. A sidearm fastball. The crowd likes the colorful way that Ballantyne has been calling them, because his voice has penetrated to every nook and cranny of the historic Polo Grounds. 1-1 the count, 1 man out, nobody on. The American League at bat in the first of the second with a 3-0 lead over their National League brethren. Here it is. A swing and a miss. And Tebbetts very nearly lost his balance and sat right down into the dirt. 1-2. If there is any one mark of distinction that Bertie wears more than any other, it is his aggressiveness. He is reminiscent of the great Mickey Cochran. He is a fire eater, and he fights for what he believes to be the right. 1-2, one man out. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. That is Cooper's second strikeout. He got Gordon to end the first half of the first inning. And here's Spud Chandler, the Yankee pitcher, coming up. He worked as recently as last Friday night when he defeated the Boston Red Sox in the opening tilt of that crucial 3-game series at Fenway Park. The first 5 hits were doubles, 2 of them by Williams and 2 by Dorr, but thereafter he settled down to coast in with a 5-3 lead. The fact that the Yankees took 2 out of 3 from Boston in that series enabled them to stretch their American League lead to 4 games. Spud has a batting average of 147. 2 men out and none on. A half swing. Called a ball when the pitch is wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Spud has a season's pitching record of 9-2. He and his teammate Hank Baroe of the Yankees are tops in the American League, just as Larry French is in the National League. Cooper pitches. Ball 2. That pitch was low and outside. Spud steps out of the batter's box. As pitchers hit, he's capable of pulling it a long way. The infield is back slightly on the left, and Mize is playing in just a few feet back of first base. Cooper gets his sign from his brother Walker. He delivers. Ball 3, low. Chandler was well up front that time. He had his bat in bunt position, never used it, and the count is 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. The American Leaguers are trying to make it 7 out of 10 in this All-Star Classic tonight. Cooper gets set, and it's a perfect strike. Chandler was set to take it, and he did. Not even an effort to swing. 3-1 the count. The National Leaguers are in the home team's dugout to the right, and just below us, in the dugout occupied by the New York Yankees, when they play in the Polo Grounds in World Series, are the American Leaguers. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2, and then Chandler did go down on one knee and was quick to get back up again. Cooper had himself in a 3-0 hole. Then he pitched a good called strike and got Chandler on a clean swing and a miss. 3-2. 2 men out and no one on. The windup. The pitch. There goes a long drive to right center field. Center fielder Reeser is over, waiting. And he takes it going away for the 3rd and final out in the first half of the 2nd inning. That is Pete's first chance. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. At the end of an inning and a half, going into the last half of the 2nd inning with the National Leaguers slated to come to the plate, the totals are American Leaguers, 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. The National Leaguers, no runs, no hits, and no errors. We pause now for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
The last half of the 2nd inning coming up with Big Johnny Mize, the New York Giant first baseman, his manager and right fielder Mellott, and left fielder Ducky Medwick of the Brooklyn Dodgers slated to bat in that order. If you're one of our most recent listeners and tuned in late, in the very first inning, Boudreau led off with a home run on the second pitch to put the American League ahead 1-0. Henrik doubled to right center, moved up on DiMaggio's infield out after Williams had flied out, and York hit a home run into the right field stands just inside the pole to make it 3-0. Chandler faces Mize. It's a strike. A fast one right down the middle to Big John. He represents most of the Giant power, the power the Cardinals lost in their trade. He has an average of .292 and 14 home runs. There's a foul ball way over to the right, up against one of the box seats, and there goes Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh to recover it. Strike 2. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit. That's the American League battery. In left field, Williams of Boston, DiMaggio and Henrik of the Yanks in center and right. The infield, York of Detroit, Gordon of New York, Boudreau and Keltner of Cleveland at first, second, short, and third. The count is 2 strikes on Johnny Mize. Here's the pitch. Too close. John simply stepped back almost imperceptibly to get out of the way of it. The outfield is just a shade to the right, and center fielder DiMaggio is playing deep. Chandler winds up, delivers. A curveball missed the outside corner. John followed it with his eye until the last possible break. The count is 2-2. The National Leaguers are trailing, no runs to 3 in the last half of the 2nd inning. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and his American League teammates are off to a flying start as a result of that power that they have been talking so much about. The windup, the pitch. There goes a ground ball, hit towards Rudy York. York spears it. Chandler covers, takes it in time for a beautiful piece of teamwork. That was a fine play, both by York and Chandler, who was able to go all the way from the mound to first to cover in time for the out. Mellott is up. And this, of course, is the Polo Grounds in the shadow of Coogan's Bluff. And Little Mel is one of the most beloved baseball players John McGraw ever had. He succeeded to the mantle of the famous Little Napoleon. He bats left-handed, has a batting average of .269, which is well below par for him. He has 12 home runs, however, and 10 doubles this year. 1 out, none on. Strike called. Chandler threw a fairly slow curveball over the outside. It had a nice break, just about waist high. 1 strike, 1 man out, nobody on. The American League ahead, 3-0. There goes a high foul ball, and it's going out of the field of play, up on top of the press coop, and then it rolled down over the top. The count is strike 2. That play made by Rudy York on Mize was great, but it would not have been possible had it not been for the quick reflex action of Spud Chandler, who went very quickly from the mound to first base to cover, a distance of about 65 feet. 2 strikes, 1 man out, nobody on. The National Leaguers are striving desperately to get those 3 runs back. Chandler so far has been effective, and he has had fine support. The outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch. Outside and high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. When Little Mel first reported to John McGraw down in the Louisiana training camp of the New York Giants, you may recall he was a catcher. But after 1 or 2 days back of the mound, back of the plate, McGraw decided to make him a fielder. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Mel still has that characteristic of his batting stance. He cocks that right foot well up into the air and lets go with it just as he swings with that lethal left-handed power of his. 2-2, 1 man out. Nobody on for the National Leaguers in the last half of the second. Spud Chandler gets his sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He takes a deep windup. Pitches inside. That one very nearly hit Mel. 3-2. He had to spin back out of the way of it. Plate umpire Lee Ballanfant goes through his whisk room act. Now he puts the brush back into his pocket. He is trying to tell somebody in the dugout that last was a foul ball and the count should be 2-2. That's right. I assumed that the ball nearly hit Mel, but it ticked his bat on the way by. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, and he is called out. He stands there as if he does not believe it. It's a called 3rd strike. A curveball that broke just about chest high. Apparently it caught the inside corner, and Mel stood there incredulously, finally went back to the dugout and made way for Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn. That is the first strikeout for Spud Chandler, and he crossed up Mel out with a superb curveball. 2 men out, Medwick up with a batting average of .344. He's runner-up to Reeser in the National League batting department. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball hit to Rudy York. York takes it. There goes Chandler to cover quickly. He steps on the bag. Medwick is out, and that is a 1-2-3 inning. In 2 frames, Spud Chandler of the New York Yankees has faced only 6 of his National League brethren. Oddly enough, out of the 3 plays that have not involved a double play on the part of the American League defense, it has been York to Chandler twice, with Mize and Medwick being the victims. In 2 innings, the National Leaguers have no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. They have had only 1 base runner, and he was short-lived. Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitch in the first inning, but Vaughn whacked into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play. Morton Cooper is going to pitch in the first half of the 3rd inning as well. And again, he will face Lou Boudreau. That home run of Lou's must have climaxed a boyhood dream, because what red-blooded American youngster doesn't have some childlike vision that one day he will step up to the plate in an All-Star game or a World Series Classic and boom one of the enemy pitches far away into the bleachers for 4 bases. It was the first run Lou had driven in an All-Star game. It was also his first home run. Rudy York's first home run was a freak as far as Rudy is concerned, because he hit it as a left-hander might, just down the right field line, a well-timed blow that went into the stands. Boudreau has 1 hit for a total of 4 bases. Morton Cooper pitches. There goes a high fly ball to straight center field. Reeser is coming in fast. Second baseman Brown going out. Reeser takes it for the out. 1 man out, nobody on. Tommy Henrik comes up. Henrik got 2 bases on a ball that stopped rolling when it got out into short right center field. Both Reeser and Ott had to converge on it. Tommy collected his 18th double of the year, but 17 of them count in regulation American League games. 1 out and none on. He bats left. There goes a high pop-up. Jimmy Brown is running in to the right side of second base. He follows it, and he takes it for the second out. Morton Cooper has really buckled down. He has now retired 6 consecutive American League batters after that savage 3-run explosion in the top of the first. 2 men out and Ted Williams up. Ted lifted a high fly ball to left fielder Joe Medwick about 360 feet out his first time up, with Henrik on second base. Henrik was stranded, moved to third, and then scored on York's homer. Ted gets set. Here it is. Strike called. That pitch was right through the heart of the plate. It split that 17-inch platter just below the buckle, and the count is strike 1. 2 men out. Ted has 18 home runs, 13 doubles, 4 triples this year, and has driven in 80 runs. 2 men out and none on. Here's the pitch. There goes a drive safely into right field for a solid base hit, and the kid pulls up at first with a single. Hit number 4 for the American League. Joe DiMaggio comes up. Joe grounded out in the first inning to third baseman Archie Vaughan of the National Leaguers. The fact that a few boos greet him as he goes to the plate is really a tribute to his popularity, because no player has ever really achieved greatness until some of the boys sit back and give him the old Bronx cheer. It's music to the ears of most of them. 2 men out, Williams on first. DiMaggio, a right-hand batter, the outfield deep to the left. There's a high pop-up to the right. Back of the plate comes Walker Cooper, waiting for it, and he takes it for the third out in the top of the third inning. A high foul fly on the first pitch, with Williams breaking for second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. In the event you tuned in late, the American League's 3 runs came right off the reel. They exploded like gunpowder. Lou Boudreau took a ball. Then the next pitch was in there, and he promptly lost it in the left field stands at around the 400 mark. It was a tremendous wallop, and he put every ounce of his right-handed power behind it to drive in his first all-star game run and send the American Leaguers away to a flying 1-0 start. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. He held second as Medwick took Ted Williams' long fly ball in left center field. Henrik moved to third as Archie Vaughan threw out Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York holed a long right-handed home run just inside the right field stands, the spot into which Mel Ott normally deposits those long round trippers of his. Willard Marshall is going to bat for Cooper, Mort Cooper. The first man up in the last half of the third inning will be Walker Cooper. His brother will not come to the plate. It will be Walker Cooper, Eddie Miller, and Will Marshall of the New York Giants. He is the sensational rookie outfielder of this year, whom the Giants purchased from one of the Southern clubs on a look basis. There's the long throw from catcher Bertie Tebbetts down to second baseman Flash Gordon of the Yankees. Third baseman Ken Keltner is waiting for Spud Chandler to look up before he returns the pitch to him. In 2 innings, Spud has faced 6 men. He hit Brown in the back in the first inning to give the National Leaguers their only base runner. Now, with a more or less decisive 3-0 lead, he faces Walker Cooper, whose season's average is .284. Walker bats right. Foul tip into the dirt, out of the reach of Bertie Tebbetts. Walker has 4 home runs so far this year, 8 doubles and 2 triples. Oddly enough, he was the pitcher and Morton was the catcher when the Cooper brothers broke in. Mort decided he would infinitely prefer to throw at his brother. So today he is the outstanding pitcher of the National League, with 11 victories and 3 defeats. 1 strike, no balls, none out and none on in the last of the third. Chandler delivers. There's a drive that goes savagely to Gordon's right into center field for a hit. The first National League hit of the night. It came on the second pitch. After a foul strike, Walker Cooper smashed a savage grounder about 15 feet to the right of Joe Gordon. And there is no longer a no-hitter in prospect for the American League twirler. Eddie Miller is up. Eddie has a batting average of .268. He's the shortstop of the Boston Braves, is having his greatest year. He has a record of 39 errorless games. His batting record includes 4 home runs, 19 doubles, and he's well up among the major league leaders in stolen bases. Walker Cooper on first, none out. Here's the pitch. There's a foul ball drifting back into the stands for a strike. 1 strike, no balls. Nobody out in the last half of the third inning. How long Spud Chandler is going to pitch remains to be seen. There has been no warm-up activity in the American League bullpen, but Johnny Vandermeer and Bucky Walters have been warming up alternately. It now is Vandermeer in the National League bullpen out in right field. 1 strike. Chandler stretches, pitches. There's a ground foul to the left, and the count is strike 2. That hit the box in which the venerable Connie Mack of the Philadelphia A's is seated, one of the greatest figures in baseball. 2 strikes the count. Back of home plate crouches Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit. The infield is slightly to the left. It's set up in a possible double play formation. And Spud Chandler is undoubtedly trying to keep the ball low on Eddie Miller to make him hit it into the dirt. Here's the pitch. Strike three. Miller went after a chest-high curveball, missed it cleanly, and then he asked the plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, to check it and look it over. And Ballanfant is going to throw it out. That is Chandler's second strikeout. And here is Willard Marshall of the New York Giants. He is one of the New York Giant outfielders. He has a batting average so far this season of 251. Miller was the first out in the last half of the third inning. He went down swinging. Walker Cooper is on first, and left-handed Will Marshall is batting for Morton Cooper, the St. Louis Cardinal pitcher who started for the National Leaguers. The American Leaguers lead 3-0. Here's the pitch by Chandler, low and outside for a ball. Here is another first, by the way. Walker Cooper got the first National League hit. Willard Marshall is the first pinch hitter of the evening. Chandler stretches, pitches, a slow ball is topped to the right of the mound. Chandler picks it up, throws to Boudreau for a force out at second. The relay to first is not in time. It's a fielder's choice. Marshall grounded one right back to Chandler, who quickly went to his left to break it down. He wheeled and threw to shortstop Lou Boudreau to force Walker Cooper, but Marshall reached first base on the fielder's choice. Boudreau was unable to get out of the way of Walker Cooper, who came in spikes flying in an effort to make his relay in time for the twin kill. 2 men out. Will Marshall of the Giants is on first base, and Jimmy Brown, the St. Louis Cardinal third baseman, and the second baseman in the All-Star Classic tonight, is up. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He bats left-handed. In the dirt, ball one. Jimmy bats both left and right. But the fact that Spud Chandler throws from the right side makes Jimmy turn around on the left side. He is a switch hitter. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 men out. Marshall on first. Chandler delivers. There's a ground ball hit right to Joe Gordon. Gordon bobbles it, recovers it, and throws to first for the out. And the first 3 innings are over. Gordon bobbled the ball, but recovered in plenty of time. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. So here are the 3-inning totals. For the American Leaguers, 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. For the National Leaguers, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. And now for the play-by-play report of the next 3 innings. Here is Mel Allen of WOR, New York.
Hello, everybody. We're going to have a new pitcher for the National Leaguers as we get ready to go into the 4th inning of this 10th annual All-Star game, and it's going to be Johnny Vandermeer. Morton Cooper, who started for the National Leaguers, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1 man, and allowed 3 runs, all of which came in the first inning when manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians led off with a home run. Tommy Henrik followed with a double, and then after Cooper had retired Williams and DiMaggio, Rudy York hit a home run into the right field stand, scoring Henrik ahead of him to give the American Leaguers their 3 runs and their current 3-0 lead as we prepare to go into the first half of the 4th inning. And Johnny Vandermeer has appeared in 15 games so far this season for the Cincinnati Reds. He's won 8 and lost 6. He has pitched 121 and 1/3 innings, during which time he has allowed 90 hits, walked 46 men, struck out 75. This is not Vandermeer's first appearance in an All-Star game. Here's the announcement. Back in 1938, Johnny Vandermeer appeared in an All-Star game and got credit for 1 of the 3 games which the National Leaguers have won from the American League teams. He pitched 3 innings in 1938 in the All-Star game, allowed 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 1 to get credit for the win. Incidentally, Dizzy Dean and Paul Derringer are the other 2 pitchers who boast wins over the American Leaguers. Dean's came in 1936 in the 4th game of the All-Star Classic. Final score was 4-3. Paul Derringer got credit for the win for the National League in 1940. That was the year the National Leaguers shut out the American Leaguers 4-0, the only shutout game in the history of the All-Star Classic. Along with Derringer, Walters, White, French, and Hubble combined to hurl that shutout. Rudy York leads off for the American League as we go into the first half of the 4th inning, with the American Leaguers leading 3-0. York hit a home run in the first inning with Tommy Henrik aboard. Bats right-handed. Vandermeer into the windup. In comes the pitch. York takes a very high one way over the head of Morton Cooper. Had there been anyone on, it would have been a wild pitch. Ball one. A very high pitch way over the head of both York and Morton Cooper. Vandermeer goes to the Rosenbag, get a better grip on that ball. Outfield plays York. Just a bit toward left and center and left, straightaway and right. Vandermeer ready. Into his windup. In comes the pitch to York. He takes a high one for ball two. 2-0 to count on York. On deck is Joe Gordon. Then will come Kenny Keltner. Vandermeer looks in and gets the sign from Morton Cooper. Art Fletcher is coaching at third base. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first. Vandermeer ready with a 2-0 pitch to York. York swings and misses. Strike one. 2-1 to count on Rudy. The National League infield, Vaughn at third, Miller at short, Brown at second, Mize on first. In the outfield, Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. 2 balls, 1 strike on Rudy York, leading off for the American League, first half of the 4th inning. Vandermeer throws. York takes another one high, very high for ball 3. We have a 3-1 count on the Detroit Tigers first baseman. He turns around and looks at Walker Cooper, and umpire Lee Ballantyne working back to the plate and sort of smiles at them. Vandermeer adjusts his cap, stands up on the hill, looks in now to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Taking his time. Eyes all set for the 3-1 pitch. York digs in, cocks that bat up over his right shoulder. Here it is. He takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. So we have a full count on Rudy York. 3-2. 3-0 the score, favor of the American League. First half of the 4th inning. Outfield back very deep for York. Archie Vaughn playing a deep third, close to the third base line. Mize a deep first, guarding the first base line. Here's the payoff pitch to York. Rudy swings, he misses. Strike 3. Strikeout number 1 for Johnny Vandermeer. And the second American leaguer to have struck out this evening. The first one being Joe Gordon in the first inning, whom Morton Cooper struck out. And here's Joe Gordon stepping in. Has a batting average on the season of .347. That's right-handed. Gordon's all-star batting average is .125 up until tonight's game. Vandermeer throws. Gordon takes a slow pitch high for ball 1. Outfield pulled over toward left and deep in center and left, almost ready to win right. Playing for a pull hitter primarily. Vandermeer taking his time. 1 out, nobody on base. Johnny ready to work. Throws. Gordon takes it high for ball 2. 2-0 to count on the Yankees' second baseman, Joe Gordon. Joe steps out of the batter's box for a moment to get himself a little dirt in his hands. Now he moves back in hitting position, has a look at Bucky Harris coaching at first for the hitter take sign of the 2-0 pitch. Vandermeer ready to throw it. Goes into his windup. Gordon set at the plate. Here it comes. Joe swings, he misses. Strike 1. 2-1 the count. Gordon steps out of the batter's box now. Vandermeer goes back to the Rosenbag. Crowd got a whale of a kick out of Joe Gordon's terrific cut at that pitch. 3-0 is the score, favor of the American League. First half of the 4th inning. Vandermeer rocks in the box as he goes into his windup. Here's his delivery. Gordon takes it. Strike 2, it's called. Sharp curve over the outside corner. Let her high. So it's 2-2 on Joe Gordon. Once again, Vandermeer to the Rosenbag. The umpires back to the plate, Lee Ballantyne. At first base, Ernie Stewart. Al Barlick. On second, Bill McGowan. At third. 1 away, nobody on. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Joe Gordon. Vandermeer looking in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Now he's ready to work. Gordon digs in, awaiting the pitch. In it comes. It's high. Ball 3, and we have a full count on Gordon. 3-2. Joe reaches down, get a little dirt. Wipes it on his hands, looks over at the National League bench. Some of the boys gave him a bit of a ride. He gets in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, feet pretty close together, holds that bat down to the end of the handle. Vandermeer all set for the payoff pitch to Joe Gordon. Here it comes. Gordon takes it, and it's in there for called strike 3. And so Johnny Vandermeer strikes out the first 2 men he faces, Rudy York and Joe Gordon, and already buzzing in the minds of the fans here at the Polo Grounds tonight. That historic performance in an all-star game of Carl Hubbell. Remember that. Struck out those 5 men in a row. Here is Kenny Keltner stepping up, grounded out to short in the second inning. That's right-handed. First pitch is high outside for ball 1. Keltner hitting at .299 on the season. He was hitting at an even .500 up until tonight's game in all-star competition. Knee slightly bent, holds that bat down at the end of the handle, extended in front of his body. Outfield pulled a little over toward left. Vandermeer all set. Kellner digs in. In comes the pitch. Kellner swings and lifts a pop-up. Out toward short. Eddie Miller under it, waiting for it to come down. Still waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. It went way up there. Took a long time to come down. And so Johnny Vandermeer gets a nice hand as he moves off the mound to the National League bench. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on for the American Leaguers. In the fourth inning, and the score at the end of 3.5 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. Now we're going to pause for station identification.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Hello there once again, baseball fans. Mel Allen speaking to you from the Polo Grounds. This evening, the Mutual Broadcasting System is bringing you exclusively the play-by-play description of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. Bob Elson of Chicago and Jimmy Britt of Boston alongside bring you this play-by-play description. The game tonight is being played for the benefit of Uncle Sam's Armed Forces, for the benefit of their Bat and Ball Fund, for the Army Emergency Relief Fund, and for the Navy Relief Society. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American League as we come into the last half of the fourth inning. The American Leaguers striking swiftly, a home run by Lou Budrow and one by Rudy York with Tommy Henrik on, who had doubled in the first inning, giving the American Leaguers their 3 runs. Here's Archie Vaughn leading off for the National League in the last half of the fourth. He hit into a double play in the first inning. He hit 2 home runs last year in the All-Star game in Detroit. Spud Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch. Swung on. It's a ground ball hit out to first. York grabs it. Chandler running over to first to throw. He steps on first just in time for the out ahead of Archie Vaughn. A very close play. Chandler's had quite a workout tonight in taking throws over to first from New York. That's the 3rd time tonight that he has made the put out at first base. Johnny Mize and Joe Medwick in the second inning each grounded to York, and Chandler covered on each play. 1 out. Here is Pete Reiser, the Brooklyn Dodgers, stepping in, grounded out to Joe Gordon in the first inning. Bats left-handed, has an average on the season of .361. 3-0 favor of the American League, last half of the fourth. This year it's possible for the starting pitcher to go 5 innings, and it may be that Chandler will go that distance. We'll wait and see. First pitch into Reiser. Outside, ball 1. On deck is Johnny Mize. 3-0 favor of the American League, last half of the fourth. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks out in the outfield, playing Reiser almost straight away. Little activity in the American League bullpen right now. Left-hander and a right-hander warming up. Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch to Reiser. It's inside for ball 2. Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers is throwing, along with Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. Chandler throws. Reiser swings to lines 1 out. Gordon makes a great stop, picks it up, throws to first, and in time for the out, but then York drops the ball. And the decision is changed on the play, and safe at first is Pete Reiser. Joe Gordon went far to his right and back of second base, made a one-handed, glove-handed stop of Reiser's drive, picked the ball up after he had momentarily booted it, threw over to first, in time for the out, but York couldn't hold on to the ball, and the decision first was changed, and the official scorer has decided to give Pete Reiser credit for a base hit. A beautiful stop by Joe Gordon. And here is Johnny Mize stepping in. Mize grounded out York to Chandler, who covered in the second inning, his first time up. Mize bats left-handed. 1 out. Reiser on first. Chandler looks in to get the sign from Tebbets, takes a stretch. Looks over at first. Here's the pitch. Mize takes it over the inside corner for called strike 1. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, coaching at third base. Frankie Frisch at first base. Outfield playing Mize deep. Slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Chandler ready. Reiser moves off first. The pitch to Mize. Mize swings and he misses. Strike 2. Kenny Keltner at third base. Lou Budrow at shortstop. Joe Gordon at second. Rudy York on first. The American League infield. Bertie Tebbets is catching. In the outfield, it's Williams in left. DiMaggio in center. Joe DiMaggio. And Tommy Henrik in right field. Spud Chandler stands ahead of Mize. Frankie Frisch hollers down to the plate to John. Be ready. Chandler ready to work. Looks over, throws. Mize swings and drives one going into deep right field. There goes Tommy Henrik racing way back, going back to the bullpen and makes the catch for the out. And Pete Reiser, who was all the way down to second, has to hustle to get back to first. Johnny Mize drove one into deep right field. A drive good for more than 400 feet. But Tommy Henrik raced way back to the National League bullpen, which is in deep right field, to make the catch for the out. It was so far out that Pete Reiser was on first, had time to go all the way down to second base and come back to first after the catch. 2 outs now. Had Mize been able to pull that one a little bit more, it would have been in the stands. 2 outs, and here's Malott stepping in. Took a third call strike in the second inning. Left-handed hitter. First pitch to him. Outside and low for ball 1. 3-0 the score in favor of the American League. Last half of the 4th inning. 2 men away. Pete Reiser on first base. Defense had set up for Ott. Almost the same as it was for Johnny Mize. Chandler blows on his pitching hand. Bobs the ball around his glove. Bertie Tebbets in the crouch to give him the sign. Chandler takes a stretch. Reiser leads off first. In comes the pitch to Ott. It's in the dirt and gets away from Bertie Tebbets. There goes Pete Reiser down to second. Tebbets chasing the ball. Reiser takes a wide turn, but ducks back into second. And lining up in back of Kenny Keltner, who's there to cover third, is Chandler, Budrow, and Ted Williams. He had plenty of protection. Back of him on that play had Tebbets elected to throw the ball down to third. The official scorer has called that a pass ball. Charged to Bertie Tebbets, enabling Pete Reiser to go down to second base, and that puts him in scoring position. 2 balls, no strikes on Malott. Oddie has a look at Bill McKechnie coaching at third for the hitter-take sign of this 2-0 pitch. 3-0 the score, favor the American League, last half of the 4th. And that's the first National Leaguers who have reached second base so far in the ball game. Chandler taking his time. Malott stepping in there to hit. Chandler ready, takes a stretch, looks back at second, throws over the inside corner for call, strike 1 on Oddie. 2-1. 3-0 the score, favor the American League. It's the last half of the 4th inning, 2 men out. Pete Reiser on second base. Out the batter with Joe Medrick on deck. Chandler takes a long, slow stretch, throws, out swings, and drives it foul right at the plate. Strike 2. 2-2 the count. Bertie Tebbets picks the ball up, hands it to Lee Ballanfant. Lee rubs the cover up a little bit and hands it back to Tebbets, who in turn tosses it out to Spud Chandler. Little activity still going on in the American League bullpen. Al Benton, a right-hander, and Ed Smith, a left-hander. Warming up. Benton of the Tigers, Smith of the White Sox. 2-2 the count on Malott. Chandler taking his time. Now he's ready. Into his stretch. Reiser leads off second. Here's the pitch to Ott. Mel swings and drives one, but curving foul. It's going foul up into the upper deck in right field. He pulled that one a little bit too much. Pulled it foul up over the scoreboard in right field and into the upper deck. So the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mel's been playing these polo grounds for many a year. Knows all of its little tricks. And many a ball he's pulled into those right field stands. He's hit 12 home runs on the season. Chandler ready. Here it is. Ott moves away from an inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on the Giant skipper. Mel Ott steps out of the batter's box, gets a little dirt on his hands. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks around the outfield once again. Pete Reiser standing just a few feet off second. Lou Budrow a deep short. Budrow starts moving in back of Reiser, trying to make Reiser duck back into second. Reiser doesn't pay him any attention. Chandler ready for the payoff pitch to Mel Ott. Here it is. Ott swings, sends a bounder out to second. Joe Gordon takes it on 2 hops, throws over to Rudy York in time for the out. And that's all for the National League in the last half of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no American League errors, 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of 4 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. As we go into the 5th inning, it'll be Bertie Tebbets, Spud Chandler, and Lou Budrow scheduled to hit in that order unless we have a pinch hitter possibly for Chandler. Activity still taking place in the American League bullpen. And that's all for Chandler. He just took his jacket, threw it over his arm, and is trotting out to the clubhouse. And listen to the applause. Spud Chandler, who started the game for the American League, thus worked 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits, issued no passes, and struck out 2 men. And should the American Leaguers maintain their current advantage, the victory will be credited to Spud Chandler in all probability. Bertie Tebbets will lead off for the American League as we go into the first half of the 5th inning. Tebbets struck out in the 2nd inning in his only appearance at the plate thus far. This is Bertie's first appearance in an all-star game. Bill Dickey, who was scheduled to catch for the American Leaguers, came up with a lame shoulder and was unable to participate. Tebbets digs in, right-handed batter. Outfield pulled over toward left. Johnny Vandermeer, left-hander, doing the pitching now for the National League. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings. Vandermeer into the windup, first pitch to Tebbets. Over the inside corner for call, strike 1. Art Fletcher coaching at third. New York Yankee coach. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first base. Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics is going to bat for Spud Chandler. He's on deck. Vandermeer pitches. Tebbets takes it. Inside. Ball 1. Almost had the inside corner, but not quite. Walker Cooper still doing the catching for the National League. National League wearing home uniforms. They're the home team today. 1-1 the count now on Bertie Tebbets. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning. Johnny Vandermeer, the left-hander, ready, throws. Tebbets swings and fouls it off. Over the National League dugout, up into the upper deck. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Walker Cooper rubbing up to cover the new ball he just got from umpire Lee Ballantyne. Tosses it out to Johnny Vandermeer. If custom is followed, as in past All-Star games, we will have a shift in the umpires at the end of this half inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bertie Tebbets. Johnny Vandermeer doing the pitching. All set to work on Tebbets. Into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbets takes a high one for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Bertie. Al Benton is throwing in the bullpen for the American Leaguers and very likely will take to the mound as we come into the last half of the 5th inning. Time call for a moment. Tebbets stepped out of the batter's box. Now he moves back in hitting position. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. In comes the pitch. Tebbets takes it. It's high for ball 3. 3-2 the count. Bucky Harris coaching at first points to first base as Tebbets looks down to him. In other words, meaning watch this one carefully. Get on base. Make it be in there, in other words. Vandermeer standing on the hill looking in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbets lifts a high pop-up curving foul back at first. Johnny Mize going over, and Walker Cooper Mize under it and makes the catch for the out. Tebbets fouls out to Johnny Mize. And here's Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics coming up to bat for Spud Chandler. Johnson has an average on the season of .278. Here's the announcement. Johnson was on the All-Star squad for the American League in 1935 and 1938. Has been at bat 5 times and has failed to hit. Vandermeer into the windup and the first pitch to Johnson's. He starts to swing, checks it, but it's in there anyway for call strike 1. Outfield plays him toward left and center and left, almost right away and right. Johnson holds that bat down with him. The handle cocks it high up over his right shoulder. Stands in fairly close to the plate. Feet slightly spread. Vandermeer set to throw. Does. Johnson swings and lines one out in the left field for a base hit. Joe Medwick goes over to field it. There's Johnson taking his turn. Medwick throws in to Jimmy Brown at second. The ball cut off by Eddie Miller. It's short. And on at first is Bob Johnson with a single to left. And that's his first hit in an All-Star game. His 6th time at bat. And that for the American Leaguers is their 5th hit of the evening. 4 of them off Morton Cooper, the first one off Johnny Vandermeer. Claude Passot is throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Passot, right-hander. Manager Lou Budrow of the Cleveland Indians steps in. A right-handed batter hit a home run in the first inning, fly to Reeser and center in the 3rd. That 1 hit and 2 times at bat so far tonight. Stretched by Vandermeer. A look over at first. In comes the pitch. Budrow takes it. A little low. Ball 1. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning. Outfield shaded toward left for Budrow. In center and left. Straight away and right. Eddie Miller in about 3 or 4 paces at short. Same for Jimmy Brown at second in double play position. Vandermeer takes the stretch. In it comes. Pitch is swung on and fouled off by Lou Budrow, who took a couple of steps forward in the batter's box trying to drive the ball behind the runner into right field. 1-1 the count on Lou. Tom Henrik is on deck. 1 out. Bob Johnson on first base. Vandermeer just gone to the rosin bag. Now steps back onto the hill, looks in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Takes his stretch. Johnson leads off first. Mize on the bag with him. Here it is. Pitch is swung on, fouled off high to the right of the plate, up over the roof and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes still to count on Lou Budrow. A youthful skipper of the Cleveland Indians, doing a grand job for his American League entry. 1-2 on Lou. Johnny Vandermeer's taking his time. Guys all set to go. Johnny Mize on the bag at first with Bob Johnson, who takes a short lead. Vandermeer ready, takes a stretch. Looks over at first and throws. Budrow swings, sends one right back to the mound. Vandermeer takes it, throws to Eddie Miller, who falls down to the ground but holds on to the ball, keeps his foot on the bag in time for the out. Jimmy Brown was over too, and Bob Johnson sliding in upset Jimmy Brown, but Eddie Miller had his foot on the bag as he fell, taking the throw from Vandermeer for the forced play on Bob Johnson at second. No chance for a throw to first, attempting to double up Lou Budrow. So there are 2 outs. Budrow on first base, and the batter Tommy Henrik, who doubled in the first inning, scored a moment later ahead of Rudy York's home run to the right field stands. Henrik popped out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the 3rd inning. Hits left-handed, stretched by Vandermeer. Budrow has the lead off first. In comes the pitch to Henrik. He swings, and he misses. Strike 1. He tried to check his swing, but couldn't. Went around. Ted Williams is on deck. He'll hit next if Tommy Henrik gets on. This is Henrik's first appearance in an all-star game. Budrow moving off first. Vandermeer takes a stretch, looks at the runner, throws to Henrik, and it's in there for call strike 2. The nice curve over the inside corner, belt high. And so Vandermeer stands ahead of the hitter. 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. 3-0 the score favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning of this 10th annual All-Star Classic. Vandermeer okays the sign. Budrow moves way off first. Johnny throws in to Henrik, who swings and lifts a foul up over our mutual booth, up into the upper deck, to the left of home plate. Count remains, no balls, 2 strikes. Henrik chokes the bat just about an inch, stands deep in the batter's box, fairly close to the plate. Drives a long ball, good full hitter. Here it is. Henrik takes it, it's high for ball 1. Tommy can also punch him to left field pretty well, since the outfield plays him straight away. Johnny Mize on it first with Budrow. 2 men out. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Tommy Henrik, the batter. Vandermeer ready to work now. Takes his stretch. Budrow moving off first. Here it is. Henrik swings and he misses. The ball is dropped by Cooper, but he picks it up, tags out Tommy Henrik. Strikeout number 3 for Johnny Vandermeer. And that's all for the American League in the first half of the 5th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the National Leaguers, 1 man left on. And the score at the end of 4 1/2 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. And sudden onslaught by the American Leaguers in the first inning, which saw Lou Budrow lead off with a home run, Tommy Henrik double, and Rudy York follow with a home run, has given the American Leaguers their 3-0 lead. And so as we come into the last half of the 5th inning, we're going to have a new pitcher for the American Leaguers. Bud Chandler worked the first 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits in blanking the National League. And it's going to be Big Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers. Benton has been in 17 games so far this season for Del Baker. He's won 6 and lost 5. Has pitched 129 2/3 innings. Has allowed 111 hits, walked 40, struck out 58. And we're going to have a change in umpires, as we indicated to you a moment ago. That seems to be the tradition in all-star games. We'll watch and see just what the lineup is going to be in the way of umpires as we get ready for more action here in the last half of the 5th. The announcement over the public address system was concerning the coming into the game of Al Benton. Bill McGowan is going to work back to the plate now, and Lee Ballanfant is going to move down to 3rd base. Al Barlick has moved over to 1st base, and Ernie Stewart of the American League will umpire at 2nd base. So there's the new alignment of umpires. Lee Ballanfant of the National League, who started back at the plate and worked the first 4 1/2 innings, has gone down to 3rd. Bill McGowan of the American League, who was at 3rd, has come in back at the plate. Al Barlick, who started umpiring at second base of the National League, has moved over to first, and Ernie Stewart of the American League, who is umpiring at first, has moved over to second. Joe Medwick leads off for the National League as we come into the last half of the fifth inning. He'll be followed by Walker Cooper and then Eddie Miller. Medwick bats right-handed. Grounded out York to Chandler, who covered in the second inning. Benton into the windup, throws. First pitch is high for ball one. 3-0 favor the American League. It's the last half of the fifth inning. Bill McKechnie of Cincinnati still coaching at third. Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh at first. Benton throws. Medwick takes it. Strike one call. A fastball. Let her high. 1-1 the count on Joe. Playing great ball for the Brooklyn Dodgers this year. Benton looks in to get the sign from Bertie Tebbetts. Detroit battery right now. Benton ready, throws. Medwick swings and fouls it off. Back to the plate, high, up over the roof, and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Joe Medwick. Al Benton has a new ball. Ready to work with it. Tebbetts into the crouch to give Al the sign. Great big fellow. Into his windup, throws. Medwick ducks under a high pitch for ball 2. Ducky ducked under that one. 2-2 the count on Medwick. Joe stands in close to the plate. Benton ready. Throws overhand. There's a pitch swung on, and Keltner comes up with a great one-handed stop with throw to York in time for the out. Medwick drove one which appeared headed between Keltner and Budrow, but Keltner went to his left, came up with a one-handed, glove-handed pickup of his vicious bounder, and then threw over to York in time to retire Medwick and rob him of a base hit. Here's Walker Cooper stepping in. Cardinal catcher single to right in the third inning for the first National League hit of the night. They've only had 2. Bats right-handed. Al Benton ready for the first pitch. Here it is. High inside. Ball 1. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. It's the last half of the fifth inning. Eddie Miller is on deck. Walker Cooper ready. Here it is. He doesn't mean to swing on that one, but does. The ball rolls down the third baseline. Tebbetts picks it up, throws over to first. In time for the out on a very nice play. Walker Cooper meant to check his swing. Couldn't. The ball hit the bat and rolled down the third baseline. Tebbetts raced out, grabbed it, wheeled around, threw over to York in time to retire Cooper for the second out. So there have been 2 swell defensive plays on the part of the American League here in the last half of the fifth inning to retire the first 2 men. Up now is Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves, who struck out in the third inning, up for his second time, bats right-handed. Al Benton rocks in the box, throws. Miller swings, hits this one past the mound out to short. Budrow up with it. There's a throw to York in time for the out. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the fifth inning. Out in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And at the end of 5 innings of play, the score remains 3-0 in favor of the American League. Going into the first half of the sixth inning, we'll have Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York coming up in that order for the American League. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, stops at the plate to talk to Bill McGowan for a moment. Ted Williams, who has a couple of bats, swinging them from shoulder to shoulder, kids around with Bill McKechnie as he moves over now to the National League bench. Art Fletcher, who's coaching at third for the American League, goes down to talk to Lee Valenfant back at third base, while Johnny Vandermeer tosses a few in from the mound. For those of you who might have tuned in late and are wondering how the American League achieved their 3-0 advantage, we'll repeat that Lou Budrow, in the first inning, leadoff man for the American League, drove one up into the left field stands for a home run. Morton Cooper was pitching at the time. Tommy Henrik followed with a double to right, and then after Cooper had retired, Ted Williams and Joe DiMaggio, Rudy York drove one into the right field stands for a home run, scoring Henrik ahead of him. That's been all of the offensive fireworks so far in this game. Since that time, it's been quite a pitching duel. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, gave up 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer came into the 4th inning and has been pitching ever since. Struck out 3 men and has allowed only 1 hit. Ted Williams steps in. He flied to Medwick in left field in the first inning, single to right in the third. He's had 1 hit and 2 times at bat tonight. Vandermeer goes into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Williams. Ted takes it. It's in there for a called strike. Started to swing, checked his toe, and fell away from the plate. 1-1 the count on Ted. Outfield pulled a little bit toward right for him. Vandermeer looks in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low as he starts into his windup, whips the left arm around. Williams takes a change of pace pitch high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Joe DiMaggio on deck, down on one knee, to the left of the plate, watching the action. Vandermeer's working very slowly, no hurry. Now he's set for the 1-1 pitch into Williams. Williams ready. Here it is. Williams swings and misses. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Ted. Fans get a big kick out of seeing fellows like Williams, DiMaggio, and other sluggers swing and miss. Vandermeer stands a bit ahead of Williams. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's ready to work. Here it comes. Low outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Williams. Don't forget the second All-Star game to be played at Cleveland tomorrow night. Broadcast of which will come to you exclusively over the Mutual Network. 2-2 the count now on Ted Williams. Vandermeer taking his time, mops his brow. Looks in to get the sign from Cooper. Williams stands in that plate, swinging the bat around. Vandermeer ready to work. Here it is. Williams moves away from a high inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on Ted, 3-2. And Vandermeer has gotten into this situation a number of hitters since he's been in the ball game, 3-2 situations. He hasn't suffered too much from it as yet, though. All set for the payoff pitch to Williams. Ted digs in. Vandermeer throws. Williams swings and drives a fly ball out into center field. Pete Reeser going back deep over toward right center. Under it waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. 1 away for the American League. First half of the 6th inning, 3-0 the score in favor of the American League. And here is Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, who grounded out to Archie Vaughan at third in the first inning and fouled out to Walker Cooper back to the plate in the third. Joe has had 4 hits and 27 times at bat in all-star competition, including 1 double and 1 home run. Vandermeer's first pitch to Joe. He swings and he misses. Strike 1. He swung hard. This is the 7th all-star game for DiMaggio. 1 out, nobody on. DiMaggio the hitter, Rudy York on deck. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch. DiMaggio takes it inside, ball 1, fast pitch. Almost got the inside corner, but not quite. One and 1 the count on Joe. Stands that plate with the bat cocked up over his right shoulder, wide open stance, feet spread very wide. Outfield pulled way over toward left and deep. Vandermeer throws. DiMaggio swings and drives this one on the ground, off the glove of Johnny Mize, out into right field. The ball deflects. Mallott comes in to field it. DiMaggio holds on to first and is credited with a base hit. His 5th in all-star competition. It was a vicious bounder to the right of Johnny Mize. He got his glove on it, but couldn't hold on to it. Bounced off his glove into short right for a single. That's the 6th hit for the American Leaguers. 4 of them off Morton Cooper, who worked the first 3 innings. 2nd off Johnny Vandermeer, who came in the 4th and is now working his 3rd inning. Up at the plate steps Rudy York, who hit a home run in the 1st inning with Tommy Henrik aboard, and then struck out in the 4th inning, first time Vandermeer pitched against him. York struck his home run off Morton Cooper. Vandermeer's taking his time, out back of the hill, looking around at the outfield, hitching up his trousers. York digs in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, outfield shaded toward left. Joe DiMaggio takes the lead off first, Johnny Mize on the bag, Vandermeer into the stretch. 1 out. Look at the runner. Here's the pitch to York. He takes it and it's in there for a called strike. Went into a bunting motion that brought Archie Vaughan racing in from 3rd. Eddie Miller at short walks over near 2nd, hollers something over to Jimmy Brown to get the signal straight. Double play combination. DiMaggio moves off first again. Vandermeer into the stretch. York digs in at the plate. Vandermeer throws. York swings and sends a ground ball down to Vaughan. Vaughan over to Jimmy Brown, who drops the ball. And all hands are safe. Rudy York grounded to Archie Vaughan, who threw over to Jimmy Brown. And Jimmy Brown dropped the ball. And it's an error charge to the Cardinal second baseman, enabling Joe DiMaggio to go safe at second. And York is safe at first, of course, on the fielder's choice, which resulted in an error. So the American Leaguers are threatening once again. Runners on first and second, 1 out. 3-0 the score. It's the first half of the 6th inning, and the batter is Joe Gordon, who struck out in the 1st inning, took a 3rd call strike in the 4th. In other words, he struck out twice in 2 appearances. DiMaggio leads off second. Rudy York moves off first. Vandermeer takes the stretch, looks back at second, then throws. Gordon swings and misses. Strike one. He swung hard. Outfield over toward left for Gordon and deep. It's Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. The only changes we've had in the starting lineups have been in the department of pitching. In the infield, it's Vaughn at third, Miller at short, Brown on second, Mize on first. Vandermeer throws high. Ball one to Gordon. 1-1 the count. Kenny Keltner's on deck, 1 out. 3-0 favor of the American League. It's the first half of the 6th inning. Joe DiMaggio on second base. Rudy York on first base. Johnny Mize playing at deep first. Not on the bag at all with York, who has a big lead off first. Slipping into second base was Eddie Miller, trying to draw a throw from Vandermeer. But Vandermeer did not throw down. Joe DiMaggio ducked back into the bag. Miller goes back to a normal short position. Vandermeer takes a stretch, look back at second. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe takes it. It's high for ball 2. 2-1 the count on Gordon. Flash steps out of the batter's box, gets a handful of dirt. Looks around at Art Fletcher coaching at third. Then moves back in hitting position. Bucky Harris coaching at first. Is watching first base for Rudy York, who moves way off the bag. Johnny Mize playing at deep first. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. Strike 2. 2-2 the count on Gordon. Struck out twice already in his 2 previous appearances. There's no activity in either bullpen right now. Since the first inning, this game has settled down into a real pitching duel. This has been the first real offensive threat since the first inning, in which the American Leaguers got all 3 runs. Vandermeer ready. 2-2 pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. The ball is knocked by Cooper, but of course Gordon doesn't run at all, and that's the 3rd time in a row that Gordon has struck out. That's the 4th strikeout for Johnny Vandermeer. 2 outs, and here is Kenny Keltner stepping in. He grounded out to Eddie Miller in the 2nd inning and popped out to Miller at short in the 4th inning. And Joe Gordon, who's been burning up the American League all season, strikes out all 3 times he's been at the plate so far tonight. Vandermeer bearing down, trying to get out of the situation. DiMaggio on second, York on first. Runners lead off, 2 down, first half of the 6th inning. Keltner the batter, right-handed hitter. First pitch to him. He swings and misses. Strike 1. On deck is Bertie Tibbetts. He'll hit next if Keltner gets on. Cleveland third baseman stands up at that plate, deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Knee slightly bent, holds that bat down on the end of the handle and straight up and down in front of his body. Vandermeer throws. Keltner takes it high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. First half, the 6th inning. DiMaggio goes back to second. York to first. Now runners lead off their respective bases. DiMaggio comes way off second. York way off first. Vandermeer into the stretch. Keltner set at the plate. Here it is. Keltner swings and lets a high pop-up out toward the mound. Running in is Archie Vaughn near the mound, waving everybody away, and he makes the catch for the out. And Johnny Vandermeer pitched himself out of that one. And so for the American League in the first half of the 6th inning. No runs. 1 hit. Listen to the hand for Vandermeer. For the American League in the first half of the 6th inning, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the National League. 2 men left on base. And that error, charged to Jimmy Brown, is the first error of the game. And now while we're waiting for the National League to come to bat in the last half of the 6th inning, let's pause for station identification. This
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
This is Mel Allen speaking to you once again from the Polo Grounds as we come into the last half of the 6th inning. Danny Litweiler is going to come in to pinch hit. He bats right-handed. Al Benton doing the pitching for the Detroit Tigers. Working for the American League right now. Throws. Litweiler swings and lines one out into right field. Gordon goes over, can't get it. Makes a valiant try, but the ball drops into right field safely for a base hit. Danny Litweiler, batting for Vandermeer, lines a single to right field in his first appearance at the plate and his first appearance as a member of the National League All-Star team. That's only the third hit of the evening for the National League. First two hits having come off Spud Chandler, who worked the first 4 innings. Up now is Jimmy Brown, switch hitter, batting left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Al Benton. He was hit by a pitched ball in the first inning, grounded out to Gordon in the third. Benton takes the stretch, throws. Brown swings and lines this one foul. Back at third for strike one. Joe Gordon came very close to coming up with one of those typical Gordon plays. Raced far to his left and leaped up in the air trying to get it while his line drive, but couldn't do it. Dropped safely into right field for a hit. It's 3-0 in favor of the American League. Last half of the sixth. National League fans are starting that rhythmic chant calling for a rally. Benton takes the stretch. Here's the pitch to Jimmy Brown. He swings and lines another one foul. Back at third base for strike two. Bill McKechnie stepping things up, coaching at third base, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, and Frankie Frisch, manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, is coaching at first. Both boys aiding and abetting Leo DeRocher, skipper of the Brooklyn Dodgers, who this year is piloting the National League entry into this 10th All-Star game. Benton ready, throws, Brown swings and sends one over the mound, out over second, picked up by Budrow, steps on second, throws to York for a double play. Beautiful twin killing. Jimmy Brown hit this one over Benton's head, out over second base. Lou Budrow scampered over at the bag, picked the ball up, same time stepping on second, flipped over to Rudy York at first to complete the double play. That's the second double play the American Leaguers have come up with. Here is Archie Vaughn stepping in. 2 outs now, nobody on base. It's the last half of the sixth inning. American League leading 3-0. Archie Vaughn hit into the first double play in the first inning after Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitched ball. Vaughn hit to Gordon, who threw to Budrow, who delivered over to York for the double play. Vaughn digs in. Bats left-handed. Benton into the windup. Here's the pitch. Vaughn takes it outside for ball one. Benton looks in to get the sign from Tebbets, working rapidly. Pitches. Vaughn takes a fast one low for ball two. Outfield pulled over toward right, slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Claude Passo throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Benton ready, pitches. Vaughn looks at one over the outside corner for a called strike. Plenty of activity in the American League bullpen. 2 pitchers warming up, one of whom is a left-hander, Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. 2 balls, 1 strike on Archie Vaughn, 2 men out. Here it is. Vaughn takes it low inside for ball 3. It's the last half of the sixth inning. The American League out in front by a score of 3-0. All the damage having come in the first inning. Benton ready for the 3-1 pitch to Vaughn. Vaughn takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. Vaughn started down toward first base, turns around to argue with umpire Bill McGowan. Bill McKechnie raises a howl at third, but there's no argument. Frankie Frisch stands at first with his hands on his hips, looking in with a bit of a scowl at the plate. 3-2 the count now on Vaughn. Benton ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Vaughn takes it, and it's inside for ball 4. And Vaughn walks. And here's Pete Reiser stepping up. That's the first pass issued by Benton and the first National Leaguer to have received the base on balls tonight. And as a matter of fact, that's the first walk in the ball game. Pete Reiser steps in. He grounded out to Gordon in the first inning. Had himself an infield hit in the fourth. Bats left-handed. Hitting on the season at .361. Benton takes the stretch. Here it is. Reiser moves away from a low inside pitch. Ball 1 is into the dirt. Got away from Tebbets a couple of feet, but not far enough to permit Archie Vaughn risking the chance of going down to second base. 2 men out now. Reiser the batter. Johnny Mize on deck. Archie Vaughn on at first base. Benton takes his stretch. Here it is. Reiser swings and foul tips it for strike 1. He really took a terrific cut at that pitch. 1-1 the count on Petey. Keltner at third is playing way over toward short. Gordon the deep second on the edge of the outfield grass. Stretched by Benton. Here it is. Reiser swings and drives one out into center field. There goes Joe DiMaggio way back, getting under it and making the catch for the out. A drive good for some 400 feet. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the sixth inning. No runs, 1 hit, no American League errors, 1 man left on base. And so that brings us to the end of the 6-inning mark, where the American League leading 3-0, getting their 3 runs in the first inning on a home run by Lou Budrow, a double by Henrik, and a home run by Rudy York. Totals at the end of 6 innings for the American League: 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 4 men left on. For the National League, no runs, 3 hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base. Morton Cooper was the starting pitcher for the National League, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, allowed 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer relieved him, worked the next 3 innings, during which time he allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 4, and did not allow any runs. Spud Chandler was the starting pitcher for the American League, worked the first 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 2, and allowed no runs. Al Benton has been in there since he relieved Chandler in the 5th inning, and he's still in the ball game as yet, so we won't give you his record until he will depart from the ball game. So at the end of 6 innings, it's 3-0 favor of the American League, and now taking over as we go into the 7th inning, and to describe the remainder of the ball game for you is Bob Elson, who covers the games of the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox for the Mutual Station in Chicago. Here he is, Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel Allen. Good evening, friends. We have quite a ball game on our hands here in this number 10 game in the All-Star Series, which this year, as you know, is being played here in the Polo Grounds in New York. And as we go into the first half of the 7th inning, the National League is sending in a brand new team. At third base, Elliott of Pittsburgh. At short, Reese of Brooklyn. At second, Herman of Brooklyn. At first, McCormick of the Reds. The catcher, Lombardi. The pitcher, Passaw. The outfield. Here come the announcements now on the changes. Fans, we're going to interrupt the public address system. I know it's kind of hard to listen to 2 people at once, but they're going to start this 7th inning, so I want to give it to you. Eno Slaughter is in the ball game of St. Louis in left field. Terry Moore in center field. Ott is staying in right field. The entire National League ball club has changed, and the first man to bat for the American League, there's a hand for Reese as he's announced, is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. He's been up twice. He struck out and he popped up. And here's Claude Passaw of the Cubs getting ready with the first pitch. And it's an attempted bunt. And he misses the ball for a strike. Passaw has had a very fine record this year. He's taken part in 16 ball games. He's won 12. He's lost 5. He's pitched 154 innings. And he's taken part in 14 complete games out of 16 efforts. He's had 45 strikeouts, by the way. Here's the next pitch to Bertie Tebbetts. There's a swing and a miss, a curveball in around his knees, and it's 2 strikes. There's nobody on and nobody out here in the 7th. The American League leads 3-0, but the National League is still within striking distance, and the National League partisans here in the Polo Grounds in New York are still hoping that the National League will unload some of that power and really get back in this ball game. The American League is not out of reach. It's just 3-0. 2 strikes on Tebbetts. Here comes the next pitch. It's a strike, and he tried to back away from a pitch that was inside. It's a called strike. It looked at first as though it might have hit his bat, but the umpire says no, and Tebbetts is out on strikes. So it is a strikeout for Passaw, and that is 7 strikeouts in all tonight. There were 2 strikeouts for Cooper, 4 for Vandermeer, and 1 for Passaw. Vandermeer was really hot out there tonight. Now the next man to come up is Big Al Benton of Detroit. Big right-hander, a massive fellow with the number 19 on the back of his gray uniform. Claude Passaw of the Cubs out there in the center of the diamond. Here's the first pitch. He swings and hits a hopper down the third baseline. Elliott coming fast. There goes the peg. He's out. Elliott to McCormick, and there's 2 gone. Elliott, a reformed outfielder, by the way, has played great ball for Frankie Frisch's Pittsburgh Pirates. As Frankie said, well, the kid looks like he's been in there for years. Elliott's played bang-up ball at third base for Pittsburgh. Now that's 2 gone. We're back to the top of the batting order for the American League, and here's Lou Boudreau. He's been up 3 times. He hit a home run. He flied out, and he forced a runner the 3rd time. So he's up for his 4th time, and there's a high fly ball to left field. Country Slaughter getting under this ball, going to his right. He should get it. It's very high, and he caught it to retire the side. And so, before the right-hand shoots of Claude Passaw, the American League goes down 1-2-3 in the first half of the 7th inning. Now there's a big roar from the crowd. The National League partisans are standing in the last half of the 7th. The National League, as you know, is the home team here tonight. The American League has the lead in this series of 6-3, and it's been a wonderful ball game tonight. And now we're going to see if there are any changes for the American League. Yes, there are going to be some changes. Let's see. No, the American League is going to stay pat. The American League is standing pat with Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Lou Boudreau at short, at second base Joe Gordon, and at first base Rudy York. The catcher is Bertie Tebbetts, and the pitcher is Al Benton. Going into the last half of the seventh, fans, the score here in New York in the 10th annual All-Star Game, the American League 3 and the National League nothing. 2 home runs in the first inning by the American League did the trick. Now here's Frank McCormick coming up for the first time. Johnny Mize, who he succeeded at first base, batted twice tonight. The first time he bounced out to the first baseman, and the second time he flied out to right field. And here is Frank McCormick coming up to the plate. He is a right-handed hitter. Frank McCormick batting .249 for the season. He's hit 10 home runs, and he's batted in 50 runs. Al Benton gets all set. Here it is. It's a strike. It's right across his knees. A very sharp curve. And this Benton has really got a curve, too. He's got one he can throw around the corner of a building. Gets all set again. Watch it now. Nobody on and nobody out. Here it is. It's a ball. It's too low that time. McCormick stepped up on the ball and let it go by, and it's low for a ball. National League trying to get a rally underway. They're still trailing by 3 runs here in New York. But as you know, a ball game is never over until the last man is out. There's a bouncing ball to short. Boudreau coming into the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Boudreau to York, and there's one gone. Boudreau moved in about 5 steps to come up with McCormick's hopper and to throw him out. Now the American Leaguers pepper that ball around the infield. There's one gone. Here's Little Mel out. The grand little manager of the New York Giants, and perhaps one of the best-liked ball players of all time. Not only by the fans, those of you listening in who make up the baseball audience, but by the players, too. Mel is liked by everybody. Here he is up in there, a left-handed hitter. One gone and nobody out. There is a strike, a slow curve over the inside corner at the waist. The first time up, Ott struck out, and the second time he bounced out to Gordon. National League batting in the last half of the seventh. They're trailing by 3 runs. Here it comes, a slow ball. It's just a bit outside, a ball. That pitch was around his waist, and it just missed the corner by an inch. Bill McKechnie coaching down here at third for the National League. Frankie Frisch, the old Fordham Flash, over there at first. Nobody on and one gone in the last half of the seventh. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss, and that was a typical Ott swing. Right foot up in the air. You wonder where he gets that power. That time he swung around hard and missed it. And so it is 2 strikes. Ball 1 and strike 2 on Little Mel. Benton has a sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He's winding up. Here it comes. It's a ball. He just missed the corner that time with a pretty pitch, and the kind of a pitch that a batter with 2 strikes on him might want to go after. But Mel, who's got a keen eye up there, didn't go for it. It's ball 2 and strike 2 for Ott. Here comes the pitch. It's a swing and a foul on the ground. Down here to our left. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield, and the American League outfield is playing straight away. This fellow Ott is a kind of a batter. You have to play every place for him. You can't swing your outfield or swing your infield or swing anything. And they're playing him absolutely on the diamond, straight away. The outfield and infield. Pitcher getting set again. Here comes the next one to Ott. He struck him out. He went for a fastball right across his knees, and he struck him out. Boy, that was a beauty that time. Very fast and right in around his knees, and he went down swinging. Well, that's 3 times that the National Leaguers have gone down via the strikeout route tonight. Here's the left-hand hitter up. It's Slaughter. Country Slaughter, the left fielder, playing in left field, the regular right fielder for the St. Louis Cardinals. Slaughter's average is .284. He's hit 4 home runs, and he's had 22 runs batted in. The first pitch was a ball, knee-high. Here comes the next pitch to Slaughter. He swings, hits a high hopper. It's going to drop behind the pitcher. Gordon making the play. He's safe. He beat it out for a hit. Fans, that was that kind of a high-hopping ball. It hit in front of the pitcher's box, went high into the air, bounced behind him. The pitcher couldn't make the play. Gordon came in, grabbed that ball, and fired it with the same motion, but Slaughter had it beaten out for a hit. So the National League has another hit, and that is a total of 4 hits for the night. And it brings up Big Ernie Lombardi, one of the grandest characters in baseball. Ernie Lombardi. Here's Big Ernie, did some great work for Cincinnati for years. He's a hard worker. He's done some fine work this year for the Boston Braves. Great big lumbering sort of a fellow. He led the National League a few years ago. And you know the amazing thing about Lombardi is that a fellow with his weight, and he's so slow a foot, that he could lead the league. It's all the more credit to his batting eye because Lombardi doesn't get any of those rollers or any of those kind of balls that the infielders knock down and he beats them out for hits. He can't do it. He's too slow. Every time he hits that ball for a hit, he's got to hit it on the beam. First pitch was wide. The outfield is playing him just a little bit over to the left. Here's the next pitch. Lom swings and misses. A sharp curve in across his knees, and it's 1-1. Ernie Lombardi batting for the National League. There's a man on first, and there's 2 gone. The ball game is in the last half of the 7th. National League trailing by 3 runs. Benton getting set. Here's the next pitch. There's a wallop, but it's foul. Ernie Lombardi hit one up against the top of the roof down the left field line, but to the left side of the foul line, and it was a foul ball. Ernie gave it a ride, but foul, and now the catcher, Bertie Tebbets, is going out to talk to Benton, and they're standing halfway between the plate and the pitcher's box, just having a chat while Lombardi in his white uniform stands up there at the plate. National League trails by 3. It's the American League 3 and the National nothing in the last half of the 7th at New York. Big Al Benton, second pitcher for the American League tonight, is on the mound. Gets all ready again. Here's the next one, and it's a ball. It broke outside knee-high, and it's 2-2. Ernie started to go for that pitch. It looked like it was going to be pretty good at first, but he let it go by. 2 pitchers are in the bullpen, Houston and Smith for the American League. Ball 2, strike 2 for Lombardi. Here it comes. It's a ball very far outside. There was no doubt about it. And it's ball 3 and strike 2. So Ernie is on the verge of a walk. Next man to come up will be the Dodgers shortstop, Pee Wee Reese. Lam is going to get a 3-2 pitch to swing at. Here it comes. There's ball 4. It's low, and it puts 2 men on. Here's Reese coming up for the National League. Fans, that's the second walk of the night. That's the second walk. It puts a man on first and a man on second and brings up Reese with 2 gone. Reese of Brooklyn, who has just gone in at shortstop, is batting, and his average for the year is 230. He's hit 1 homer, and he has 20 runs batted in. Reese up with 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th. And the National League partisans are making some noise here in the Polo Grounds. Here's the pitch, and Reese takes, and it's a strike. It's right across his knee. By the way, Mel was just telling me that Reese hits well here in the Polo Grounds. Mel, of course, sees all these games in New York. Well, the National League could really use a hit in this spot. They have 2 men on and 2 out. Here comes the next pitch, and it's very wide. They wasted a pitch that time, and Bertie Tebbets cocked his arm as though he was going to throw that ball to first, but he held it. And so it's 1-1 on Reese. 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th as the National League fights hard here in New York to come from behind. Al Benton getting his sign out there again. Here's the next one. There is a ball. It missed the corner knee high, and it's ball 2 and strike 1 for Reese. Remember that tomorrow night Mutual will bring you the big game from Cleveland, from the big municipal stadium at 8:45. Here comes the next pitch. Reese swings, and there's a line drive, and Bedreau caught that ball going to his left. Bedreau caught that ball going to his left to retire the side. A very hard hit ball, fans. Bedreau, the shortstop, went to his left, and just near second base, he reached out and caught that ball above his knees. It was a well-hit ball, and Bedreau made a nice play on it to retire the side. And so that National League threat is over, and it is no runs and 1 hit, and the ball game is going into the first half of the 8th. By the way, the attendance tonight is in the neighborhood of 35,000. Secretary Brannick of the Giants sent up the figures, which are in the neighborhood of $100,000. The Treasury Department will announce the exact figures in a day or so. All the money from this ball game and all the money from the game tomorrow night, the first $100,000 will be used for the Ball and Bat Fund, which is to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps in the United States. After that, all the rest of the money will go to the Navy and the Army relief funds. Fans, we're at the end of 7 innings here in New York City in the All-Star Game. The American League 3, the National League nothing. And now we're going to pause briefly for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Now, this is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York. We're all set to go into the 8th inning of this ball game. Mutual Broadcasting System brings you exclusive coverage of one of America's outstanding sports classics, the All-Star Game. The first man to bat for the American League is Tommy Henrich, a left-handed hitter. He's stepping up in there now. He's been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit, and he's facing Passaw as we start the 8th, with the American League still out in front by a 3-0 score. The outfield is playing Henrich just about normal, maybe around just a step or 2 to the right. There is a smash to right field. The right fielder coming fast. He dove for the ball, and he got it. A beautiful catch. The right fielder, Melot, just made a diving catch of Henrich's smash to right field. Listen to that hand. Baby, was that a honey. That was the fielding gem of the night as Melot raced in and made a diving catch of Tommy Henrich's smash into right field, and that really brought the crowd to its feet. That was a beautiful play to watch. He certainly robbed Tommy of a hit that time. Now here's the great Teddy Williams up. He's been up 3 times, and he's had 1 hit, a single to right field in the 3rd inning. He's a left-handed batter, and you remember the setup last year in Detroit when he hit a home run off a Passaw to win the All-Star Game. Ball, it's low. Claude Passaw, and I've talked to him many times since about what type of pitch he threw to Williams that broke up that ball game. He said, Bob, all I know is I threw him a baseball, and it broke up the game. Getting all set out there again. Here's the next one to Williams. Williams takes one, a change of pace pitch that's high and a little bit outside, and it's ball 2. There's 1 out here in the first half of the 8th inning. Melot just made a great diving catch of Henrich's drive to right field, and there's 1 gone. Nobody on for the American League. They lead 3-0. Here comes the next pitch, and it's a ball. It missed the outside corner, knee high, and it's 3-0 now for Williams. Artie Fletcher is coaching here at 3rd to our left. Down to our right is Stanley Harris, who won 2 pennants for Washington some years ago. He gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and Williams hits on the 3-0 count and hits a foul up on top of the stand. With the count 3-0, Williams swung and hit a foul up on top of the stand. New ball is tossed down to 3rd base to Bob Elliott, the Pittsburgh 3rd baseman, who roughs it up and then tosses it back to the mound. The National League has made no runs and 4 hits. The American League has made 3 runs and 6 hits. 2 of them home runs. Passaw set. Here's the next pitch, and it's a strike right down the middle. A beauty that time, right across his knees. Ball 3 and strike 2 for Teddy Williams, one of the greatest hitters in the game. Big fellow, big, tall, skinny boy, a free swinger, and boy, he can really slam that baseball. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a high fly ball to center field. Terry Moore is getting under the ball, moving in just a few feet. He's out, and there's 2 gone. Williams flies to Terry Moore. Now here's the great Joe DiMaggio. Every time Joe comes up, he gets a chorus of boos and applause. But just as Jimmy Britt said before, a ball player is never a great ball player until he hears both boos and applause. And no one can deny Joe DiMaggio's place in baseball as one of the greatest players in the game. Here's the first pitch to him, and there is a strike. He caught the outside corner, waist high. Teddy Williams smiled out at Passaw as he came back down the first baseline toward the American League dugout. DiMaggio has been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit. The last time up, he drove a hit off of York's glove, and it rolled into right field. Pitcher's getting all set again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a swing, and there's a bouncing ball. It's a hit into left center field. The shortstop, Reese, went to his left to try to cut off that smash on the ground by DiMaggio, but he couldn't get it. It whizzed by him like a bullet, and the Yankee Clipper has 2 hits tonight. That makes a total of 7 hits for the American League, and it brings up the first baseman, Rudy York. DiMaggio, by the way, is the only player in the game with 2 hits. Here's Rudy York, the big first baseman of the Tigers. Stepping into the batter's box, he's been up 3 times. He hit a home run into the right field stands the first time. The second time, he was a strikeout victim. And the second time, he was safe on an error by the second baseman, Brown. He hit a ball down the third baseman that should have been a double play ball, but Brownie, taking the throw from third, dropped it, and York was safe at first. Now he's up with a man on first base and 2 gone in the first half of the 8th. American League 3, the National League nothing. Passaw getting set. Here it is. Hits a ball. It's high. Ball 1. The outfield is playing York deep. He can really give that baseball a ride. Terry Moore in center field. Country Slaughter in left field. And in right field, it's Melot of the Giants. Slaughter is a regular right fielder, but he's playing left field here in the game tonight, and he's one of the best outfielders in the game. Pascal getting his sign again. Here comes the next pitch to York. York swings. There's a high foul. It's off here to the right. The catcher flips off his mask. Lombardi coming back, but there's no play. It drops into the stands right beneath our Mutual Broadcasting booth, and it is a harmless foul. Well, remember, the winner tonight plays the service team, and a great attraction tomorrow night in the big municipal stadium at Cleveland. Tomorrow night, Wade Hoyt, Jack Rainey, and I will bring you the ball game from Cleveland as another exclusive Mutual presentation. York swings that big bat around. He has a big black 4 on the back of his gray uniform. For a big fellow, he kind of crowds that plate. There's a man on first. It's DiMaggio. There's a ball. It backs him right out of the box, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. Passaw, the Cubs, is the third pitcher for the National League tonight. Morton Cooper started, then Vandermeer, and then Passaw. All the American League runs were scored on Cooper. 2 home runs and a double in the first inning. Here's the next pitch. York swings. There's a hopper down the third base line. It may be fair. It may be foul. It's fair. There's the throw, and he's out in a very close play. Boy, was that a close play. He picked that ball up just in front of the bag and about a half an inch fair, fired that ball to first base, and the runner was out by just a fraction of a step to retire the side. And so, fans, it is no runs and 1 hit in the first half of the 8th inning. The American League is going out onto the field, and the National League is coming up to try again to get back into this 10th annual All-Star game. They're trailing by 3 runs. There's Al Benton going out to the center of the diamond. And let's take a look around that American League team. Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Bedreau at short, Gordon at second, York at first, Tebbetts is catching, and Benton is pitching, and it looks like McCarthy is going all the way with this American League team. Mickey Owen, who's done some great work for Brooklyn this year, is going to bat for Passaw as we start the last half of the 8th. Well, it's been quite a ball game, and believe me, these fans have seen a ball game here tonight. Mutual hopes that wherever you're listening to this game across the country, that it's giving you a lot of enjoyment. It's one of the outstanding sports attractions of the year, the annual Baseball All-Star Game. And this year it's for a great cause. All this money goes to Army-Navy relief after $100,000 is taken out for the Ball and Bat Fund to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps. Now here's Mickey Owen up. He's a right-handed batter. He's making his appearance in the lineup as a pinch hitter for Passaw. Benton gets set. There's a bunt down the third base line. It's foul outside the line. Kenny Keltner runs in for the ball, picks it up, and the boys whip it around. Mickey Owen is a right-handed batter. His present average is 291 for Brooklyn. He's had no home runs, and he has batted in 22 runs. He's had this year one of his greatest years. Here's a fellow who was the unfortunate victim of a play in the World Series last year, which Mutual brought to you exclusively. And that play of the missed third strike will probably go down as history. But did it affect this fellow's career? It did not. It made him a better ball player. Ball, it's inside. All the more tribute to Mickey Owen. There's nobody on and nobody out as the National League tries to get a rally going here in the last half of the 8th, and their chances are slipping away. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a ball. It's high outside, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. National League has changed their entire team tonight. Manager Joe McCarthy of the American League with a 3-0 lead has just stood pat. Al Benton is all set again. Here's the next one to Owen. Owen swings. There's a high fly ball going toward right field. It may be a home run. It is a home run for Mickey Owen. Well, there you are, fans. There's a home run for Mickey Owen into the right field stands. Yes, sir, this National League team is still battling here in New York in this All-Star game. It's 3-1 now in favor of the American League. Mickey Owen just batted for Passaw, and as a good pinch hitter should, he not only came through with a hit, he hit one for the circuit. Now here's the leadoff man, Billy Herman, a right-handed hitter. There's a ball, it's wide. Billy Herman's average for the year is 248. He's hit 1 homer, and he's driven in 29 runs. The American League is warming up 2 pitchers. And there's the first squawk tonight. The pitcher, Al Benton, didn't like that call. And he's very red-faced out there as he hollers at the umpire, Bill McGowan. Billy Herman waits for the next pitch. Watch it. Here it is. There's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands, off there to the right, and it's a foul strike. So we have a count of 1-1 on Billy Herman, with 1 run in, nobody on, nobody out. Last half of the 8th inning at New York, the American League 3 and the National League 1. And this is some ball game. Now he rocks his arms back and forth. He's getting set again. Here it is. There's a ball. It missed the corner by an inch. And not anymore either. They're really waiting Benton out now. It's ball 2 and strike 1 for Billy Herman. He went in at second base in place of Jimmy Brown. Here comes the next pitch, and Herman hits a little hopper to the pitcher's right. He's up with the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Pitcher to first, and there's 1 gone. So that brings up the third baseman, Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh. Here's Bob Elliott coming up for his first time in the ball game tonight. His average for the year is 286. He slammed out 8 home runs, and he's driven in 53 runs. The last half of the 8th at New York. This ball game will end at 9:30, even if it isn't over, because of a practice blackout here in New York tonight. In other words, at 9:30, regardless of what the score is or what the conditions are, the game ends. Ball 1 to Elliott. Here's the next pitch. There's a strike. It's right across his knees. It's called. Very sharp curveball. 1 out, a run in for the National League. It's 3-1 in favor of the American. Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh, a right-handed hitter, is up in there. Benton gets his sign. Here's the next pitch, and there's a line drive. It's a hit to right field. The first baseman, York, leaped up but couldn't get it, and it puts Elliott on first base. A sharp hit to right field for Elliott. That's 6 hits for the National League. And it brings up the center fielder, Terry Moore, one of the greatest outfielders in baseball, Terry Moore, the St. Louis Cardinals. Batting .271, he's hit 2 home runs, and he has 17 runs batted in. But when it comes to ball hawks, and when it comes to fielding his position, this fellow doesn't have to take a back seat for anybody. And on first, Terry Moore batting. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called. It's right across his waist. 1 out, a man on for the National League. They're trailing 3-1 here in the last half of the 8th, and they're running up against the time deadline. Gets all ready again. Here's the next pitch. There's a swing and a miss as Terry Moore took a vicious cut at a knee-high curveball, and it's 2 strikes on Moore. Moore steps out of the batter's box, knocks the dirt off his cleats with his bat. He's up in there again, a red 8 in the back of his white uniform. Here he is right below our mutual booth. We could almost drop our pencil on him. We're so close to the field of play. Al Benton, a big towering right-hander out there on the mound, is getting set again. Here it is. And there is a ball. It's over his head and just a fraction behind him. And it's ball 1 and strike 2 for Terry Moore. Next man to come up will be the first baseman, Frank McCormick. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield. The outfield is playing straight away. Here's a foul. He didn't mean to hit it. He was backing away from an inside curveball. The ball hit his bat, and as he backed away, the ball went off to the right. He went out to the left, and it's a foul. It's ball 1 and strike 2 on Terry Moore. With a man on first base for the National League and 1 gone, they've scored a run this inning on Owens' homer. Big Al Benton is the second pitcher for the American League. Chandler started. Here's the next pitch, and there is a ball. It's just a little bit too close, and it's 2-2. Ball 2, strike 2 for Terry Moore. Crowds that plate, waves that light-colored bat around. Man on first base, Elliott, has a short leadoff. Here comes the pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands off there to the right, and it's 2-2. Bertie Tebbett gets a new baseball from umpire Bill McGowan. Steps out and fires it out to the pitcher. The exclusive mutual broadcast of the All-Star Game from Cleveland will start at 8:45 Eastern War Time. Remember that, fans. Tune in to your mutual station at 8:45 Eastern War Time. Here comes the next pitch, and Moore hits a high infield fly. It's between the plate and first base, and the first baseman, York, is under it and has it for the second out. So there's 2 gone. Well, here's Frank McCormick coming up. He's no newcomer to All-Star play or World Series play either. Frank McCormick of Cincinnati, right-handed hitter. He's batting .249. He's hit 10 home runs, and he has 50 runs batted in. Up there now with 2 out and a man on first in the last half of the 8th. The score is 3-1 in favor of the American League. They scored all their runs in the first inning. Here's the first pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's a slow curveball just above his waist. He's just got a piece of that ball and rolled it foul to the left of the plate. That, by the way, is the first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. Mickey Owens' pinch homer, first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. There's a ground ball to short. Boudreau gets it. The play at second. Force out, and it retires the side. The play went from Lou Boudreau, the shortstop, to the second baseman, Joe Gordon. It was an easy force play, and it retires the side. And so the totals, fans, in the last half of the 8th, for the National League, 1 run and 2 hits. And now the game is going into the first half of the 9th inning with the score of the American League 3 and the National League 1. Now let's recount those totals, shall we, for 8 innings of play. The American League has 3 runs, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits. The National League 1 run, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. The National League had a hit in the 3rd inning. They had a hit in the 4th. They had 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, and 2 in the 8th. The American League had 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Ball game is now going into the first half of the 9th. The complete totals, the American League 3 runs, 7 hits, National League 1 run, 6 hits. Now here's the new pitcher, Bucky Walters is in. Bucky Walters has come in for the National League. He's taken part in 18 games. He's won 9 and lost 6 for the Reds this year. He's pitched 127 innings. He's allowed 114 hits. He's walked 39, and he struck out 57. Well, fans, we're going into the 9th inning of this great ball game at New York. Mutual Broadcasting System has brought you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics. Here's Walters. There's a ball that's high. The first man to bat for the American League is Gordon, who has a record tonight. He struck out 3 straight times. There's a bouncing ball to short. Shortstop coming in fast. There's the peg. Heaves out in a close play. Reese to McCormick. Reese, the Dodger shortstop, came in fast for Gordon's smash and threw him out. 1 gone. They're running up against a time limit. Remember, the game will end at 9:30, regardless of whether the National League has their last bats or not. Now here's the third baseman, Kenny Keltner. Bucky Walters is getting all set. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a long fly ball down the left field line. It's foul. It's way over the stands. Boy, that was really a poke. Kenny Keltner's been up 3 times. He bounced out. He popped out twice. Bounced out the first time, and he popped out the second time and the third time. Walters is all set again. Here's the next pitch to Keltner. There's a strike. It's right down the middle. A fastball right through there, and it's called. It's 2 strikes now on Kenny Keltner. The American League leads 3-1. We're in the 9th inning at New York. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a swing, and there's a fly ball down the left field line, and it's foul. Off to the left, and it's still 2 strikes on Kenny Keltner. Kenny Keltner batting with 1 out. Pitcher gets all set out there again. Here's the next one. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went for a wide curveball that time and struck out, and there's 2 gone. And that is 8 strikeouts. 8 strikeouts for the American League. 8 of the American Leaguers have gone down on strikes. Now here's Bertie Tebbetts. Tebbetts, a right-hand hitter up. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called right down the middle. Don't miss the big All-Star game from Cleveland tomorrow night at 8:45 Eastern Wartime. Here's the pitch. It's a ball low. Mutual will again bring you the All-Star game tomorrow night. Mutual Broadcasting System leads the way in the presentation of America's leading sports events. There's a half swing. The ump says he went a little bit more than half, and it's a strike. Makes it ball 1 and strike 2 for Tebbetts. Bertie's been up 3 times. He's caught a fine game tonight. He struck out the first time. He popped out the second time. And he struck out the third time. The game must end at 9:30 because of a blackout here in New York tonight. Here comes the pitch. There's an infield fly. The third baseman, Elliott, is coming over near the mound. He's right under the ball. He's out, and it retires the side. And so the National League will get their time at bat. No runs and no hits. And this can be said for the American League. And let me say it right now. The boys are not stalling at all. Everybody's hurrying right out there. And I really think that the American League wants to see the National League get their last time at bat, which they're entitled to. They're all hustling, getting out there on the field, so that the National League, running up against a time deadline, will get their bats in the last half of the night. Pitcher Al Benton is out there. Let's see, the hitters we have coming up are going to be Mellott, Country Slaughter, and Ernie Lombardi, and those fellows can really slap that apple. Benton is getting in his practice throws. The winner tonight will play Uncle Sam's team at Cleveland tomorrow night. The team led by my old friend Mickey Cochran, the former manager of the Detroit Tigers, will play the winner tonight in the big stadium at Cleveland. I broadcast the All-Star game there a number of years ago, and it's a beautiful layout. That was the year that Fox hit a long home run over the left fielder's head. I'll never forget it, and it was a great ball game. So fans, you fans in Cleveland, of course, will be out there for a great cause tomorrow night. All that money goes to Army-Navy relief. So we want to remind you fans in Cleveland that there's still good seats available. Get out and see that ball game tomorrow night between the winner here in New York tonight and the service team. And you fans across the country, wherever you happen to be listening, whatever state you're listening in, Mutual will bring you the colorful story of that great game. The time will be 8:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow night. Now here's Mellott up. Benton gets all set. There's a swing and there's a foul. It's off to the right. Tebbetts chasing the ball. Maybe out of play. It's in the stands, and it is out of play. It's a harmless foul. One strike. Left-hand hitter Mellott up. It's the last half of the ninth inning with the American League ahead 3-1. The American League official totals are 3 runs and 7 hits. If the American League wins, of course, Chandler will be the winning pitcher, and Cooper will be the loser. Gets all set out there now, taking his time. There's nobody on, there's nobody out. Benton is ready. Here's the next pitch to Ott. Ott takes a ball that missed the corner, and it's 1-1. Boy, what a moment this is, fans. I know that you can feel the tenseness that we feel here in New York. As the National League up for the last time with 7 minutes left to play, the deadline before the blackout in New York, Mayor LaGuardia was very kind to set aside the time, to give baseball more time tonight. You know, this game was supposed to end at 9:10, but there was an unavoidable delay in starting, and so Mayor LaGuardia very graciously gave baseball a little longer time, right up until the actual deadline of the blackout, which is 9:30. He's getting all set again. Here's the pitch. There's a swing, and there's a foul that the first baseman may have a chance on. He's going back, and it's going into the stands. A foul ball, and it's 2-2 on Little Mel. Now Bertie Tebbetts gets a new baseball from Bill McGowan. Tosses that ball out there. Well, the American League, as you know, scored their 3 runs in the first inning on a home run, a double, and another home run. And the National League scored their run in the 8th inning on a pinch home run by Mickey Owen. Now he's getting all set again. It's 2-2 on Ott. Here it comes. It's a swing and a foul tip, and it got away from Tebbetts, and he's going to get another swing. Looks like Bertie was hurt with that foul. Tebbetts went down on one knee, but he's getting up now and seems to be okay. Well, it's been a wonderful sight here in New York tonight. These fans that have jammed into these stands have really enjoyed it. And Jim and Mel and I have really seen a grand ball game. We hope that you've enjoyed it on the radio. Here comes the next pitch, and Ott hits a pop-up right in front of the plate. The catcher, Tebbetts, is down the line just a few feet and takes that ball 20 feet down the line toward third, and 1 foot inside the line, a fair ball, and Ott is out. So, fans, 2 more now, and the ball game will be over. Now the next man to come up, a left-handed hitter, is Eno Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals. A great ball player. This fella can run, he can field, he can hit, and he loves to play ball. There's 5 minutes left here in New York. Getting all set now. There's the wind-up, and here comes the next pitch. And there's a swing and a foul. 1 strike. American League 3 and the National League 1. That's the setup. Nobody on and 1 gone in the last half of the ninth. Here comes the pitch, and there is a foul. It's right up here to the right, just to the right of our booth. Catcher Tebbetts gets another new ball and fires it right out there to Benton. Country Slaughter batting for the National League with nobody on and 1 gone. Benton is all set. Here comes the next pitch, and Slaughter takes one in the dirt, a ball. Ball 1 and strike 2 for Reno. Up in there batting left-handed, a red 9 in the back of his white uniform. American League infielders keep up a constant stream of chatter. Here comes the pitch, and there is another ball. He almost hit him in the leg. He was going to go for that one. It was a sinker, and he started to go for it, but he pulled his bat in time, and the umpire calls it a ball. The outfield of Williams, DiMaggio, and Henrik that's gone all the way is playing Slaughter straight away. About 4 minutes left. They'll get their bats all right. He's getting all set again. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a hopper foul to the right of the plate. Slaughter starts down the first base line, but the umpire, Bill McGowan, yells foul. He tells Bertie Tebbets to throw that ball away, flips him a new ball, and the American Leaguers peg it around. The next man to come up after Slaughter will be Ernie Lombardi. Bill McGowan is getting a new supply of baseballs now in his blue serge suit. Al Benton is the second American League pitcher tonight. Chandler started. Getting all set again. Here comes the next one to Slaughter. Slaughter swings. There's a long fly ball to dead center, but DiMaggio is out there backing up. He caught it, and there's 2 gone. Country Slaughter hit one a mile that time towards center field, but Joe DiMaggio raced back about 35 or 40 feet and pulled it down, and there's 2 gone. And now, fans, here comes Ernie Lombardi, the last hope of the National League. Here's Ernie Lombardi. Here's the first pitch. There's a strike. It's over the outside corner. 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the 9th inning. American League 3-1. Here comes the next pitch to Lom. Lom swings and misses a change of pace pitch in around his knees, and the pitcher made him look bad on it. It's 2 strikes on Lombardi. There's 2 out. 1 more out and the ball game is over, and the American League will play the service team in Cleveland tomorrow night. Now Al Benton is all set again. Here comes the next pitch. He hits a high fly ball to right field. Looks like it's all over. Tommy Henrik is in under the ball, and he caught it. The game is over, and the American League defeats the National League in New York in the 10th annual All-Star Game. Here are the totals. The American League, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. The National League, 1 run, 6 hits, and 1 error. The winning pitcher in the ball game is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Morton Cooper. I want to give my colleagues who worked on the broadcast with me tonight just a chance to say goodbye. We're going to have to get off in a hurry, and here's Mel Allen.
It was swell working this game with Bob Elson and Jimmy Britt. It was a beautiful ball game to watch. A lot of swell pitching. Only 1 half inning, which was any great deal of offensive fireworks. In the first inning, when Lou Budrow homered and Rudy York homered with Tommy Henrik on base, who had doubled prior to York's homer. It was really a swell ball game to watch. Wish you were all here. All right, here's Jimmy Britt.
The fact that this game had a blackout deadline to make added to the suspense and drama of the final innings. It was an all-star game worth remembering, and the American League is going to give Uncle Sam's Service 9 in Cleveland tomorrow night a real battle.
Well, thank you very much, Jim and Mel. It's been a real pleasure to work with you tonight. I'm looking forward tomorrow night with working with Wade Hoyt and Jack Rainey over at Cleveland, when Mutual will bring you an exclusive coverage again of the great all-star game at Cleveland at the big municipal stadium. The players are getting off the field. The American League players are shaking hands with each other, and so are the National League players as they go off the field. And the final score again is the American League 3, the National League 1. The winning pitcher is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Cooper. And now this is Bob Elson saying good night from the Polo Grounds in New York City. We return you to our New York studios.
We wish to thank the makers of Philly cigars, sponsors of Cal Tinney and Sizing Up the News, usually heard over many of these stations at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime, for their courtesy in relinquishing their time this evening so that we might bring you the broadcast of the All-Star Baseball game. Mr. Tinney will be heard at his regular time Wednesday evening. Gabriel Heater, usually heard at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime, will be presented over his regular network immediately following station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Play ball! Play ball with Babe Ruth. Play ball with the Navy. The United States Navy brings you the adventures of Babe Ruth. And here to tell you about the immortal Babe is the man who knew him so well, his pal, the popular sports reporter, Steve Martin.
The big fellow likes a joke as well as anybody.
But once what started out to be an innocent gag boomeranged into a near tragedy, with the wildest results you can imagine. We'll bring you this exciting story in just a moment. But first, a word from Jackson Beck. Come in, Jack.
Okay, Steve, and thanks. Before you get to yarning about this particular adventure of Babe Ruth, Steve, I'd like to ask you just one question.
All right, Jackson. What is it?
Here it is. Why shouldn't a young fellow join the United States Naval Reserve?
What a question, Jack. He should. But if you want reasons, to begin with, there's the knowledge, the training, and education you get free in the Naval Reserve. In this day of high specialization, it's more important than ever that a young fellow who wants to go places should be absolutely perfect in his trade or skill, whatever it is. And perfection is what the Navy teaches. Teaches right there in that hometown peacetime volunteer organization, the United States Naval Reserve. When you join the Naval Reserve, you yourself choose which of the many naval skills you prefer to be trained in, and you go to work with other young fellows just as eager as you for the knowledge and that extra pay and all the other benefits of the Naval Reserve. For you see, Jack, naval reservists work with each other as a great peacetime hometown team. They play together, too, for the Naval Reserve sports program is the greatest in the nation. Study, play, companionship, perfect training, and a skill that will help to advance a fellow in his chosen career. Vacations often at sea. All that, Jack, plus the reservist pay and the security of the Navy's liberal retirement plan.
What you mean, Steve, is that there's no better possible way for a young fellow to spend his spare time, his evenings, and his vacations than in the wholesome, productive atmosphere of the United States Naval Reserve.
You're right, Jack.
It's America's hometown Navy, fellows. It's America's peacetime fleet. And you who want to better yourselves should certainly visit your local Naval Reserve unit and find out personally the many reasons why you should serve in the Naval Reserve that Steve Martin hasn't time to tell you about now. Talk to your local Navy recruiting officer right away. And now back to Steve Martin and the adventures of Babe Ruth.
The Red Sox brought up a sensational rookie pitcher one year who promptly set out to burn up the league. The rookie, Don Brush, we'll call him, won his first 6 starts, and 3 of them were shutouts. The Yankees saw him for the first time in the stadium when the Sox came in for a series. Brush was scheduled to pitch, and I was down on the field before the game with Babe and the Yankees, watching the new star warm up. Wow, that Brush is sure fast, Babe.
Yeah, he sure is, Steve.
With him, Boston can beat you boys out for the pennant.
Yeah, if only I... Hey, I got it, Steve.
What?
I've been trying to think where I saw him before, and it just came to me. In Kansas last fall, when I was playing that vaudeville act, remember? Topeka, I think it was. You remember?
No.
Oh, sure you do. We just got into town. I'm pretty sure it was Topeka. And here was this big parade, band and all, coming up the main drag. Remember now?
Well, what have we here? Looks like the whole town is out to see you, Babe.
Oh, well, let's start, Steve.
You can't do that. Hey, take a gander at that drum major. Isn't he something?
Look at him strut. Hey, he's liable to pop the buttons. Hey, Steve, look! He did it!
No!
No! He burst his button! He's losing his pen! Yes, sir. That drum major who lost his pants in Topeka was Don Brush.
What do you know? Yeah, you're right, Babe.
Bet I'm right. Hey, if you want to see some fun, just keep your eyes open during this game, Steve.
If the big fellow knew what he was starting, he would have cut off his arm before he did it. But he couldn't know. He just saw a chance for a funny gag, and he pulled it in the 6th inning when the game was tied up, 0-0. Don Brush was setting the Yankees down. Only the big fellow and Garrick had hit him. But now with our pitcher up, the big fellow suddenly leaned out of the dugout and blew a little whistle.
Hey, Bryce! Hey, Don! Remember that day in Topeka? Yeah, remember when you lost him?
Don Brush on the mound turned red as a beet. And then, as the big fellow blew his whistle a couple of more times and waved a bat like a drum major, the rookie pitcher proceeded to blow up, but high, wide, and handsome. He walked our pitcher, then Coombs, then he uncorked a wild pitch. He walked the next hitter, and then uncorked 2 more wild pitches. By the time the Sox manager got Brush out of there, 3 Yankee runs had scored, and that was the ball game. When the Red Sox finished their series in New York and moved on to Philadelphia, the Athletics were ready for Don Brush. He started the first game there, and the boys in the dugout started blowing penny whistles at him. Brush blew up the same way he had in New York. And then 4 days later in Washington, when Brush went to the Hill again, not only the jockeys in the Senators' dugout had whistles ready, but the fans did, too.
Your attention, please. Shore, number 12, is coming in to pitch for Boston. Brush is leaving the game.
Well, it went like that all around the circuit, with the opposing players and the fans, too, waiting for Don Brush with their whistles. He started 4 times after Washington and blew up each time in the first inning.
Holy smoke, Steve. This is terrible.
It was when the Yanks came to Boston that a girl stopped the big fellow in the hotel lobby and pushed him into one of the little lounges.
Well, Mr. Ruth, I hope you're proud of yourself.
Huh? What do you mean, sister? Who are you?
My name is Nora Brush. Mrs. Don Brush.
Oh, well, look, Nora, Mrs. Brush.
What did Don ever do to you?
Oh, well, nothing.
Then why did you have to ruin him? Break his heart and my heart and hurt our children?
Oh, now, wait. Listen, Mrs. Brush.
Don worked so long and so hard to get up to the big league. Then he was doing so well. They were going to tear up his contract and give him a new one, a big one. We were going to buy a house big enough for our 2 children, and then you had to spoil everything.
Oh, well, listen, Nora, Mrs. Brush, I didn't mean to start anything like that. I'd cut off my arm first.
I don't believe you. The great Babe Ruth, the hero of all the youngsters, hurting our youngsters, ruining their futures and their fathers.
Oh, now, wait, it might be all right yet. I've been thinking...
It's too late. Don has been waved out of the league.
What?
He's finished. And it's all your fault.
Oh, Mrs. Brush, just a minute. Steve, come on, I gotta see Miller Huggins.
Now, let me get this straight, babe. Are you actually asking me to claim Don Brush for the Yankees on waivers?
That's right, Hug.
You must be out of your mind.
No, I'm not.
Why, Brush hasn't finished a game since you called a turn on him in New York 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, I know,
and you
but
want me to claim him. I thought you had brains, babe. Why'd be the biggest laughing stock in baseball?
Well, listen a minute, will you, Hug? Don could be a great pitcher. He's got the stuff.
Sure, he's also got rabbit ears and a hide like tissue paper. You saw what happened to him.
I think I know a way to stop all that.
Oh, impossible. The whole league's got his number now, and the fans, too. He hasn't got a prayer.
He might have. Look, Hug, give me a chance to square this. Claim Don Brush, and if I can't cure him in the very first game he pitches, I'll pay the $7,500 waiver price back to the club.
Are you serious, babe?
I'm dead serious. Will you do it for me, Hug?
I think you're crazy, and you're throwing away $7,500, but... Well, okay, babe.
I thought the big fellow was crazy, too, but he wouldn't discuss it with me. The Yankees claimed Don Brush, and he joined the club in Detroit. And then Babe shocked manager Huggins again by asking him to start Brush right then and there.
Now I know you're out of your mind, babe. If Brush has any chance at all, which I doubt, it'll be in New York, where our own fans might go easy on him. These Detroit fans will murder him.
Maybe, Hug. But if Don and I can lick his jinx where everybody's against him, he won't ever have any trouble again.
Babe, you've got some cockeyed idea. Now, what is it?
Well, it's a secret between me and Don. Look, Hug, pitch him tomorrow, and be sure to tell the reporters about it tonight. I want the fans to be ready for him.
That left Hug speechless, and ditto me. But Hug announced that Don Brush was going to start for the Yankees the next day, and by game time, the ballpark was a madhouse. Not only the Detroit players in the dugout, but practically every customer in the stands had a whistle. And when Don Brush walked to the hill to face the first Tiger batter, I thought my eardrums would crack under that noise. I felt a little sick because this was going to be a massacre. And then Brush began to pitch. I didn't believe it, and neither did the crowd. 3 straight strikes Don Brush had fireball past the Detroit hitter. And now he proceeded to fireball 3 more past the second hitter, and then he got the third batter on a little pop-up to the box. And taking his time, fogging him in there, he seemed as cool as a cucumber. He stayed that way, too, all through the game, shutting out Detroit with just 2 scratchy hits and beating them 5-0.
Well, Hug, you gonna fire Don and nick me for $7,500?
Oh, don't be silly, babe. Don's going to win the pennant for us. But tell me, man, how did you do it?
Ask Don.
Well, we did ask him, but he won't tell us. He told us to ask you, babe.
Well, I'll tell you. McGraw once had a player on the Giants who had rabbit ears just like Don. Well, he heard everything the fans yelled at him, and he'd go nuts. McGraw finally worked out a dodge. He told me about it when we were on that exhibition tour in Europe. So I tried out the same dodge on Don, and it worked.
What dodge?
Yeah, what was it, babe?
Yeah, we'll show you. Hey, Don, come here a minute.
What is it, babe?
Show these guys the gimmick.
Okay, I got it right here in my hip pocket. Look, fellas. What the... That's cotton. Cotton batting.
Uh-huh. You get it, boys? You see, with that cotton in his ears, Don couldn't hear the whistles and the yells or anything else. Simple, huh?
Well, I'll be...
Oh, baby, you old son of a gun.
Thanks for another exciting adventure of Babe Ruth, Steve Martin. And now will you tip us off about next week's yarn?
Sure thing, Jack. But are you certain you haven't something you want to say first?
As a matter of fact, I have, Steve. You young fellows who don't know what to do with your spare time and don't want to waste it, investigate the advantages of belonging to the United States Naval Reserve, won't you? And you veterans who want to keep your hand in your Navy skills, the Naval Reserve is the place for you, too. For there are courses in the many varied skills, and all of them with a civilian application, and every one of them taught to perfection. So there's training and education to be gained in the Naval Reserve. There's good companionship to be found, and a profitable use for your spare time, plus reserve pay and the many benefits of the Navy's liberal retirement plan. Why don't you join your hometown peacetime Navy, the United States Naval Reserve, and become part of a solid community asset and a member of the greatest crew in the world? It's a very profitable way to spend your spare time. See the friendly officer in charge of your local U.S. Navy recruiting office right away about how you can serve in the Naval Reserve. What's cooking in the galley for us next week, Steve?
Well, next week, Jack, I'm going to tell you about the time one of the roughest, toughest, and greatest ball players of all time said to the big fellow, "This league is too small for both of us, babe. One of us has to go, and it's going to be you."
The Adventures of Babe Ruth is written by Ben Peter Freeman, produced by Woody Close, directed by Ronald Dawson, and presented by the United States Navy.
You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffys Tavern.
Hello, Duffy Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the Manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. The crowd here? You, never seen a swell-looking bunch of crumbs. Or, as the English called them, croutons. Well, you see, Gregory Lawrence is coming down here tonight, so the crowd all dressed up formal. Yeah, practically everybody is wearing shoes. Well, except Moriarty, of course. He didn't have an 18 coupon, so he just went out and got a pedicure. Yeah. Very good Lawrence, Duffy. She was in that play, Lady in the Dark, about a dame and a psychiatrist. Yeah, they're them doctors of psychology. Well, you know, he's a guy you go to when you're doing all right, you're feeling all right, and you're looking all right, and he tells you what's wrong. Yeah, it's for people with twisted mentals. Why is Gertrude Lawrence coming down here? Well, since Noel Coward is in England, she probably said to herself, whom in America is most logical to be Noel's predecessor? So, whom else would the whom be but yours truly, whom? Well, tip, Duffy, old Scrooge. I'll phone you back fortnightly. Look, Eddie.
Yes, Miss Doc.
Eddie, you won't believe this.
That's right, but go ahead.
Eddie, for the last 3 nights, believe it or not, I have had a dream where Gertrude Lawrence comes to me and she says, Archie, you are the next Noel Coward. Sit down and write me a play. If you don't, you're a jerk.
Miss Lawrence say jerk?
Yeah, Eddie, funny words for an English name to use, ain't it?
Well, they have them over there, too. So you are the next Noel Coward, huh?
Oh, the next don't, yeah. Well, Gertie Lawrence ain't the first one said so. Plenty of people say that I'm just as good as Noel Coward.
Who said that?
Who says it? Who should I know? I don't go around eavesdropping. So, anyways, I wrote this play.
Why?
Eddie, I had to. I had to dream, didn't I? You want me to thwart me libidos?
Not unless you like them that way.
Look, Eddie, you don't understand. You see, dreams is a manifestation of the frustration that arises out of your ectoplasm, see? That is when you are out of conscientiousness. Are you with me, Eddie?
Well, yeah, I'm just as confused as you are.
I see that you have very little knowledge of psychiatry. Do you ever have recurrent dreams that happen often?
Yeah. Yeah, I often dream that one of your plays is opening, see? And there's thousands of people there. You standing under the marquee of the theater smiling, when suddenly the marquee falls and hits you on the head.
Eddie, that ain't a dream. That's a horrible nightmare.
Oh, no, I wake up smiling.
What's the use of trying to explain psychiatry to you? Look, the human brain is divided into 2 apartments, see? Upstairs is your consciousness. Out of that, your hair grows. Now, downstairs, or as it is metaphysically described, the parlor floor, that is the unconsciousness whence from which you dream. Now, leave us take the unconscious. Oh, Finnegan, do you ever dream?
Oh, boy, do I, dude. I love to dream.
You love to dream, huh?
Yeah, breaks up the monotony of sleeping.
Well, Finnegan, do you have any special dreams that you dream all the time?
Oh, yeah.
What is it, Finnegan?
Well, dude, I'd rather not say.
Go on, tell me, Finnegan.
Well, okay, I dream that I'm a butterfly.
Butterfly, very interesting. The wing fetish, yeah? Tell me, Finnegan, what do you do when you're a butterfly?
Mostly I sit on flowers.
I see. The narcissus libido. Finnegan, are you happy when you're dreaming you're a butterfly?
Oh, extremely, Arch, extremely. Except for one thing.
What?
Arch, are the girl butterflies?
Of course, Finnegan. They are what are known as Madam Butterfly. Well, Finnegan, your dream is very simple to interpret. You have a suppressed frustration to be an aviator.
An aviator? Arch, I'd be scared stiff up there.
Well, why? When you're a butterfly flying around, they ain't scared.
Yes, I am. That's why I'm sitting on the flowers.
What the use of psycholyzing you? Leave me get back to me play.
That crummy play.
Now listen, Mr. George G. Nation. How can you criticize a play that you ain't even read?
Look, Mr. Noel Coward, when there's corned beef and cabbage on the stove, I don't have to look in the pot to know what's cooking.
Eddie, if I paid any attention to you, I would still be the bum that I am. But I got bigger ambition. Hey, Arch. Oh, hello, crackpot. Hey, what's going on? Well, Eddie here is trying to frustrate me. Gregory Lawrence dreamed me to write a play. See, so I wrote it. Well, you was right, Arch. If you didn't, you would be pent up. Yeah, huh? Sonny, I once had a cellmate up in Sing Sing. The guy had a dream that he escaped. So I says to him, follow your dream. Hop the wall. But he wouldn't. So what happened? He's still pent up. And he'll be pent up for 5 more years. Well, thanks for the encouragement, crackpot. You seem to know a lot about psychiatry. You're a regular Siegfried Fried. Well, in my business, you learn it, Arch. The first thing that happens when you're a guest at Sing Sing is they psychoanalyze you. It's part of the service. Oh. Well, why do they do that? They know you're a crook, don't they? Please, Arch. Psychiatrically speaking, a crook like me is not a crook. I am ill.
Hey, Arch, what does she mean, Pete is ill?
Well, he means like where another guy might have hardening in his arteries, crackpot has larceny in his heart. Well, not quite, Arch. You see, the psychiatrist found out that I inherited me criminal tendencies from me father, who had a tendency to be quite a criminal. Well, where did your father get this tendency? Oh, he got it from his environment. Oh, what was wrong with his environment? He was in jail all the time.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hiya, Benares. Did you hear about the play that I wrote?
Well, Archie, I've heard about your plays, and from what I hear, they'd be much more useful as practice targets.
Everybody's a critic. Please stick to your singing, Miss Venuta. Somebody ought to remind that dame there's a fat shortage, too.
Don't let it get you down if the plans that you've made go up in smoke. And each dream that you dream seems like a joke. Don't let misfortune make you frown. There's a great day coming, manana, with a wonderful, wonderful dream. Everybody we're told will be rolling in gold. We'll be out of the doldrums manana. There'll be beer and pretzels manana. There'll be strawberries floating in cream. We'll be singing a strain of a happy refrain, for we're launching a rainbow manana. There'll be high times, high in the sky times. Come you mourners and pick your plums. There's a great day coming, manana, and manana's sure to come. If this troubled world around you brings a sigh and makes you wonder what and when and why, forget your fears and keep your chin up high. Remember, we're lucky to be here in the land of the free. High time, oh, we'll all have fun. There's a great day coming, manana, and manana's sure to
Gotta get on with this play now. Lady Algernon, that's the Gertrude Lawrence part. She says, pip, pip, and chitty, old bean. I'm off to Derbyshire for a wicket of cricket. Then she goes into a song. She sings, oh, you can't play wickets with rickets. It ain't crickets. What else you got tickets? Eddie, sometimes me cleverness frightens me.
Brother, you got something to be frightened of.
Thank you, Eddie. You know, this play will tendency to show the whole cavalcade of me talents. First, I use me talent for writing. Then I add a soup son of me singing, a spice of composing, goodly portion of acting.
Mama, I found your recipe, but look what come out.
Oh, Daddy, wait a minute. Here she comes now.
Who?
Gertrude Lawrence. This name's a high-class name. I gotta be presentable. With me hat on straight. Well, Gertrude Lawrence. Well, Gertie, as one American to a fellow Britisher, it gives me great pleasure to reach me hands across the sea.
Uh-huh. A little sea wouldn't do those hands any harm.
That's sunburn. This is your first visit to the place, isn't it?
Yeah. Isn't it everyone?
I'll give her one more chance. Miss Lawrence, a cozy little establishment we have here, huh?
Yeah, I'm glad I came.
Oh, thank you.
I always wondered what was underneath Lower Basin Street.
The lucky thing England is our ally. I punched this dame right in the nose. By the way, I understand that we have a mutual friend in common.
Oh, really? Who?
Noel.
Noel who?
What other Noel do you know?
Well, Noel Tanya. Oh, so you're a friend of Noel Coward, huh?
Oh, certainly. Why, we're presumed pals. Yes, Noel and me is together all the time.
Oh, you are together all the time, huh? Noel's in England.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
What? Where is Winston Churchill?
He's in England.
Where's President Roosevelt?
In Washington.
Touche? By the way, pardon me, rudidity. You must be simply famishing. Would you care for a spot of tea?
Oh, well, thank you, Archie.
Eddie, a cup of tea for Miss Lawrence.
I'm sorry, the tea bag's in use.
Who's got it?
Moriarty.
Well, what's taking him so long?
The bag fell in the cup. He's waiting for it to cool so he can go in after it.
Well, in that case, would you care to wait, Miss Lawrence?
Oh, never mind. I'll take coffee.
Eddie, a cup of coffee for Miss Lawrence.
Coffee ain't ready yet. I just put that on the fire.
Oh, well, leave me know when it starts to pick.
Hey, this coffee ain't strong enough to drip.
Oh, Sayaj, could I help you? Oh. So how you do?
Oh, Miss Lawrence, may I present Mr. Clifton Finnegan, Mr. Finnegan, Miss Lawrence. Miss Lawrence, Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Finnegan.
How do you do? How do you do?
Please, Miss Lawrence, I'll tell you when.
Oh,
Mr. Finnegan, Miss Lawrence. Clifton, Gertrude.
Oh, for heaven's sake, how do you do?
Very well. If you don't care for a formal introduction, the woman is a positive bore.
Gertrude, I'm very fond of that name. My father's name happens to be Gertrude.
What are you talking about? You're nuts. Your father's name is Arthur.
Yeah, but he insists on being called Gertrude.
Why? Why is that?
Because my mother's name is Arthur and it confuses her. So, well, anyways, I'm pleased to meet you, Gertrude.
I'm pleased to meet you too, Clifton.
They are. She sounds just like my mother. Hey, Gertrude, do you mind if I call you Arthur?
No, I don't mind at all, as long as you don't call me mother.
Look, Miss Lawrence, don't mind Finnegan. You see, he is a man with his own little world, and he's out of it. Anyways, Gertie, to get to the point, I have wrote a play for you and me.
Oh, you have?
Of course. Don't you remember coming to me in me dreams and asking me?
What?
For the past 3 nights, you have appeared in me dreams.
Holy smokes. Where will that agent of mine book me next?
Look, it's a great play, Gertie, and you play the title role.
Uh-huh. What's the title?
Getting Archie's Garden.
I see. Now, I suppose I get all the snappers.
Well, look, why don't you run through it with me once and see how it sounds? You'll swear that you're back with Noel. Well, Gertie, did you look over the play?
Yeah, I did. I see it has a song in it. Who wrote that?
Who wrote the song?
Mm-hmm.
Only the author of Leave Us Face It.
Oh, Lord, that moron.
Miss Lawrence, it may embarrass you to learn that moron is me. Anyways, leave us get on with the play. Now, okay. You see, The scene is the curtain rises. I am sitting in me flat in London in me velvet smoking pajamas. Anyways, there I'm sitting, Sir Archibald Archie, wealthy English barrister, playboy, and all-around cad. Music, Pete. Meadows. Front. Right. Meadows, I'm expecting Lady Algernon. Will you lay out my tuxedo?
White tails or black tails?
Wait, tonight.
Very good, my lord.
Shirt, stiff up a front.
Collar?
Wing.
Tie?
Flat.
Socks?
By all means. Also, I'll be wanting me monocle.
For which eye, sir?
The left.
Right.
We'll have it your way, Meadows. That must be Lady Algernon now. This is going to be difficult.
Sir Archie.
Lady Algie, you're late. It's almost off, sir.
I know. I'm sorry, I was delayed.
Careless of you. You should have took a pram. Of course, you suspect why I asked you to pop over.
Yes, I was afraid of that. You mean it?
Yes, I'm afraid it's...
Well, then, this is it.
This is it.
The end, eh?
The bitter.
Yes, I sensed it last night on the balcony.
You did, eh? How did you sense it?
Oh, I don't know. There was something about the way you pushed me over the rail.
Oh, I say, I'm dreadfully sorry about that. Did you get hurted?
No, I fell on Mother.
Say, that was a bit of luck. That old blip, isn't she? Well,
I suppose there's no chance of...
Going back?
Yes.
Lady Algie, please, let's shan't have a scene, shan't we?
No, darling, we shan't.
Good. Leave us be civilized about it. Cigarette?
Think.
Champagne?
Oh, but definitely.
Meadows. Wait, Meadows. After all, I suppose this is an occasion. Make it the dollar bottle. Memories.
Yes, it's all been frightful fun, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been. Flipping.
Do you remember those days at Brighton?
Brighton. And Cooney, too. Oh, come now, don't cry. Stiff up a plate, old girl. Come, sit next to me here at the harpsichord.
My sweet.
You remember?
Our song. I'm so terribly, terribly fond of you. Here in our little rendezvous. I find you so simply, plainly devastating.
Your hair is like a bunch of jewels. Your eyes are too deep, Liverpool. But now it seems that we are separating things.
This is it.
This is it.
At Westminster's Abbey they know our affair. Have pent up and went up, it's nothing but air. Oh, how can I find them in Piccadilly Square? This is it.
This is it. This is it. Please dry out your tears. I can't stand humidity. I'm tired of romance and Cupid's cupidity. Me feelings for you is just frigidity. This is it.
Leave go my heart, you're passionate, so dispassionate. Don't ration it, be compassionate. Remember our first dinner with the hash in it?
Oh, no, I love wood bust up. Get mussed up, all rust up, all fussed up, since that first kiss on the omnibus top.
Oh, this is it. This is it. I'm sure I'll forget you. It was all just a lark. You'll marry some broker. Or perhaps just a clock. Toodaloo, my little darling. Don't think me just a jock. Oh, this is
Oh, you're wonderful, Miss Laura.
Oh, thank you, Penny Gertrude. You were simply marvelous. Oh, that's sweetheart.
You were nice.
Oh, thank you.
Simply superb. Oh, you were wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Eddie, I'm afraid this play will have to be recasted. I think I have to get somebody who ain't quite so good for this part. Now, let's see. Who is there that can't act as good as me?
my dear little son.
Oh, we'll find somebody. Oh, just a minute. Hello? Oh, Fred Allen. You coming down here next week, Fred? Well, swell. Hey, wait a minute. That's what it is. You know something funny, Fred? For the last 3 nights, Portland Hopper has been coming to me in a dream. Yeah, and she says to me...
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music. This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with A New Sun in the Sky. After last week's show, I had a telephone call from one of our listeners, and it looks as though I've got another question to answer. This lady said, I know I should wax my floors, but what about all those extra uses I've heard about for Johnson's Wax? Are they really important? Well, I'll say this. If you could take a peek at the letters that come in here every day, you'd know they're important. One woman writes, I wax my windowsills and painted woodwork. Another, I wax my parchment lampshades, ornaments, picture frames. A third writes, I wax my enameled refrigerator and my pantry shelves. Now, why do they wax all these things? For the same reasons they wax their floors. For protection, beautification, and labor saving. Protection against fingerprints, surface scratches, and stains. Adding a rich, mellow beauty to every corner of the house. Saving work throughout the entire year because a waxed surface sheds dirt and dust, is easily kept spotless. Now, if you haven't tried these extra uses for Johnson's Wax, you're missing a good bet. But be sure you get the genuine Johnson's Wax in either paste or liquid form. The wax that has given such lasting satisfaction for over 50 years. And remember, you can save 1/3 by buying the larger sizes. Well, there's been quite a discussion at 79 Westfall Vista, a discussion as to whether or not Fibber should get busy and take down the window screens for the winter. It was quite an argument while it lasted, and here on a stepladder taking down the window screens is the loser, very busy under the watchful eye of the winner, Mrs. Simon Legree McGee. A combination otherwise known as Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
There. I guess that's enough for today, Molly. I'll take the rest of them down later.
Oh, no, you don't, McGee. If we don't get the screens off and the curtains cleaned and all, what on earth will the neighbors think?
What do I care what the neighbors think? They don't think we're clean. They got dirty minds. Tattletale gray matter, you might say. Don't you get it, Molly?
Ain't funny, McGee.
Shucks, and I got up in the middle of the night to write that one down.
Well, after this, McGee, keep your nightmares to yourself. Now get busy on that next screen.
All right. I get the death ready.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Need a handyman to help you take down them screens?
No, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. My husband can handle it all right.
Hey!
He says I can do it myself. He's starting a new production next week called Paint in the Garage, and this is my screen test.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, stay, says. See where they claim that the weather is caused by spots on the sun. Ever see my kid's freckles? What's that got to do with it, says t'other feller. Well, says the first feller, I got a theory that the spots in my sun are caused by the weather. Well, don't strain yourself, Johnny. Remember, if muscles were meant to be so important, they wouldn't have been hid under your skin.
Hold the ladder, Molly. I'm coming down.
Oh, what for? You've only taken down 2 screens.
I know, but I feel kind of faint.
Oh.
Help me down, will you?
Oh, you poor dear. Oh. Oh, my.
Yeah.
Where do you feel the worst?
Up on the ladder.
Well, now, there's only one thing for you to do, dearie, and that's go to bed. Now, come on in the house and lie down.
Hey, wait a minute, Molly. I can't go to bed. I just happen to think there's a smoker at the club tonight, and I got to interview a lot of talent. Did I tell you about that guitar player I discovered? He's terrific. He's marvelous.
Now, don't excite yourself, McGee. You better run up to bed.
Oh, I don't want to go to bed.
You're going to bed.
But, Molly, I don't
You're going to bed.
That's what I say. I think I ought to go to bed. On second thought, Molly, I'll just lie down here on the davenport.
Come in.
Good day, madam. I'm from the Wistful Vista Exterminating Company. Are you troubled with pests?
Yes.
What kind?
Salesman from Exterminating Company.
I get it.
Who was that, Molly?
Oh, that was just a man from the Exterminating Company.
Oh, too bad you couldn't give him some work to do, Molly. Them poor fellows just live from hand to mouth. Oh, am I sick?
You must.
I'll get it, Molly. It's must be that guitar
Lie
player.
still, dearie. Lie still. Don't exert yourself. I'll answer.
Okay.
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Yes? Yes. No. No.
Oh, yes, what's all this?
What? Yes. That's right. Don't mention it. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Wrong number.
That was a lot of conversation for a wrong number.
Oh, don't be so suspicious, McGee. Somebody wanted to know if Billy Mills' next number was going to be Sweet Sue, and that was wrong. The right number is Pagan Love Song.
Oh, prop me up, Molly. I want to hear it. ain't serious about keeping me laying down all the rest of the day, are you, Molly?
Well, I certainly am. I've even called the doctor. Now, in the meantime, take this medicine.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I don't know, but the label says it's good for man or beast, and you've been working like a dog here. Here, take it.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. I hope that's my guitar player.
Come in.
How do you do, madam? Did you call for a doctor?
Oh, yes. How do you do, doctor? I want you to look at me husband. He was suddenly took ill while taking down the window screen.
Oh, yes. Quite an epidemic of that these days. I think I'd better give him a shot in the arm.
Ow! Hey, what's the idea?
No, don't get excited. Just a flesh wound. Here, let me put a bandage on it.
Oh.
There you are. Lucky thing I was here when this happened.
Say, doctor, give him a good looking over.
Oh, certainly.
Incidentally, Doc, you don't look very good yourself.
I don't?
No, your color's bad. Let's see your tongue.
Nah.
Very bad. Let me feel your pulse, Doc. No, the other foot.
You think it's anything serious? I've been working pretty hard here lately.
Oh, pretty hard to tell, Doc, on a hasty examination like this. Do you ever have dizzy spells?
Well,
Any loss of appetite?
Now that you speak of it,
Shall I leave the room whilst you examine the doctor, McGee?
Oh, never mind, Molly. I'm nearly through. Now, listen, Doc. I don't want to alarm you, but you got a bad shape. I mean, you're in bad shape. I'd advise a complete rest, no excitement, and a bland diet.
Oh, my gosh. I better get home and go to bed. What a doctor. I wouldn't let him doctor my horse.
Why, you haven't got a horse.
I got a good mind to get one just to not let him doctor it. Oh, let me get up, Molly. I feel better. Besides, I got to take that guitar player down to the club when he comes. You ought to hear him, Molly. Why, he's Nick Lucas and Bing Crosby all rolled into one.
That must be very uncomfortable for both of them. Now, you lie still and get some rest whilst I take down the rest of the curtains. And if you want anything, just call me, dearie.
This is a fine state of how do you do. I can get myself into more scrapes than an old-fashioned razor. That's dead.
Hello, Fisher.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Say, what is this I'm hearing about you being under the climate?
You mean under the weather, Nick? Yes, that's right. I guess I've just been overworking.
Well, for scream's sake, I hope it is only being slightly fatal. I'm hearing that there is quite an epidermis of hay fever.
Not epidermis, epidemic. Epidermis is your skin.
It is? That's funny. I never noticed it. How does it feel?
How does what feel?
Well, maybe not. Anyway, I'm being quite susceptible to having hay fever myself about this time of the year. In September, act sober, and no wonder.
Yeah, eh? What makes you think you have hay fever?
Oh, well, every night about 1:30 Amos and Andy, I'm getting in a terrible fever to hit the hay. You grab me?
Maybe that's what I got, Nick.
Is that so? You must be in a very serious condition. If I were you, Fizzer, and thank goodness I'm somebody else, I would watch my stomach very closely. And the best way to do that is to cut a little hole in the front of your shirt. Well, I hope you're back on my feet again soon. If you're not feeling better tomorrow, don't you wish you'd been more careful yesterday?
Cheerful guy he is.
Did I hear you talking to someone, McGee?
Yeah, Nick DePopoulos was just in. What you got there, Molly?
A thermometer. I want to take your temperature.
Uh-oh. Where'd you get the thermometer?
Well, what a question.
Huh?
Well, you've seen it 1,000 times. It's been hanging outside the kitchen door for 2 years.
Oh, yeah, well, wait till I put my hat on, Molly. I'd rather know what my temperature is in the shade.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Molly. Say, what's the matter with you, Fibber?
Oh, hi, Harlow. Oh, I guess I've been overdoing things a little.
Hey.
Yeah, I got took sick right in the middle of taking down the window screen. Come on, me, just like... Snap your fingers for me, Harlow. I'm kind of weak.
Okay.
Thanks. Come on, me, just like that.
Now, just sit down and make yourself at home, Mr. Wilcox. And don't you tire yourself talking too much, dearie. I've got to go soak me curtains.
Okay, Molly. Hey, Harlow. Yeah, shut the door.
What's the matter, pal?
Shh, not so loud, huh? Bend down here a minute. Yeah. Look, I ain't really sick. I'm goldbricking. I got so dad rather tired of working around here, I pulled a fake. You catch on to it?
Sure, I know how it is. All men get panicky about house cleaning time. But it doesn't bother smart housewives anymore.
Huh? It don't?
No. Not the ones that have learned about Johnson's wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Glow coat has practically done away with old-fashioned floor scrubbing, you know. It gives linoleum a beautiful wax finish without any rubbing or buffing.
You hear that, folks? Use Johnson's wax and you can drag a commercial in by the heels without leaving a scratch. Go on, Cuddles.
Well, that's all, except that Johnson's paste or liquid wax on wood floors and furniture makes old-time housekeeping as simple as ABC. And when I say ABC, I mean always bright and cheerful. Why, do you know, Fibber?
McGee, well, what are you two whispering about?
Who?
Well, I just didn't want to disturb Fibber too much, Molly. He's a pretty sick fellow.
I'm afraid he is too, Mr. Wilcox. I don't know exactly what to do about it.
Well, if I were you, I'd give him a good dose of castor oil, rub his chest with bear's grease, and keep him off cigars for a week or so.
Oh.
Take care of yourself, pal.
Well, of all the dirty... If that ain't the worst ingratitude... Bear's grease. Hey, Molly, that must be that guitar player. If it is, stick around and listen. The guy's tremendous. What a voice.
Now, easy, dearie, easy. Don't get excited
Okay.
now. Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Hi, Uppy.
Oh, nice to see you both looking so well.
I ain't well, Uppy. I've been sick.
Really? Oh, now please, Miss McGee. Oh, I'm afraid you're just pulling my but that's what I admire about you. Your drollery.
Hand me a handkerchief, Molly. Uppy says I'm drolly.
Quiet, McGee. No fooling, Mrs. Uppington. He is sick. Oh, well, then it's probably just a change in temperature. Now, personally, I make every effort to keep in perfect physical condition. I have been going to a trainer 3 times a week at the gymnasium, you know.
Oh, how are you on the trapeze, Uppy? Can't you just see her, Molly? I bet she flies through the air with the greatest of effort.
I don't know, McGee. I think it's very sensible of Mrs. Uppington to keep herself in condition. Oh, yes, you have no idea how it tones one up. Why, I can actually feel my wrinkles just fading away. Oh, not really.
Well, what's wrong with a few wrinkles, Uppy? After all, a wrinkle is just a dimple that got up to stretch and never sat down again. I feel a little better now. Don't you get it, Uppy? I said.
Oh, yes, that was very amusing.
I thought it was killing you.
Oh, yes, indeed. But, Mrs. McGee, you must try my athletic trainer. He is so delightfully brutal. Why, I have seen him tear a telephone book in two with his bare hands.
Oh, dear.
Yes. I asked him how on earth he ever learned to do it, and you know what he said?
What did he say?
Well, it was so amusing. He said he got started by tearing up one telephone number at a time when he got married. Wasn't that silly? Oh, my. Well, I must be going. Goodbye.
Folks, here is a rare bit from our Welsh warbler. Donald Novus singing The Man with the Mandolin.
The music man is coming, a happy song he's humming. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, here comes the man with the mandolin. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, he'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Lovable old fella, playing an old tune. He comes around every afternoon. Raggedy old minstrel, wearing a big grin. You love the man with the mandolin. All the kids holler through the windows above. Mama throw a nickel and the man will pick a little tune we love. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, open your heart, let the music in. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, there goes the man with the mandolin. Ah, there comes the man with the mandolin. Ah, he'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Ah, He comes around every afternoon. Ah, you love the man with the mandolin. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, open your heart, let the music in. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, there goes the man with the mandolin.
Oh, my, that was grand, Mr. Novick.
I'm glad you liked it, Molly. I used to play the mandolin myself, you know.
Honest, Don? Ain't that a kind of a tough instrument to learn?
Yes, it takes a lot of pluck.
Oh.
Well, see you later, kid.
Well, how do you feel now, dearie?
I'm still kind of weak, Molly. And speaking of the man with the mandolin, I wish that guy with the guitar'd show up. I got a good... Oh, that must be him now.
Now, don't get up, McGee. Mustn't tire yourself. I'll see who it is.
Okay, well.
Hi. Oh, hello, little girl. McGee, it's only the little girl from across the street.
Oh, hi, sis. You better run on home. I'm sick. I says I'm sick.
Why?
Dad, how do I know why? I just am, that's all. Probably just got a little run down.
Oh, did you get the license number?
Whose? Hey?
Sure.
Listen, sis, you better get out of here. Maybe I got something serious. You wouldn't want to get one of my germs, would you?
I don't know. I see one.
What you talking about? You can't see a germ.
Why?
They're too little, that's why.
Oh, maybe we can wait till they grow up, huh?
They don't grow up. They always stay little.
Maybe they don't eat their spinach, I bet you.
Be like that. Germs don't like spinach.
Gee, maybe I'm a germ. I don't either.
Oh, you don't, eh? Listen, sis, go on home. Suppose I had the mumps, or the measles, or the chicken pox, or something.
Gee, that'd be dandy, I bet you. Can I stay and watch?
Dad, Rabbit, can you stay and watch what?
Well, gee, if you got chicken pox, maybe you'll lay an egg, huh?
Go on. I don't lay eggs.
That ain't the way I heard it, I bet you.
You hear what she says, Molly? Dad, drat it, the way I lead with my chin, I ought to be wearing a beard for a shock absorber.
Oh, now calm yourself, dearie.
Well?
After all, you're a sick man and mustn't get excited. Come in.
Mr. McGee live here?
Yes, he does, but he's not very well. Oh, is that a guitar you have with you?
Well, if it isn't, I'm out $7.98.
Well, come right in, Mr.
Saputo, Frankie Saputo, the czar of the guitar.
You don't say. Well, come right in, Mr. Saputo.
Oh, hi, Bud. Shucks, I'd about give you up. And listen, Frankie, don't tie up with nobody as manager till you talk to me, see?
Okay, Mr. McGee.
Yes, sir. After tonight, Frankie, you'll have more offers than you can handle.
Oh, my goodness, McGee. Mr. Saputo must be wonderful.
Wonderful. He's a sensation, Molly. And he's been right here in Wistful Vista all the time, working in a filling station.
Oh?
I discovered him myself.
Oh, where did you hear him play, McGee?
Huh? Why, well, as a matter of fact, I never did hear him play.
Well, then how do you know he's so wonderful?
I told him.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, I know he was sincere about it, too, Molly. Well, unlimber the old strum bucket and tear off a little swingaroo. You get this, Molly. Now, he not only plays the guitar, but he sings at the same time.
No.
What you going to do, Bud?
Well, my most terrific number is Lazy Bones.
Now, light the fuse, Frankie.
Lazy Bones, fine sun. I try to get your work done. You never get it done in the sun. Lazy Bones, shade. I expect to make any money. You never make any money that way. Or any other way. When taters need friends, I'll bet. Let's bring his father. Lazy bone. Shade. I expect to make any corn meal. You never make any cornmeal because you don't know how. Because you don't know how.
Well, I must say, McGee, that Mr. Saputo is certainly different.
Yeah, he's even different than I. Well, much obliged, Frankie, my boy. I'll let you know what the committee decides.
Okay, Mr. McGee.
So you dug him up all by yourself. Well, all I got to say is you better bury him again.
Shucks, I didn't realize. I thought I guess it's just as well I didn't take him down to the club, Molly. I'm sicker than ever now.
Well, you just lie there and get some rest. I want you to be well enough tomorrow to finish taking the screens down.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if you hadn't better get somebody else, Molly. I got a hunch this is the beginning of a long illness. Oh, why can't people leave a sick man alone?
Hush, dearie, don't fret. I'll see who it is.
What a day. I'm darn near convinced myself.
Oh, hello, lady. We had a rush call for a stretcher. Is this the place?
Oh, yes, the stretcher. Bring it right in, please.
Okay. Come on, Joe. Bring it in.
Stretcher. Uh-oh. Oh, no, they don't. They don't take me out of here on no stretcher. Hey, Molly.
What is it, McGee?
Tell them to take it away. I ain't sick. I was just kidding.
What?
I was just faking, Molly. I ain't really sick. Kind of fooled you, though, didn't I? Well, I guess I'll go out and take the rest of the screens down. Take the stretcher away, fellas. We don't need it.
Oh, yes, we do, McGee.
Huh?
That's the stretcher for me curtain.
You mean there wasn't... Oh, God.
You've often heard the expression, you can't do two things at once. Well, you can put that down as wrong, and I'll tell you two things you can do at once. You can clean and wax polish your car at once in the same operation with Car New, that revolutionary new auto product developed by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Before the days of Car New, you had to use a cleaner first and then a wax. Two products. Today, Car New does both jobs in half the time it used to take. Simply put it on, it dries to a powder, you wipe it off, that's all there is to it. If your car is a brand new 1940 model, or if it's 10 years old, you should wax polish it right now with Car New. Get it ready for those bad weather days that are ahead. Make your job of winter cleaning easy. You can buy Car New wherever auto supplies are sold, or from your regular wax dealer. Everybody's buying it, and they're all beginning to say, your car looks like new when you use Car New.
McGee, I never thought you'd try to get out of doing your work by pretending to be sick. Aren't you, Shane?
Yeah, I am, Molly. Shame I didn't think of it before. I'd have got away with it, too, if you hadn't brung in that stretcher. That's when I lost hope.
Oh, Hope. Oh, my goodness. Come on, McGee. Let's hurry home and listen to the radio. He's back tonight.
Who?
Bob Hope.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Toasties, the wake-up food, presents Joey Brown.
Joey Brown, let's follow Joey Brown. Toasties on the air tonight. And Joey, laugh, 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 laugh.
Yes, another dramatic thunderbolt featuring those nimble nitwits Gill and Demling, with Paula Winslow as Jill, Gail Gordon as Bullhammer, yours truly, Don Wilson, Harry Sosnick and his orchestra, and the star of our post-toasty show, Joe E. Brown.
Hello, folks.
Here we are, Joe. What's the show all about? What's on the fire tonight?
On the fire? I wish it was Gill and Demling. They almost drive me crazy, and thereby hangs the tale.
Well, I suppose you have to be crazy to be able to stand those two zanies.
Well, you don't have to be crazy, but it sure helps.
Well, yes, Joe, and I understand that you're introducing a new character in the show tonight. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Wilson. We sure is.
Now, wait a minute, Joe. Wait a minute. What's the idea of this other voice?
Oh, that's Don, that's Onyx. Onyx, he's the janitor at Bullhammer's.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, Joe. I know Onyx. As a matter of fact, just yesterday I heard that Onyx girl left him for another man.
Wait a minute. My girl left me for another man, Mr. Wilson?
That's right.
No, sir. No, sir. She just went out of town. That's all.
I'm very sorry, Onyx, but I heard definitely that she went to another man.
No, sir. That ain't what she told me.
Then what did she tell you?
Well, she said to me, she said, Onyx, I'm leaving you. I'm going to Rochester.
This is Don Wilson, friends, and I'm going to give you a real tip on a real breakfast cereal for everybody in the family. I mean, Post Toasties. These crisp oven-toasted cornflakes are so delicious your whole family will go for them. So delicious people everywhere say Post Toasties are tops in taste. Even more important, Post Toasties begin to digest within 30 seconds. This means quick food energy. And that's what you need to help you get going faster after breakfast. But here's more good news about Post Toasties. They save you money. They're now priced below any other nationally advertised cornflakes. Today, you can buy Post Toasties at the lowest price in all their history. So if you want a faster start after breakfast, eat Post Toasties for breakfast. Post Toasties, the wake-up food. And now for our drama. Fresh from an assignment, we find Joe in the inner sanctums of Bullhammer Enterprises, Incorporated. Curtain?
Howdy, Mr. Bullhammer. Have a cigar?
Well, thank you, Brown. It's on days like these that I appreciate those little courtesies. I'm a sick man today, Brown.
Oh, that's too bad. Why don't you go to the doctor?
Well, I was thinking.
I know a good doctor. Dr. Gubin. He set my Uncle Fred's leg when it was broken.
Dr. Gubin? He's a tree surgeon.
Yeah, I know. Uncle Fred had a wooden leg. But he had to have something done to it. It pained him so badly.
A wooden leg pained him?
Yeah. Aunt Phoebe hit him over the head with it.
That's quite equipped, Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but you actually cheer me up at times.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. The medical profession has always fascinated me. I guess doctors see many strange things.
Oh, you said it. I've got a friend that's an intern. He performed his first operation last week and found an 1812 penny in a man's lung.
Well, a very valuable find. He kept it, I suppose.
Oh, no, he didn't. He left it in there.
He did? Why?
Well, don't you remember, Mr. Bullhammer? Interns can't take money.
Very good. That's very good, Raz.
That's pretty good.
Oh. Well, perhaps I will go to see a doctor. You think you can handle the office while I'm gone?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Bullhammer. I'll go out and give the staff a pep talk right now. Quiet, everybody. Quiet. I call this meeting of employees to tell you that I am temporarily in charge of Bullhammer Enterprises. Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir?
Why were you late to work this morning?
You see, my wife had triplets last night.
Well, don't let it happen again. And Miss Tweep, your letter to the loan company was worded all wrong. You don't return a loan, you retire a loan.
I don't either retire alone. I sleep with my mother.
Well, folks, Mr. Bullhammer is sick, and I want to feel that you're all behind me. Let's have no loafing, no shirking, and above all, don't watch the clock.
Oh, no, we won't.
You can count on us, Joe. Good. And now, Yahoo! Lunch hour! Wait a minute. Hey, fellas. Oh, fish feathers.
Harry Sosnick and his orchestra play Swonderful. Return to the offices of Bullhammer Enterprises Incorporated. Bullhammer has gone to see a doctor, and Joe has taken over Bullhammer's private office. Curtin?
Bueller.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
I'm very busy. I don't want to be interrupted.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Oh, the fat food flute with the floor. Fat food flute. Hey. Who are you? Me? Well, it's Onyx, the new superintendent of the cleanest uppers department. Chairman pro tem of the mops and the pails. In brief, I is the janitor.
Wait a minute. What did you say your name was? Onyx?
Yes, sir. That's right, Onyx. That's short for unexpected.
Unexpected?
Yes, sir. You see, I was the third act in a pair of triplets.
Well, Onyx, look at you. You're asleep on your feet.
Yeah, the way you see, Mr. Brown, my constitution is such that I need more sleep than most people.
You need more sleep? Well, why?
Well, so you see, I sleep very slow. Yes, and besides, I got misery in my feet. My dog is just 11 inches of hot foot.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You should come.
You should come here. You should come. You should come to me with your troubles. After all your troubles are my troubles.
Yeah, my troubles is your troubles? Yes, sir. Well, you better get a good lawyer, Mr. Brown.
A good lawyer? Why?
Well, you see, there's a gal in Memphis that's suing us for breach of promise.
Okay, Onyx, I'm afraid you'll always be just a lazy good-for-nothing, and I'm going to teach you a lesson. You're fired. Now, what do you say to that?
Well, so, Mr. Brown, you'll find my answer in the second line of Hail, hail, the gang's all here. So long.
Guys, I'll never get any work done the way things are going around here.
I'm Sam, the serious rover. Do you know I married an angel?
Well, yes.
Well, how do you get a hat on over a halo?
Hey, what's going on here?
Yes? Pardon me, I'm Tom, the fun-loving rover. Have you heard My Heart Belongs to Daddy?
Yes.
Then no wonder I'm anemic.
Hey, keep those fellas out of here. Goodness sakes.
I knew if we played hard to get, you'd send for us. Have a card, Brown. Give it back. I'm Limerick R. Gill. And I'm J. Epitaph Demling. Yes. We represent the Blotto Motto Company. There's nothing the motto with our mottos. That's right. We also rent Demling's forehead out to termites for a ski jump, just during the winter months, of course.
Yes. Listen, I don't want any mottos. You get out of here. You...
Oh, Gill, our man is frustrated. You're right. Slip him our motto 27. Ah, yes, a verbal Mickey Finn. That's a lovely one. Listen to this, Brown. It's called Frustration, and I quote, "The baby elephant is sad. His life is dull and gray. You see, he cannot suck his thumb. His nose is in the way."
Hey, listen, I don't want it.
Perhaps you'd prefer a motto with a family touch. In large lavender letters on a background of puce. Says, I love my wife, but oh, you kid. Or is that dated?
I'll say it's dated. Wait, now here's a little number that I made up myself.
You made up that?
Yeah. I knew a little girl, and boy, was she a dummy. She fell in the water up to her knees.
Hey, wait a minute. Back up there. That doesn't rhyme.
I know, the water wasn't deep enough.
See. And now, my broken-down bard, how about something to hang in this office, say on the bookkeeper's chin? Read it, Demling. My thought for today. Here it is. Yes, Genevieve, Oxford 7748. Pardon me. No, that's wrong. That's my thought for tonight.
You fellas are just wasting your time. I don't want any mottos, and the boss is sick.
Sick? Well, we have just the thing then. A little couplet inscribed on a hot water bottle. You like that?
No. I've got just the thing for a sick man.
Really?
Maybe you could use it.
Listen.
I sneezed a sneeze into the air. It fell to earth I knew not where. But hard and cold were the looks of those in whose vicinity I snows.
Brown?
Whiz bang.
Brown, you have great talent. It gives me a great idea, too. Living slogans.
Living slogans?
Yeah, you act out a slogan. Go ahead, act.
I acted?
Sure.
Absolutely, and we've got a honey for you.
Living slogan. Very, very simple. Now, just stand on one leg. Come on.
Stand on one leg?
On one leg. And waggle your ears, see? And you do this. Like that. Go ahead.
There. What am I now?
Idiot's Delight.
Oh, beeswax. Yes?
Say that society dame, Miss Buzzard is here to see you.
Miss Buzzard? Oh, Miss Buzzard. Oh, yeah. I used to know her. Send her in.
Yes, sir.
Well, if it isn't Lucretia Buzzard. I haven't seen you since you left to the farm to come to the city. How are you, Miss Buzzard?
I beg your pardon. The name is Bazaar.
Bazaar? Well, maybe so, Miss Bazaard. But the last time I saw your mother, she was taking in washing. And your father was working for the city Badump. Now, what's on your mind?
Oh, dear. You're the first man I met who's had the courage to bring me down to earth.
Never mind that. What did you come here for?
I came to offer my beauty and talent to the cinema. But now I think I found my soulmate. You.
Me?
Yes.
No.
You're dominating. You're getting handsomer. You're getting more desirable.
I'm getting out of here.
Please don't leave without kissing me.
No, but wait a minute.
Kiss me!
Yeah, but wait, hey, the hell? Baloney.
Oh, you are wonderful. Where did you ever learn to kiss like that?
I used to play the bazooka.
I went over to catch the final shots for RKO's new picture, Sorority House. I chatted with Anne Shirley, the lovely star whose work stands out as usual. Speaking of the active part she plays, she said, "It's a good thing I eat Post Toasties for breakfast and get quick food energy because in this picture, I start full tilt the minute I reach the set after breakfast. You've told me why Post Toasties are called the wake-up food, and you certainly know what you're talking about." Well, I was mighty glad to hear that, friends, and now I'll tell you, as I told Anne Shirley, just why Post Toasties are known as the wake-up food. You see, these crisp oven-toasted cornflakes begin to digest within 30 seconds. This one simple fact explains why Post Toasties give you quick food energy, why they help you get going faster mornings by helping wake up your lazy energy. So remember, folks, eat Post Toasties for breakfast and get a faster start after breakfast. And don't forget either that there's no tastier breakfast cereal to be had than Post Toasties, the wake-up food. But now here's the Sportsman Quartet singing Ferdinand the Bull.
Oh, there once lived a bull, a magnificent bull, in a pasture near old Barcelona. He would romp and he'd play in the flowers all day, till it smelled just like Eau de Kelowna. He was gentle and kind, and his mood was refined, which the rest of the bulls all resented. And there once lived a bee, a magnificent bee, who was feeling so chock full of vigor that he got out of hand and he stung Ferdinand with a sharp little thingamajigger. Ferdinand was so hurt he was pawing the dirt when a bull picked a torch and to fight him. This bull is magnifico, he is terrifico. Bring him to Madrid and I'll fight him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, the toreador tried to spear him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, they chased him but couldn't get near him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, he viewed the occasion so lightly when the picador missed him. Why, Ferdinand kissed him, for he never learned to fight. With a rose to his nose, the study of nature would call him. He would sniffle completely and smell, oh, so sweetly. So in the tale of the bull, Ferdinand.
Our saga staggers on. We find Bullhammer's stand-in, Joey Brown, still trying to carry on before he's carried out. Curtain?
Hello, Bullhammer Enterprises. Joey Brown speaking.
This is Bullhammer Brown. I have terrible news.
What is it, Mr. Bullhammer?
My doctor has given me just 3 months to live.
3 months? Oh, gosh. April, May, June. Oh, gosh, that's terrible.
I knew you'd feel badly, Brown.
Yeah, you're going to miss our 4th of July picnic. Mr. Bullhammer! Mr. Bullhammer! Hey, gosh, I guess he fainted. Those telephone booths get so awfully stuffy. Come in.
Goldfoot Alf afternoon. Are you Mr. Bullfull Halfhammer?
You what? Hey, you sound like a passport photo looks.
Mr. Bullfull Halfhammer phoned in for an Alf aspirin towel tablet.
You mean an aspirin tablet?
Yeah. Did he want that on whole full wheel feed or rye fi?
An aspirin tablet on whole wheat or rye? Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the pharmacist?
No, I'm not the fall pharmacist. I'm the soul-voted jerk.
Well, then you go back and get that aspirin, and while you're there, fix me up a banana split.
I'm sorry. I've got pile-fine Alf apples, all oranges, and grail fakes. But I'm all out of balalas.
Hey, what kind of talk is that? Don't you mean bananas?
Well, I said balalas, didn't I?
Hey, what's the matter with you anyway?
Well, you see, Luffy, I burned out the bearings in my larynx.
Sounds like you've got tinsel on your tonsil. Where are you from, anyway?
Oh, I'm from Pal Palm Beauty, Fall, Florida.
Fall, Florida?
That's what I sell, Ed. Where are you foo fall from?
I'm from Los Angeles, please. Yes, sir. Los Angeles, please. California.
Say, is it because I lived in Fall, Florida that you can't understand me?
Oh, no. Brother, in California, we can't understand anybody living in Florida. Now, get me that Alf aspirin. Come in.
Greedy chum, the Blotto Model Company rides again. Or is that Buck Benny? Well, no matter, doesn't it?
Now, listen, you fellas. Bullhammer does the buying around here, and he's not back yet.
We'll wait.
Well, then I acted out a motto for you fellas. Will you act out a motto for me?
Why, a pleasure, certainly. Make with the motto. What is it?
All right, Gil?
Yeah.
You stand over there by the water cooler.
The water cooler over here, huh?
Yeah. Now, Demling, you hold a paper cup under his nose.
Yeah.
Like this? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Now, what motto is this supposed to be? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Hey, we're not horses.
Well, that's all right. That goes for jackasses, too.
Well, anyway, now we've got an office to work out of. Demling, look around for a stenographer that can swim. I got water on my knee.
Hey, are you guys running this jerk? Hey!
A woman. In a way, yes. See if she's got a friend, will you? And if it's her best friend, why hasn't he told her?
Hey, Egghead.
Egghead? Madam, please. Please, do not refer to my partner's naked noggin as hen fruit.
Well, maybe it ain't. But the last time I saw a head like that, the Easter Bunny was shoving it under a bed.
That's so. Well, the last time I saw a face like yours, Tarzan was feeding it peanuts. Well, I hate to interrupt this round of pleasantry, madam, but is that your face or a road bat?
Oh, trying to make out my face is wrinkled.
Why, Leibson, your face has more wrinkles than the sleeve of a $3 coat.
Now, don't you get smart, Eagle Beak.
Eagle Beak?
You've got a nose like a bicycle seat.
Well, permit me to inquire, madam, is your own nose in a traffic jam?
Traffic jam?
Yes, it looks like it's signaling for a left turn. Well, go ahead, but keep away from the hot dog stand.
Why?
Well, somebody's liable to get a look at your nose and slap a bun on it.
Here, what's this?
Mr. Bullhammer, I believe. Hey, you're just in time, you lucky fellow. We represent the Blotto Motto Company.
Go away. I don't want any mottos. I'm a sick man. My head is splitting.
Well, I'm glad to see you have an open mind. Now, just listen to this neat little whimsy we whipped up during a lull in a Turkish bath. It's really very pretty. Take it, Emily, would you please?
Right. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get starving Fido a bone. When she got there, the cupboard was bare, so Mother Hubbard ate poor starving Fido.
Good lad. Did she eat all of Fido?
Yep, all but the bone.
Oh, gee. How poor old Fido would have enjoyed those bones.
Yeah. Oh, I feel faint. Oh, you'll be all right, Mr. B. Just take a deep breath.
Yeah? Anybody who take a breath while that last joke is in the air is nuts.
Sorry, that's my error.
Social?
No, security. My apologies.
Accept it.
Thank you.
Not at all. May I break your arm for my income tax? I want to make out a joint return. Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Will you please go away? I'm a sick man. You're taxing my strength.
Taxing you? Shh, not so loud. Congress might hear you.
You know, what he needs is that income tax motto we dreamed up for ourselves, Gil.
I think it's a good idea. Are you ready, Bullhammer? Rackety racks, rackety racks. We haven't paid our income tax. You may think that we are lax, but...
Well, where's the last line?
We'll phone it in from Alcatraz.
So long, John.
Oh, those infernal idiots. I'm going mad.
Mr. Bullhammer, say, I've got just the singer we're looking for.
Oh, Brown, please. I can't stand any more. Those motto salesmen have just about driven me to distraction. Oh, I'm going mad.
But, gee, Miss Buzzard, she's a great Scotch singer. Great Scotch singer.
Don't be stupid at a time like this. It's not Scotch singer, it's torch singer. Scorch means something burning and smells.
Well... Mr. Bullhammer, you've got to hand it to me for getting this girl. Efficiency is my motto.
Motto?
Yep.
Motto? Mm-hmm. Motto?
Yes, sir.
Efficiency is my motto. What's the motto with father? He's all right. Who's all right? Bullhammer. 4 times 4 is 24. 3 times 3 is 5, 4, 6...
Mr. Bullhammer's going out of his head.
Ah! I see it all now. What? I'll stage a Roman spectacle in the Yankee Stadium. I shall play the part of Nero. And Alice Faye will be my favorite dancing girl.
I see. You're going to fiddle around Alice Faye while Tony Martin burns.
Oh, what a spectacle. Rome is burning. An entire city in flames.
And no fire insurance?
Great Scott. I never thought of that. What have I done? Oh, what have I done?
No, Mr. Bullhammer. You'll be all right. Don't cry, Mr. Bullhammer.
Brown, how can you stand there and see people being driven from their homes and not cry? Babies separated from their mothers. Bullhammer, that's terrible. Brown, what's the idea of crying all over the place?
Well, I was just trying to put the fire out.
Oh, good. The fire's out. Now we come to the grand entrance of the Queen of Sheba. She sits on her throne. See?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Bullhammer, that's a chair you're looking at.
No, it's the Queen of Sheba.
Yeah? Well, that's the first time I knew the Queen of Sheba had mahogany legs.
Quiet. Quiet. The Prime Minister picks up a train. A train? Ah, Brown, you're a train.
I'm a what? Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Bullhammer, take it easy. Well, take it easy.
You're a train, Brown, you're a train.
All right, I'm a train. Toot-toot, ding-dong, toot-toot.
No, put some fire in it. Well, come on, I'll get going.
Toot-toot.
Goody. I want to play, too. I'm the caboose. All right, the caboose is on. Now get going.
I think there's a screw loose in the caboose. What's going on here? Everybody in the building's complaining.
Well, officer, I was just playing train.
Did you hear him tell me he was a train?
Yes, that's the impression he tried to give me, too.
Huh?
Well, Mr. Bullhammer, you're
Come along, you. You're going to spend the night in jail unless you can bail yourself out.
Well, hey, wait a minute. Okay, I'll just borrow Mr. Bullhammer's wallet then.
Here now. That wallet has $500 in it, you crazy fool. What's the idea?
Well, gosh, Mr. Bullhammer, if I'm crazy, do I know what I'm doing?
Before Joe and Jill return, here's swell news for all kiddies. On the back of all Post Toasties boxes, you'll find brand new cutout pictures of Ferdinand the Bull and Mickey Mouse, too. If you saw Ferdinand in the movies, you heard your friend Don Wilson, for I recited the story. Ask Mother to buy Post Toasties so you can have fun with those Ferdinand the Bull and Mickey Mouse cutouts. Now, news for Mother. Your grocer is selling Post Toasties for less than any other nationally advertised cornflakes, the lowest price in Post Toasties history. So you save money. These delicious cornflakes are tops in taste, too. And they begin to digest within 30 seconds. Give quick food energy. Put Post Toasties on your shopping list right now. Then tonight or Monday, ask your grocer for the famous yellow and red box of Post Toasties, the wake-up food. Now back to the boy Joe and the girl Jill. Poor Mr. Bullhammer has been taken to the hospital. So there, waiting to see him, we find Joe and Jill. Curtin?
Do you know yet how Daddy is, Joey?
Well, they're holding him under observation until he has a nervous breakdown.
Until he has a nervous breakdown? Well, I thought he was being treated right now for his nerves.
He is. The breakdown will come when he sees the bill.
Joey, I'll bet if you were a doctor, you could help Daddy.
You're just saying that. I'm no doctor.
Well, you're my doctor of love. And you know what, Owen? I love you. You're the fever in the thermometer of my heart.
Gosh. Jill, look, here's the nursery. Let's look through the window.
Just look, Joey. 9 little babies. Oh, aren't they cute?
Oh, gosh, yeah. You know, Jill, I wish that every one of those babies was ours.
Oh, Joey, 9 babies? You want to beat the Canadians at their own game?
No, I want to beat the Yankees at their own game.
This is Don Wilson saying goodnight for the makers of Post Toasties, the wake-up food.
Heard on tonight's program, we're in a moment of weakness from Naughty But Nice and the title song from Honolulu. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Say, Johnny, I just saw Uncle Olaf, and for once he wasn't doing any talking.
Yes, that's right, Walter. Uncle Olaf's best friend's in town. You know, he wants Uncle Olaf to go on a hunting trip with him to darkest Africa.
Well, doesn't Uncle Olaf want to go?
I don't know, but last night I was trying to persuade him. Uncle Olaf, I said, wouldn't it be wonderful if you came back with some fierce-looking prehistoric monster?
What did Uncle Olaf reply, Johnny?
He says,
No, not me. I'm going to marry for love.
It's fun time across the nation. Yes, you have some chore to do, some work to attend to, some job that needs completing. You'll do it all the better and enjoy it all the more after listening to today's gay edition of Ladies Be Seated. Ladies Be Seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Walter Herlihy welcoming you to another of your favorite afternoon radio parties, sent to you each weekday at this time from New York. Yes, it's time for the ladies to be seated and for the gentlemen to join in our festival of fun. And to start our party, we bring you now a man of the world. A gentleman who has been on every street but Brad Street, and who'll never get there because he laughs at money and pays money for laughs. And here he is, Johnny Olson.
Thank you, Walter Hurley. This is Johnny Olson, sending greetings to the men in the street, the housewife at home, and advising all our friends everywhere that putting a smile on your face is right up my alley. And we're going to try to prove it with today's gay edition of Ladies Be Seated. So, Walter, come on over here and let's get the party started.
Oh, a very pretty young lady, Johnny. Miss Lee Clark from Larchmont, New York.
How do you do, Miss Lee Clark from Larchmont, New York? Very happy to have you with us at Ladies Be Seated today. Heard our program before, have you?
Yes, I have.
Thank you very, very much. You listen every chance you get, Miss Clark?
Every opportunity.
I'm glad she said that. No coaching from the audience, please. Oh, Miss Clark, it's so nice to have you young ladies in here. Every day, you know, we join here at Radio City and have a lot of fun. So many nice people drop in to see us from all over the country. And you said that you were from Larchmont. Why can't I say Larchmont? Larchmont, New Jersey.
New York.
New York. See, I'm already getting mixed up here today. I guess it's you that's sort of throwing me off here.
Could be.
Yeah, I better stick to the script. Well, Miss Clark, one habit that everyone indulges in is that day of dreaming. But while it's very nice to build castles in Spain, it's also very important to be able to snap out of it at a moment's notice. So today we want to test your ability to change from a dreamer to a woman of action. George Henninger at the organ is going to play Meet Me Tonight in Dreamland, and while he's playing it, you and I will engage in a bit of idle conversation. However, the moment the music stops, you're to stop your conversation with me and immediately start singing that song beginning at the point where the music stopped. And then the moment the music is resumed, you will stop singing and engage in conversation with me again. You are to continue talking while the music plays and singing the moment it stops until the song is completed. Confusing, isn't it? Well, we're all set on all the instructions now. Let's see how well you can turn from dreaming to action. All right, on with the music. By the way, Miss Clark, do you have any brothers or sisters?
I have a twin sister.
Twin sisters, And you have no brothers at all?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Where do you generally do your washing? Where do you generally do your washing?
Well, a sweet roses blue.
Well, that's a good place to do it. All right, George, go ahead some more music. You said that you had a boyfriend, Miss Clark?
Yes, I do.
And where is he?
He's on high seas coming home.
If someone told you that you were about to inherit $1 million, what would you say?
Meet me in sweet dreamland, sweet dreaming dreamland.
All right, George, you're doing fine. You told me that you listen to Ladies Be Seated almost every day, Miss Clark.
Yes.
That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that because nice people like you come in and join our party. It's a lot of fun. Suppose you were at home reading and the lights went out. How would you call to your boyfriend?
Come with the love light gleaming.
I'm sure he would too. All right, George, come on. And what is your favorite color, Miss Clark? Blue, Suppose you had a chance to meet Frank Sinatra. What would you say?
There let my dreams come true.
All right. Well, that was quite a commutation trip between Dreamland and Funland, Miss Clark, but you showed that even while you were dreaming up in the clouds, you had your feet on the ground and your ear pointed to the organ. For that amusing bit of song and chatter, we're awarding you a gift for your home. You're going to get married one of these days, aren't you?
I reckon so.
Just as soon as he gets back home. Don't be
That's
nervous
what he
now.
said.
It's going to be all right. We're awarding you a gift for your home, 6 individual-sized ovenware casseroles to bake or cook in to add to your collection of kitchenware for that happy honeymoon. And thanks for an act about dreams that turned out to be a dream of an act.
Well, now, Johnny would like to present Lieutenant Mrs. Albert Levy of Wolfville, Nova Scotia.
Well, what do you know? Lieutenant, just to be sure that I'm pronouncing your last name correctly, will you say it for us on the microphone? Levy. Your last name is Levy, right? And the town is Wolfville, Nova Scotia. That's what I wanted to get. That's what had me confused. How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Good. We're sure glad you dropped in to join our party. You know, when Shakespeare spoke of the 7 ages of man, he overlooked one thing. he failed to note that during one of these ages, man develops a new and peculiar language. That age is the age of youth, and the language spoken is identified with that stage known as puppy love. By the way, how long you folks been married?
6 days.
6 days. Puppy love, Well, today we'd like you two to show us how two people affected by puppy love should speak. Now, I'm going to read a dialogue of a love scene between you. And after I read each line, each of you in turn will repeat the lines just like two puppies, barking the words I've just read and mimicking me in the voices of two puppies. Now, let's hear how a puppy love scene really should sound. Now, I'll read the lines and then you mimic. You get the idea? You're going to be first, sir. Whose little honey bunch is ooh? That's fine. I's your itty-bitty honey bunch. And does Honey Bunch love Bubsy Wubsy? Honey Bunch is just ducky-wucky about Bubsy Wubsy. Does Honey Bunch miss Bubsy Wubsy when he's gone? Does Bubsy Wubsy dream of Honey Bunch all the time? Will Honey Bunch give Bubsy Wubsy a teeny-weeny kiss? Honey Bunch thinks Bubsy Wubsy is a sweet baby wavy. Here's a kiss for you. Well, they say that after puppy love comes marriage and then the doghouse, and you'll find out, Lieutenant. Well, that love scene you gave us was a blue ribbon winner, and for a romantic episode of an unusual type, we're awarding you first a gift for your home, a pair of lovely crystal candle holders, and I mean they are really lovely, and for your personal pleasure, a box of sheerer than sheer Mojud hosiery for you, Mrs. Levy, and for you, sir, a fine Sterncrest sterling pipe. And thanks for a doggone good promotion.
Now, Johnny, it's time to meet Mr. and Mrs. Earl Friedman of Toronto, Ontario, and three lovely girls.
And three lovely girls. Mr. and Mrs. Friedman, step aside, please, while we introduce our three lovely young ladies. Right over here, if you will, please. 1, 2, 3. Let's have your hometown first of all, please.
Toronto, Canada.
And what is your name?
Virginia Cannon.
Virginia, nice to have you with us today. And this young lady is from?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore, and your name?
Mary Myers.
All right, Mary. And here we have a blonde. Where are you from?
Greenville, South Carolina.
Sure enough. Blue eyes. And what's your name?
Mrs. Sybil Forrest.
Now make up your mind. Now, is Mrs. Sybil Forrest?
Mrs. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Good to have you with us today. We have three very lovely ladies up here. Mr. Friedman, nice to have you here, too. Oh, golly, you know, man's behavior is dictated by certain rules of conduct. Books of etiquette tell us what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. So today we're going to reenact a very common and everyday scene from life, which will be a sort of a play on manners. It seems that you, Mrs. Friedman, are entertaining these three charming ladies at your home for the first time. It also seems that you, Mr. Friedman, have just come home from work and are surprised to find these lovely ladies at your home. You've never met them before, so you rush upstairs and tidy up, brush your hair, what you have of it, fix your tie, and very nonchalantly walk into the living room where the ladies are being entertained by your wife. Now, Mrs. Friedman, will you show us just how you, as a gracious hostess, would introduce your husband to these ladies? Go right ahead.
Mrs. Myers, may I present my husband, Earl? My husband, Earl, is always so interested in my club work and encourages me in everything I do.
How do you do it?
Right.
I'd like you to meet my husband. Earl just doesn't look as attractive as usual, but he's such a hard worker, and when he returns from work, he's a bit tired.
Mr. Friedman, how do you do?
Go ahead.
Mrs. Forrest, this is my husband. And don't take advantage of his good nature, because he's always so considerate about the welfare of his guests.
Glad to meet you.
Well, say, you certainly know your etiquette, Mrs. Friedman. That was quite proper and formal. But we're told that the paramount issue in life is truth. Yes, the paramount issue in life is truth, so now we would like truth to take the place of etiquette And this time we'd like you to show us how you would introduce your husband to these ladies if you really spoke what was on your mind at the moment. I mean, just throw etiquette right out the window here. Let's hear a real, truthful introduction of your husband to these three lovely girls.
Mrs. Myers, I want you to meet my husband.
Get mad.
You might just as well, because if I don't, he'll introduce himself. He's the worst wolf in the neighborhood.
Woo! All right.
This is my husband, Mrs. Cannon, and don't let that smile of his fool you. When he gets back from work, he's the crankiest person you ever met.
All right, go ahead, Mrs. Friedman.
Mrs. Forrest, this gentleman happens to be my husband. You wouldn't think so, the way he neglects me. He wouldn't be home tonight except that he's broke.
Gosh, he's fascinating, isn't he, girls?
What did you say, Mrs. Forrest?
Gosh, he's fascinating, isn't he, girls?
He is that, all right. Well, it all goes to show, Mrs. Friedman, that you can't win and you never can tell in what manner a woman will react when it comes to a question of manners. Have you ever had that happen to you, Mr. Friedman, where you've come home like that and she's introduced you to some of the neighbors or some new people? Yes. Uh-huh, and have you always reacted that way? I mean, has she given the other side of the picture, too, once in a while? Huh? You're a little nervous today, aren't you? Huh? Well, these poor ladies around here, I don't blame it, because they are all very nice looking. How long have you been married, Mr. Friedman? 11 years. 11 years. Uh-huh. Well, then I imagine there have been occasions when Mrs. Friedman has felt like that. But for helping us portray our own chapter from Emily Post, we're awarding each of you ladies a beautiful hand-painted wooden tray from old Mexico, for which you'll find many uses around the home. Pennies show those. They are so pretty, aren't they, Mr. Friedman? They are that. And we have a gift for you, too, for just sort of standing by up here and taking all that abuse. We would like you to have this sterling bill clip, to which is clipped a $5 bill. And thanks for a design for living that was designed for laughing. Thank you, folks. I want to take just a moment to thank you, ladies and gentlemen out there, for the very fine comments you've been sending in on our program, and I especially want to thank those of you who wrote to me and told me what a pleasure it was to hear my father the day we had him on the broadcast out in Sioux City, Iowa. It was quite a treat, as you remember. Dad dropped down from Minnesota. We put him on the air. We didn't tell who he was until we were all through with the interview. But you folks have been very kind to write to us about it, and I'm forwarding all that mail on to Dad, and I know he'll enjoy it. Well, it's time for our song of the week now, and darn it, we got a good song to sing this week dedicated to all the boys and girls. It's called School Days. So just so to get your mind to thinking of all those nice lyrics of school days now, let's have the music, George, and let's sing it out.
School days, school days.
This is the American Broadcasting Company. Petri Wine brings you the Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of Gregory Hood, Suspect. Another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And as for me right now, I'd like to suggest a delicious new dessert. Peaches in Petri California Muscatel wine. Just imagine juicy, golden sweet peaches flavored by the wine that goes with them perfectly. Petri Muscatel. Sounds good, doesn't it? But you'll never know just how good till the first bite. Absolutely delicious and easy to prepare, too. You just drain the juice from canned peaches, cook the syrup till slightly thickened, mix with twice the amount of Petri Muscatel, pour over the peaches, and chill for 2 hours. Just be sure you use Petri Muscatel, because you know that Petri Muscatel is really special. A sweet, clear, golden wine with a full, rich flavor. It's really good. Try it tomorrow night for dessert. Peaches and Petri Muscatel. You can serve Petri Muscatel proudly because those 5 letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the long history of fine wine. Petri. Well, once again, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and time for our weekly date with Gregory Hood and his friend and attorney, Sanderson Taylor. Tonight, Greg suggested we rendezvous at that gourmet's paradise, Emilio's on Powell Street. Let's join him there, shall we?
Hello there, Harry.
Evening, Greg. How are you, Mr. Taylor?
Fine, thank you, Harry. Oh, we just ordered a couple of sherries, Harry. Shall I make it 3?
Well, Greg, I'd like one.
I'll make that 3, Mario.
Yes, Mr. Hood. Well, Greg, how's about tonight's story? From the hint you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a yarn.
It was, Harry. Though if Greg had listened to me, he'd never been mixed up in the mess.
If I listened to you, Sandy, I'd keep out of a lot of trouble, I'm sure, but I'd probably die of boredom. In any case, I always was a sucker for beauty and distress.
That's the way a good many stories of yours start, it seems to me.
Oh, me, I'm just the poor man, Sir Walter Raleigh.
Who is this particular damsel in distress?
A sultry brunette by the name of Daphne.
Daphne Bluggs.
Oh, now we'll skip the blogs, Sandy. It strikes a discordant note. Daphne was a girl I'd known quite well when I was staying down in Burlingame a couple of summers ago. I lost track of her for a while, and then we ran into each other at the theater a few weeks ago. I was catching a performance of that swell play, The Hasty Heart.
Oh, yeah.
During intermission, I was getting some air when a voice behind me said,
Hello, Greg.
Daphne. How nice to see you again.
Thanks, Greg. I saw you inside, so I thought I'd catch you at intermission and say hello.
Well, I'm glad you did. How about some supper after the performance tonight?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Said she with violent enthusiasm. Oh, what's wrong, Daphne? Where's that champagne sparkle you used to have? Haven't you been getting the proper vitamins lately?
Greg's in trouble. Desperate trouble.
I'm sorry, Daphne. What's wrong?
I'm being blackmailed.
Blackmailed?
Greg, I'm...
Now, let's step over here. Now, let's get the deal straight. Who's trying to blackmail you and what's his hold?
Read this note. I found it pinned to the seat of my car when I started out tonight.
Plain manuscript paper typed in capitals. Blackmailer's usual bold approach. If you don't wish your father to have proof of last week's convenient car breakdown in Reno, bring $1,000 to the office of Jethro Bronson on Montgomery. If you don't tell the story, with photostatic copy will be sent to your father. Dirty rat. Do you know this Jethro Bronson, Daphne?
No, Greg, I've never heard of him.
What's the true dope on this Reno story?
Oh, it's all perfectly innocent. I was up there with Martin Johnson last Friday.
Martin Johnson, he's married, isn't he?
Of course, his wife's my best friend. She's in New York, and Martin and I thought it'd be fun to drive up to Reno for the day and do some gambling.
I see.
We started back late, and the car did break down. We couldn't get it fixed, and we had to spend the night in an auto court. But it's all perfectly innocent, Greg.
Well, couldn't you explain that to your father?
You remember, Dad. He's Victorian to the core.
Oh. Yes, I seem to recall that he asked me my intentions the first time I called on you. Of course, I didn't tell him.
He'd never understand. In any case, I've already lied to him simply because I knew he wouldn't believe the truth. I said I spent Friday night with a girlfriend, and he checked on that alibi. Of course, the girl backed me up.
And now, if you did tell him the truth, he'd think the worst, huh?
Of course he would. Greg, what am I going to do? I can't go to the police because they go straight to Dad. I certainly can't raise $1,000.
Well, even if you could, darling, I wouldn't let you hand it over.
Then what can I do?
Uncle Greg will take care of it. First of all, let's go back and see the rest of the show. After that, we'll go out to supper, and I'll make a phone call.
Now, Greg, please be careful what you say.
Now, don't worry, Daphne. I'm going to call Sandy Taylor. He's my pal and a very smart attorney, and discretion is his middle name. I think this is a case where we don't make any move without taking legal advice.
That blackmailers seldom stop at one payment.
Sure, but I've no intention of letting her make any payment. She hasn't the dough in any case. Sandy, have you ever heard of this guy, Jethro Bronson?
Never. I looked him up on the phone.
Oh?
He's got offices on Montgomery Street, all right.
Well, I think I'll call on him in the morning as Daphne's representative.
Better let me go, Greg. I can handle him.
Oh, but you're so doggone ethical, Sandy. With a rodent like this, a clip on the jaw could do a lot more good than throwing 20 books of law at him. Now, Sandy, I think I'll call on Mr. Jethro Bronson.
Well, okay, Greg, but watch your step. Blackmailers usually know all the answers.
I'll watch it, Sandy. But don't be surprised if you hear a squeal for help from Montgomery Street in the morning. I have a feeling I may land myself in a whole mess of trouble.
I'm Miss Carter, Mr. Bronson's secretary, Mr. Hood.
You have no appointment.
No, Miss Carter, but I think if you tell him I'm a friend of Daphne Bloggs, he'll see me.
Miss Daphne Bloggs. Just a moment, please. Mr. Bronson will see you, Mr. Hood.
Well, the name of Bloggs works miracles, doesn't it? Thank you, Miss Carter.
You're welcome.
Yeah, come and sit down, Mr. Hood. I'll walk around, thanks. You have quite an office, Mr. Bronson. I'm so glad you like it. I do. I was admiring the chaste simplicity of your lettering on the outer door. Jethro Bronson. Nothing more. Is more necessary? You might have added abandoned hope, or you didn't enter here, or something equally appropriate. I don't think that I understand you, Mr. Hood. Sure, you're just a bewildered businessman who can't understand a new client. Hey, you have a swell view of the day from here, as far as I can judge by peering through these dirty windows. You're due for a cleaning, Mr. Hood. And so is Daphne Bloggs. I presume you represent her. I do. You brought the money? Ah. The businessman is confused no longer. No, Bronson, I didn't bring the money. I thought first I'd like to see the evidence. You can see a photostatic copy of it. Here. Oh. Bronson, you'd have to get on a stepladder to pass the time of day with a louse, wouldn't you? Very funny, Mr. Hood. You own these auto courts, Bronson? Yes. It was a profitable investment. I'll bet, especially when you can fix up the registrations this way. You knew that Miss Bloggs' father was a rich man, I suppose? Mr. Hood, I assure you I know all that's necessary about the family. When do I get the money? I'll give you a check now. A check? Oh, no, Hood, I'm no fool. I want cash, and I want unmarked bills of low denomination, and I'd like the cash today. Okay. I'll go over to the bank. Hood, I don't like the way you're fingering that paper knife of mine. Don't let its sharpness give you any stupid ideas. I have a revolver in this drawer, you know. Don't worry, Bronson. If I did anything to a rat like you, I wouldn't use a knife. I'd use... Yeah, why not? Keep away from me! Ah, that was a pleasure. Have a nice nap, Mr. Bronson. I'll be back in a flash with the cash. $90, $100, $1,000, Mr. Hood. You got the numbers on these bills, Barney? Yeah. Up to some new trickery on one of your cases? Oh, fairly old trickery, I'm afraid. Thanks. Just a minute. I'll let you out. Oh, you locked up? Yeah. You got in just under the wire. Well, Mr. Hood, good luck with your trick. Luck? Thanks. I have a hunch I may need it.
You wish to see Mr. Bronson again, Mr. Hood?
I don't wish to, but I have to, Miss Carter.
Senator Harrison is waiting to see him, too.
Oh, well, I'll take my turn. How are you, Senator?
Oh.
I haven't seen you since that last get-together at the Bohemian Grove.
Well, bless my soul, it's young Gregory Hood. How are you, my boy?
Fine, thank you, sir. And what is the great politician doing here, may I ask? Or maybe I shouldn't.
Well, I have certain business with this fellow Bronson. And what, may I ask, is this celebrated Gregory Hood doing here?
Certain business also, Senator.
Oh, Mr. Hood, I didn't realize you were the Gregory Hood.
I'm flattered that you've heard of me, Miss Carter. Just the same, what's the chance of accelerating our interviews with Mr. Bronson? He is in, isn't he?
Yes, he's talking on long distance. I'll see if he's through.
Thank you.
Hood,
Yeah?
you've had dealings with this man Bronson before?
No, Senator. This is my first unhappy experience.
Well, he's an unmitigated scoundrel, Hood. I've often thought that I...
What the devil? What's wrong, Miss Carter?
Oh, get the police!
The police. Now, look here, young lady.
What happened?
It's Mr. Bronson. He's been murdered.
The police are taking the devil's own time with their examination, Sergeant. Why don't they question us? I'm a busy man.
I'm sorry, Senator, but there's nothing I can do. Well, who's in charge of this case, Sergeant? Lieutenant Magruder, Mr. Hood. Magruder, huh? Well, that makes it tough for me. Where's Lieutenant Silvers? He's on vacation, Mr. Hood. Oh. Then I am in trouble. Good thing I put in a call to Sandy Taylor. I may need a smart attorney.
Okay, Miss Carter. Don't leave the office. Come in, Hood.
But, Lieutenant, I'm a very busy man. Can't you take me first?
No, Senator, you'll have to take your turn. Come on, Hood. Sit down.
I find your old world charm irresistible. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Hood, I've waited a long time to catch you out on a limb. Now I've done it.
Why do you hate me so much, Magruder?
Because you're an amateur dick who thinks he can make monkeys out of the police. We don't tell you how to run your business. Why do you make you mix yourself up with ours?
I don't. Consciously, it mixes itself up with me.
Is that a fact? Well, you're mixed up in this one, but good. Let me see your right hand.
Oh, it's a little dirty. What's that?
No. Your knuckle skin. There's a bruise on the corpse's chin. You socked him, didn't you, Hood?
Yes, Sherlock, I did.
Why?
Because I didn't like him.
Why were you here? We know he was a blackmailer, though we could never pin anything on him. You have something on you?
On me? No.
Then you were stooging for somebody else. Who was it?
I ain't talking, as they say, Magruder.
Well, you'll talk to the judge, Hood. Because I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder.
Wow, that's very interesting. If you do that, Magruder, you'll end up with those tired archers of yours pounding a beat again.
Skip the comedy, Hood. It won't get you off this spot.
Oh, Greg. Sandy, I'm certainly glad to see you.
I got here as fast as I could, sir.
Lieutenant Magruder, meet my attorney, Sanderson Taylor.
You don't have to introduce us, Hood. Mr. Taylor and I know each other.
Yes, sir. What goes, Greg?
The lieutenant's got a vacancy for me in death row, I think.
Mr. Taylor, I'm just about to arrest your friend on suspicion of murdering Jethro Bronson.
What? On what evidence?
He admits that he slugged the dead man.
That doesn't prove murder, Lieutenant.
But this paper knife does. Bronson was stabbed with it. I powdered it for fingerprints. Your prints are on it, Hood. I had them checked.
This fast?
Uh-huh. I've been looking forward to this day ever since that Fisherman's Wharf business.
Oh. You really do have it in for me, don't you, Lieutenant?
Great. Did you handle this knife?
Sure I did, but I didn't stab the guy with it. Can I look at those prints on the knife, Lieutenant?
No. But don't handle it.
Don't worry. I won't mess up Exhibit A.
I want to arrest him, Mr. Taylor.
If you do, Lieutenant, I'll have him out on a writ before you can spell habeas corpus.
Well, that should give us several hours' start.
Oh, very funny, Mr. Hood. But you're not going to laugh your way out of this one.
Hey, Magruder, even though you hate me, I'd like to save your badge and your arcing to book me on the evidence of these prints, Lieutenant.
Sure.
And I'd like to point out a small inconsistency. The faint old prints of Bronson's, I suppose.
Yeah?
And these two heavy new ones are mine?
Sure they are.
Fine. But there are only two prints. The thumbprint on the face of the handle, the forefinger print on the back. That's the way you hold a knife when you play with it, as I did, or when you open letters. But you couldn't possibly hold it that way, and only two fingers to stab a man.
Why, of course not. If you were stabbing a man, the prints of all the fingers would be on the handle.
What do you say, Lieutenant?
I guess you're right. But why aren't there murderer's prints on here?
I'd say the answer to that would be a pair of gloves. And if you want to make an issue of my prints being on the knife, I'll be very happy. It's perfect evidence that I didn't kill Jethro Bronson.
Okay, Hood. You've talked yourself out of this one for a minute or two. But before this case is over, I'm warning you. This is going to be the last chapter in the casebook of Gregory Hood.
While Gregory Hood takes a brief time out from tonight's adventure, I'd like to remind you again about that swell Petri California Muscatel and peaches. Petri Muscatel goes mighty well with peaches in most any form, such as peach cake, peach cookies, and peach shortcake. Yes, the wonderful flavor of Petri Muscatel really does something to desserts made with peaches. There are plenty of luscious canned peaches in the markets now. You can always get Petri Muscatel at your store, and in nearly every locality, your dealer will be glad to give you a little recipe folder which gives 4 wonderful ways to serve peaches with Petri Muscatel. Just be sure you buy Petri Muscatel, because all Petri wines are good wines. Greg, for a moment there, you had me worried. I thought my favorite amateur detective was going to be arrested for murder.
For a moment there, I had me worried. Lieutenant Magruder's a tough hombre, and Gregory Hood is very far from his favorite detective.
But he let you go.
Yes. Sandy and I gravitated to the Prosperity Corner bar and quickly went into a huddle.
Oh, Greg, you're still under suspicion. We've got to clear you.
Very true, Sandy. And the more I brood about the case, the more I incline to one opinion.
Huh? And that is?
Well, Sandy, Magruder told us what Miss Carter testified.
Yes. She said that she talked to Bronson before he made the phone call. She came into the outer office where you and Senator Harrison were waiting. And the next time she went in, Bronson was dead.
Exactly, which would mean that if her testimony is true, that she's the only person who could have committed the murder. Unless, of course, an especially adroit seagull flew through his window and did the deed.
If she did stab him, it wouldn't be hard to think of a motive. I've known people before who worked for blackmailers simply because their employer was blackmailing them, too.
Sure, but if she were the killer, surely she'd dream up an alibi.
Yeah. Maybe she saw you handling the knife and thought your fingerprints would pin the rap on you.
Well, it's possible.
Yeah. Or it might have been Senator Harrison. Pretty obvious that he wasn't there purely for a social call.
Yes, Sandy, I can see the possibility of motive. It's the how of this killing that worries me. The dead man's office was on the 9th floor. The only exit was through his door. Miss Carter saw him alive, walked outside to where the senator and I were waiting. She goes back a few minutes later. He's dead.
Yeah. Well, the evidence would certainly point towards the secretary. Say, Greg, how's about the girl Daphne Bloggs? She'd know as well as we do that Bronson's death would put her in the clear. That's a good murder motive in itself.
Well, true, Sandy, but I repeat, how? Daphne's a very cunning girl, but she can't float through a window 9 stories high.
No, that's true. Looks like a blank wall, Greg, but we've got to get around.
Or over it. Well, Sandy, I think the next step is obvious.
We're going to see the secretary, Miss Carter.
Right.
Huh?
I have her address. She lives on Russian Hill. But I'm worried.
Huh? What?
I'm an ardent whodunit fan, and she's the obvious suspect by all the rules. It can't be her. Oh, well, this is real life. Let's call on her and see what happens.
Mr. Hood, I'll be glad to help you any way I can.
I thought you would be, Miss Carter.
You see, my friend is still under suspicion by the police.
I realize that, Mr. Taylor. And I must confess that if I hadn't known you were the Mr. Hood, I would have suspected you myself.
Well, you wouldn't have been the only one in your suspicion.
Miss Carter, did you know that your employer's profession was blackmail?
Blackmail? No, I certainly didn't. Though I did know he was crooked. A blackmailer. I wonder why Senator Harrison was there. Do you suppose Mr. Bronson had some hold over him and that the senator killed him?
When did he have the opportunity?
Oh, that's true. He never went past me, and there's no other door.
He didn't even go in after you left the office. He and I watched each other like hawkshaws until the police arrived.
You left the office, Miss Carter?
Yes, Mr. Taylor. After I called the police, I was sick.
What's your own theory, Miss Carter?
Well, I didn't have one until I looked at this newspaper, Mr. Hood. Have you seen it?
No. What ties in?
Well, I spotted this on the back page.
Huh?
Oh, I may be imagining things, but it seems to me that it might connect.
What's it say, Greg?
You're a very smart girl, Miss Carter. Listen to this, Sandy. A man was arrested in Montgomery Street late this afternoon. He claimed to have been doped, but the police are holding him on a vagrancy charge.
What does that have to do with Bronson's murder?
Because it says here he was a professional window cleaner.
Well, I still don't see
I do. Bronson said that his windows were due for a cleaning. You can see what happened. The murderer doped the window cleaner, borrowed his equipment, worked his way around the Bronson's window, went in and stabbed him, and then made his getaway. It's the only way an outside person could have gotten in.
Then let's go and talk to the window cleaner, Greg.
Sure, Sandy. He's in jail, and that's one place that I'm sure will have no difficulty in gate crashing.
That's the way it was, Mr. Hood. I was standing in the corridor just filling my pipe, and I smell something sweet. Next thing I know, I'm down in the basement. Must have taken me down the service elevator.
Sounds like chloroform, Sandy.
Yes. What time was this, Hank?
Oh, I don't know. Middle of the afternoon, I guess.
Well, don't you carry a watch?
No. My profession, it's too risky. Might fall down and break the bejeepers out of it.
Occupational hazard.
Yeah.
Have you any idea what time it was, Hank?
No, but it was sometime in the afternoon because I could hear a radio in one of the offices, and they was giving the race results. And they're always at the same time in the afternoon.
How much of it did you hear?
The announcer was starting to give the results of the 4th race, just as he named the horse. It was Lady Best. I heard that, and next thing I knew, I was waking up downstairs.
Track broadcast. Swell, Hank. But you don't carry a watch, you've given me a dandy time check.
Well, how do you mean, Greg?
All I have to do is call the radio station. Hank was knocked out as the 4th race was announced. As soon as I know the time of that, I think we'll have the answer to murder. Yeah? Well, then the fourth race was announced at exactly 12 minutes past 3. I'm much obliged to you. There's that time check, Sandy.
Well, I don't get it, Greg.
I think I do. This whole case revolves around time. The bank closes at 3. How long do you suppose it took me to walk from there to Bronson's office?
Well, it isn't more than a block, a couple of minutes.
Just about, and maybe another minute in the elevator. I think this gives us the answer, Sandy. Let me make another phone call to Lieutenant Magruder, and then we'll go back to Miss Carter's apartment on Russian Hill. I think that's where we're going to get the final payoff.
Very nice of you to bring me a corsage, Mr. Hood.
I think you deserved one, Miss Carter. If you hadn't spotted that item about the window cleaner, this case might still be unsolved.
They've arrested the murderer?
Magruder's got a warrant out.
Who is it?
Sandy's an attorney. Let him lay it on the line for you.
Well, this whole case revolves around the matter of time.
Very true, Sandy. Go on.
The killer, after drugging the window cleaner, had to take his belt, crawl out, and work his way around to Bronson's window. Now, we know that the window cleaner wasn't drugged until 12 minutes past 3. You established that fact when you called the radio station.
Exactly, Sandy.
So, if the window cleaner wasn't drugged until 12 minutes past 3, the murder couldn't have been committed before 3:15.
That's the logical deduction, Sandy. And it's also where the whole case blows up.
Why?
How do you mean, Mr. Hood?
Miss Carter, it's a problem in primary mathematics. I got to my bank at closing time. I was let out a few moments later. It took me 2 minutes to walk to the office building, say another minute in the elevator. I was in the office with you not more than a minute before you went in and found the corpse.
Well, I still don't understand, Mr. Hood.
Well, I'll go over it again, and you count on your fingers, Miss Carter. I left the bank at 1 minute past 3, 2 minutes to walk to the office, a minute in the elevator, and a minute in the outer office would add up to 4, or at the latest 5 minutes past 3. And at 5 minutes past 3, you went back in the office, and he was dead.
Yes, Greg, that's right.
Uh-huh. But on the other hand, the window cleaner, who was to become our number one suspect, wasn't drugged until more than 5 minutes afterward.
Afterward? But why, Mr. Hood?
Miss Carter, you make a pretty picture of innocence, but I don't know who you think you're fooling.
What do you mean?
The whole thing is obvious now. You killed Bronson. Then when the senator spoke to me, you realized I was the Mr. Hood, as you put it, so you knew it wasn't safe to frame me.
So she dreamed up the idea of drugging the window cleaner and then drew the fact to your attention.
Sure, Sandy. It was a neat idea, a very neat idea. If there hadn't been a cast iron time check on the whole deal. You're very quiet, Miss Carter.
You said that Lieutenant Magruder had a warrant out.
That was just to lead us into this conversation. Magruder wouldn't believe a word I say. But Lieutenant Silvers will be back soon. He'll believe me.
You'll never talk to him. Your friend either.
Put that revolver away, Miss Carter. Surely one murder a day is enough.
1 or 3, it doesn't make much difference, Mr. Taylor.
Why did you kill Bronson?
He was blackmailing me, too.
What hold did he have on you?
My husband was overseas. I wasn't playing square.
Oh, and Bronson found out, huh?
Yes, and I only learned about it yesterday.
So you stabbed him and then dreamed up the window cleaner gag.
Yes. I knew that the windows were due to be cleaned today, and I suddenly saw how I could establish a perfect cover-up.
It was a perfect cover-up, Miss Carter. If it weren't for the fact that we can establish the time element.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You went into Bronson's office after I left. You found him where I knocked him out cold. You stabbed him. Then after you called the police, when you said you were sick, you left the office and drugged the window cleaner, took him down in the service elevator, and hoped we'd fall for the idea that the murder had been committed by someone coming in through the window. That right?
Yes, that's what I'd hoped. It's a pity you had to be so smart. I really don't want to shoot you, but I must.
Miss Carter?
It's the only way.
Magruder!
Miss Carter. Thank you. I'll take care of that gun. I came as soon as you called me, Hood. I didn't trust you, but I figured I might as well listen. I came up on the fire escape. Nice of the young lady to leave her window open.
Well, Magruder, you have your confession. And also, I hope you realize that you've got a nasty, suspicious mind where I'm concerned.
Okay, Hood. You were right. This time. And I don't mind getting at the rights of a case, even if an amateur has to help me. But one of these days, you're going to start something you can't finish.
I hope not, Lieutenant, but it's possible.
You're darn right it is. And when that happens, it's my last prayer every night that I'll be the cop on that case.
What a story. What a story. But say, Greg.
Yes, Harry.
I'm more convinced than ever that Magruder just doesn't like you.
Why, that couldn't be.
Oh, no?
Why, he's very solicitous about my health. Seems determined that someday I'm going to take a long rest at San Quentin.
Possible.
Magruder doesn't think so.
No, I mean impossible, because then who'd toss me those wonderful cues to give out about Petri wine?
Well, fella, you tossed yourself that one. But carry on.
You bet, Greg. Especially today, because there's something new about Petri. You know, the Petri family has been making fine wines for generations now. It's a heritage passed down from father to son, from father to son. And now, this art in winemaking has made possible the crowning achievement of the Petri family. For at last, Angelo Petri himself has developed a wine so superb, it stands out among the truly great wines of America. Yes, that great winemaker, Angelo Petri, has done what every maker of fine wines hopes to do. He has created a wine to which he can proudly put his own signature. Angelo Petri's signature bottle wine from California. What a wine. Words can't describe its wonderful fragrance and taste. I can only tell you that if you're hard to please about wine, this is the wine for you. Ask your dealer if he's received his allotment of Angelo Petri. Angelo Petri's signature bottle wine is available only in limited quantities. But if you find it, you'll enjoy the finest wine of a famous winemaker, Angelo Petri. Well, Greg, which story out of your casebook are you planning to tell us next week?
An adventure that took place under the big top of the San Francisco Circus a few months ago, Harry. The story tells of a very colorful girl who trained snow leopards and of a sad clown whose first smile proved to be a smile of death. See you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Elliot Lewis plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family.
Time and the little gray cells. These will always catch the criminal. Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Deadest Man in the World.
Mr. Poirot. Oh, thank heaven you're in. I was afraid that... Please close the door quickly. That's better. Thank you. He may have followed me if he knows that I came to you.
Mademoiselle, you have the advantage of me. You know my name. I do not know yours. But no matter. You seem to be in trouble. I have found that a cup of tea is...
Oh, no, I mustn't stay. We haven't time.
Mademoiselle...
Shepherd.
Shepherd. Mademoiselle Shepherd, what you have said is intriguing, but confusing. If you want my help...
I'm sorry. I haven't made anything clear, have I? You see, Derek killed my dog.
Mademoiselle, are you asking me to investigate the death of a dog?
Oh, no, you don't understand. I know I'm telling this badly, but...
Perhaps it is my fault, Mademoiselle, for being impatient and hastening to conclusions, eh?
You see, I live at Manhattan. You've probably never heard of it.
A small suburb of New York, about 37 minutes by train from the Long Island station.
Oh, you know it then?
No, a small hobby of mine. I read timetables.
Oh. Well, I live there with my Uncle James.
Pardon, Mademoiselle, but if my memory does not betray me, James Shepherd is a famous name. Is he not called...
The luckiest man in the world. Yes, that's Uncle James.
I have often asked myself if the newspapers were not wrong to call him lucky. I myself would have them change it to the shrewdest man in the world.
What makes you say that?
A simple deduction.
Any man who wins the grand prize in the Dublin sweepstakes 40 years ago takes all his winnings and boldly breaks the bank at Monte Carlo, and then, mademoiselle, and then has never gambled since. There is a man who makes good use of his little gray cells.
I suppose some people might look at it that way, but others say that Uncle James is tight.
Well, no matter. Was it your uncle who sent you to see me? Is he also concerned about the death of this dog?
Oh, no, Uncle James mustn't know anything about this. He's very ill, his heart. If he found out what was hanging over me, I'm afraid it would kill him.
I see.
Everything was all right until about a year ago. Uncle James was raising his roses, and we were all very happy, and then Derek Redfield took the house next to ours. He was young and attractive.
And you are also young and attractive, and so you fell in love. Eh bien, that is only natural, mademoiselle.
Yes, but what happened next isn't. Derek is... Oh, he's charming, Mr. Poirot, but he was insanely jealous. I noticed it before we became engaged, but he was just difficult then. After we became engaged, well, it was impossible.
And so you broke the engagement and returned his ring.
How did you know?
Mademoiselle, that is obvious. You tell me you are in difficulty. You tell me you were engaged. And yet I see no ring on your hand. Voila, you have given it back.
You're right, but that's what started all this. Derek is going to kill me.
Oh, come now, mademoiselle, you are not serious.
I was never more serious in my life.
Ah, mademoiselle, if we were to suspect every young man who threatened to kill his loved one when the affairs of the heart went badly, poof, half the population would be in jail.
And what about the dog? What about Taffy? He said he'd kill Taffy, and he did.
But, mademoiselle, what makes you so certain your dog was killed?
This. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I brought it along. This is the meat, or part of it, that poor Taffy found in the garden last night. He ate it and died. It's horrible. Just smell it, Mr. Poirot.
Yes, it is unmistakably poison. I confess this puts a different aspect on the affair.
Then you will come down to Meryton and help me.
No, mademoiselle?
But why not? Surely you believe me. He told me he'd kill Taffy as a warning. He knew I loved Taffy with all my heart, and he poisoned him. I'm frightened, Mr. Poirot. You must protect me.
Mademoiselle, I am not a guard for the body.
Oh, but you must, I tell you, you must.
Could you not go away for a little while?
It's no use. He'd follow me. Anyway, I can't leave Uncle James. Oh, Mr. Poirot.
Have you spoken to the police about this?
No, they wouldn't help me. I was depending on you. I thought you'd do something. Seems funny that somebody can be killed. Somebody can know she's going to be killed. Nobody will help her. Doesn't that seem funny to you, Mr. Poirot?
Excuse me, mademoiselle. I had to do that. Hysteria is not only unpleasant, but it also accomplishes nothing.
I'm sorry. Would you mind raising the shade? I'd feel better if there were a little more light.
Not at all. Voilà. Better?
Much, thank you.
Perhaps a cigarette. I myself find they have a singularly soothing... Pardon. Hello?
Mr. Hercule Poirot?
Speaking?
This is a warning. If you know what's good for you, stay away from Elaine Shepherd.
Who is this? Mademoiselle, Hercule Poirot has changed his mind. You may expect me at Maniton this evening.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Poirot.
No thanks, mademoiselle. I do not like people who kill dogs, and above all, I do not like to be threatened.
Derek?
Elaine, here. This way.
Derek. Oh, Derek, my darling.
Anybody see you?
Not a soul. I left the house the back way. You know no one ever comes here. Oh, Derek, why couldn't you come back with me on the train?
Are you crazy? We mustn't be seen together now. That'd ruin everything. Just when we have it all in our grasp.
All right, darling. You know best. Everything went just as you said it would. I was afraid you wouldn't see him pull up the shade.
I knew he might prove difficult, but I was positive that phone call would get him. The clever Monsieur Poirot.
He'll be here this evening.
Sure, just the way I figured it. The servants will be out tonight, and the luckiest man in the world will soon be the deadest man in the world. And we'll have the money.
What about Anne?
Well, we probably got her a few thousand, but what's the difference to us? We can afford to be generous. There's millions there.
But Anne's his adopted daughter. He's terribly fond of her.
Yes, I know, but Anne's only 7 years old, and you're his niece, his own flesh and blood. You'll see. He's left practically all of it to you.
Yes. I hope you're right, Derek.
What's the matter?
I know we've been thinking about this for a long time, Derek, but the doctors did say that Uncle James doesn't have long to live. Couldn't we...
No. We've been waiting a year now, and his luck's still holding. We might go on waiting for another 10. You don't want that, do you?
No, but...
We want that money now, Elaine. Now, when we're young enough to enjoy it.
Oh, Derek, are you sure nothing can go wrong?
There isn't a chance in the world for anything to go wrong. Unless you slipped up somewhere today.
I did everything you told me to, only...
Only what?
Oh, I don't know.
You're just nervous. Perot's coming down, isn't he?
Yes.
Then that means he's fooled. I've got everything all set. You know what you have to do when you get back to the house, huh?
I know. I've been through it a million times.
That's it, girl. When Monsieur Perot arrives to stop me from killing you, we'll make him an accessory to another murder.
Here you are, buddy. The shepherd joint.
1,000 thanks.
Okay, but if it's all the same to you, I'd rather have one tip.
And that, too.
Oh, Monsieur Poirot, come in. You don't know how glad I am to see you.
Mademoiselle, it is a great pleasure to receive such a hearty welcome.
There's a deep, dark plot behind my welcome.
I suspected as much.
Yes. You see, tonight is the servants' night out. I didn't want you to run away because you'd have to put up with my cooking.
But, mademoiselle, that will be a pleasure, if I may help.
You?
But people who have had the pleasure of sampling the cooking artistry of such famous chefs as Escoffier, Oscar, and the immortal Monsieur de Gouy, these people, mademoiselle, say there is yet one greater chef.
Who?
Hercule Poirot.
Then I'm doubly glad to have you. Oh, there's Uncle's phonograph. That means he's awake. Wouldn't you like to go upstairs and meet him? That is, if you don't mind climbing 3 flights.
Oh, I should be delighted, but did you not tell me that it would upset him to know that I am in the house?
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm going to tell a little white lie. Now, don't you be surprised at anything I might say.
On that score, be at ease, mademoiselle. I have come to expect extraordinary things from you.
Uncle James, this is Mr. Poirot. Mr. Poirot, my Uncle James.
I've heard of you, Mr. Perot. Wait until I turn this phonograph off, and then you can ask me some questions.
Questions, monsieur?
Sure. And the only reason I can see for a famous detective like you coming to Manhattan is that you suspect me of murdering someone. All right. Fire away.
No. I assure you, monsieur, my visit has no such purpose.
And then you're here to find out how I broke the bank at Monte Carlo. You'd be surprised how many people want to know.
Well, that of a surety I would love to know. But I am certain that is something beyond my poor powers of discovery, eh?
You're just as smart as they say you are, and I like you. So I'll tell you how I did it. I was just lucky as the devil.
Now, Uncle, Mr. Poirot really came down because he heard about your roses. He's interested in gardening.
Well, of course he is. Any smart man would be. I tell you, Mr. Perot, the roses are all right. Of course, not as fine as they used to be when I was able to get out and tend to them myself. And now my greatest pleasure is playing records on this phonograph.
And a very fine machine.
Mr. Poirot is also a good cook, or so he says. He's going to help me with the dinner.
And so I am, mademoiselle. Now, what do we have?
Well, there's a duckling.
With a sauce bigarade. I insist on it.
If you know how to make it.
But of course.
And some string beans. But I can take care of those. You just boil water and...
No. It is a sacrilege. You must not destroy the flavor. They must be steamed gently, mademoiselle. And...
All right, you win. Come along and show me.
I will indeed, mademoiselle. Directly after I have my bath, I will make a sauce bigarade that would make Escoffier himself jealous. Well, I thank you for a magnificent dinner. Superb.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. And the sauce, Bigorod?
A masterpiece. I have never prepared it better.
I hope you didn't mind my asking Derek over after dinner.
No, I did not mind, but I do not see what you hope to accomplish.
I know it's probably silly, but if Derek sees that you're actually here, he'll realize that I'm serious and leave me alone.
I shall not threaten him, mademoiselle. Threats are useless.
No, there he is. Oh, no, don't bother. I'll let him in.
Elaine, I got your message. I came right over. Does it mean you forget... Who's this?
May I present Mr. Hercule Poirot? This is Derek Redfield.
Poirot? Well, if you did this to impress me, Elaine, you've certainly succeeded. I've heard of you, Mr. Poirot.
And I of you, monsieur.
Yes, I know. I can just imagine what Elaine's been telling you. You must think I'm a pretty bad sort of guy, but, you really got me in a spot, Elaine. How about a little drink to sort of help me out, huh?
Would you like something, Mr. Poirot? A little sherry or port or something strong?
Port will do excellently, mademoiselle.
Then if you'll just press that button next to your chair, the maid will bring it. I'm too lazy to move.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose Elaine's told you how I made a complete fool of myself and scared her half to death, Mr. Poirot. But I hope you can realize how it is when a fellow's in love.
Mademoiselle, it has just occurred to me. There is no maid to bring the port unless she has already...
Of course, I completely forgot how stupid of me. It's only a little after 9. Servants won't be back until 11. I'll get it.
Hey, what did you ask me over for? To ignore me? I was hoping that maybe we could straighten everything out tonight.
I'll tell you exactly why I called you when I come back.
The danse macabre, eh? Monsieur Shepard seems to have a rather morbid taste in music.
Look, Mr. Poirot, you can ask me any questions you like, but I've got to convince you that I don't mean any harm to Elaine.
Tell me, monsieur, you did kill her dog?
Well, yes.
Here we are. I hope you'll find the port to your liking, Mr. Poirot.
Elaine, I just admitted that I killed Taffy, but I only did it because I love you. You know, sometimes you want to hurt the person you love.
Derek, I asked Mr. Poirot to come down here to show you that I'm serious. When I tell you I never want to have anything to do with you again. I can never forgive the way you've acted. And if you make any more threats, Mr. Poirot will know how to deal with it.
But, Elaine, if you'll only listen...
I have nothing more to say to you, Derek. Oh, Uncle's turned off the Victrola. What time is it, Mr. Poirot?
It is 9:15, mademoiselle.
I'd better run upstairs and see if Uncle wants anything. Good night, Derek.
But, Elaine...
I said good night.
Mr. Poirot, I'm desperate. Maybe you can understand the way I feel. Would you talk to her and put in a good word for me?
I am afraid, monsieur, that I would find it slightly ridiculous for me to plead the suit of a man who terrifies a lady to such a degree that she seeks my services to protect herself from him.
But I...
Sacre bleu! Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle!
It's Uncle James. He's fallen out of the window. He's dead.
Good morning. What's your name?
Hercule Poirot. And yours, my little one?
Your name is funnier than mine. I'm Anne Shepard.
Ah, then you are the sister of Mademoiselle Elaine.
Oh, no, Elaine's my cousin. Not really, you know, because I'm adopted.
Ah, yes, I see. Your father was...
Do you think Daddy will be away long? He told me this morning that he went away.
As to that, I could not say, but...
How did your mustache get to grow so long? Daddy has a mustache, but not one like that.
Ah, ma petite, very few men have. How long have you been living with your daddy?
Oh, a long, long time. But you haven't told me whether your mustache is real.
I assure you, my little one, it is real. Just like your hair.
Oh, you have to brush your mustache then, like I have to with my hair?
Oh, yes, indeed. One has to take care of a mustache, you know.
Could you show me how you brush it now?
I would like to, ma petite, but I have not the time.
What is ma petite?
It is French. It means my little one.
When Daddy comes back, I think I'm going to learn French.
You love your daddy, eh?
I should say so. Are you going to live with us now?
Perhaps for a little while.
How long?
I do not know. It depends, you see, my little one.
Why? Is it because of the noise last night?
Dis donc, do you like fairy tales?
Oh, yes. Sometimes I tell them to myself. Go for a walk in the woods and I make them up.
Oh, but how that is nice, eh? Perhaps you would tell me one sometime, eh?
Oh, no, I'd rather have you tell me one. I like you.
And I like you, my little one.
Then tell me the story about the Snow Queen.
Alas, that is a fairy tale I do not know. But I will tell you another one. Once upon a time, there was a great, big forest. And in this forest, there lived a very little girl.
Now I've seen everything.
Inspector Stevens, do you know Mademoiselle Anne Shepherd?
Well, hello, little girl.
Hello. He was telling me a fairy tale.
I heard him. But would you do me a favor and leave me alone with Mr. Poirot for a little while?
All right. If he promises to finish the story.
I promise.
Bye. Don't forget your promise.
No, Poirot. There doesn't seem to be any trouble about this one.
No. The coroner, he has ascertained the cause of death?
No question about that. He died from a fall out of his bedroom window onto those jagged rocks while you and Miss Shepherd and Mr. Redfield were down here in this room.
Are you quite certain, my friend?
You told me neither of them left the room.
Well, Mademoiselle left to bring some wine, but she did not have sufficient time to run up 3 flights of stairs.
And he was wearing a wristwatch, which was pretty well smashed up. The hands had stopped at 9:15. There was a medicine bottle and a spoon on the floor near the window. Now, what I figure is that he must have felt sick, got up, tried to get the medicine, and he fell out of the French windows.
Perhaps.
Yeah. What do you mean, perhaps?
Me, I have an idea it was no accident.
You mean you...
Yes, my friend. Murder.
What? Murder?
A particularly vicious and carefully planned murder.
Do you know who did it?
I think so.
Well, what are we waiting for, Poirot? Let's get going.
Gently, my friend, gently. I think it was murder. I even think I know how it was done. But alas, I could not prove it. The murderers would get clear away in a court of law.
You mean you're going to let them get away with it?
No, that I will most certainly not allow. But we must annoy them, Stevens.
That's the first time I've ever heard of annoying murderers. I generally arrest them.
I do not like murderers, my friend. And when we arrest these, we will make certain they are not set free. The little gray cells, Stevens. The little gray cells have found a way.
What do you mean?
Murder breeds murder, my friend. And a murderer always repeats. If he poisons once, he poisons again. If he stabs once, he stabs again. If there is an accident once, there is an accident again.
What are you going to do about it?
Me, I shall help to create an accident. I am going to telephone a lawyer.
And now that we're all together, I think that we can proceed with the reading of the will. As the late Mr. Shepherd's attorney, I am the trustee of the estate. I, James B. Shepherd, being of sound mind and body, do him. I believe that we can skip all that. Here. All my property, both real and personal, I leave to my adopted daughter, Anne Mary Shepherd, to be held in trust for her until she attains the age of 21. To my loving niece, Elaine Shepherd, I bequeath the sum of $2,000.
Some water, please. It appears Mademoiselle Shepherd has fainted.
Quiet.
Derek, the will. The will.
What about it? What happened? Will you stop shaking and tell me?
Uncle James left everything. Left it all to Anne.
What?
All of it.
I don't believe it.
True. We were all there. McBride read it to us.
But it's impossible. Didn't he even mention you?
Yes. He left me $2,000.
$2,000. That's good. That's very good. What are we going to do with $2,000?
I don't know. Oh, Derek, it's all gone wrong. I knew it would. I knew it. I'm sorry we ever started. We never should have done it.
Hey, wait a minute. I think I have an idea. Sure, that's the solution. It's easy.
What?
If you'd only stop and think, you'd see the way it has to be.
Derek, I don't know what you're talking about.
Who inherited the money, Elaine?
Why, Anne... No. No, Derek.
I say yes.
Derek, you mustn't. Listen to me. Remember what you said about planning things? The people who didn't think things out made mistakes.
Never mind that. I know what I'm doing.
No, Derek, we planned something, thought it all out. Look what happened. Even if we do something to Anne, I still won't get the money.
Don't be a fool. You have to get it. You're the only living relative. Now, listen, Elaine. Inspector Stevens has gone back to New York. We're perfectly safe.
I won't help you do anything to Anne.
What makes you so soft about Anne all of a sudden? A bride who doesn't even belong to your family. Where does she come in for anything?
Oh, Derek, I'm frightened. I won't do this with you.
Oh, yes, you will. That's one thing I'm sure of now. We're together, Elaine. Together for life. Don't forget, you were with me on one murder. And you're going to be with me on another.
Come in.
Mademoiselle, I have come to say goodbye. My train leaves within 10 minutes.
Oh, yes. This has been so dreadful. I hardly know what to say to you. Such a terrible accident. If you'll send me your bill...
No, mademoiselle. You owe me nothing.
That's very kind of you. Of course, now I'm afraid I shall have to get used to economizing.
Mademoiselle, before I go, is there anything you would like to tell me?
Tell you? Why, no, I can't think of anything.
You are no longer afraid of Monsieur Redfield?
To tell you the truth, I've had so many things to think about. I haven't even given Derek... Well, he hasn't got in my mind.
What are your plans?
What?
Do you intend to stay on here with Mademoiselle Anne?
What? I hadn't considered it. I don't know.
She is a very charming child. I spoke to her this morning and told her the truth about Monsieur Shepherd. She is very sad. I think you should see that she is helped.
Oh, I intend to. I'll do everything in my power.
I am sure you will, mademoiselle. Au revoir.
Walk much more, Elaine.
Oh, you've got to grow up to be big and strong. Remember, I promised you ice cream.
Don't think I'd like it now. Can't we play Indian?
I didn't know little girls played Indian.
I didn't make it up. Roy taught me. You know Roy, Uncle Jerry?
No.
Do so. He's a boy who lives in a big house down the road. See, this is the way we play. I run away and hide.
Anne! Blast that brat.
We'll frighten her. Anne, dear. Come back.
Where did she go?
Here I am. See, I'm very good at it. Sometimes even Roy can't find him. He's a scout.
Anne, I don't want you to do that again.
Yes, you might get hurt. There might be some bad men in the woods.
Oh, pooh.
Come here, Anne.
But you're so near the edge.
I said come here.
No, I don't want to.
Anne, did you hear me?
Yes, but I don't like you. Gonna run away and hide.
You're not going to run anywhere. There, I've got you.
Oh, Mr. Perot.
Mr. Perot. So you didn't take the train?
As you see. I am afraid that woods and flowers do not agree with me. I must have the fever of the hay.
Cut it out.
Pardon?
That means stop trying to fool us. You're a little cleverer than I thought.
A little? Oh, monsieur, for the sake of courtesy, let us say a great deal, eh? Come here, Anne.
Go.
Just how clever are you, Perot? Hold still, Anne.
Ah, monsieur, really. Such a transparent little plan, eh? You send a charming young lady to my apartment with a very sad tale. She is so distrait. I must protect her from this terrible fiancé. And everything prepared for me, even to the poisoned meat. This meat so strongly dosed and evil-smelling that not even a starving dog would have eaten it, monsieur. So I say to myself, these people must have a reason for wishing Hercule Poirot at Manhattan. What is it? And that evening I find out. You have murdered Monsieur Shepherd.
I told you.
Shut up, you fool.
Is that all you have to say, Perot?
And you, mademoiselle, the window shade. Did you really believe that such an old trick would deceive Hercule Poirot? You become hysterical and you need light. Oh, mademoiselle, you asked me to raise the shade and then the so convenient telephone call.
So what? You can't prove we murdered anyone. We were right there with you when Shepherd died.
Ah, no, monsieur. Monsieur Shepherd did not die at 9:15. You killed him earlier, much earlier, before dinner, in fact, while I was bathing. That is the only possible time. It is easy to set the hands of his watch. Then you came over and played your little comedy with me.
Oh, you're crazy. You heard him playing his Victrola as well as we did.
I heard the Victrola, monsieur.
Then if he was dead, who started it?
That, monsieur, is what makes me to burn. I started it myself. When Mademoiselle Elaine asked me to press the button for the servants. After making so much bother about their being out. You simply had the wire set for that button to start the racket automatically in Monsieur Shepherd's bedroom. That was supposed to prove he was alive. You removed the wires last night.
All right. You have it all figured out. But you've overlooked one thing.
I think not. It is not Hercule Poirot who makes mistakes.
But you made one this time. This is the last bit of detecting you'll ever do because you're going over the cliff.
No, Derek, no.
Here, hold the kid for me.
Monsieur, you are even more stupid than I thought.
Yeah, this is perfect. Everyone knows the kid liked you. You went walking together and fell over the cliff. Those shoes of yours weren't made for the country. Another accident.
I think not. Give me the chance, mademoiselle.
This is it.
All right, Inspector. I believe you've heard enough.
There we are, Redfield. You haven't a chance.
Oh, you little smart aleck. You'd never have proved a thing if the will hadn't left all that money to that brat. You couldn't have proved it.
Precisely, monsieur. That is why I induced the lawyer to read a false will. The real one left everything to Mademoiselle Elaine.
Be sure to listen again at the same time next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Book and the Corpse. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Network takes pleasure in bringing you Suspense. Suspense. Columbia's parade of outstanding thrillers, produced by William Spear and scored by Bernard Herrmann. Notable melodramas from stage and screen, fiction and radio, presented each week to bring you to the edge of your chair, to keep you in suspense. Tonight's story, by the noted American author T.S. Stribling, deals with a crime of murder on an exotic and atmospheric island, with ragged beggars who slept in a Hindu temple and awoke with gold in their pockets and a dead girl lying near them, and with a strange and mystical entrance into the life of hereafter, which was the experience of an American psychologist. For your suspenseful listening, we invite you to join us for A Passage to Benares. In Port of Spain, in Trinidad, at 5:30 in the morning, Mr. Henry Poggioli, an American psychologist, stirred uneasily, became conscious of a splitting headache, opened his eyes in bewilderment, and then, with a shock, saw where he was. He got up, arranged his clothing. He tried with his neat psychological mind to recapture his dream, to bottle up again the little smoking wisps that still floated about within his aching head. By 7 o'clock, he had found his way back to the house of Mr. Lowe, his host in Port of Spain. Lowe was already about his coffee, with an interested spoon poised above the morning paper.
Ah, there you are. Good morning, Poggioli. I say, you're quiet. Didn't hear you get up at all. Have some breakfast?
Oh, thanks. I've been out for a breath of air. What's the news today?
Well, the new governor will arrive in Trinidad on the 12th, and, hello. Another native's killed his wife. Tell me, Poggioli, as a psychologist, why do coolies kill their wives?
Oh, for various reasons, I imagine. Let's hear some of the facts.
Ah, I say this is a coincidence. Really putting on a show for you, Pajoli, on your first visit to Trinidad.
How so?
Well, you remember that wedding procession you and I watched last evening down at the Hindu temple?
The temple? Oh, of course. The cream-colored little bride with the breastplates and the linked gold coins and the anklets and all the finery.
Mm-hmm.
And the bridegroom. What'd you say his name was? Budman Lal?
Yes. Well, do you know what's happened? Budman Lal is in jail this morning, and his cream-colored little bride is dead with her throat cut.
No. Do they think he did it?
No doubt of it. That's why he's in jail now. He always seemed like a sensible fellow, too. One of our best patrons. Which only proves my contention, Pajoli. A bridegroom of only 6 or 8 hours killing his wife without any reason at all.
Oh, there's usually some reason for murder.
Maybe. But I say, old boy, you're missing the point completely.
How?
Well, suppose you actually had gone and slept in the temple there last night. You wanted to, you know. Remember? And I said, no white man ever stays all night in a Cooley temple. You remember?
Yes, I remember. You said it simply isn't done.
Well, if you had, Pajoli, I say, that would have been a pretty kettle, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid I'll be mixed up in this. Both Mr. Lal and his uncle Hiradas are clients of mine. Old Hiradas has upwards of $5 million in my bank.
Hiradas? Didn't you tell me he built that temple where the murder took place?
Yes. It's what the Hindus call a temple and rest house. Hiradas gives rice and tea to any traveler who comes in for the night. It's an Indian custom to help mendicant pilgrims. A rich Indian will build a temple and rest house just as you Americans erect libraries.
Ah. What does it say there about the murder, though?
Budman Lal, nephew of the famous Mr. Hiradas, was arrested early this morning at his home for the alleged murder of his wife, whom he married yesterday. The body was found at 6 o'clock this morning in the temple where the wedding ceremony took place. The temple attendants gave the alarm. The victim's head was severed completely from her body, and all her jewelry was gone. 5 coolie beggars who were asleep in the temple when the body was discovered were arrested. They all claimed ignorance of the crime, but a search of their persons revealed that each beggar had a piece of the bride's jewelry and a coin from her necklace. Mr. Budman Lal and his wife were seen to enter the temple at about 11 last night for the Hindu rite of purification. Mr. Lal, who is a prominent curio dealer, declines to say anything further.
Doesn't tell you very much, does it?
Not much.
What do you make of those beggars?
Oh, that's simple enough. Those devils laid in wait inside the temple until the husband went out and left his wife. Then they murdered her and divided the spoil.
Ah, but she had enough bangles and geegaws to give a dozen to each man.
Yes, you're quite right, Pajoli. That's a fact.
Why should they continue sleeping in the temple after they'd killed her, if they did murder her?
Well, why shouldn't they? They knew they'd be suspected, and they couldn't get off the island without capture, so they thought might as well lie down again and go back to sleep.
You may be right, Lo, but that doesn't look like the solution to me.
Well, I'm satisfied that's how it occurred.
You mean the beggars killed her?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think so. I rather fancy that the actual murderer took the girl's jewelry and went about the temple thrusting a bangle and a coin in the pockets of each of the sleeping beggars to lay a false scent.
Oh, come now. That's laying it on a bit too thick, Pajoli.
My dear Lo, that's the only possible explanation for the coins in the beggars' pockets.
I say, oh, boy, you've had lots of experience in these things. Come along with me, and we'll go up and see Mr. Hiradas and see if we can't help his nephew.
I'll be glad to. But we'll go to the temple first. Then we'll call on Mr. Hiradas.
Well, here we are. In spite of the police guard at the door, the temple doesn't look sinister in the daylight.
No, it just looks dirty. Let's go in and question the beggars. Excuse me, did any of you fellows hear noises in this temple last night?
Oh, much sleep, Sahib. No noise. Policeman punch us wake this morning. Makes it still here.
What's your name?
Shuda Chand, Sahib.
When did you go to sleep last night?
When I ate rice and tea, Sahib.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember seeing Budman Lal and his wife enter this building last night?
Yes, remember, Sahib.
Did you see them go out?
No, Sahib. No one remember go out.
You were all asleep then, huh?
All asleep, Sahib.
Did you have any dreams during your sleep? Hear any noises?
I dream bad dreams, Sahib.
Huh?
When policeman punched me awake this morning, I think dream has come true.
And me, Sahib. Me, too. Me. Did you all have bad dreams?
Yes, all have bad dreams.
Look here, Pajoli. I don't see where this is getting us. I do think we ought to be getting on to old Haradas's house.
No, I think we can now entirely discard the theory that the beggars murdered the girls.
On what grounds? They told you nothing except that they all had bad dreams.
That's the reason. They all had wild, fantastic dreams. That suggests that they were given some sort of opiate in their rice or tea last night. It's quite improbable that 5 ignorant coolies would have wit enough to concoct such a piece of evidence as that.
That's a fact, but I don't believe a Trinidad court would admit such evidence.
We're not looking for legal evidence. We're after some indication of the real criminal. Now I suggest that we get onto the house of Hiradas.
Please come in, gentlemen. I've been expecting you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A most mysterious murder, and the life of my poor nephew will depend upon your exertions, gentlemen. Tell me, what do you think of the beggars that were found in the temple with the bangles and coins?
Well, I'm afraid my judgment of the beggars will disappoint you, Mr. Hiradas.
Huh?
My theory is that they're innocent of the crime.
Really? Why do you say that?
Because they told me of dreams they had. All their dreams were very nearly identical.
You are not English, sir. No Englishman would have thought of that.
No, I'm American with a backlash sprinkling of Italian. My name's Paggioli.
What is your profession, Mr. Paggioli? You are a detective?
No, Mr. Das. I'm a psychologist.
Ah, your soul is at least groping after knowledge. However, it gropes as a blind worm, Mr. Paggioli, and we must find the criminal who committed this crime, and thus restore my nephew Budman Lal to liberty. You can imagine what a blow this has been to me after I arranged this marriage for my nephew.
You did? Arranged a marriage for a nephew who was in his 30s?
Yes, Mr. Paggioli. I wanted him to avoid the pitfalls into which I fell. He was unmarried, and he had already begun to add dollars to dollars. I did the same thing. And now, look at me. An empty old man in a foreign land. What good is this house where men of my own kind can't come and sit with me, and when I have no grandchildren to romp and play? No. I've piled up dollars and pounds. I've eaten the world, Mr. Paggioli, and found it bitter. Now here I am, an outcast.
Then why don't you go back to India, Mr. Hiradas?
Why, Mr. Paggioli, my mind is half English. If I should return to Benares, I'd walk about thinking what the temples cost. How much was the value of the stone set in the eye of Krishna's image? If I would ever be one with my own people again, Mr. Paggioli, I must leave this Western mind and body here in Trinidad.
That's very interesting and moving, but we were discussing your nephew, Budman Lal.
Wait. In searching for the criminal, I would suggest you look for a moneyed man. Let me tell you my suspicions, and you can work out the details.
What are they?
I went out to the temple this morning to have the body of my poor murdered niece brought here to my villa for burial. I talked to the 5 beggars, and they told me there was a 6th sleeper in the temple last night.
Was there indeed?
Yes, Mr. Lowe. A white man.
A white man?
Yes, Mr. Lowe. All 5 of the coolies and my man, Gupta, told me it was true.
But, Mr. Hiradas, decapitation is not an American mode of murder.
American?
I was speaking generally. I mean, a white man's method of murder.
That is indicative in itself. I meant to call your attention to that point. It shows the white man was a highly educated man who had studied the mental habits of other peoples than his own. So he was enabled to give the crime an extraordinary resemblance to a Hindu crime.
But what motive could a white man have?
Possibly robbery, Mr. Poggioli. Or if he were a very intellectual man, he might have murdered the poor child by way of experiment.
A murder for experiment?
Yes, Mr. Lowe. To record the psychological reaction.
Why, I can't entertain such a theory as that, Mr. Hiradas.
Oh, no. It is too far-fetched.
However, it is worth investigating, is it not?
Yes, but I'll begin my investigations with the man Guka.
By all means, Mr. Poggioli. And in your investigations, gentlemen, hire any assistance you may need. Draw on me for any amount. I want my nephew exonerated, and above all things, I want the real criminal apprehended and brought to the gallows.
What do you think of that, Poggioli? White man in that temple. Sounds like pure fiction to me, to shield Boban Lau. You know, these fellows hang together like thieves. Say, it's a jolly good thing we didn't decide to sleep in the temple last night, isn't it?
You know, in my opinion, Lowe, the actual criminal is Boban Lau.
Same here. I've thought so ever since I first saw the account in the paper. Somehow these fellows will chop their wives to pieces for no reason at all.
Lowe, what do you know about Boban Lau?
Well, he was born here and has always been a figure because of his rich uncle.
Lived here all his life?
Except when he was in Oxford for 6 years.
Oh, he was an Oxford man, huh?
Yes.
There you are. That's the trouble.
I don't understand. What do you mean, Poggioli?
And no doubt he fell in love with some English girl, but when old Hiradas chose a Hindu child for his wife, Budman couldn't refuse marriage. No man's going to quarrel with a $5 million legacy. And then he chose this ghastly method of getting rid of the child bride.
I dare say you're right. I feel sure Boban Lau killed the girl. George, I'm getting tired of walking. There's a cab. Let's hop it and ride the rest of the way. Hi, cabby! A cab!
I see. Oh,
Well, aren't you coming?
You know, I don't feel that I can conscientiously continue this investigation, trying to clear a person whom I have every reason to believe guilty.
But, man, don't leave me like this. At least come as far as police headquarters with me and explain your theory about Guka, the temple keeper, and the rice.
Well, I thought I'd go back to your cottage and pack my things.
Pack your things? Oh, your boat doesn't sail until Friday.
Yes, I know, but there's a daily service to Curacao. It struck me to go there.
Oh, no. Come, you can't run off like that just when I've stirred up an interesting murder mystery for you to unravel. Why, Poggioli, you ought to appreciate my efforts as a host more than that.
Well, all right, then. To the police station.
Yes, sir. Hurry up. Bye-bye.
Chief Vickers, this is my friend, Mr. Poggioli. Mr. Poggioli, Mr. Vickers is chief of Trinidad's police force.
How do you do? How do you do?
Chief Vickers, I've asked Mr. Poggioli's counsel in the Boban Lau murder case. He's already developed a theory as to who is the actual murderer of Mrs. Boban Lau.
So have I.
Now, in this matter, Chief Vickers, I want to be perfectly frank with you. I'll admit we're in this case in the employ of Mr. Hiradas and are making an effort to clear his nephew, Boban Lau. We felt confident you'd use the skill of the police department of Port of Spain to work out a theory clearing Boban Lau just as readily as you would to convict him.
Our department usually devotes its time to conviction and not to clearing criminals.
Yes, I know that, but if our theory will point out the actual murderer...
What is your theory?
Mr. Poggioli's deduction is based on the dreams of the men who were found in the temple.
So Mr. Poggioli's deduction is based on dreams.
It would be a remarkable coincidence, Mr. Vickers, if 5 men had lurid dreams simultaneously without some physical cause. It suggests strongly that their tea or rice was doped. Now, if you find out what soporific was used, then have your men search the sales record of the drugstores in the city to see who has lately bought such a drug. You will find the murderer.
Uh-huh. How do you like Trinidad, Mr. Poggioli?
I like it very much indeed.
You've just arrived, haven't you?
Yes.
In what university do you teach back in the States?
Ohio State.
A chair of criminal psychology in an ordinary state university?
I'm not a professor. I'm simply a docent, and I haven't specialized on criminal psychology. I quiz on general psychology.
You're not teaching now?
No, this is my sabbatical year.
You look young to have taught in the university 6 years, but then you Americans start young in your land of specialists. Now, Mr. Poggioli, I suppose you're wrapped up heart and soul in your psychology.
I am.
You'd do anything in the world to advance yourself in the science.
I rather think so.
Especially keen on original research work.
Aha, that's what he is, Chief Vickers. Do you know what he asked me to do yesterday afternoon?
No, what, Mr. Lowe?
Oh, I don't think we ought to burden Mr. Vickers with our household anecdotes.
Oh, but I'm really curious. Just what did Mr. Poggioli ask you to do yesterday afternoon, Mr. Lowe?
Oh, well, really nothing at all. It was just a little psychological experiment he wanted to do.
And did he do it?
Oh, no. I wouldn't hear of it.
Oh, as unconventional as that?
Oh, it was really nothing at all.
I think I could guess your anecdote if I tried, gentlemen. About a half an hour ago, I received a telephone message from my man stationed at the temple to keep a lookout for you and Mr. Poggioli.
A lookout for us?
Yes, because one of the coolies under arrest told him that Mr. Poggioli slept in the temple last night.
Oh, but that's not true. That's exactly what he didn't do. He suggested it to me, but I said no. You remember, Poggioli, you didn't do it. Did you, Poggioli? Did you?
You see, he did.
Gentlemen, I had a perfectly valid and important reason for sleeping in the temple last night, and so I can only ask your sympathetic attention to what I'm about to say.
Go on.
You remember, Lowe, you and I were down there watching a wedding procession. Well, just as the music stopped and the procession entered the building, suddenly it seemed to me as if they'd vanished.
Naturally, they'd gone into the building.
No, I don't mean that. I'm afraid you won't understand what I do mean. That the whole procession had ceased to exist, melted into nothingness. You see, that's really the idea in which the Hindus base their notion of heaven. Oblivion, nothingness.
Yes, I've heard that before.
Well, our medieval Gothic architecture was the conception of our Western heaven, and I thought perhaps the Indian architecture had somehow caught the motif of the Indian religion, suggested nirvana. That's what amazed and intrigued me. That's why I wanted to sleep in the place. I wanted to see if I could further my shred of impression. Does that make any sense to you, Mr. Vickers?
We are not interested why you went, Mr. Poggioli. We know a murder took place in the temple.
You can't think that I committed a horrible murder as an experiment.
You intellectual chaps do some pretty weird things, Mr. Poggioli. Why, only the other day I was reading about 2 young intellectuals.
What?
Yes, these fellows I read about also tried to turn an honest penny by their murder. I don't suppose you happened to notice yesterday that the little bride, Maila Ran, was almost covered with gold bangles and coins?
Of course I noticed it. But I had nothing whatever to do with her. I did sleep in the temple.
By the way, you say you slept on a rug just as the coolies did.
Yes, I did.
And you didn't wake up either, Mr. Poggioli?
No.
Then did the child's murderer happen to put a coin and a bangle in your pockets, just as he did the other sleepers in the temple?
I don't know. I haven't looked in my pocket since then.
Then please do so now, Mr. Poggioli.
Oh, yes. Here they are, Mr. Vickers.
You don't happen to have any more, do you?
No. I've already been through all my pockets, and I haven't any more.
Well, that's something. Of course, you might have expected just such a questioning as this and provided yourself with these 2 pieces of gold, but I doubt it. Somehow, I don't believe that you're an experienced enough man to think of such a thing. However, we shall see. I suppose you have no objection, Mr. Poggioli, to my accompanying you over to have a little search of your baggage in Mr. Lowe's cottage? Now then, Mr. Poggioli, be so kind as to open your trunk.
Good heavens.
Mm-hmm. Just as I thought. A trunk tray full of bangles and coins. I'll say one thing for you, though, Mr. Poggioli. Your nerve almost got you by.
But you can't believe that I did it. No. You don't believe I did this, do you?
I don't. In your trunk, Poggioli.
If I did it, I was sleepwalking. God, to think that it's possible that right here in my own
Well, we might as well start back, I suppose. This is all.
I'll go back with you, Poggioli. I'll see you through. Somehow I can't. I won't believe you did it.
Thanks.
You know, Poggioli, you set out to clear Boatman Lal, and, well, dash it all, it looks as if you had.
No, he didn't. Boatman Lal was out of jail at least an hour before you fellows came into police headquarters to see me.
How? You mean that you turned him loose?
Yes.
How's that, Chief Vickers?
Because, Mr. Lowe, he didn't go to the temple at all with his wife last night. He went down to Queen's Park Hotel and played billiards till 1 o'clock. He called up a few friends and proved that easily enough.
My word, that leaves nobody but...
Yes, Poggioli.
I don't know anything about it. If I did commit the murder, I was asleep. I don't know anything about it. That's all I can say. I don't know anything about it.
Perhaps arrest and jail will help restore your memory. Well, we'll see.
Come now, Poggioli, old man. Don't be too downhearted. I promise you, I'll do everything I can.
In the case against Henry Poggioli, having been duly tried by a jury of your peers who have been found guilty and by the powers invested in me, I herewith sentence you to be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
To recall a lost dream is the most tantalizing task ever a human brain was driven to. But if I lie still long enough on this bunk, perhaps I can recapture the dream I had in the temple last night. Yes. It seems to me that the image on the altar moved, and suddenly the dome overhead was opened and left me staring upward into a vast abyss, where I was alone in endless space, where all creatures and all matter that had ever been or ever would be were wrapped up in me, Poggioli. That was my dream. That's an odd thing. 6 men dreaming the same dream in different terms. There must be a physical cause for such a phenomenon. Of course! I've got it! Vickers! Whoa! I have it! I've solved it! Get me out of here! I know who killed the girl!
What is it, my friend?
I know who murdered the bride. Old Hierodas did it. Now listen. Go tell Vickers to take the gold he found in my trunk and develop all the fingerprints on it. He'll find Hierodas's prints. Also tell him to follow out that opiate clue I gave him. He'll find Hierodas and a man to put the gold in my trunk. See if they don't find brass or steel filings in my room where the scoundrel sat and filed a new key.
But they've already done that long ago.
They have?
But certainly. And old Hierodas confessed everything. Though why a rich old man like him should have murdered a pretty child is more than I can see.
But why did he pick on me as a scapegoat?
Oh, he explained that to the police. He said he picked on a white man so the police would make a thorough investigation and be sure to catch him.
He did?
Aye. But what I can't see is why the old boy wanted to be caught and hanged. Why didn't he commit suicide?
Why? I know why. Because according to his religion, In that case, his soul would have returned in the form of some beast. He wanted to be slain because he expects to be reborn instantly in Benares, with little Maila Ran as his bride instead of his nephew's. He hopes to be a great man with wife and children. All the things he was not, here in Trinidad.
Yes, you must be right.
Why didn't you come and tell me of old Hyrodas's confession the moment it occurred? What do you mean keeping me here when you know I'm an innocent man? Why didn't you tell me before this?
Because I couldn't. Old Hyrodas didn't confess until a month and 10 days after you were hanged.
From Hollywood, our land be bright. Long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Our Land Be Bright is presented by the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States and is produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
This is Adolph in Hollywood. The United States has long prided itself on being the most progressive and forward-looking nation in the world. Yet, in the field of public education, there are many conditions which should make us feel anything but proud. Consider these stark, stubborn facts. 5 million youngsters between the ages of 6 and 17 are not attending schools of any kind in the United States today. There are some 10 million adults, according to the 1940 census, whose education has not gone as far as completion of the 4th grade. 500,000 young men had to be rejected for military service during the war because they lacked even the rudiments of an education. The quality of public education in the United States, moreover, has dropped deplorably. Niggardly pay scales have caused a tragic exodus from the teaching profession, so that in countless communities today, classes are conducted by teachers who have no qualifications for their task. Classrooms are overcrowded and inadequate. This really is a tragic situation. Something must be done at once. In the hope that an aroused and informed citizenry will do something about it, the Veterans of Foreign Wars is presenting this program. We hope each of you listening will do your part to help remedy this threat to our children, who are our future leaders.
Thank you, Adolph Menjou. And now here's the voice of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, speaking from the nation's capital.
Hello, everybody. I wonder how many of us know that nearly 10,000 local VFW units all over the country, in every state of the Union from coast to coast and boundary to boundary, are pledged to develop education through community services.
Yes.
Now,
what are they doing for the kids?
And who are you?
My name is A. USA.
Well, I'm mighty glad you asked that, Mr. A. Suppose you come with me on a little tour of inspection, huh? Now, first, here's a schoolhouse, right? A little red schoolhouse in a typical rural community. Now, the town might be anywhere, and the fields lie close to the highway where traffic all day passes through from city to city.
The class will rise, please. Stand at attention and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may take your seats. Quietly, please. Robert, don't do that to Helen.
She's got my ruler.
Helen, give Robert his ruler, or I'll give you mine where it hurts. And now for today's lesson in history. John, where did the Pilgrims land?
On Plymouth Rock.
Were they the first Americans over here? Well, Johnny, You may answer that question.
The answer is no. The Indians were here before them.
You mean the Indians, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
They swam out to meet the boat.
They're getting along, aren't they?
Seem to be.
Yeah? They're learning about America in the American way.
Nice school building, too.
Think so? Well, those kids like it, too. They like their teacher and want to keep both.
Oh? What do you mean by that?
Well, just this. There are lots of rural districts all over America that haven't been able to keep some of their schools going.
Why not?
No money. School budgets cut down, appropriations slashed by local commissions, so the District Board of Education has to economize. In some states, this has been an acute condition. Efforts have been made to hold teachers' salaries down to a pre-war level, or no efforts have been made to raise them despite the increased costs of living. So many good teachers have been forced out through conditions beyond their control into other employment that pays more. So, classes have often been discontinued, or in some places, a school had to be closed. Now, usually where it's most needed.
That sounds bad.
Yes, and it's still a problem in many places. In this case, for example, those eager minds and happy faces would not have been there, and that schoolhouse would have been dark, had it not been for an influential local group.
Yeah, that's interesting. Who were they?
The nearest post of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. That organization has long been committed to community betterment projects. Hundreds of towns and cities over the country have been helped to put new thinking into the creation of improved parks, streets, and playgrounds, and more adequate public services to make community life more agreeable for both adults and children.
Yeah, but what about the kids?
Well, not long ago, a federal commission was appointed to make a survey to see how the public schools of this country were getting along and what and how they were teaching young Americans. Well, they remembered how President James Conant of Harvard University had warned us that we cannot maintain our national security or world position level of educational attainment. Now, those were his words. So, John Studebaker, the United States Commissioner of Education, in reviewing that survey, came up with a recommendation.
Which was?
Simply this, that we should emphasize better education, better conditions, a better way of life for teachers and pupils alike. Now, he recommended that students in the 26,000 high schools of this country be taught more about our government, our freedoms, and our opportunities in democracy, beginning in the primary grades. So, the VFW got aboard that policy as if it were the freedom train itself. The word was passed along, and nearly 10,000 local VFW units from coast to coast pledged themselves to develop Americanism through community services. Now, that's how that school situation came under discussion at one of the post meetings.
Comrades, it's been brought to our attention that the Braymark School out on the old Paul Revere Turnpike is about to close down. Only 20 kids attend that school, so the district commission thinks it's hardly good business to keep it going. The report here says that 8 families, all living not far from our post, are represented by the attendants. But the assumption is that's not enough to warrant the maintenance of a public school that costs more to keep it going than the food costs to keep the children a-growing. Johnson, you back there in the rear rank. You got something to say on the subject?
Yes, I have. I don't like that way of looking at an education. Seems to me, somewhere back in my mind, I recollect that we went through a war not so very long ago to preserve the good old American way of life. And that way, to my thinking, is to get an education, not to have it taken away from us.
Thank you. Thank you, Johnson. And now, Peterson, what have you to say?
Yeah, I think Mr. Johnson is right. Them fellas down in the valley make plenty of money. I know by Yemeni because some of them got mine.
You know, some of them grow wheat. And they wouldn't put it past them, some of them, to be playing the exchange, just like some of them big fellas in Washington. Yeah, there's money in the valley, and there's money in the bank. So, let's see that some of it keeps the school open so the kids can go in. You know, that little fella that may be sitting in the back seat over there today might someday be president. Who knows?
Well, of course, nobody knows. Well, that's one of the grand things about this country. We're free. Education is free. We all fought to keep it that way, so let's fight to keep the Bramark School by increasing the attendance. Perhaps we can combine several smaller school services by starting a new bus line out there. Now, in that way, not only will the youngsters at Bramark be encouraged by the daily presence of more schoolmates for both work and play, but a fine building will be made more useful. And I think that's the way the veterans of foreign wars wants us to look at a community problem like this one. We all live around here, so it concerns the post. Just as Peterson indicated, some child of today, some growing boy with books under his arm, though he may never make the White House, might be our commanding officer tomorrow. Yes, let's give them the breaks we'd ask for ourselves if we were in their time and in their place.
That's right.
You know, Mr. Narrator, I think he's got something there. We owe those kids a sort of a debt, don't we? For the big bills that our generation is passing on to them. And that suggestion to combine several little schools into one through a new school bus line seems to be a swell idea, too. We've just got to think of those kids and their future.
Mr. A., I don't think any truer words were ever spoken. But we've got to be impartial about it. We can't pick creeds and we can't favor races in a country where all races and all creeds are what makes the heart and soul of America.
Yeah, but there is such a thing as discrimination. It happens, you know.
Sure it happens. But that's because human nature isn't perfect. Give us time, and we'll all get used to each other. Rich and poor, high or humble.
Yeah? What about color?
Color? Why, I'm glad you asked that, Mr. USA. There are 3 colors in America. Red, white, and blue.
This is Adolph Menjou again in Hollywood. Be listening again next week for another program in this great Veterans of Foreign Wars radio series.
Our Land Be Bright is presented in the public interest by this station and hundreds of others from coast to coast and overseas, in cooperation with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Until next week, and always, long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
This Veterans of Foreign Wars program was transcribed in Hollywood and Washington and was produced by Robert J. Enders.
What kind of federal housing program do we want? Or do we want any? Should Congress adopt an effective housing program? That is the question. This is America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Host today is the American Federation of Labor, represented here by Peter Henley. Our other guests, Representative Andrew B. Miller, Democrat of Wisconsin, Lloyd Halverson of the National Grange, and Jack Carter of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Our moderator is David Brinkley, NBC Washington commentator. Mr. Brinkley.
By the government's figures, the housing picture in the United States is almost as bad now as it has ever been. The government says about 6 million of our existing homes are below the minimum standards of health and decency. Somewhere around 3 million married couples are without homes of their own and are forced to live doubled up with others, in-laws and otherwise. So, conclude the government's housing experts, we need to build or modernize about 1.5 million homes each year from now until 1960. President Truman promised a government housing program in his campaign. This week, a Senate committee approved one, and it's now waiting for action in the Senate and later in the House. It calls for slightly more than 800,000 public housing units to be built in the next 6 years. It also calls for slum clearance and some other things. Our question today, then, is, should Congress adopt an effective housing program? We have 4 experts at our roundtable today, and I will start our discussion by asking each of them in turn for a brief answer to the day's question, should the Congress adopt an effective housing program? First, Representative B. Miller.
There is no doubt in my mind that Congress should adopt a strong housing program, including public housing for lower-income groups and stimulation of building of rental and home units for middle-income groups. Certainly in the last few years, the builders have not gotten off the ground in solving these problems.
Thank you. And now Mr. Halverson, the National Grange.
In a study made by the United States Department of Agriculture several years ago, the conclusion was reached that 2/3 of the nation's farm families were ill-housed, and furthermore it was found that nearly half of the inadequate houses were beyond repair. While the Grange does not look to the government to provide adequate housing for all these farm families who are ill-housed, we believe that if we can keep our price system and economy operating so that a farmer gets a full day's pay for a full day's work, then most of our farm families will be able to improve their own housing with their own income and with existing sources of credit. However, we do recognize that some farmers will need the type of assistance provided in the housing bill as reported out by the Senate committee in order to have safe and decent housing. But we want to emphasize individuals' responsibility to work hard and efficiently and to spend his income wisely so as to provide his own housing without government subsidy.
Thank you. And now Mr. Jack Carter of the Veterans of Foreign Wars.
There can be little doubt of the housing shortage. If we accept the fact that there is a shortage, the question arises as to what we can do or should do about it. The VFW feels that we must make a 3-pronged attack on the housing program. 1, we must induce private industry to build as many houses as it can. 2, we must assist consumers and consumer groups by arranging financing at low interest rates with longer periods of amortization. 3, we must provide government assistance in the form of public housing for the low-income groups which cannot pay an economic rent. By all means, I think that the government should have a strong housing program.
Thank you. And now Mr. Henley of the American Federation of Labor.
Our answer is emphatically yes, that the government must provide an effective housing program. So far as pending legislation is concerned, our views are that a housing program consists of 3 parts. First, a public housing program to take care of the housing needs of the lowest income families. Second, a housing program for the middle income families, so that the 40% of the nation's families with incomes between $2,000 and $4,000 can find livable, decent housing quarters. And 3, a continued effective rent control program until we have licked the housing shortage.
Thank you, Mr. Henley. Before we go any further, it might be a good idea if somebody explained to us just what this new housing bill is, what the essentials of it are. Mr. Henley, can you do that for us? What would it do if it were passed?
Well, the housing bill, which has been approved by the Senate Banking and Currency Committee, provides, first of all, for a public housing program of building 810,000 units over the next 6 years. That will enable us to make a real start towards providing decent housing for our lowest income families. Secondly, it provides for a program of slum clearance and urban redevelopment, the development of adequate community and housing projects on vacant land so that we can make a start towards clearing away the slums of our country.
Don't forget,
Mr. Halverson?
There's a section in there on rural farm housing, too. That's an important section, too.
What does that contain?
Well, there are loans to farmers who can't get the loans otherwise. There's a provision for subsidy to farmers who are on an inadequate farm and couldn't pay the going rate of interest and the principal on a loan at the present. And there's also a grant to those on farms that never will be adequate, but people living there and need some improvement.
Mr. Halverson, I'd like to ask you, is there any provision for the farm workers in the bill? The FFL is very much interested in what's going to happen to housing for the people who work on the farms, but who do not own their own farms.
Well, I think that is covered in the bill. A farm owner can get a loan to improve the quarters for his hired worker, or if he has a sharecropper, to improve that type of that house, and same way for a tenant. It's broad enough to do that. I'd like to raise another question. When we talk about effective housing program, it seems to me the most effective type of housing program we could have would be to reduce the cost of houses. I'm wondering as to whether or not all this public housing will just boom the cost more, and first thing everybody will be caught with a millstone of debt around his neck.
Who has an opinion about that? Will it cause an upward trend in housing prices?
Well, at the present time, the superinflation that has been the post-war period has brought on housing prices has started to sag a bit. I don't see any reason why the housing program is going to increase those costs. As a matter of fact, it seems to me it will point out to the builders of the country that they cannot expect to build $10,000 homes for $20,000 and sell them.
Mr. Carter?
You might also add, Pete, that there is a cost limitation written into the bill. I believe it's something like $1,750 per room. And on top of that, I think you've got to consider that if the government is building private houses, the government is building houses for the public to be subsidized and so on, then the government cannot afford by any means to build a cheap house. It's got to build something that will stand for 50 or 60 years. Otherwise, it may just as well forget about public housing. If it builds a cheap, temporary public housing project, it's going to lose money.
I didn't make my question clear. What I have in mind is the fact that if the government goes in the market and competes for cast iron soil pipe and lumber and brick and cinder block and labor and all those things, it'll probably increase the cost on them even further. Why not, this is a question I would like to raise, when there's a big demand for all this housing material, why should the government come in there and bid for more of it? There's a certain amount that's produced. The government comes in there and bids for more and more. The price goes up, but will there be any more houses? If we're building houses on full scale, why not let it just go on? Why not wait for the public housing until there's a depression? Or I mean, before we get into depression, when things start to slacken off, that's the time to come in with a project like this.
It seems to me that the answer to your question is stated in your last remarks. We do not have a sufficient building program at the present time for houses, and there is no housing being built for the lower income groups. These so-called economy houses that the builders talk about these days, incidentally, I might add, they talk more than they build them, but the few that they do build are such rat trap affairs that no self-respecting person would want to live in them after some 5 or 6 years of occupancy.
I'd like to raise I'm not taking this position, but I'd like to raise this question. When a builder builds a new house, a $20,000 house, that person who moves into that house is most likely moving out of some other living quarter. And isn't that the way we ought to have it? The person who can pay for a house gets a new house, and the person who can't move into the used houses. Isn't that the proper way?
Mr.
I'm just raising
Halverson,
that question.
I'd like to go back to your original statement about the fact that the government going into the housing business will jack up prices. Now, it seems to me that your theory is all wrong on that. Take, for example, during the war, when we had a shortage of guns and tanks and ships and so on, the government had to actually go into the tank building business. It subsidized a lot of industries in order to get them going. It still subsidizes the airplane industry. Now, if we're going to sit back and say we have a problem, and to admit we have a problem, and then we refuse to get the government into the picture simply because it will bid up prices, I think we're aiming at the wrong target. We've got to
there's the question.
We've got to produce more raw materials. If we're short of raw materials, let's produce raw materials.
Yes, but everybody is employed. Where are you going to get the extra people from? We're using all the copper and all the steel we can possibly produce, and those can't be increased overnight. And during the war, we had allocations and we had price control. Now the situation is different.
Well, aren't you forgetting that unemployment has started to rise, and we've started to develop very serious cases of unemployment, particularly in such industries as textiles and railroads. The Building Trades Department of the American Federation of Labor has recently made a rather complete check of its locals and departments throughout the country, and we feel from our point of view that there definitely is enough manpower available to build 1.5 million dwelling units for America during the next 10 years.
It seems to me that cost ought to come down. Somebody has said, and I don't know whether I agree with it fully, but that if we would, instead of trying to build up to our absolute capacity and keep on booming prices up, it'd be better to probably let the cost come down a little bit before we go ahead with these type of programs. The bricklayers, I believe, are getting $3 an hour. That sounds pretty high. No wonder people are paying $20,000 for a house that before the war cost probably only $8,000.
Well, the bricklayer's rate may sound high to you, but let's not forget that although the hourly rate may sound high, the actual employment in terms of days and weeks of the year that bricklayer puts in are relatively few. Don't forget that he's kept by shortage of by weather conditions and other shortages, lack of proper materials at the right time to work, that because of those reasons, he works only about 35 or 40 weeks in the year. His average income is no greater than the average factory worker. And I might add, in connection, while we're talking about wages and prices, that while the cost of living has gone up about 75% since before the war, the wages, union scales in the building industry have gone up only about 50 or 60%, while the prices of building materials, lumber particularly, have skyrocketed. Lumber is over 3 times as high as it was before the war.
Well, we don't have any spokesman for the building or the real estate industries here today, so I'll ask a couple of questions they probably would ask if they were here. One is not this government housing program socialistic?
Well,
Mr. B. Miller?
Seems to me that's an old chestnut that's been thrown around so long that by now the American people pay very little attention to it anymore. After all, Senator Taft has been one of the foremost exponents of public housing in this country in recent years. Certainly nobody in their right mind, except a few of the more stupid lobbyists for the builders, would dream of calling Senator Taft a socialist. Secondly, there's an angle on that I did want to bring out. I think some people have a mistaken concept that the federal government will build and manage all of these housing units, the 810,000 or whatever number is finally agreed upon. I think it should be made clear that the city housing authorities or some other municipal unit is the body that will manage these institutions and build them. The federal government will advance certain sums toward that end. My own city, for example, already has plans laid to come before the federal government to get $11 million for building 1,750 units. But the management of those units will remain with the people of the city of Milwaukee or whatever city happens to be concerned with that particular project.
Will the federal government take a financial loss on this?
and in effect to tie labor's hands in the time of a strike.
Well, I certainly would be willing to discuss with Senator Douglas amendments to that so that it doesn't cover peaceful picketing. And I quite realize the problem that arises. As a general principle, however, I don't think it can be denied that just as the Wagner Act says that an employer can't coerce a man to keep out of a union, so the union ought not to be able to coerce him, send people around in front of his house and threaten his family, for instance, to force him to come into a union. Now, in principle, that's so. I realize the practical difficulties that Senator Douglas brings up regarding the possibility of permitting that to be the subject of an injunction that perhaps goes further than it should go. And I'm quite willing to discuss in the committee with him and others the question of so modifying it that can't come
You'll
about.
come around to the Truman-Thomas bill sent to Taft in time.
Well, I'm open-minded. I'm willing. I think there have been some good points made in the general discussion, and I myself would propose quite a few amendments to Taft-Hartley law, but I don't think any of them affect its basic principles.
Well, as a matter of fact, what Senator Douglas says about local control, experience has shown that local peace officers have quite a job controlling the what goes on, particularly in small towns with big plants. But I think, gentlemen, we ought to proceed to the next question. These national emergency strikes and utility strikes affecting commerce, I think they pose one of the most difficult problems we have. The most serious example, perhaps, is the railroad strike. While the Railway Labor Act is supposed to take care of this, even its procedures broke down in 1947. And then the government had to seize the railroads under that old World War I statute, which practically everybody had forgotten was on the books. And Lewis and his coal miners can cause a similar crisis. The Taft-Hartley Act provides an 80-day injunction, but many experts believe that this just puts off the evil day, after which, of course, the unions may strike anyway. And they say that the bargaining climate during the period of an injunction is absolute zero, because the union people are so mad with the injunction.
Well, I think that's correct. I'd like to point out that the Taft-Hartley law merely provides for a cooling-off period of 80 days. After those 80 days have expired, there's no provision in the Taft-Hartley law to ensure continuous production. Our bill provides for a 30-day cooling period. Perhaps we could extend that. The only difference between our bill and the Taft-Hartley law on this point is this. The Taft-Hartley bill proposes injunctions. Injunctions are resented by labor because it compels them to work for the private profit of employers. We do not provide for injunctions, but we provide for boards of inquiry which can make recommendations which were forbidden under the Taft-Hartley law. And as a matter of fact, the Railway Labor Act, to which you have referred, has always been able to get a cooling-off period, but it does not provide for injunctions. And if everything else fails, the President has his emergency powers to enable the country to go forward and to prevent great and serious threats to national life and safety.
Well, Mr. Gregory, I utterly deny that the President has any power to seize other people's property or to make people work, or to get an injunction if he hasn't got statutory power to do it. I don't think that power exists. I wholly deny Mr. Clark's position, and I think it would be a serious threat to the wisdom, to the safety and liberty of the people of this country if there were any such power. Because what is an emergency? It would be whatever the President said was an emergency. And in these days, anything is considered an emergency. I think it would be a most dangerous policy to adopt. Now, as far as the injunction is concerned, I agree with Senator Douglas. It's a very difficult problem. He and I think, both agree that we don't want to give that power of injunction as a matter of course to permanently stop a strike, because it would require some kind of government wage fixing or compulsory arbitration, which would come in the end to wage fixing and then to price fixing, to which I'm opposed. But I do believe that I think that there is some good in having a temporary injunction. When the parties say we're going to strike tomorrow or we're going to close down tomorrow, I think you ought to be able to get the employer and the employee into court and say to them, what about this? Can't you fellas continue for 30 days until this thing, or 60 days, whatever it may be, until this thing can be settled?
Apparently you don't agree with Secretary Tobin that this thing could be dealt with as a matter of public opinion, that the people would obey the request of the president.
Well, in the long run, public opinion's a great force, and I would hope that ultimately, after delay and effort to settle it, that public opinion would force a settlement. If not, my remedy, and the only ultimate remedy, I think, is a special act by Congress giving extraordinary powers for the particular emergency. I doubt if we're ever going to reach that point.
But Congress may not be in session at that time.
Congress can meet in 24 hours today.
And great presidents in the past have always been able to deal with emergencies. Mr. Lincoln freed the slaves under his powers as commander-in-chief of the Army, and Theodore Roosevelt did a great many things as the chief executive. The country will not go to its knees. The president will always protect the health and safety of the United States.
Well, the president didn't do it when the railroads and coal people struck 3 years ago. He called Congress. He went to Congress for an act, which was the right thing. The kind of act he asked for wasn't much of an act, but it seems to me that that must be the ultimate recourse in a constitutional form of government.
Now, Senator Taft, there's been a good deal said in the papers about the closed shop, and I wanted to ask you something about that. You know, of course, that there are 3 industries in this country where the closed shop has been traditional, long before the Taft-Hartley or Wagner Acts were heard of. They're the printing industry, the maritime industry, and the building trades. Now, all of the employment customs, or most of them in these industries, were built up around the closed shop. And the unions representing these many thousands of workers involved in these industries hate to change their ways. Now, union membership also has long been the hallmark of competency, and let's say the key to a new job, as well as the best way to protect the standards of the craft.
Mr. Gregory, if you had the closed shop in 1 or 2 industries, it probably wouldn't have a general effect, but if we gradually extend this closed shop as it will be extended, if we authorize and permit it, we'll come to a point where a man can't get a job in this country just on his competence. He's got to please some labor union leader. I think the closed shop is un-American. I agree that the difficulty of changing these habits is great, and I certainly am willing to consider any proposals by which it can be worked out. I think, though, that what we've done, permitting a union shop, but permitting a man to work as long as he's willing to join the union, is a proper solution. In the case of these particular industries, there might be some special provision by which perhaps we would prohibit the closed shop, but we would in some way permit a regulated form of hiring hall.
But I'd like to point out that the closed shop is forbidden under the Taft-Hartley law, even though the workers want it and the employers are willing to accord it. And this has led to strikes in the Chicago printing trades. It disrupted a long and happy relationship there, and that furthermore, in the union shop, Taft-Hartley law only permits a union to ask for the union shop after it has won an election. And in that election, all those who are absent are counted as voting no, even though if present they would have voted yes. That is, the union must get not a majority of the votes cast, but a majority of all those eligible to vote. And this has crippled the union, has cumbered the election machinery of the board, is totally unnecessary and unfair.
But what are we doing here? We're protecting the minority. Supposing 2/3 of the men want a closed shop. What about the 1/3 that don't want to join a union? Haven't they got some constitutional rights?
I wanted to ask you, Senator Douglas, now, for instance, we all know that you are a great champion of the open union with a closed shop. That you believe in the admission for all and no arbitrary cancellations of membership.
That's right.
How would you fulfill this ideal under the administration's proposed bill? For instance, how would you protect an employee in his job if he disagreed with the union on, let's say, internal policy of some sort, political maybe, and was dropped from membership?
Well, speaking purely for myself, I will say that I believe that if you have a closed shop, you must have an open union, and that unions should not charge excessive initiation fees. The problem of dropping men from membership and the review of their dismissal is a very grave problem of the relationship of individuals within voluntary groups. It presents itself within cooperative groups, within religious groups, and others, and I think that that whole problem could be properly a matter for study by a future nonpartisan commission which can report.
May I suggest that seems to me very extraordinary. Here we have a good provision protecting men, and Senator Douglas proposed that we repeal it and take a couple of years or so in trying to protect them again. If they're entitled to protection, they're entitled to protection now. We ought to make the amendment now. He ought to offer his amendments to the Truman Bill, and I certainly would be glad to consider them.
Well, there are so many items left that we could discuss here. Now, I'll have to pick and choose at will. I myself, for instance, have always been upset by the administrative difficulties which the Taft-Hartley Act placed in the way of union recourse to the Act's facilities, and I think one of the most unfortunate was this anti-communist oath. Of course, I have other counts against that too, but on that count alone, I think I would be willing to eliminate it because it does stand in the way of union recourse to the board's facilities. I suppose you gentlemen really both agree with me on that.
Well, I do not oppose the principle of a non-communist oath, provided the employer has to take it as well as the workman, which at present he doesn't have to do, provided that that he has also to swear that he's not a fascist as well as not being a communist, and that any penalty for a false statement or a failure to make a statement should lie against the individual, should not be a penalty against the organization.
Well, I'm glad to see that Senator Douglas has another amendment to the Truman Bill, and I hope he offers it in the committee.
Would you gentlemen care to summarize your views at this point? Because after all, we're on the eve, or maybe on the eve, of a new Labor Act. And I think you might have something to close with.
Well, Mr. Gregory, my feeling is this. The Taft-Hartley Act has many provisions. It's had many other good provisions that we haven't talked about tonight. An independent mediation agency, which has been most successful. Prohibition of strikes by government employees, many other things which are completely repealed by this law. I think we have succeeded now in these hearings in getting Congress back to consider the merits of each of these individual proposals. I feel convinced that if that is done, that on those merits, Congress will retain the essential features of the Taft-Hartley law, and they will only amend those things which ought to be amended on their merits.
Well, I think that we should return to the principles of the Wagner Act and to the spirit of that act, to get the parties together in free collective bargaining around the table, to hammer out their differences, to adjust disputes which arise concerning the interpretation of existing contracts, which is a big feature of the Truman-Thomas bill and which was not included in the Taft-Hartley bill, to outlaw jurisdictional disputes, and to build a sound, healthy climate in which both parties can go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen. You've been listening to the University of Chicago Roundtable discuss what should be the new labor legislation with Robert A. Taft, Republican Senator from Ohio, Paul H. Douglas, Democratic Senator from Illinois, and Charles Gregory of the Law School of the University of Chicago. This week's Roundtable pamphlet includes the full text of today's discussion, reading lists, special charts and illustrations, and questions for analysis and discussion. You will want to receive this pamphlet and to study the supplementary materials on problems of labor policy. Because of the quantity of additional features in the pamphlet, please allow 2.5 weeks for printing and mailing. Be sure to write for your copy and send 10 cents in coin with your order to the University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois. For $3, you may subscribe to the pamphlet for a full year and receive 52 weekly issues. I'll repeat the address. The University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois. And now a special announcement.
Do you know about the new University of Chicago Roundtable Home Study courses? Many Americans are learning more about world politics and economics in the modern world through this home study presentation of NBC's University of the Air. These courses provide a library of political and economic materials so that these studies may be completed in your own home Write your local station or the University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois, and ask for the leaflet describing the courses on world politics and economics in the modern world. These courses are open to all, and you may begin at any time.
Today's roundtable originated in Washington, D.C. Your announcer is Jack Roney. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Palmolive Beauty Box Theater, starring lovely Jessica Dragonette with Charles Coleman, Palmolive's tenor, the Beauty Box Orchestra directed by Al Goodman, and the Palmolive Chorus. Presented every Wednesday by the makers of Palmolive, the beauty soap made with olive oil. Tonight, that irresistible comedy of Parisian life, The Pink Lady. And here is Jessica Dragonette.
Good evening, my friends, and welcome to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater for light-hearted comedy and the sprightly music of Ivan Carroll. Charles Coleman will sing the role of Pierre Lafleur, the young Parisian who's in love with the Pink Lady, and I shall play the part of Claudine herself. Our first scene is the restaurant not far from Paris. It's 11 o'clock in the morning, and the place is deserted except for Pierre, who is waiting for his sweetheart, the Pink Lady. Pierre's father insists he marry a rich, rotund maiden lady named Angèle, whom he doesn't love, so it's easy to sympathize as he sings.
I'm going to be married in June. It's now the beginning of May, and so I'm still free to commune with a life that is single and gay. I'm free, but it's almost a sin. Already I ought to be true. I ought to sit down and begin to behave as silly husbands do. But not just yet, just yet, just yet. I've got about 6 weeks more. 6 weeks to coquette with a life that we all adore. Of course, at the end of my bachelorhood, I'm sure to reform and grow perfectly good. But not just yet, just yet, just yet. I'm single for 6 weeks more.
Oh, there you are. Oh, it's nice of you to sing, Pierre. It makes it so much easier to find you.
Claudine, darling. Oh, how lovely you are today. Your frock is more lusciously pink than usual.
Oh, you like it?
I love it. And you too, Claudine. Give me a kiss.
Oh, no.
I'll take one then. There. Didn't hurt, did it?
Pierre, you're utterly spoiled. I don't suppose you've even told your fiancée Angèle about us.
Well, what is there to tell?
Well, that you've been meeting me here every Wednesday.
But Angèle wouldn't understand. I can hardly go to her and say, Angèle, I am marrying you because my father has ordered me to. I don't love you. You're too old. I love Claudine, who is young and blonde and completely adorable. I couldn't possibly say that to her now, could I?
Well, hardly. But, Pierre, where women are concerned, you men are simply helpless.
Is that so?
Talking of men whose word you trust, when a woman fell to a little man, he simply must constant love declare. Look round and see on every side.
I think you're very unkind. If I didn't love you so much, I wouldn't like you a bit.
But, Pierre, where does Angèle think you go these Wednesdays when you're here with me?
Why, she thinks I have lunch with my friend, Mr. Don Didier.
Don Didier? How did you think up a name like that?
I closed my eyes and it came to me. Oh, but Claudine, my sweet, let's talk about us. When I'm married, what are you going to do? Will you miss me?
Oh, of course. I shall miss you terribly. But I'll find other interests. Have a career, perhaps. Oh, if I were a man, there'd be no stopping me.
What would you be? President of France?
Oh, no. Something much more colorful than that.
Not president, but just he who plays the violin in the band at the Café de Paris. For then I would have a chance by fiddling to enchant and fill with ardor of romance the prettiest girls in France. And while I my yearning eyes would beautiful lady, I raise my heart, beautiful lady, to your heart's song. Come, beautiful lady, to paradise, ere the sweet, sweet warm dream dies. Glide, glide, beautiful lady, on life's bright wing, while the rapture of music around us swings. Dream, dream, dream and forget. Pain, useless regret. Love, beautiful lady.
Oh, Piano Fleur, this is how you keep luncheon appointments with Mr. Don Didier. Meeting another woman, and it's less than 6 weeks to our wedding day. You might have waited until after our marriage.
But Angèle, my dear, let me explain. This isn't another woman. It's Mrs. Don Didier.
Mrs. Don Didier?
Why, of course.
His wife?
Mrs. Don Didier, this is my fiancée, Angèle.
Enchantée, mademoiselle. Pierre has told me all about you.
He has?
Oh, yes. Everything.
Yes, you see, Angèle, Don Didier himself was taken ill this morning.
Very ill. In fact, he's not himself at all.
He has the lumbago.
Oh, but the lumbago is only part of it.
Oh, how dreadful. Pierre, my love, forgive me. I have been hasty.
Of course you have.
Well, then I'll go. I'm due at my dressmaker's. See you tonight, Pierre. Goodbye, Mrs. Don Didier. So happy to have met you.
Goodbye.
There you are. We can now return to our little luncheon as though nothing had happened.
Oh, no, we can't. I'm going before you suddenly decide I'm your grandmother. If you have no regard for other people's feelings, I have. Goodbye, Pierre.
Claudine, you can't leave me. Well, think of my desperate situation. I faced the loss of my bride, the anger of my father, and all because I love you.
Oh, you haven't the slightest idea what love means.
Oh, yes, I have. But Cupid very often goes on a spree and shoots his romantic little arrows into the wrong people.
When off goes a straying, oh, where does he go? Off to the moonlight road.
No, on a horse with his arrows and bow.
Oh, that's a softer feud. For love is a cynical chap, and for archery don't care a rap. He's a roistering rackety, impious elf, and only considers himself.
While love is a perfect baby, a beautiful innocent child.
In days that are past he was maybe, but being a baby will cloy, and love became bored with childhood, grew tired of being divine, and leaving the sweet-scented wildwood, he came up to Paris to die.
I don't believe you, don't believe you. Love I know is divine. I know that love
Oh, love is as sweet as roses, as fragrant and warm to the soul.
And yet the rogue's record discloses of sins the most sorrowful wrong.
Oh, when temptation attacks him, he drops all his habits divine.
And then every night up at Maxime, he squanders his kisses and wine.
I don't believe you, don't believe you. Love I know is divine. I know that love is
Pierre, I just thought of something.
That means trouble?
I decided I ought to meet Mr. Don Didier myself.
But, my dear Angèle, I've told you he's laid up with lumbago. Besides, if you must know, it's dangerous to talk to him.
Dangerous?
Yes. You see, Don Didier is none other than Terrible Tom.
Oh!
You know, that horrible man who goes around kissing women.
Yes?
Mrs. Don Didier has just found out about it.
Oh, he's right, Angèle. I have just found out about it.
Oh, well, somehow I'm still anxious to meet him. Where does he live?
In Paris, number 75 Avenue Voltaire.
Thank you, Pierre. I shall go there at once.
Huh?
If he turns out to be Terrible Tom, I'll turn him over to the police.
Oh, but, Claudine, we've got to get to number 75 Avenue Voltaire before Angèle gets there.
Oh, Pierre, you don't really mean there's a man named Don Didier living at that address.
But there is. He's a respectable dealer in antiques. I passed his shop 1,000,000 times. He's got to help me out of this. Come on. As Mrs. Don Didier, you've got to help too.
No, Pierre. You're not the one who needs help. It's that poor, unsuspecting little antique dealer. Oh, goodbye, Pierre. See you in Paris.
Claudine, wait. You haven't paid the check.
3 cars speed to Paris on number 75 Avenue Voltaire. Which will arrive first? We'll discover in just a few moments. And now back to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater with our lovely star Jessica Dragonette and Charles Coleman, star of the Metropolitan Opera, in the second act of The Pink Lady. A half hour has passed since Angèle, Pierre, and Claudine began their 3-cornered race for Paris and the antique shop of Mr. Don Didier. At the moment, the clerks are out to lunch, and the shop is empty except for Mr. Don Didier himself. He is humming.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Don Didier?
I am.
My name is Pierre Lafleur.
How do you do?
Listen closely, Mr. Don Didier. In a few moments, my fiancée will be here.
Yes?
She will ask if you have a wife. You will tell her that you have.
Preposterous, young man. I am a bachelor. And furthermore, I am not a liar.
After that, you will grab my fiancée in your arms, give a loud yell, and kiss her.
Me?
She will then believe that you are Terrible Tom.
I, Terrible Tom?
You.
Young man, leave my shop instantly. I'll call the police.
Mr. Don Didier. There must be something you want above all else in the world.
Ah, there is.
Ah, good. Whatever it is, do this for me, and I shall get it for you.
No. Impossible, young man. You couldn't.
I will. Just tell me what it is.
Fifi.
Fifi?
Yes, Fifi, my betrothed. 20 years ago, my Fifi and I swore eternal fidelity. But her cruel father snatched her from me, sent her across the seas to Saskatchewan.
And you've been faithful to her all these years?
Yes.
How noble.
It is, isn't it?
Imagine being faithful to a girl so far away when there are such lovely girls on the banks of the Seine.
When you live by the Seine, you suffer awfully if you refrain from enjoying quite lawfully the sweet gay life in a gay, sweet way, and save your love till you're old and gray. For a girl by the Saskatchewan, for a girl by the Saskatchewan. Slow river, flow down to the sea. This is springtime up in gay Paris. You need a rest from your fidelity, for hear me say, it's a very wrong way when you live on the Seine to sit grieving all the day for a girl on the Saskatchewan.
Mr. Don Didier, I shall find your Fifi for you, even if I have to go to Saskatchewan myself. But listen, there's a car pulling up. It's undoubtedly Angèle, my fiancée. Remember, you're Terrible Tom. And when she comes in, grab her and kiss her. Kiss her.
For Fifi's sake, I suppose I must. Oh, dear.
Are you Mr. Don Didier?
Yes, I'm Don Didier, and I love pretty girls. Come here to me.
Oh.
I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, how dare you!
There.
Oh, so Pierre has been here. But, Mr. Don Didier, you've kissed the wrong girl.
What do you mean, wrong girl? What wrong girl? Oh, dear. It's all that young man's fault.
Yeah?
Yes, he promised me Fifi.
Oh, he thinks he's Cupid.
But I love Fifi.
Of course you do. And I've half a mind to help you get her.
I'll do anything.
Well, you've proved that, Mr. Don Didier. But you'll have to do it again. Only this time, kiss the right girl, Angèle.
Oh, dear. Suppose she screams for the police.
Well, if you kiss her properly, she can't scream. It's quite an art, you know, kissing. There's much to be said on the subject, but I'll teach you a little, eh? Now listen very, very carefully. I have kisses in plenty, but if you please, I give various kisses in different keys. Now, Mr. Dondidier, you take her in your arms, comme ça, and hold her very tightly. Yes. And then you say, ma chère, oh ma chérie, je t'aime, je t'adore, et moi, prends-moi. Voilà, Mr. Dondidier. Can you remember that?
I'll never in all my life forget it.
Mr. Dondidier!
Oh, my clerks said they must have seen me.
Mr. Dondidier, what does this mean? Your clerks are shocked beyond words, aren't we?
Yes, Mr. Dondidier.
You, the most moral man in Paris.
I was the most moral man in Paris, but I've just been kissed by a girl I never saw before in my life. And the worst of it is, I like it.
At 2:30 this very day, girls with an awful ball. At 3:30 a lady gay called and remained till 4. She wore light pink, but she looked bright red, and all the things that she did and said that old young fuzzy in me. The thought of it makes me bleed, and the worst of it is I like it. I like it, oh, I like it. My head goes round like a teetotum, my heart goes thump like a neat bass drum. With a zip, with a zip, a man makes me come, and the worst of it is I like it. I like it, oh, I like it. And the worst of it is I like it. I like it, yes I do. And the worst of it is he likes it. He likes it. He likes it. His head goes round like a teetotum, his heart goes thump like a big bass drum. I like it. I like it. Oh, how I like it. And the worst of it is I like it. I like it. Yes, I. We all resign. Goodbye, Mr. Dondidier.
Quick, Mr. Dondidier. It's Angèle. Remember, I'm your wife, and you're terrible Tom. You know what to do.
Is anyone here?
I am here, my dear, and I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, get away from me or I'll scream.
But if I kiss you on the lips, you can't scream. Here I come.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I did it.
My husband kissing another woman. Why, what does this mean?
Oh, I wish I'd never come back to Paris. I wish I were back on the banks of the Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. Did you say Saskatchewan?
I tried to. I lived there until 3 years ago when Papa died and left me all his money. I came back here to find my childhood sweetheart.
Dondidier, and did you?
No, he had completely disappeared.
What was his name?
Well, I've forgotten his last name, but his first name was beautiful. Alphonse.
Not Alphonse. Gaston.
Yes. That's it. Alphonse Gaston.
Fifi, come to my arms. I'm Alphonse Gaston, your long-lost lover.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Beloved.
Here, you villain. Release my fiancée.
Your fiancée fiddlestick, she's mine. We've been engaged for 20 years. This, my dear young man, is Fifi.
Angèle is Fifi?
Yes. Isn't it silly?
Why, that's wonderful, Claudine, darling. Don't you see? I can't marry Angèle. Even her father can have no objections now.
Is this a proposal by any chance?
I propose to marry you, if that's what you mean.
If I still want you.
Oh, but you've got to want me. It's all your fault I'm in love with you. Oh, darling, look at me.
Oh, you beautiful lady, I raise my heart, beautiful lady, to your heart eyes. Come, beautiful lady,
and they all lived happily ever after. I wish you could have seen Miss Dragonette tonight. She was dressed in perfect harmony for the part of the Pink Lady. And in just a few moments, she'll be back herself to tell us of next week's musical love story. And now here is lovely Jessica Dragonette to tell you about next week's presentation in the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater.
Thank you, Jean Paul King. Next week, we bring you the musical love story of a little Belgian laundress and a royal prince. Victor Herbert's Sweetheart. Do you remember? Sweethearts make love their very own. Sweethearts can live on love. This is Jessica Dragonette, bidding you all good night.
The Pink Lady was presented tonight by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 1 minute 6.
Orchestra for your listening and dancing pleasure. Music sent your way from the Hollywood Palladium, the dining, dancing, and entertainment center of the West, in the heart of Hollywood, California. Lyrics are by Jewel Hopkins and our maestro, Bob Crosby.